Noxious fumes billowed out from the countless cracks that marred the beaten earth, forming a black veil that obscured the red sunset. Tens of thousands of fearful faces trudged forward on a muddy path, their constant sobs accented by the echoing screams of those who fell into the cracks. This river of despair was nominally guarded by a group of cultivators, once normal people who had now become unimaginably powerful beings half a year after the apocalypse struck Earth. They were positioned along the path, each a set distance from the previous, and each responsible for their own section. Near the back of this large group, Lu Yin suddenly looked up towards a large, burning tree in the distance. A hair-raising sound of flesh being ground apart filled the air before being quickly followed by a loud howl. Then, just moments later, a 2-meter-long hound with scarlet pupils charged at the group. Many panicked and screamed at the grisly sight of its large jaws dripping with fresh blood, but Lu Yin's will remained unflustered as he grabbed an odd weapon hanging from his waist. It seemed to be just a metal rod, but were it sharpened enough, it could eventually become a blade. He jumped forward and smashed the beast's head wide open with a single heavy swing, dyeing the nearby grass red with blood. Only after the group witnessed the wild hound's death did they regain a modicum of calm and quell their fears enough to resume walking. "Seems like it won't be long now," Lu Yin muttered under his breath as he gazed at the cracks that covered his weapon. The last traces of daylight soon slipped underneath the horizon, prompting the cultivators to halt the procession. Each one then lit a bonfire for those under their care, a meager measure taken in the hopes of frightening away any mutant beasts. Walking in the darkness was certain death. Third team from the rear, head out and start looking for food sources. Limit the search radius to 1 kilometer, Lu Yin said through his communicator. His personal identification number was 103. After glancing thoughtfully at the fresh carcass of the hound that he had just killed, he hoisted it up and unceremoniously tossed it to his group. "Eat." Several men moved forward from the group when they received his command. They soon set to work, exquisitely carving the beast apart so as to roast it, not even wincing once at the strips of human flesh that they had to work around. There was only enough meat for 20-odd people, however, so Lu Yin grabbed his weapon and headed out to find more. The squelches of his boot trudging through the mud didn't stop even once, but glowing green eyes lit up in the darkness to stare at him. These were mutant mice. Although they were unbearable to look at, they were at least edible. Lu Yin killed about a dozen of them before he obtained enough to feed his group, at which point he returned. Another piercing scream informed him that a fellow cultivator had died, but he had no desire to try to save them. Nobody knew what dangers lurked in the darkness, and venomous snakes, infectious mosquitoes, and even enormous rats that could chew through metal were common in this areas. Lu Yin returned to a mute group that was huddled behind the bonfire, as though the pitiful flames would protect them from the countless dangers around them. His gaze shifted towards the dazzling stars in the clear night sky that were no longer polluted by the light and smog of human industry. Of course, that clarity had come with the cost of the mutant beast's arrival. And mutant humans, too. Nobody knew just what had triggered it, nor how it had happened to the entire world in just one night. All sorts of creatures had mutated into deadly beasts, and many humans had similarly lost their minds and become walking zombies without a hint of rationality. Those that survived saw a marginal boost to their own strength. While that alone wasn't significant, they had also gained the ability to grow stronger by eating the energy cores of the newly emerged mutant creatures. These survivors had renamed themselves cultivators. The world then seemed to regress into ancient times, where the law of the jungle ruled supreme. Lu Yin had personally witnessed the explosions that had destroyed all of the modern weapons and munitions in his city. It was almost as though this new world order would not allow the existence of such advanced technology. A soft gust of wind then drew Lu Yin's attention to a blood-soaked newspaper fluttering under a stone, which he picked up to read. February 3rd, 2200. This day shall be recorded in the annals of history as the day that Chinese Air Force 5 landed on Neptune. The first member of the crew to set foot on the gas giant was Bai Qian. Lu Yin contentedly swallowed the hot meat down as the little girl smiled and ran back to the group. The meat was difficult to push down even with the overpowering seasoning, but it was a good source of energy. He suddenly pounded his rod down onto the ground as the bonfire flickered, killing a toxic mantis that had tried to leap through the flames and attack the group. These insects could devastate a group if they succeeded. Their blades that shone among the flames were no weaker than his own weapon. Lu Yin only got 2 hours of rest over the course of the entire night, as he had to kill a dozen mutants that tried to rush through the flames and attack the group. However, the other groups didn't have someone like him protecting them. Another group consisting of a dozen cultivators and even more survivors were all massacred by a single mutant boar. The creature's tough hide was covered in bristling spikes that could be shot out at will, and every volley reaped multiple lives. Several stronger nearby cultivators had to join forces to subdue it lest it cause even more casualties. Still, the sun eventually rose, and the group continued its southward march towards the city of Jinlin. This city was the largest rallying point in the surrounding region, and many soldiers and cultivators called it their home. Amongst them was Zhou Shan the Executioner, one of the 7 sages. In the 6 months after the apocalypse, the human race had used what limited information it had to construct a rough ranking system for cultivators. Someone who had just swallowed their first energy cores were unclassified, and those who had gained the power to crush them were in the realm of man. Above that was the realm of earth. Cultivators at this level could destroy entire cities with ease, but there was still one realm above them. Those in the realm of sky could take to the skies, perhaps it was due to their terrifying power in battle, or maybe it was due to their role as guardians, but they were known as sages. The 7 sages were the 7 individuals in China who had reached this realm. The overall group was now only 100 or so miles away from Jinlin, a distance that would have been covered in mere hours only a few years ago. Now, however, that same distance would take several days to cross, and the once safe roads were also now plagued with wandering zombies that were attracted to the aura of life. The guards lining both sides of the procession remained endlessly vigilant, but the fear in their eyes was obvious. While the zombies weren't fast, and even though their monstrous strength could be countered, their blood contained a vile toxin that could seep through skin and infect the brains of any cultivator exposed to it. This toxin would eventually sap its victim of their free will and sentience, turning them into zombies as well. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened, and he gripped his weapon tightly. It wasn't too difficult to fend zombies off since they always attacked in the same pattern. Unlike cultivators, they could not evolve and grow otherwise. There would be no survivors in this world. The largest threat to the procession still came from mutant beasts. Just as Lu Yin was about to engage the zombies, however, they suddenly went still before turning around and leaving. An ominous premonition bubbled up as his heartbeat accelerated. Just moments later, his omen was fulfilled as the very earth trembled. A thick, dark green vine tore through the ground and lashed out at the head of the procession. Its broad leaves captured the various survivors and then crushed them like ripe fruit. Cries of despair rang out once again, and the blood of the victims dripped down, fertilizing the soil below. Let alone the commoners, even some of the cultivators turned tail and fled. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. This mutant vine had definitely reached the realm of earth. Even though their group had multiple cultivators at the realm of man, it would be difficult to take down this mutant vine. Even those who had stuck around did not have any intentions of trying to kill it. Indeed, they skirted around the edges of the battle, waiting for the vine to eat its fill. By the time it retreated, wails of desperation and sorrow echoed through the battlefield once more. Even many cultivators would break down at such a gruesome sight. "Hold your ground. The executioner will be coming to our aid soon," said a husky voice through Lu Yin's communicator. The hopeful news lifted the spirits of those who had survived. To them, a cultivator in the realm of sky was like a god. So long as they appeared, all problems would be solved. "Sage," Lu Yin scoffed at the rest of the group's reaction as he surreptitiously flexed his left arm. Even now, the entire left side of his body still pulsed with bone-piercing pain, an ever-constant reminder of that fateful night. The entire city had been abandoned, and all of the weaponry and firepower that had yet to be destroyed had been focused within the city itself. The screams from that night still rang vividly in his ear. That was the night he had caught sight of that lofty being with golden eyes. Liu Sheaj, the Sage of Light. Lu Yin would never forget the man who had caused him unbearable pain that he had vowed to return 10 times over. As always, the bonfires were lit just before dusk. Lu Yin was about to rest when he was alerted by a scream behind him, and upon further examination, there was some crying as well. His brows furrowed as he turned around to see a dozen odd cultivators surrounding several girls with ripped clothes. The girls were barely able to maintain the last shreds of their dignity as the men salaciously toyed with them. Unfortunately, this was not an uncommon sight. Humans, too, had reverted to a barbaric philosophy after the calamity. One had to pay a price for protection in this world of beasts. Lu Yin shut his eyes, his consciousness fading away. Not far away, a girl screamed as she was pushed to the ground. A cultivator towered over her. "God damn it, I put my life on the line to protect y'all. So what if I want to have some fun with you? You should consider yourself lucky. A rising starlet slept with me just 2 days ago, but now I'd refuse her even if she begged me. Get up." The girl's cheeks were flushed red with anger as she stared at her oppressor, but the surrounding cultivators just laughed raunchily. These people fit right into this kind of world where one could do as they pleased as long as they had the power. Whoosh! A quick gust of wind brought a new member to the crowd, his rod held against the man's neck as he indifferently stated, "Scram." The surroundings instantly fell quiet save for the soft sobbing of the girls. The threatened cultivator's expression soured and he gritted his teeth. "This has nothing to do with you, Lu. They are under my command." "You're too noisy," Lu Yin said emotionlessly as he slammed his weapon into the man's throat. Skin tore open as blood spilt forth, staining the metal rod a familiar color. If you're going to be that vicious, then sure. They're all yours now. I won't touch them. He then withdrew his weapon and calmly walked back to his previous spot, the silenced crowd watching with confusion. They had already grown used to such acts, and normally nobody would have stepped forward to save these girls even if they were about to be killed. To them, Lu Yin was the strange one. The rest of the cultivators all shared a glance as they seethed with rage. However, none of them dared to make a move. They all knew that Lu Yin was more powerful than them. The girls ran over to say something, but when he closed his eyes with no intention to talk, they could only give him a look of gratitude. Not long after, a stunning young lady dressed in revealing clothing walked over with a smile. She stared at the girls until they lowered their heads in fear and was only satisfied once they all backed off. She then sat down beside Lu Yin and gently blew into his ear. However, the response was a calloused hand wrapping itself around her throat. "One more time and you're dead." Still so heartless, the woman spat out, forcing a smile onto her face even as her eyes dimmed. "What do you want?" Lu Yin asked coldly as he released his grip. Don't you know you've already offended somebody?" she asked with a glare, rubbing her throat pitifully. When he didn't reply, she continued explaining. "Zhang Tong and his group are plotting against you. They have over 10 cultivators while you're alone. You can't deal with them. Be careful." The woman groaned helplessly. "You know, I have some backing myself. I can help you out of this. All you need to do is ask. Don't need it." Sigh. "All right. Well, feel free to call me whenever you want. As for Zhang Tong, don't worry about it. I'll handle them for you. See you soon." She flashed him a smile before turning around, leaving a hint of fragrance in her wake. Lu Yin simply closed his eyes again, completely unaffected by the woman's arrival and departure. "Congratulations, things have been handled." The beautiful woman wasn't gone for long. Later the same night, she was back with a smile on her face, only explaining herself after Lu Yin cast a look of doubt her way. "I asked my older brother to help and he captured Zhang Tong. He's inviting you over to discuss what you'd like to do with the captives." Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he got to his feet. "Let's go then." The woman laughed and headed out, leading him through the bonfires until they were about 300 meters away from another group not far from Lu Yin's original quarry. This section was no safer, but as Lu Yin arrived, he saw Zhang Tong and the other cultivators who tried to rape the girls kneeling on the ground. In front of the dozen of them was a tall, burly man with his hands clasped behind his back, whom the woman spoke to in a sweet voice. "Brother, Lu Yin is here." The man turned around and smiled. "Are you Lu Yin?" Lu Yin nodded. "My name is Liu Sheng. I am one of the captains in this troop." "I know who you are," Lu Yin responded bluntly to the man's arrogant tone. Liu Sheng arched his brows. He did not like the attitude Lu Yin had just shown. "You want to deal with this group. They're all yours." Lu Yin looked him in the eye. "Name your conditions." Corners of Liu Sheng's mouth twitched as he stared hard at Lu Yin. "I'll get straight to the point. Then I've heard about your exploits and have been observing you. I don't believe you have absorbed any energy cores from the bodies of mutant beasts, but you are still so powerful. Can you tell me why?" The beautiful woman eagerly looked on from the side, clearly awaiting Lu Yin's answer with great anticipation. Even Zhang Tong and his group of cultivators who were kneeling on the floor couldn't help but stare. However, what they got in response was a mocking smile. "Is that why you lured me here? I told you, one more time and you're dead." Lu Yin spun around as she leaned against him, his weapon flashing by her throat. The woman clutched her neck in shock as blood poured down her fingers, dyeing her clothes red as she crumpled to the ground. She had completely ignored the prior warning because she believed he wouldn't be so bold as to kill her in front of her brother. After all, Liu Sheng was a captain, a powerful figure in the realm of man. Even said brother was stunned into silence by this act, not having expected it at all. "You're all so annoying, watching me ever since your group formed. It ends tonight." Lu Yin brandished his rod, heading straight towards Liu Sheng and swinging towards his skull. "You're courting death," Liu Sheng shouted in a rage, drawing out an intimidating sword from his waist to block Lu Yin's weapon. He expected to deflect the rod and even wound Lu Yin in one swipe, but reality betrayed those lofty ambitions. His sword was split in two from the impact, and the tip of the steel rod even left a deep wound in his right shoulder. Liu Sheng could not believe what had just happened. He was a powerful figure in the realm of man, more than capable of fighting a number of ordinary cultivators at the same time. He had never expected to lose so handily in combat. Lu Yin had chopped right into his target, but that wasn't enough to sate him. Liu Sheng barely dodged the next horizontal strike, slashing out with the broken sword, but the rod knocked the handle away with so much force that the impact created a small crack in the ground. "What are you all looking at? Come on, let's kill him," Liu Sheng cried out, glaring at Zhang Tong and the rest. None of them dared to hesitate, and they all immediately took up different kinds of weapons, but Lu Yin was prepared for their charge. He had an icy look in his eyes as he launched forward, his legs creating ripples in the ground that could be seen by the naked eye. His body rushed more than 10 meters ahead as the tip of his rod chopped down. In an instant, Zhang Tong and the rest glanced down to see blood dripping from their chests. A dozen corpses fell to the ground a moment later. Lu Yin's heart was already hard as steel by this point. They were at the worst time in history, a world that was completely lawless, but this was also the best time to take care of scum without consequences. How is this possible? No one in the realm of man can do that. You have to be someone in the realm of earth. Liu Sheng looked up at him with a vacant gaze, shivering as the sight of his icy gaze. He immediately knelt down on the ground. Lu Yin, no, Master Lu, please, let me off and I'll be your lackey. I can kill anyone you want, get you women. I'll do anything you ask. Lu Yin didn't respond, simply raising his head and gazing at the starry sky. A sinister glint flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes as he drew his blade and stabbed out, but the figure that was pierced slowly faded away. Liu Sheng's gaze blanked as he stared in disbelief. What on earth was this? This is known as the roving step, a type of battle skill that originates from the starry sky. Lu Yin responded to the unspoken question in his deadpan tone, an equally bored swing sending the steel rod crashing into Liu Sheng's skull. He just sighed and stowed his weapon away as the man went down, continuing to gaze at the sky in thought. I'm just a guest, but here I am, stealing the show. He soon finished extracting the energy cores from the bodies of Liu Sheng and the rest, moving them towards a ring where they just disappeared as though they'd never existed before. This was a cosmic ring, a precious ornament capable of storing a myriad of items. It, too, had come from the starry sky. No one would bother with the disappearance of Zhang Tong and the rest, but Liu Sheng was different. He was a captain. His sudden disappearance would definitely draw the attention of the other captains, but he had hatched his scheme in secret to obtain Lu Yin's cultivation method. He'd already covered all his tracks, so one could even say it was his fault that no one came looking for Lu Yin. Afternoon the next day, this incident was thrown to the back of everyone's mind as tens of thousands of people looked into the sky. They had just received news that the executioner was about to arrive, so they were lying in wait. It didn't take long for a black figure to appear high in the sky, looking down on them all. Zhou Shan was more than 2 meters tall, with short hair and a muscular physique. He carried an enormous 3-meter-long axe that seemed capable of splitting mountains, cutting an imposing figure as he hovered over the awestruck cloud. So this was a man who could fly, a powerful figure in the realm of sky. He didn't utter a single word before raising his hands, sending an explosive gust down towards the people below. The dust blown up by the winds blinded thousands for a while, but the cultivators ignored teary eyes to stare at the powerful sage who was capable of amazing feats of destruction. Huge vines twirled out from the ground and lunged viciously towards Zhou Shan, but he just screamed out a roar that resounded in everyone's ears before raising his axe high into the sky. The wind gathered into translucent winds behind him. Storm slash. He shouted out loud, flipping and landing down on the ground while chopping at the vines. Huge cracks spread out across the earth as dust flew everywhere, gusts spreading throughout the surroundings. Fortunately, the captains of this group had been stationed up front and managed to cushion the crowd from the blow. Lu Yin kept a close eye on the events. Everyone had guessed that these vines were in the realm of earth, but he had felt that they were actually in the realm of sky. Zhou Shan needed to go all out to fend them off. A huge gust of wind blew past, and when the dust settled, everyone saw the executioner with his axe resting against the ground. The terrifying vines had been destroyed completely, and there was even a huge hole in the ground that was full of green liquid. As thousands burst into cheers, he picked up his axe and took to the sky once more. Let us head to Nanjing at once. It is much safer there. Soon Lu Yin gripped his steel rod tightly. He hadn't yet entered the realm of sky himself, just like Liu Sheng had said. He didn't use energy cores to cultivate. He had to look for other ways to grow his strength, finding the true road of cultivation in the starry sky. The group advanced steadily under Zhou Shan's protection. There were definitely beings in this world that were much stronger than him, but the chance of actually encountering one of them was close to zero. A day later, the tens of thousands of people reached Nanjing. It was only then that many people started to put down their belongings and burst out in loud cries. Nanjing was completely locked down by huge walls, with rows of cultivators on each watching the thousands of lucky survivors streaming in. Some had sad looks in their eyes. This team had lost nearly a tenth of its total manpower since they'd started their rough journey. Lu Yin recalled how the city had looked when he visited in times of peace, a picturesque scene with ancient trees covering the footpaths. Now its suburbs had been abandoned to the hordes of zombies, and it had shrunk down greatly. If not for Zhou Shan paving the way, the people would have had to fight a bloody battle just to enter. The survivors were organized into groups while the cultivators were separated into another group. This group of cultivators consisted of approximately 500 individuals, and when compared to the total survivors, each one in charge of the protection of close to 100 commoners. Many people could start cultivating after eating an energy core, but unfortunately, zombies did not have any in their bodies, and it was extremely difficult to kill the mutant beasts which did. Back in the camp, Executioner Zhou Shan had set up a team to manage the cultivators. Every single one who gathered in Nanjing had to participate in its defense regardless of willingness. registering at the camp to have their battle abilities and health conditions tested. Lu Yin and the others were also brought to this camp. This camp was by no means small, occupying all of Nanjing. It was rumored that there were countless zombies and mutant beasts roaming around it. When the camp had first been established, Zhou Shan had led the cultivators on a month-long expedition to occupy the former tourist city. With Nanjing at the center, the camp spread out in all four directions, allowing survivors to successfully reach the gathering point in Zhongshan, which was one of the biggest concentrations of survivors in China. There was a solemn silence amongst the newcomers in the camp, all of them looking enviously at the cultivators who were already in matching uniforms. They would join those ranks in the near future. It is an incredible feat that the executioner could build this camp to this extent in merely half a year, someone commented. Someone else echoed the sentiment. Many went into hiding when the apocalypse arrived, but the executioner immediately established this camp. It will be a dominant force in the future. Lu Yin walked among the cultivators and looked around at the soldiers who would pass by on occasion. These people were tough, true soldiers. Logically speaking, when the world was ending, there would be nobody charismatic enough to be able to form such a structure, and yet the camp was still here. There was only one reason: the members of this organization were all true soldiers, and Zhou Shan represented the country. The apocalypse did not destroy China, in fact, it stabilized the country. Zhou Shan was a member of the military, and even one of the 7 sages. If not for both of those connections, he would never have been able to reach the realm of sky in merely half a year. It was yet to be determined if it was a blessing that the apocalypse had not brought about a collapse in the communication systems, but if that had happened, it would have been impossible even for nations to stabilize in such a short period of time. Zhongshan had been cleared out entirely, leaving the enormous plaza filled with numerous modern facilities that left the newcomer cultivators in awe. They saw soldiers walk by with uniform blades on their backs, a strange fusion of modern and ancient equipment. Regular guns had become useless as cultivation developed, and many national armories had been destroyed in the apocalypse. For someone to still be able to outfit all their soldiers with standardized equipment was a demonstration of their power and influence. Lu Yin and the other newcomers were taken to a huge square where they were encircled by the soldiers, both men and women alike. About 10 meters above them was a square of clear glass that separated another area from which quite a few people looked down on the soldiers and newcomers while giggling. I wonder if there are any useful ones this time. It'll be good if we could get someone of decent strength, or even in the realm of man, someone grunted from among the overlookers. Don't get your hopes up. The realm of man isn't easy to reach. Besides, the executioner has already decided who the realm of man captains will be. Neither of us qualified, a beautiful woman next to the man replied irritatedly. It couldn't have been easy guarding tens of thousands of survivors to Nanjing, so I have pretty high expectations of this group. If you don't want them, I'd be happy to take them off your hands, a young man said with a smile. Stop dreaming. It all depends on how Feng Hong handles this. He's the instructor this time, so he's sure to get the best ones, the middle-aged man said. All the people in this upper area were captains at the camp. The camp held 80,000 cultivators, of whom only those that had reached the realm of Earth could become captains. Each held almost absolute power in Nanjing, with status second only to the executioner himself. Sight of the executioner was a rare occasion to the millions of survivors in Nanjing, so to most, the captains were the ones in power. Apparently, the Water Sage's disciples are coming to Nanjing to battle one of us. Who wants to take on the challenge? The beautiful woman suddenly asked with a grin, bursting into laughter when everyone went silent. Rumors say that she declared the Snow Maidens invincible in the realm of Earth. Don't you guys want to defend your reputations? Nobody said a word in response, and despite a giggle, the woman covered her mouth and went quiet as well. Although the common person might think that the 7 sages stood equal, a few individuals knew that there were 3 high sages and 4 normal sages. The water sage with the blue camp atop her icy peak was a high sage, while Zhou Shan was only a regular sage ranked below her. Meanwhile, in the plaza below, the cultivators were being checked individually. This was mostly due to the many new diseases that had sprung up since the apocalypse. The sickness that could be contracted from the zombies was particularly difficult to treat, so the camp had to ensure that all newly arrived cultivators did not carry any illness that could endanger the camp. It was soon Lu Yin's turn, and the nurse filled in his details while he turned in his blood sample. His eyes flickered and his body blurred briefly as he exerted strength in his legs, but the only change was a slight change in the color of the blood sample. For a moment it had seemed to possess a hint of purple, but that was soon gone and the blood went back to normal. Lu Yin, was it? This will just take a moment, so please wait for a bit. The nurse smiled gently at him. Lu Yin nodded, thanked the nurse, and walked to the other side to wait. It didn't take much time before the tests on all of the nearly 500 cultivators were completed without complications. Before much time passed, a middle-aged man in a dark military uniform arrived, exerting a wave of pressure that cracked the earth and left everyone awestruck. He's in the realm of Earth, a realm of Earth expert, someone shouted, instilling fear and envy into the onlookers. The middle-aged man stopped about 10 meters away from the newcomers before speaking with a clear voice. My name is Feng Hong and I'm a captain in this camp. I'll say this just once, whoever is unwilling to enter the camp, leave now. Hundreds of cultivators looked at each other, and people started to leave the formation one after the other. While the camp was powerful, those who enjoyed its shelter had to fulfill certain obligations as well. Many of these cultivators had never been soldiers, and it was quite normal for them to not want that kind of life. Lu Yin himself was in this group. Almost 200 people were unwilling to enter the camp, which was nearly half of the newcomers. Feng Hong looked at the departing group and said, joining us not only ensures your protection, but we will also look after your loved ones. They will be taken to a location near Zhongshan. Also, you will be provided with energy crystals to train, and it is even possible to receive a battle technique from the executioner. What's a battle technique? Someone asked curiously. Feng Hong replied coldly, a technique that can allow you to exert twice your maximum power. The executioner's battle technique is the Storm Slash. I'm sure you've seen it before. I don't need to explain that few can block it. This visibly excited all of the cultivators. They had indeed seen the Storm Slash before with just one attack. The executioner had taken out all of the mutant vines and cracked the earth. Even the winds had shifted in the face of his overwhelming might. Can we learn that? Someone asked longingly. So long as they are acknowledged by the executioner, anyone can, Feng Hong answered coldly, drawing back many of the cultivators who had started to leave. In the end, Lu Yin was among less than 50 people who were still determined to leave. Take them away, the captain waved them off, sending some soldiers to escort the group out of Zhongshan. Looking back, Lu Yin knew that the camp would erupt into chaos soon enough. Outside Zhongshan were a substantial number of survivors and even cultivators. As Lu Yin and the others came out, the crowd immediately pounced on them. Would you like to buy some real estate? If you do, you can come to me. I guarantee I'll give you a good deal. Want to travel, sir? Don't look at me like that. There's way too many zombies and monsters outside Zhongshan, and without a guide, you're sure to get surrounded in no time. Would you like a weapon, sir? I've got sharp blades, tough spears, and a lot of other options. If you want to buy explosives or firearms, I've got those too. How about buying some self-defense options? Who has a map? Lu Yin asked into the crowd, garnering the attention of a beady-eyed cultivator who approached immediately and glared at the surrounding hawkers to shoo them away. He then carefully took a map out of his pockets. Here, only 10 crystals. 10. For a map. Lu Yin's brows shot up. You do know that a single energy crystal is enough for a normal person to become a cultivator. The man whispered in response, brother, this isn't just any map. It marks out the places where powerful monsters and zombies gather outside Zhongshan. You wouldn't want to be surrounded the moment you leave, right? This is your life. Are you telling me your own life isn't worth 10 crystals? Lu Yin laughed. 3 is the best you'll get. I don't have any more. Deal. Take the map, my new friend. Lu Yin suspected he'd been conned since the cultivator had agreed way too easily, but he didn't really mind. He took 3 grain-sized crystals and passed them to the cultivator, who grabbed them excitedly. He then leaned in closer and whispered, here's a little extra for you since you were so easy to do business with. No need to thank me. With that, the man pushed a round pill into Lu Yin's palm and left. Lu Yin recognized it immediately, but that actually prompted a confused look. This was an aphrodisiac, and a powerful one at that. While numerous plant mutations had rendered many older medicines obsolete, products from the new vegetation were more effective than anything humans had before. Lu Yin had seen people who'd used these pills before and knew just how effective they were, but they were also in high demand and extremely expensive. No matter what, a single one was certainly worth more than the 3 energy crystals he'd paid for this map. Who was this guy? Lu Yin ignored his own question and tossed the aphrodisiac before looking around and heading towards the outer city. Studying the map along the way, he headed towards a barren, hilly region to the south. I hope I'll find some clues there. At the highest point in Zhongshan, a gathering mostly comprised of captains sat in a meeting room. On the left of the empty seat at the head of the table was a man in a military uniform with a scar on his face. On the right sat a lovely young woman with glasses. The captain spent a long time waiting before Zhou Shen walked into the room and casually sat at the head of the table. His gaze swept over everyone in the room before resting on the young woman with glasses. How's the plan proceeding? Girl adjusted her glasses. The initial plan to expand Nanjing's base will take at least 2 months, and we could lose up to 2,000 or 3,000 people in battle. If you want to expand Nanjing to its peacetime borders, we'll likely see 3 times those casualties. Zhou Shan frowned. We need to expand the base. The northern expansion has been going well, and in a few months we'll link to the capital city. At that point, the whole country will be reconnected, and reclaiming our country's land will be easy. Showing weakness here will be a joke. Executioner, we just received word that the Tianzhu monk has entered the realm of sky, the man with a scarred face reported. The room broke out in discussions at the news. The whole of China only had 7 realm of sky cultivators, showing the difficulty in reaching that level. For the Tianzhu monk to reach that realm was a huge surprise. Zhou Shan's gaze cooled. Kusen, investigate him. It's impossible for anyone to reach the realm of sky within a year. Got it. Anything else? The scar-faced man had finished, and a cultivator stood to speak up, but suddenly froze as he stared outside the window. Everyone followed suit and made similar dazed faces. Zhou Shan spun around to look, his eyes narrowing as he peered outside. Dozens of meteors streaked across the sky, leaving fiery trails in their wakes. One of them flew in the direction of Nanjing before landing to the south of the gathering point, shaking the earth. These meteors were more dazzling than fireworks, drawing the attention of countless survivors. Lu Yin had watched the scene with the meteors as well, and from a vantage point much closer than any of the other observers. Having followed his new map to the hills south of Zhongshan, he wasn't far from the landing zone when violent shockwaves blew away the clouds. He watched as the earth cracked and debris flew through the air, having to kick away a piece of metal that shot toward him before looking further south. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dashed in the direction of the crash. Back within Nanjing, the executioner soared into the sky. He was just about to charge south before he was stopped by a report, sir. A horde of zombies is charging at the walls. Zhou Shan turned to the east, finding a black mass of zombies heading towards Zhongshan. The city itself had been sealed off in a quick response, but quite a few survivors were left outside, crying out in despair. He grabbed his axe and flew outside the city, striking the ground and destroying a number of zombies with his attack. Open the gates and let the survivors in. I'll defend the city. To the south, smoke billowed into the sky from the site of the meteor crash. The crater spread 1,000 meters with a white ball at the center only 2 meters or so in diameter. Equally white smoke was wafting off it, filling the distorted air all around. Lu Yin approached the crater and hid in an abandoned factory nearby, observing the white ball through a crack in a wooden board. Although he had expected an event like this, he was still caught off guard when it actually occurred. A spacecraft. This is way earlier than I expected. The door of the spacecraft opened with a dull thud, a hand stretching out from within before pausing. A short-haired young man eventually walked out. Oof, I'm exhausted. I know this is supposed to be a trial, but why do they have to choose such a remote planet and make us fly out on our own? The youth stepped out and stretched to get used to his white light armor and combat boots, grabbing a dagger from the spacecraft before putting on what looked like a wristwatch and tapping it once. His gaze quickly hardened as the device emitted a beep, and he turned towards Lu Yin's hiding spot at once. Who's there? Lu Yin immediately ran 10 meters away from the factory, just in time to avoid an energy slash that split the entire building in two. The young man flew into the sky and stared down. Are you a native of this planet, realm of sky? Lu Yin was surprised. I'm speaking to you, can't you hear me? The youth asked with annoyance, casually sweeping his dagger across the air once more. Lu Yin watched as the aftermath formed a deep crater in the ground, raising clouds of dust. You're an alien, he eventually asked. The young man smirked and descended to the ground, glancing at his watch before turning back in shock. Only combat level 8. You shouldn't be able to dodge my attacks at that weight. You specialize in body training. Lu Yin was confused. You should be an alien. The young man frowned. That is technically true, but we'd prefer you natives call us masters. Masters, Lu Yin frowned. The young man looked down at him and said, the Great Yu Empire has been observing your planet for a long time. We have control of it, so we're clearly your masters. Now, do you focus purely on body training? Did you become a seeker yet, or maybe even a sentinel? I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Yin's answer prompted the youth to narrow his gaze. He pondered for a moment before realizing that the natives of the planet couldn't know the different realms of cultivation, his expression turning cold as he glared at Lu Yin. Attack me. I want to see what you're capable of. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Are you sure? The young man scoffed. Do you know who I am? I'm Vesta. The likes of you can't possibly hurt me. Even if you could somehow hide your combat level and were a sentinel, you still wouldn't be able to compete with me. You get to see just how wide the gap is between us. I'll attack then. Lu Yin pulled out his metal rod, rushing forward as Vesta arrogantly crooked a finger. The youth dodged his swing with ease, even placing his hands in his pockets. A planet's natural evolution really does produce a group of brutes. Your attack was swift and decisive, and you went for the killing blow immediately. Well, this is fine too. It really is the only way we can make soldiers out of you people. A different sky. Lu Yin gasped, his rod still stuck against Vesta's foot. Of course. I'm an elite student from the first military school of the Great Yu Empire, qualified and brave enough to apply for trial by planetary evolution. Once I finish my mission, I will join a higher class. Following me will be the best thing to happen in your life. Of course, that depends on whether there's anyone more qualified than you on this planet. You better pray that isn't the case. Ha, the youth kicked the rod away. Lu Yin's expression chilled in the face of Vesta's arrogance, his right palm starting to vibrate as the air rippled around his hand. The alien youth didn't pay any attention at first, but once it caught his eye he was stunned. Shockwave palm, how do you? Lu Yin smashed his palm into Vesta's chest, shockwaves exploding from the impact as the youth's white armor fell apart. Vesta spat out a mouthful of blood as he was thrown back, but managed to twist his body in the air and draw his knife in an attempted counter. Palm still buzzing, Lu Yin simply charged in. You're no native. Vesta growled, attempting to stab forward in the face of Lu Yin's continued palm attack, but Lu Yin's entire body disappeared moments before impact and left him striking an afterimage. Movement skills. The youth spat out another mouthful, a ring melting apart to form armor that covered his entire body. Bang! Lu Yin's palm struck him in the same spot as before, a faint crack ringing out in response. Although the armor had barely managed to cover him in time, it still wasn't enough. His heart was completely shattered, and his body collapsed into a hole next to the spaceship that was now stained with his blood. Lu Yin fell nearly to his knees, panting and grimacing in pain. The blood vessels in his right hand had ruptured from forcing use of the shockwave palm. If not for the chance to kill Vesta instantly, he wouldn't have risked disabling his arm for this attack. Fortunately, he'd managed to wait the talkative youth out long enough to succeed. Still, 2 uses of the shockwave palm and the roving step on top drew everything from his body, leaving him trembling from exhaustion. It took great will to even shuffle over to Vesta's corpse and grab the armor that had returned to ring form. This was a common piece of defensive equipment used by students, and although Vesta's was quite mediocre, it could still protect from an attack in the realm of sky. Besides the ring armor, the device on Vesta's wrist could detect combat level and also held all of Vesta's information, including his location. Lu Yin removed the gadget, disabled its tracking mechanism, and stored it in his cosmic ring before looking at the corpse itself, his gaze landing on the middle finger. He cut the thing off and grabbed a crystal from within. It's really here. Lu Yin was elated as he picked up the crystal. This was the entire reason for his attack on Vesta, and why he hadn't used regular energy crystals to cultivate. This was a formcast model, a crystal that condensed from the energy of a true powerhouse that could stimulate one's biology and sunder their limits. It would also allow them to cultivate by absorbing energy from the universe, which was the most effective training method there was. Consuming energy crystals was much inferior and had many drawbacks, not the least of which were the effort to both gather the crystals and break through one's own limits. While the energy from the crystals found in the bodies of mutated beasts was also a form of condensed starforce, the crystals had too many impurities and would cause more harm than good when ingested. People who trained with energy crystals were sometimes called rangers, but many simply called them war slaves. Lu Yin did indeed come from the skies beyond, but to keep his identity legal, he hadn't trained with a formcast model before arriving at Earth. Every formcast user in the universe was required to register themselves in the Great U Empire, but the Empire's Youth Council had decreed one exception. Anything obtained during a planetary evolution trial was one's own property. This was an inviolable rule. This guy was only a sentinel, which means this formcast model has been used twice. There's only one chance left. I'll have to keep looking, Lu Yin mumbled as he tossed Vesta into the spacecraft, turning to leave. However, a dark silhouette suddenly cast a shadow upon him, warning him of a sudden attack. He turned his body sideways and blocked the attack with an explosive kick, giving himself a chance to back away. The attacker, who was in the realm of Earth, also backed up before raising her head, revealing a delicate face. Why did you attack me? Lu Yin asked icily. Even though he hadn't felt any killing intent from the woman, a sneak attack was just that. The girl studied the spaceship before turning to focus on him. I saw you throw the alien's corpse into the spaceship. Why did you kill that alien? Who are you? Do you know something? Why would I tell you? Lu Yin sneered. Because I'll make you, the woman answered, pulling out a dagger and leaping towards him. The weapon emitted waves of cold as it cut through the air. Lu Yin tried to dodge, but her dagger constantly tore through the air and struck towards his vitals. He eventually found the right moment and grabbed her wrist with one hand, using the other to strike her stomach, but she raised her eyebrows and dropped her weapon to block his palm. The temperature plummeted as their hands met. Battle technique. Lu Yin turned solemn, his palm had started to freeze. You cannot match me. Answer me now, the woman commanded as the temperature dropped further. Lu Yin grew serious in the face of this unknown assailant. He hadn't even started to recover from his previous battle, so it was impossible to use Shockwave Palm to break free of the chilling grip. As the frost continued to spread and burn down his options, he quickly forced his legs to move and pushed the woman along using roving step. The sudden shift immediately left her vomiting uncontrollably, to the point that she nearly fell unconscious. Taking the opportunity to tear off her sleeve, he watched as a few leaves drifted to the ground and froze it. So you had to rely on something external. I knew you couldn't be that good, he mocked her. What did you just do? The woman gritted her teeth. Was that a battle technique? Lu Yin remained silent, considering whether to kill her, but all thoughts of that were thrown away as a gust filled the hilly area. The executioner flying over made it impossible for him to make a move, but curiously enough, the woman didn't actually seem happy to see the man. Was she not from the camp? The air billowed out from Zhou Shan as he descended majestically, his eyes sweeping across Lu Yin and the woman before settling on the white spacecraft. Can someone give me an explanation? Lu Yin's mind raced as he considered his answer. I was exploring the area when this spacecraft crashed down and a person stepped out from within. He tried to kill me, but he might have been injured from the impact, so I managed to take him out. Zhou Shan stared at Lu Yin before shifting his gaze to the girl, seemingly losing all sense of urgency as he smiled. It's been a long time, Snow Maiden. The woman bowed. Zhao Yu pays her respects to the executioner. This revelation shocked Lu Yin. He had heard of the Snow Maidens before. They were the water sage's disciples from the Blue Camp in the Changbai Mountains. Why was one here at Nanjing? We haven't met since the apocalypse. I never expected so much to change, Zhou Shan sighed. Zhao Yu gathered herself and bowed. The water sage sends her congratulations for gaining control of the Su district. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. What is there to congratulate? I know how powerful the three high sages are. I can't compare to your master in any way. You alone are already stronger than all of my captains. Zhao Yu smiled. That's too much to say when I was just defeated by one of yours. He's quite strong. Him? Zhou Shan pointed at Lu Yin with astonishment. I don't even know him. Isn't he one of the troop leaders under you? Zhao Yu asked with similar surprise, prompting a curious gaze from the executioner. He couldn't see the strength needed to defeat a snow maiden in the youth at all. Lu Yin stared down while considering the implications of this conversation. These two clearly knew each other from before the apocalypse, but they hadn't met since then. This meant Zhou Shan had seen the power of the three high sages even before disaster had struck. It was publicly known that the seven sages had started cultivating even before the apocalypse, and Lu Yin had also heard that exploring Neptune had been quite fruitful. A corpse and a warblade had been retrieved on that trip. China had eventually succumbed to global pressure and shared some items to prevent a world war, which showed just how valuable they were. He clenched a fist as he pondered the fact that the seven sages were able to cultivate before the apocalypse showed that they had relied on an object from that corpse. This validated his search. The seven sages couldn't possibly have known about formcast models, so if that corpse was from a supreme being, it possibly still retained the model within the body. This had been his goal all along. It wasn't long before the soldiers from the camp arrived, led by a pretty woman with glasses. Zhou Shan ordered his troops to seal off the perimeter, allowing a group of researchers to head towards the spacecraft as he turned to Lu Yin, little brother. What can you tell me about the alien? With Zhao Yu's gaze falling on him as well, Lu Yin took a moment to think over his answer. I heard him talk a bit. He mentioned some academic assessment, a trial by planetary evolution. Zhou Shan's eyes flashed, that was all. Lu Yin nodded. He really didn't say much. He called us natives, said he wanted to enslave me. Natives? Zhou Shan sneered and looked at the sky. It looks like Earth won't remain calm much longer. There were dozens of spaceships that just landed, which means dozens of aliens. I didn't imagine we'd make contact so soon. Lu Yin stared at the man who didn't seem all that surprised, but they were soon interrupted by the woman who came up to report, Executioner, we plan to take the spacecraft back to Nanjing for analysis. Unfortunately, the alien's heart was destroyed. The traces make it seem like he should have had a weapon on hand, but we weren't able to find anything. Lu Yin had ruined the surroundings after he had searched Vesta's corpse, so they were simply unable to restore the scene to its original state. Zhou Shan looked over, little brother. Could you hand over anything that you took from the alien's body to help us with research? Rest assured, we will return it once our investigation is complete. This is his weapon. I didn't take anything else. Lu Yin pulled out the dagger after some muttering, opening his shirt up to show Zhou Shan and the rest. It was impossible for anyone here to recognize the cosmic ring. The people of this planet wouldn't even think of a ring that acted as a storage space. Zhou Shan took the knife and waved it around, a careless slash splitting the earth open in front of him. Sharp, this material truly isn't from Earth, he said as he handed the weapon to the spectacled woman, stern gaze focusing on Lu Yin to confirm that nothing else had been concealed. He stepped forward and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, complimenting him. You've killed an alien and defeated a snow maiden, little brother. That's quite good. What's your name? Would you be interested in joining my camp as a captain? Lu Yin agreed without any hesitation, but in reality he had no other choice. The executioner seemed gentle for now, but he knew that he was currently under suspicion. Almost anyone would believe that he'd hidden some of the alien's possessions away, so he couldn't be allowed to leave. It was better to just agree and avoid conflict. He didn't currently have the power to handle someone in the realm of sky in a fair fight. Vesta had only died to carelessness, something Zhou Shan would certainly avoid. Besides, there were numerous other cultivators around as well. Zhao Yu alone would be difficult to deal with. Said girl suddenly frowned from the side, turning to Zhou Shan. I can't contact the water sage. All forms of communication were cut off when they descended. Zhou Shan nodded solemnly. The pulse from their descent took out communication lines. I'll send out emergency repair teams shortly. Rest assured that the blue camp is fine for now. The water sage is powerful. Zhao Yu nodded in silent agreement. One couldn't unlock all the secrets of the alien spacecraft overnight, but fortunately it was small enough to be transported back into Zhongshan with ease. Zhou Shan stood at the highest point of Nanjing, looking towards the south. The woman with glasses approached him. Executioner, we finished searching the area surrounding the crater. There was nothing hidden. That man isn't lying. Zhou Shan sighed. I understand. You may leave. There is another thing I must report. We found evidence of a battle being covered up around the pit. This Lu Yin may not be as simple as he seems. He may be very strong. Zhou Shan smiled. I know. He defeated a snow maiden even with injuries to his right palm and leg. His true strength is at the peak of the realm of Earth. He also doesn't seem to have absorbed energy crystals a single time in his life. He's really interesting. Should we continue to monitor him? No need. We should be as united as possible right now. Besides, so what if he hid his strength? He's only in the realm of Earth. He can't reach the next level. Understood. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was in his new captain's residence near the middle of the camp. While none of the 80,000 soldiers truly served this so-called 14th captain, he himself was only concerned with using the formcast model to become a true cultivator. Sitting down cross-legged on his bed, he took 10 minutes to slow his breathing before opening his eyes and calmly retrieving the formcast model from his cosmic ring. He grew excited as he bit his index finger hard enough to draw blood, pressing the crystal into the wound. The formcast model slowly vanished underneath his skin, and it wasn't long before the excruciating pain he was waiting for arrived. His gaze defocused and he clenched his teeth as he endured the mind-numbing pain, waves of agony crashing into his body and tearing everything apart. This was the feeling of his cells developing and reorganizing, his very organs and blood vessels writhing as they warped. It felt like a burning hand was squeezing his entire being. After what seemed like forever, Lu Yin finally felt a huge surge in his power. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes brightening once more as his body expelled numerous impurities. The energy emitted from the event incinerated this filth, distorting the air around him. A long time passed before Lu Yin coughed out some more blood, a shockwave rippling out from his body that overturned his tent. The blast destroyed equipment and knocked over trees for hundreds of meters in all directions, prompting the arrival of two captains who were looking for the source of the disturbance. Are you Lu Yin, the new captain? Feng Hong's voice rang out, a questioning gaze directed at the ruins of Lu Yin's tent. Lu Yin quickly emerged from the ruins, walking with unsteady steps. He was pale as a ghost, but still noticed the woman next to Feng Hong as well as the soldiers who were looking on cautiously. Yes, I'm Lu Yin. Sorry for the disturbance. Why are you so weak? The two captains stared at him in shock. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I saw the executioner display his battle technique a while ago, and it made me want to try mine as well. Unfortunately, I failed and hurt myself. Feng Hong immediately relaxed and chuckled. Brother Lu tried to hold back a bit. Battle techniques are difficult to train and take patience. We captains have the occasional fortune to train with the executioner, so I suggest you wait for him. Feng Hong waved him off. You're most welcome. After all, we're all brothers in this camp and will need to rely on each other to face future disasters. I'll have someone clear out another tent for you, so get some rest. Right, do you need a doctor? Oh no, these are just superficial wounds. I'm just tired. Good, then we'll head out. Rest well, Brother Lu. Feng Hong nodded before sending a glance towards the woman. Nodding herself in acknowledgement, she took one more look at Lu Yin and left. Lu Yin followed some soldiers to a nearby tent where one soldier saluted him. I will take my leave now, Commander Lu. Just give us a shout if there's anything else you need. He nodded and entered his tent as the soldiers left, eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. The formcast model had succeeded and even given him an enormous surprise. A six-sided die appeared in his palm as he raised his hand, sparkling with starry energy. It looked completely ordinary, but he knew it to be an innate gift, something few cultivators got with their first use of a formcast model. Innate gifts were odd things that many scholars considered the biggest mystery of existence. No one knew where they came from, and the popular belief that they were connected to one's origin were speculation at best. However, Lu Yin couldn't care less about said origin. He was only concerned with the properties of the innate gift itself. Before coming to Earth, Lu Yin had heard of many types of powerful innate gifts. Every cultivator with a unique one was a prodigy who would be recruited eagerly all over the universe. Perhaps the most well-known detail about them was the fact that any cultivator with one would gain instant membership amongst the Universe Youth Council. While that was an immense advantage on its own, however, the actual utility of the innate gift was important as well. Lu Yin eagerly poked the die that was gently floating in the air, starting it on a quick spin before it came to a halt. The pips on 5 sides blanked out, leaving only one visible. He'd rolled a 5. He instantly knew that this side's use was pilfer, its details randomly appearing in his mind. The use of this side could steal any item that a random individual had in their cosmic ring, and before he could react, a beam of light formed a passage in midair. A crystal fragment fell out from within, after which the die blurred and vanished with the passage. This is something that was recovered for me. Lu Yin stared at the crystal fragment blankly, eventually picking up and studying it. Realizing its use, he grabbed Vesta's watch from his cosmic ring and inserted the fragment within. A single ray of light drew two words in front of him: cosmic art. The dazzling images that followed left him dazed. Silhouettes, images of the universe, galaxies, and palm prints all flashed across his vision for half an hour before the crystal exploded, rousing him from his trance. After a few more minutes of shock, he finally acknowledged that he had received something truly powerful. The cosmic art was a technique that could allow one to absorb energy from the stars. It imitated the movements of the celestial bodies, and theoretically, each addition to the imitation would increase the speed of energy absorption. Even though the cosmic art technique that he had received was incomplete, it could still allow him to imitate up to 8 orbiting celestial bodies. In other words, if he succeeded in learning this technique, his energy absorption would increase 8-fold. Furthermore, the technique also included a battle skill called the cosmic palm that could allow the user to release star energy from their palm, which was a very powerful ability. This was astonishing. Lu Yin stored his personal gadget and excitedly started to review the cosmic art. This was something that he had never heard of before, but he had no doubts as to how powerful it was. With such power, it probably even originated from the Universe. He was ecstatic at his unbelievable luck. For the die to land on pilfer was already rare, but he had no right to expect anything more than a random pair of underwear. A powerful technique like the cosmic art was enough to secure his future. It was a pity it was only the introductory level of the technique. He shook his head and let out a laugh. He was overthinking things. This type of technique would be a powerhouse's treasure. The safeguards would be extremely complicated, and there was no way that someone would put its entirety in a single crystal fragment. What he had received was clearly just a partial recording of the complete technique that must have been taken from some poor fool. Trying to retrieve the entire technique would be a monumental task. Lu Yin dismissed this train of thought and left his tent. Leaning against a tree, he gazed up at the sky and pondered about how he would start training this new technique. If he had to imitate celestial orbits, he had to first enter the sky. In the depths of the universe was a massive mountain surrounded by a dozen stars, its flaming summit making it look like a cigarette butt that pulsed bright and dark every few seconds. The smoke shooting out from this peak seemed like a ribbon sent to wrap around the world. "You what?" A voice roared within the massive mountain. "You stupid brat, how could you have lost the technique? Did you give it to some wench? Get over here." In the darkness, a young man could be seen fleeing in a pitiful state as he covered his buttocks and cried, "Master, please. This is an unjust accusation. It wasn't me. It just disappeared. Do you take your master as a fool? Who could steal something from right under my eyes? Come out at once. Master, please, damn it." Lu Yin had little success with the cosmic art over the course of the night. As the sun started to rise, he eventually made his way back towards Zhongshan with tired steps. At the highest point of Zhongshan, many people were seated inside a meeting room. Once again, the seat for the chief was left empty, but as Lu Yin entered the room, he became the center of everyone's attention. Some people looked at him with curiosity, other looks were friendly, while still more were suspicious. "Brother Lu, come sit over here," Feng Hong called out, an invitation that Lu Yin accepted. He ended up sitting between Feng Hong and the beautiful woman he'd seen the night before, and across the other side was the woman with glasses whom he'd met out south. Although most of the people here were captains, some researchers were also present. When Zhou Shan finally entered the meeting room, he scanned through it and paused on Lu Yin with a hint of suspicion before taking his seat and smiling. "Let me introduce you all to Lu Yin, our newest captain." Lu Yin rose from his seat, nodded his head in greetings to the other individuals in the room before sitting back down. The meeting quickly moved on to actual issues the camp was facing, forcing him to listen for more than half an hour before it finally ended. Even then, he wasn't dismissed, being asked by Zhou Shan to stay behind for a private conversation. "It felt like you had never trained with energy crystals yesterday. I wanted to ask you about that, but it looks like you were just completely spent." Lu Yin nodded solemnly. "That alien was very powerful. Even severely wounded, fighting him forced me to use all my energy. I could tell. He was someone in the realm of sky, so killing him was clearly no easy feat." Zhou Shan laughed. Lu Yin laughed but otherwise stayed quiet, so the sage spoke up once more. "I heard you wanted to leave the camp yesterday. Why is that?" "I like my freedom, and the atmosphere of the military camp was too stifling for me," Lu Yin answered. Zhou Shan nodded his head and sighed. "Many people feel the same way, but when faced with annihilation, we humans should unite together. That requires some sacrifices. I understand, executioner," Lu Yin replied. Zhou Shan grunted in acknowledgement. How are your injuries? Nothing serious, I'll heal quickly. We cultivators are lucky in this regard. We have amazing healing abilities compared to regular humans. True, we are also more at risk, but once you have experienced power, you never want to be weak again. This drives you to work even harder to grow stronger. Many people have died in pursuit of strength. I don't know when I myself might meet that fate. Lu Yin knew what Zhou Shan said was true. The 7 sages of China were worth less than ants in the greater universe, the so-called realm of sky outmatched even by many students across the myriad stars. Out there, this stage was known as the Sentinel, only the second stage of training. The stages of cultivation in the universe started with the Seeker, cultivators who were first starting to look for their paths like helpless chicks. Next came the Sentinel, when they explored the power of the human body. Third was Melder, when one would grow in strength and even reach the limits of the human body. The 4th stage was known as Limiteer, when one broke through the limits of the human body. Beyond this was the Explorer, those who could travel through space all on their own. Someone at this stage could collapse the mountains of Earth with a single wave of their hands. However, even such powerhouses could not create formcast models. There was no end to the path of cultivation, but people who had trained with energy crystals like Zhou Shan would find it nearly impossible to even become an explorer. The stronger one became, the more they would realize their own insignificance. Ah, why am I getting all philosophical with you? Let's go watch the fun. Zhao, you should be sparring with one of the captains right now. Zhou Shan smiled and led Lu Yin out of the meeting room. They arrived atop the plaza without further conversation, watching through the glass pane as another captain lost a bout to Zhao Yu. The girl's clothes weren't even ruffled yet, but she was still swift and decisive in her attacks. Lu Yin had experienced all this before, but now it was Feng Hong's turn to receive her assault. Zhou Shan looked down and shook his head. There are strong and weak cultivators at every stage, and the gap can be huge. Zhao Yu can easily defeat my captains, even without using any battle techniques. Her technique relies on some sort of plant, Lu Yin commented as he stared down. Zhou Shan laughed, of course. It doesn't matter if it's the snow maidens or the water sage herself. They all rely on external objects to use the frost palm. The human body is unable to conjure something like that on its own. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed at the foolishness of that statement, but he kept quiet. Powerful battle techniques could even alter nature. It was just that people with such skills didn't exist on Earth. His own cosmic art could even imitate the movements of celestial bodies, though no one would believe him even if he told them. Feng Hong's defeat came quickly, followed by 2 more captains consecutively being trounced as well. Eventually, no one else was willing to challenge the Snow Maiden, who matched gazes with everyone around her. I was told all the captains here are capable. Why aren't any of you willing to spar with me? Feng Hong and the other captains grimaced, but Zhou Shan just laughed from above the plaza. The Water Sage's 3 disciples are said to be invincible within the realm of Earth. That certainly seems to ring true. Zhao Yu looked up and stared straight at Lu Yin, crooking her finger at him. Feng Hong and the others were surprised, but Lu Yin raised a brow at this open provocation. Zhou Shan grinned. It seems like she's not convinced that you defeated her yesterday. Yesterday didn't have a clear winner, Lu Yin answered. Zhou Shan agreed, then just go and face her. We can't embarrass ourselves. Lu Yin nodded and left the room. The hundreds of cultivators in the plaza were discussing the previous matches, most of them amazed by Zhao Yu's might. Having defeated multiple captains in a row, she had quickly become a goddess to these soldiers. However, said goddess breathed in deeply as she saw Lu Yin approaching, taking the upcoming fight seriously. She still couldn't accept what had happened the day before. Despite initially holding the upper hand, she had been defeated by a single battle technique. She wanted to observe that skill once more. Feng Hong went out of his way to approach Lu Yin and warn him, "Be careful, brother Lu. This woman can use a battle skill called the Frost Palm that is very strong." Lu Yin nodded and headed toward Zhao Yu. "Please begin." Zhao Yu leaped up with her hand raised, using a dagger in the exact same manner she had next to the landing site. A blast of cold sliced through the air, but this time Lu Yin evaded it with ease. He was completely different from the day before yesterday. He had merely been a human with a strong body, but today he was a cultivator who had already entered the realm of Earth. Despite the carefree evasion, Feng Hong was anxious since Zhao Yu's attacks kept speeding up. There was a freezing energy coming off the dagger that quickly dropped the temperature in the vicinity, the very earth fracturing as she spun around like a whirlwind. This Snow Maiden's pressure blasted the walls and even suppressed the breathing of some cultivators around. However, Lu Yin merely observed for a while before he lifted an arm and rushed forward, leaving a dazed Zhao Yu behind. She looked at her empty hands. Her dagger was now with him. Feng Hong was shocked at first, but that quickly changed to excitement. "That was great, Brother Lu, you did great." "Yes," others echoed from the crowd as well. Lu Yin turned to face Zhao Yu and casually tossed the dagger back. "Do you want to go again?" Zhao Yu stared at Lu Yin. "How did you do that?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I'm quick and have a good eye." "Bullshit," everyone thought instantly. Fine, Zhao Yu shook her head, you win. You disarmed me before I could so much as touch you. There shouldn't be anyone in the realm of Earth who can match you. Lu Yin laughed. These people were too isolated. Seekers of their caliber who had no proper battle skills were innumerable amongst the dregs of the various academies in the universe. That being said, she was still right in a way. There was no seeker on Earth who could defeat him. Zhao Yu sheathed her dagger despondently before realizing that there was something different about Lu Yin from the day before. You, was your energy used up yesterday? Lu Yin couldn't be bothered to explain and just turned around to leave, planning to head out and see if the thing he was searching for could be found in the mountains or some other hidden area. The Snow Maiden desperately wanted to ask him about his battle technique, but she couldn't bring herself to call out to him. Such arts were personal, and she had no right to ask. Feng Hong and the other captains were still dazed by Lu Yin's strength. They hadn't ever doubted that he'd killed an alien, but all of them had conveniently forgotten that even injured, that was someone in the realm of sky. While Lu Yin was officially made a captain yesterday, it was only now that the camp gave him any power he had been assigned 100 soldiers to serve under him. As he walked out from Zhongshan, he summoned a young cultivator with a wave of his hand. Do you have any orders, sir? The youth asked. Do you know where the old gun store in Nanjing is? It's to the northwest. Lu Yin took out a map. Mark it out for me. The soldier took out a pen and circled a place on the map. Lu Yin took a look. You can go back. I'll explore a bit on my own. The soldier hesitated, sir. The gun store was destroyed even before the apocalypse. The few remaining ballistics were moved out as well. If you need one, you can ask the executioner. I understand. You can go back now. Lu Yin nodded, but still walked towards the northwest alone. It was true that the soldiers answered to him, but they were also here to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, he didn't plan to hide his movements anyway. What he was searching for was extremely well hidden, and it was pointless to search at random. With the strength he had shown, there would be minimal opposition to his advance. In fact, someone could even step forth to help him find what he wanted. His assumption was indeed correct. A short while after he left, Zhou Shan paused at a report he'd received, the weapons storehouse. Why is he heading there? The woman adjusted her glasses. It has already been destroyed, and he knows this. We know he's looking for something, but we don't know what. Leave him be, we don't have any secrets here, Zhou Shan smiled. Zhongshan was the center of Nanjing, and the closer an area was to the mountain, the safer it was. The urban regions had thus descended into chaos, with people living on the streets and even in the river as they cowered in fear from the zombies outside. However, there were some people who actually celebrated this anarchy. They were no longer restrained by societal morals and gave in to every whim that crossed their minds. Lu Yin had seen many cultivators bullying the survivors, and there was no way for the soldiers to keep everyone in line. Uncertainty was the state of the entire world, but he understood that this was the steep price to be paid whenever a planet was to evolve. The gloomy sky soon gave way to heavy rain, a mix of blood and water flowing in the streets. Lu Yin quickly found a restaurant that seemed clean and took a seat. Even the entrance was crowded here, but not with people wanting to get in. On the few occasions where leftovers were brought out to be thrown into the trash, the people would riot for the food. Stay away from me, the waiter, clearly a cultivator himself, scolded the crowd as he tossed them a pail of trash, and wash the bucket before you return it, or I'm giving this to someone else next time. Watching the commotion outside, Lu Yin ordered a random 2 dishes before looking around. This restaurant clearly had someone important backing it. There were soldiers constantly patrolling the street, and the crowd outside didn't dare cause a problem. A restaurant that could function in these chaotic times was definitely out of the ordinary. Here is your food, please enjoy. The waiter dropped the dishes off quickly. Lu Yin took a single bite and frowned. Although the food was much better than the mutant rats or dogs he had needed to eat, it still wasn't very good. Swallowing hard, he started to go through it slowly while studying his map. Shortly after, a group of about a dozen people entered the restaurant. The restaurant owner's face lit up as soon as he saw them. Young Master Kang, please come in. The rain is terrible outside. Just let us know whatever you want and we'll send it over right away. The young man at the head of the group just nodded in acknowledgement and sat at a nearby table, only briefly glancing at Lu Yin before looking away and tapping the table. Bring him over. A person was thrown to the ground with a thud, overturning several seats. The man looked up at young Master Kang while trembling. I'm sorry, young Master Kang. I didn't know that it belonged to you. If I had known, I never would have dared to take it. I'm so sorry. Please let me off this time. The boy sneered. Let you off. If I did that, I would lose the respect of my followers. Did you know that I was planning to give that item to my uncle? Now that you've lost it, I'll give you 2 choices. Pay me 30 crystals or die. Young Master Kang, no. The person wallowed in despair. I really didn't know it was yours. Please forgive me, let me go, and I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. However, the youth just slammed his fist on the table and pulled out a gun, aiming it at the man's head. If you don't have the crystals, you're dead. The person shrank back, wailing in horror, but then suddenly noticed Lu Yin sitting nearby. He pointed over. It's him. He's the one I gave it to. Everyone turned around to look at Lu Yin, who simply set his glass down and stayed silent. He had noticed as soon as the group entered that the man being beaten was the same sketchy cultivator who had sold him the map he was studying. He had paid 3 crystals for the map, and the man had given him a pill as well. He'd found it strange at the time since the pill was very expensive, but now he realized that the pill had been stolen from this young Master Kang. The youth stared at Lu Yin for a while before kicking the sketchy cultivator. "How dare you lie to me, Susan? Just pointing at a random person won't save your life." Susan protested desperately, "But it's true, it really is him. He bought a map from me. Look, I sold him the map on the table. There's my mark on the bottom right corner." Young Master Kang and his followers looked over to check, as did Lu Yin. There was indeed a mark on the corner, and the group immediately dragged Susan over. "Brother, if you took something that wasn't yours, shouldn't you give it back now? Get lost." Lu Yin dismissed them. Youth glowered, and one of the cultivators behind him raged. "What a tough attitude. Do you even know who's behind young Master Kang? You have some guts." Someone else tried to capture Lu Yin just as the man finished, but Lu Yin just took a chopstick and threw it forward. The thin bamboo pierced through the arms of several cultivators before it finally struck the wall, crumbling in the process. Blood sprayed out of the victims even as the wall itself collapsed, howls of pain ringing throughout the area. The youth paled and retreated anxiously with the rest of his posse, while the other cultivators and restaurant owner fled in shock. Young Master Kang pointed his gun at Lu Yin. "My uncle is a captain. Don't hurt us and just return it to me and everything can be worked out." "I threw it away," Lu Yin answered. Young Master Kang obviously didn't believe him. "I'll tell you again, hand that thing over, or else you'll know true despair. You can't afford to anger a powerhouse in the realm of Earth." Lu Yin was puzzled. If your uncle is a realm of Earth expert, why does he need that pill? "How dare you insult my uncle? You must have a death wish. Lao Wu, contact my uncle now." Young Master Kang's voice spluttered as his face twitched. He wasn't stupid either, and knew that the gun wouldn't be able to stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Susan's half-dead body on the floor. He had believed that the arrogant young man wanted the pill, but realized that he was actually looking for something else, and that Susan had pushed the blame for this onto him. Susan noticed and immediately avoided his gaze, but he just smiled. He didn't mind taking the fall, but was now curious about what item could have roused the interest of a captain. He knew that Earth's evolution was giving rise to many exotic items, which was why so many students from academies across the universe had come here to train. There was a possibility that this captain had found something special. A short while later, a middle-aged man approached the restaurant and waved the soldiers away before peering in. The youth raised his gun up high and called out excitedly, "Uncle, over here." Lu Yin looked over only to recognize the man as Kang Daifeng, one of the captains who had been defeated by Zhao Yu. The man nodded towards his nephew. "Did you find it?" "I did, but this guy took it away," the youth replied angrily. Kang Daifeng looked over with similar anger, but that expression quickly changed at the sight of Lu Yin. The image of Zhao Yu's defeat was still etched in his mind, and he'd even felt envious of the new captain who defeated a snow maiden with ease. He walked over with a smile. "Brother Lu." Lu Yin smiled back. "What a coincidence, Brother Kang. Are you here for a meal?" Kang Daifeng answered. "This restaurant is owned by my brother, so we come here for our gatherings quite often. I must apologize for what happened today. I hope Brother Lu won't hold it against my nephew. He's young and doesn't know better." Everyone was flabbergasted by what they were seeing. What did this mean? Had they confronted some powerhouse? Lu Yin grinned. "Everything's fine, it was nothing serious." Kang Daifeng immediately glared at the youth. "Get over here and apologize to Brother Lu." The nephew wasn't stupid and didn't stop to question things at all as he smiled and bowed in respect. "Forgive me, Captain Lu, I didn't recognize you. I hope you won't blame me." "I said it's fine." Lu Yin waved it off, chatting with Kang Daifeng for a while before the man left with the youths in tow. It wasn't appropriate to say too much to a new acquaintance, but before the man left, Lu Yin asked for Susan to be left behind. In the meanwhile, the owner of the restaurant personally served Lu Yin and offered him many of the best dishes as a courtesy. Outside the restaurant, young Master Kang finally showed his confusion. "Uncle, why were you so polite to that person? Isn't he another captain like you?" Kang Daifeng spoke softly. "Remember to be polite if you meet him again. He's extremely powerful. Aren't you also in the realm of Earth, Uncle? How strong could he be?" "Shush, this guy is several times stronger than me. Outside of the executioner himself, no one in Nanjing can defeat him. Even Li Hongliang might not be a match." Young Master Kang's mouth fell open, and he looked back at the restaurant in a daze before fleeing. Only now did he realize how close he'd come to dying. Back in the restaurant, Lu Yin looked at Susan coldly. "You're quite brave to push the blame onto me." Susan felt like all of his luck had left him. First, he had stolen something only to discover that it belonged to young Master Kang, and then he had tried to blame someone else who had turned out to be even more powerful. Even a captain had been deferential. Susan was convinced that God had abandoned him and that he was about to die. What was the thing that Kang Daifeng wanted? Lu Yin asked casually. A red crystal, but I already sold it. Suzanne collapsed on the ground and replied bitterly. Oh, was it quite hot? How did you know? Suzanne was shocked. Lu Yin immediately recognized the item as a fire crystal. Many battle techniques required such crystals since they could produce flames upon contact. In concept, their usage was similar to Zhao Yu's frost palm. They were external items that could help execute a battle technique. Fire crystals were very popular in the universe, and were naturally very rare in a place like Earth. It was little wonder that Kang Daifeng desired one so much. Do you know where it came from? He asked. Suzanne shook his head. Ha ha ha. So you pushed the blame on me and made me a random enemy out of nowhere, yet there's no compensation. Suzanne paled. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Lu Yin played with his chopstick. Do you want to bet that this chopstick can pierce your throat? I feel like testing it out. Suzanne shook with fear, remembering the earlier scene of another chopstick piercing the arms of multiple cultivators. He started banging his forehead against the floor, his repeated kowtows forming a small lump on his forehead and causing Lu Yin to shake his head. He had gone so far that the man now saw a shadow of his death. Sipping on his water, he prepared to leave. Suzanne nervously watched Lu Yin stand up, fully certain of the upcoming pain. Life had lost its value since the apocalypse, and murder was quite common. With the confidence that he was about to be killed to soothe Lu Yin's anger, he hurriedly shouted, Sir, I can help you with many things. Please don't kill me. Lu Yin simply ignored him and headed towards the exit, but as he passed by, the man's fear of death reached a new peak. Suzanne had seen many instances of the strong killing the weak, so he braced himself and spoke up, Sir, I have a special ability that can help you. This finally caught Lu Yin's attention. He stopped immediately, turning around in astonishment. What did you say? A special ability? White with fear, the man stuttered out. My eyes I can see very far, much farther than normal people. That's how I'm so successful with theft. Surprised, Lu Yin squatted beside him and stared at his eyes, noticing the slight angle between his pupils. His excitement grew as he recognized the innate gift, something incredibly rare amongst the countless cultivators of the universe. He frowned. Farsight. Does anyone else know about this? Suzanne shook his head. I didn't want others to think I was a freak. You're the first person to know. Lu Yin's mouth curved up in a smile. Your name? Suzanne. A trembling Suzanne nodded. Are you going to dissect me? Lu Yin laughed. I won't, but others might want to. You must never reveal your special ability, do you understand? This explanation confused Suzanne a little, but he still nodded in the end. Cultivators who had not left their home planet could not understand the value of innate gifts. The Universe Youth Council allowed any cultivator with an innate gift to join them directly, an unreachable dream for countless others. To Lu Yin, Suzanne was a priceless treasure that would be of immense use in the future. In fact, he could even be sold off for immense wealth. Suzanne turned out to be surprisingly well connected in Nanjing. Lu Yin covered all of the district in only a few days' time, including the destroyed weapons cache, but he couldn't find a single hint of what he was searching for. He eventually brought Suzanne over to a mountain, which the thief promptly explained, Boss, this is Jinlin's second highest peak. It's only shorter than Zhongshan. Lu Yin grunted, ignore Zhongshan, look for other areas with a higher concentration of troops. Suzanne nodded and stared out. His eyes seemed to lose focus but brightened at the same time. A while later, he smiled bitterly, Boss. I can see a long way, but I can't clearly see all of Nanjing. Keep practicing, you'll get better. Suzanne remained silent and widened his eyes before suddenly shouting and pointing to the eastern sky. Boss, is that someone flying? Lu Yin looked up with surprise, finding that someone was indeed heading toward the camp. It was also obvious from first glance that this wasn't someone from Earth, but instead someone from the stars like Vesta. He was soon hovering right over Nanjing, emitting a great roar of violent energy that engulfed it in a tempestuous storm. Alarms rang out immediately, and many who looked up at the sky froze up in fear of the powerful figure in the air. Realm of Sky. Back in Zhongshan, Feng Hong and the other captains rushed out with deathly pale faces. Many of them stared at the sky in bewilderment. Flight was something only those in the Realm of Sky were capable of. When had another such expert appeared in China? Orton looked down on Zhongshan's assembly grounds from his vantage point, radiating an arrogance reminiscent of Vesta. Perhaps everyone who came from the wider universe treated the people of Earth like savages. A voice echoed out from Zhongshan, respected warrior in the Realm of Sky, why are you attacking Nanjing's assembly grounds? This is an area protected by the Executioner Sage. Despite being a question, the voice was noticeably deferential. Orton sneered, Executioner Sage. Is this a title you natives gave yourself? Calling yourself a sage, how bold. Tell him to get out here. The millions gathered in Nanjing's assembly grounds were frightened at this clearly hostile warrior, while Feng Hong and his peers who knew what was going on had ugly expressions on their faces. They understood that this was another alien, just like the one who had been killed a few days ago. This did not bode well for Nanjing. On the executioner, Zhou Shan's roar rang out from below, his massive 3-meter-long axe glinting as he flew into the sky to confront the enemy. Many people cheered at the appearance of their guardian angel. Orton scoffed, you should know of my origins. I'll give you one chance to serve me. Perhaps I'll bring you out of this planet and into the skies in the future." Joshan squinted his eyes. "Forgive me, I don't know what origin you speak of." Orton sneered. "A mere native dares to act clever with me. Vesta landed in this area, so don't tell me you haven't seen him. I'll have you know that I'm ranked much higher at the academy than he is, and you will have a much brighter future with me." Joshan tightened his grip on his axe. "We're earthlings, not natives. Looks like words won't work. I'll have to show you the difference between natives and their masters." A smirk appeared on Orton's face, and immediately after he finished speaking, a sword flashed towards Joshan. Even the executioner himself was caught off guard by the surprise attack, but fortunately, his reflexes and battle experience allowed him to deflect the longsword with his axe. He spun around with pause, using the momentum for an admirable upward slash that took the enemy by surprise. Orton's longsword rushed to block the heavy weapon, but even then his body was thrown back 100 meters, and his hands were numbed by the clash. The collision sent shockwaves towards the assembly grounds that sundered the earth, creating crevices hundreds of meters long that sent countless people fleeing for their lives. Such power, Orton was amazed, but he sneered as Joshan swung the axe towards him and again. This time he blocked it with ease, prompting the executioner to pause and squint before attacking again. "Trying to push me away from this place. No matter, I'll show you your place." Orton deflected the massive axe once more with his sword, but was still pushed back by the force. He used the momentum to fly away from the assembly grounds near Nanjing. Although the exchange had only taken an instant, countless people were amazed at the sight of people who could fight in midair. These men seemed to hold the strength of gods, every blow capable of splitting the earth. Only Feng Hong and the other captains were worried for Zhou Shan. The fact that the aliens willingly landed on Earth showed that they were prepared. From the top of a different peak, Su San was shaken by the sight of the battle. This was the first time he had seen a fight between two warriors in the realm of sky, and it greatly broadened his horizons. Beside him, Lu Yin frowned as he looked outside the camp towards the source of the vague rumblings. He was aware that any student who came to Earth had their own ring armor that could defend against attacks from realm of sky warriors. This should leave Orton invincible and confident in his own victory, but as one of the 7 sages of China, Zhou Shan could not be underestimated either. The corpse found on Neptune had clearly possessed the ability to travel through space unaided. Its origin was a mystery. While he himself looked down upon all the cultivators of Earth, the sages were the one exception. These people had started cultivating even before the apocalypse, and the executioner hadn't even been all that impressed by Vesta's corpse and spacecraft a few days ago. There was a real chance that this newcomer would lose the fight. Another earth-shaking rumble soon arose from outside the city, the shockwaves blowing apart the clouds. But then everything went still, and Zhou Shan's figure flew over on the horizon. Although he was slightly pale, there were no visible injuries as he hefted his axe, causing the onlookers from Nanjing to break out in cheers. "Wait here," Lu Yin ordered Su San before rushing out towards the site of the battle. When he arrived at the spot that was 20-some kilometers away from the city, all he saw was a burning building and a ruined landscape. The scars on the earth extended as far as the eye could see, and the zombies and mutant beasts once here had fled or been crushed to nothing. Lu Yin squatted down and touched one of the scars, feeling a trace of cold energy still present. This was a remnant of Zhou Shan's battle technique, which meant that the attack on the mutant vine all those days ago wasn't the actual limit of Zhou Shan's ability. He quickly came across some white fragments that were glittering nearby, and picking them up he was startled at what he saw. These were fragments of ring armor. Orton had been beaten so viciously that even his armor had shattered. Unfortunately, the alien was still alive were it otherwise. Zhou Shan would have taken the corpse back to Nanjing in triumph. Still, he had to re-evaluate the strength of the 7 sages. He didn't know how strong the 3 high sages were, but Zhou Shan alone already had power near the peak of the Sentinel realm. He heard distant movements that indicated the approach of the other captains, but without any desire to meet them, he immediately left the scene. That night, Lu Yin sent Su San away and headed to the tree outside his tent, looking up at the stars glittering in the clear skies above. He had been trying the cosmic art for the past few days, but it wasn't easy to imitate the orbits of the heavens. He had been clueless all this while, but having seen the aftermath of Zhou Shan's battle, he stared at the night sky with renewed inspiration. The background noise slowly disappeared as time passed, and the other stars started disappearing as well, leaving only the glow of the moon. This glow illuminated the night sky and himself, quickly becoming the only thing he could see. He raised his hand subconsciously, forming ripples in the air. Energy started pouring into his body as a lone celestial body shone within his palm. The moon was circling his hand, giving him the power of the cosmic palm. Lu Yin's body shook and he looked at the star on his palm in awe. He could feel terrifying strength within, although he had nothing to compare to directly. He felt like this was a move that would surprise even Zhou Shan. Waving it away, he felt the energy surging into his body that he'd absorbed from the world around him. This energy wasn't limited by energy crystals and could be absorbed anytime, anywhere. From the information he had on Vesta, his absorption rate was even double of that youth. Such was the power of the cosmic art. As Lu Yin waved the star away from his palm, Zhou Shan opened his eyes from within his own residence. He had felt a faint hint of terror for a moment, but it went away quickly. Was it a hallucination? The battle today was too exhausting. The next day, Lu Yin received a notification that the executioner had personally assigned him to the northern front lines. This was the battlefield that was trying to connect Nanjing to the capital, a dream Zhou Shan had entertained for a long time. He wanted his territory to connect to the capital and then the other 6 sages, allowing them to reclaim all of China together. It was a good idea, but unfortunately extremely difficult. Even the smallest push required months, and they hadn't even been able to complete a tenth of the journey before the aliens' arrival had broken communication lines. The front lines were the most important thing to Zhou Shan, something he had always focused on. The very fact that half of his 14 captains were pressing forward here showed his determination to reach the capital. Alongside 10,000 soldiers, the 3 captains heading forward were Lu Yin, Kang Daifeng, and Luo Yi. Luo Yi was the beautiful Captain Lu Yin had seen beside Feng Hong multiple times. She had always been curious about him, supporting the front lines. "We're just repairing roads," Luo Yi started grumbling barely a day into their journey, albeit justifiably given that the troops had been moving the entire time. Groups of soldiers were always pausing to repair vehicles and flatten the roads, slowing their progress significantly. Sitting in an armored vehicle of his own, Lu Yin rested his eyes, only looking up at the sky from time to time. He was wondering whether he could imitate the movements of the glaring sun. Once he succeeded, his absorption rate would double. He already felt close to becoming a sentinel, but it wasn't easy to imitate the movements of the sun. Maybe start from the Earth, he wondered. It wasn't a must to look at the skies. He could find videos of the galaxy from peaceful times and begin there. He had to consider all the various momentums in the universe to imitate the heavens. It was a near impossible task, but he would keep trying. They soon crossed a city that was still lit aflame, the roaming zombies occasionally attacking the soldiers who blasted them with their guns. "Don't be wasteful. We have a limited amount of ammo," Kang Daifeng scolded the soldiers, dropping the frequency of the shootings. Within Lu Yin's armored vehicle, Susan laughed. "Ballistics become more useless as time passes from the apocalypse. If we don't use our weapons now, then when should we? Our guns will be nothing more than scrap metal after a while." Looking out the window, Lu Yin frowned at the sight of more zombies gathering. "Tell everyone to speed up. We shouldn't waste our time being surrounded by the zombies in the city." "Yes, boss," Susan answered and left the armored vehicle, after which the army quickly sped up. As the captain who defeated Zhao Yu, Lu Yin now had one of the highest positions amongst the captains, and neither Kang Daifeng nor Luo Yi dared to disagree with him. Along the way, Lu Yin acquired a newfound admiration for Zhao Yu. Not everyone had the courage to travel across the zombie and mutant-infested countryside alone. The troops soon came to a stop at a broken road, forced to repair it if they wanted to move forward. Lu Yin closed his eyes and started twirling his finger in the air, imitating the movement of the stars, but he heard Kang Daifeng shouting outside as he started killing zombies. Opening an eye for a glance, he returned to his task. "He truly is a captain. Even the zombies are afraid of him," Susan commented from the side. However, Lu Yin was not impressed. "Ask him to come back and continue the journey. There are too many zombies to kill around here." Susan nodded and was about to leave the vehicle, but he soon turned back. "Boss." Kang Daifeng followed the zombies into that abandoned building. Lu Yin finally lifted his head and looked over, heading out of the vehicle a while later with a solemn expression. "What's wrong, boss?" Susan asked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "There's no sound." "Huh, you're right. They should be fighting in the building." "Brother Lu, where's Kang Daifeng?" Luo Yi came over and asked. "Stay here, I'll go and take a look," Lu Yin answered, pulling out his metal rod and walking towards the building. Vesta's dagger was still in Nanjing, where he presumed it would be for a long time. He had also declined the sword Zhou Shan had offered him, so he was continuing to use his metal rod for now. Surrounded in flames, the abandoned building looked creepy even in the day. Lu Yin walked in slowly and examined the place, but despite finding Kang Daifeng's knife very quickly, he couldn't find the man himself. He walked further in and took out Vesta's watch from his cosmic ring, checking for signs of combat level around. There was soon an arrow pointing right behind him, with the number 900 written underneath. Lu Yin immediately slanted his body, dodging a white thread that broke into the closest wall. He looked over and saw an enormous mutant spider with 6 terrifying red eyes, a piece of blood-stained cloth at the corner of its mouth. He sighed in response. He was too late. Kang Daifeng had been eaten. At combat level 900, this mutant spider was equivalent to someone at the peak of the realm of Earth. As someone who had only recently got to this realm, Kang Daifeng simply wasn't its match. Lu Yin gripped his metal rod tightly and rushed out, sweeping it in the spider's direction. The beast lifted its legs up to try and avoid his attack, but his body suddenly flickered and appeared right behind it. The rod smashed down and broke its body in half, throwing an undigested Kang Dafeng out of its abdomen. Disgusted by the scene, he frowned and left quickly. Returning to the troops, he had Susan announce that no one was to leave on their own. Anyone who disobeyed would be exiled. Kang Dafeng, is he dead? Luo Yi asked in shock. You can go take a look in the building. His body wasn't digested yet, Lu Yin replied. Luo Yi's face paled. A captain had died just like that, without a single sound. If not for Lu Yin, Kang Dafeng would have been digested by the spider. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Even the powerful couldn't protect themselves. Susan turned pale as well, immediately boarding the armored vehicle and deciding that he would never leave Lu Yin's side. Luo Yi soon did the same. Lu Yin was speechless at this fear. It'll be fine if you don't leave the troops. Luo Yi rolled her eyes at him. That's easy to say. Who knows what other mutant creatures there are? It's safer staying with you. Without a retort, he decided to just ignore her and ordered the troops to continue moving forward. Boss, should we report to Nanjing? The death of a captain isn't a trivial matter, Susan asked. There's no rush. We'll decide once we reach the front lines. Well, if we reach the front lines. These words left Susan even paler. Even as Luo Yi subconsciously edged closer to Lu Yin, he started consoling himself. No, we should be able to reach the front lines safely. We will. Lu Yin looked out of the window. The troops were moving ahead slowly. But thinking about it, Kang Dafeng was really so unlucky. He might have lived if he didn't chase the zombies to that building, Susan mumbled to himself. He felt safer when he was talking. These words made Lu Yin's head shoot up. What did you say? Susan went stiff and answered, I said Kang Dafeng was really so unlucky. He might have lived if he didn't chase the zombies to that building. Kang Dafeng chased zombies into that building. That couldn't be right. Lu Yin's mind started racing even without sentience. Zombies still had the instinctive urge to avoid danger. The mutant spider was extremely dangerous, and they should never have gone anywhere near it. This was the first time in his 6 months dealing with them that he had ever seen them do such a thing. It was simply unthinkable for them to run from Kang Dafeng towards something far more terrifying. Could it be a trap? He narrowed his eyes, hoping that he was overthinking things, but after the incident with Kang Dafeng, even he was on edge. A day later, the troops stopped next to an abandoned toll station where their mission finally began. This was part of the route that had been destroyed and needed repairs, but before they could begin, a soldier ran up to Lu Yin to report, Captain, there's a battle going on 5 kilometers away. A small group of cultivators is being attacked by mutant beasts. Lu Yin sent a few soldiers to go save the group, and 30 minutes later the troops returned with 5 tattered cultivators in tow. All of them seemed to be starving, but he didn't order for any food to be brought to them. Everyone had to be prepared for death when they went out to hunt mutant beasts while his army had some food. It had taken great effort and many lives to obtain it. He wasn't a saint to give that food away. If these people were truly hungry, they could go look for some rats to eat. Thus the 5 strangers could only watch in envy as the soldiers devoured their food. After a while, one of them finally called out to Lu Yin, who was keeping a lookout from atop the toll station's roof. Sir, could you please provide us some food? We can pay you with information. What information? Lu Yin looked at the man. Will you give us food once I tell you? Came the hopeful reply. Lu Yin's voice went cold. Are you trying to negotiate with me? No, sir, I wouldn't dare. Actually, we had plenty of food yesterday, but we were robbed by an expert in silver armor. Lu Yin's gaze flickered. Continue. The cultivator swallowed to soothe his dry throat and continued. The only realm of sky expert in Nanjing is the executioner, but the one who attacked us could also fly. I'm thinking it must have been his armor. He was about to kill us after stealing our food, but then he started talking to himself like he was crazy and suddenly shot towards the east. Lu Yin quickly realized that they had encountered Orton but talking to himself. The more likely scenario was that he had contacted someone with his watch. Could he have called another student? That would be troublesome. Zhou Shan had already struggled to defeat one alien if there were more. The result was up in the air. He ordered that the group to be given some food before sitting down and staring at the sky. What was he concerned about? Nanjing, the refugees. He was an outsider like Vesta, but his time on Earth had given him a sense of attachment. In truth, his memories only dated back to about 2.5 years ago. He remembered nothing of his life before that. Most of the time he did remember had been spent on Earth to him. This planet was home. Lu Yin sighed. It was a pity that he wasn't a powerhouse, yet while he could still try to save some people, he certainly couldn't save the entire planet. Still, he contacted Zhou Shan and informed the man about his guess. Sai, I understand, Zhou Shan answered. Finish the repairs as quickly as possible. I'll try to find out what the others are dealing with. These students are powerful. Others, the other sages. Lu Yin was left wondering to himself as the call ended. Eventually, he just muttered to himself, I hope Liu Sheaj isn't dead, or how will I get my revenge? Clouds covered the sky that night, leaving no stars to be seen. A disappointed Lu Yin slept in his armored vehicle, but was awoken in the middle of the night by Susan's scream, "Boss," a horde of zombies. Shaking himself awake, Lu Yin left the armored vehicle and leapt atop the toll station to see countless zombies closing in from all around. Luoyi shouted to the troops, "Activate all defenses, throw fire at them." Didn't long for the zombies to flood upon them, attacking the toll station from all directions. Flaming objects were thrown everywhere and started to burn the ground, startling the captain who'd just given that command. She shouted again in warning, "Careful, keep the flames away or you'll all burn." The thunderous spray of gunfire resounded in all directions that dark night, 10,000 soldiers doing their best to kill every zombie they saw. The shower was peppered with metallic dinks as the occasional bullet ricocheted off the zombies' steely claws, and screams rang out as soldiers were clawed or dragged into the horde. The 5 rescued cultivators were terrified by the sight. It was the most horrifying thing they had ever seen. Luoyi constantly brandished her blade, the energy wave from each attack tearing through dozens of zombies with every swing. While she was normally quite timid, this realm of Earth powerhouse was ruthless in actual combat. Lu Yin was right in the middle of the zombie horde, clearing away swathes of them with his metal rod. Although ballistics were the most effective type of weapons against zombies, Nanjing was almost out of supplies. The bullets lost when the weapons cache was destroyed could have killed countless zombies. Focused solely on killing as many opponents as he could, he only snapped out of it when a panicked voice rang from the radio at his waist, "Boss, the southwest line is about to collapse." Shocked, Lu Yin leapt up and headed southwest along the heads of the zombie horde, just what could have killed so many soldiers there. "There's a strange zombie there that's very powerful. None of the realm of man officers can beat it," Susan reported from his vantage point above the battle. Lu Yin plunged to the ground, crashing his metal rod down at the point where the zombies and soldiers met. A slash visibly tore through the sky and ripped the ground apart, drawing a clear line on the ground and killing dozens of zombies in one go. Many soldiers took advantage of the opportunity to retreat, the fear clear in their eyes. They had lost more than 50 people in mere moments. Unable to handle the impact, the rod broke in half with a clang. "Captain, watch out," someone shouted. The horde seemed infinite, with at least 100,000 zombies surrounding the entire area. Lu Yin had to activate the cosmic art to push the zombies near him away, but one long-haired enemy somehow withstood the attack and remained in place. "Boss, that's the one. He slaughtered the soldiers." Susan's voice rang from the radio, but Lu Yin was staring at the zombie before him in shock. He had just noticed something unbelievable. There was a clear sign of intelligence in its eyes. He could clearly see the glint of thought in those blood-red orbs, something that left him dazed until the zombie suddenly charged at him without warning. Its claws stretched out towards him, the aftermath of the attack killing zombies even 10 meters away once he dodged it. This zombie was in the realm of Earth and far surpassed Kang Dafeng. It even approached Zhao Yu's level. Lu Yin paid attention to the zombie's attack, noticing the structure behind the sloppiness. If not for its clear features, he would never believe the attacker was a zombie. It even roared and fled after a few attacks, trying to escape. His eyes twitched as he saw white threads on its back, confirming his conjecture from the morning this thing had lured Kang Dafeng into the building with the spider. With no more time to think, Lu Yin hurled the broken metal rod into the zombie's torso. The zombie turned to throw a glare at him, but it continued to flee to the south. The entire horde roared and tried to block his advance. "Susan, where is it?" Lu Yin shouted. "Boss, it turned west after 100 meters. It's heading the same way we came from." Lu Yin worked his legs and vanished, leaving behind an afterimage that was instantly swarmed by the countless zombies. Susan just stared from his vantage point in awe. Was that a battle technique? Lu Yin ran out from the wave of zombies at full speed, charging in the same direction they had come from, but it was already too late and he'd lost track. When Susan reported that he couldn't see it anymore either, he stopped with his back to the toll station and took out Vesta's watch. The device flashed as he activated its tracking abilities, showing multiple mutant beasts within range. He ran towards the direction of an impressive 990, knowing that it had to be the zombie. This was likely the king of the horde. So long as he killed it, the horde would likely disperse. It clearly wanted to defeat Lu Yin's soldiers, and Kang Dafeng had been its first victim. Lu Yin did not know just how far Vesta's scanner could cover, but he knew that 10 miles was at least a good possibility. He quickly chased after where he believed the zombie king to be, quickly heading further and further away from the toll station. The zombie horde that had been left behind slowly regained a hint of calmness, most wandering around aimlessly once more. Susan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The stinking trenches meandered into the distance, green eyes occasionally flashing within the patches of grass. Lu Yin constantly checked his watch as he sped along. If he didn't get rid of the zombie king, any troops from Nanjing who passed through this place would be in grave danger in the future. The creature could even spell disaster for all of Nanjing. He soon started hearing crunches in the distance and followed the source of the sound. coming across a ditch that was emanating a dark red glow. A crimson mist wafted into the moonlight, its red sparkle illuminating the night. Lu Yin soon saw two scarlet eyes, but he had to look away for a moment. Fire crystals. The zombie king was eating fire crystals. Roar. The long-haired zombie leapt into the sky, clawing towards him with a dark red glow on its arm. The hand radiated a scorching glow, forcing Lu Yin to dodge. The excess energy from the attack burnt a large patch of grass, and moments later a few fire crystals dropped behind the zombie king and shattered to pieces on the ground. The flames quickly started spreading everywhere. Lu Yin utilized the roving step to flash behind the zombie king's back, extracting his rod from its flesh and piercing it into the creature's head. The zombie went rigid for a moment, its body eventually shaking and collapsing to the ground. A dark red glow burst out from within its body, the flames consuming it from the inside out. Lu Yin would never have expected a zombie to be able to unlock abilities by consuming energy crystals. Only 1 in 10,000 humans had any endowments at all, but the zombie could just swallow fire crystals and use their energy. Just who was the higher life form? The zombie king quickly burned down to ashes, the flames slowly dying out. It was only then that he walked over to the ditch where it had been swallowing the crystals, finding a hole at the bottom. He was shocked at a red glow that appeared when he shone a torch down there, but that shock quickly turned to excitement, a fire crystal deposit. Energy crystals were always in demand in the universe. Astral crystals, fire crystals, water crystals, they were all extremely valuable. Lu Yin had never expected to come across a deposit here even though he didn't know how big it was. It was certainly a treasure trove. He definitely hadn't expected such a reward for killing the zombie king. Thinking over things, he took out a good number of crystals before sealing the entrance. He then walked all around the area to hide his trail, making sure that others couldn't follow his trail to find it. Just like Susan, this place was a precious resource for his future. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave, he noticed another dark red glow under his feet. He bent down and started to dig at the dirt, finding a pair of scarlet eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized these were artificially constructed, and digging further, he found that it was a human head with a sinister smile and scarlet eyes that seemed like they could pierce his very soul. He felt goosebumps rise up as he almost threw the thing away immediately, but he managed to calm himself down and put the thing in his cosmic ring. It took a while for him to regain his calm. Just what the hell was it and why was it here? It was clearly man-made, so someone had to have been here before. It also clearly wasn't just a random piece of craft, it definitely had a purpose. Exhaling loudly, Lu Yin quickly left. Most of the zombie horde had dispersed by the time he returned, and his soldiers were now holding steadily. An hour later, all of the zombies that still remained had run away. Corpses were piled up outside the toll station, filling the building with a pungent odor that attracted a flood of rats to the area. It was a horrifying sight. "Brother Lu, where had you gone?" Luoyi asked in annoyance when she saw him. Lu Yin replied seriously, "I found a zombie king that was sentient. It was what had brought this horde." "What, are you for real?" Luoyi asked in shock. "Report this to the executioner immediately. The zombies are no longer just a numeric threat. There can be powerhouses amongst them as well. That king killed more than 50 of our troops tonight." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luoyi immediately went away to report. "Boss, how are you?" Susan asked. This wasn't out of concern, however, at least not for Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin's presence, Susan simply had no status in the camp. "Take care of things for me, I need some rest." Lu Yin waved him off. "Yes, boss." The zombie horde had caused almost 100 casualties, but everyone had already gotten used to such cruel scenes. An uncountable number of people had perished since the apocalypse, and most soldiers had been through so many comrades that it barely fazed them. Lying on the roof of the toll station, Lu Yin couldn't help but touch his cosmic ring. The head within left him unable to relax. The materials clearly weren't from Earth. Was it brought along by those students? What kind of student would bring such a thing? Luoyi jumped up to the rooftop. Her lovely face showed clear signs of exhaustion. She sat by his side. "The executioner wants to convey this matter to the front lines as soon as possible. The best outcome would be if we could contact the capital and tell them too." "The capital?" Lu Yin chuckled. "They should already know about it." "Huh. Why do you say that?" "I'm not sure, but here's a guess. If we saw a zombie king here, why wouldn't more have appeared elsewhere?" Luoyi hugged her knees, dazedly looking into the distance. The vast night sky was covered in clouds, illuminated only by the light of the moon. "When do you think Earth will be peaceful again?" she murmured. Lu Yin did not respond. Dark nights often left people lonely, and the vulnerable Luoyi now would be gone come day. Time would not stop on account of one's fears. Planetary evolution took a long time, and the trials had only begun. Perhaps only the 7 sages were privy to this information outside of himself. The students that had just arrived would decide the fate of their world. Vesta and Orton were merely students from ordinary schools of the Great Yu Empire. They were perhaps elites in their own bubbles, but they were nothing compared to those from actual high-tier institutions. An elite from those places had powerful battle techniques and was leagues ahead of anyone else. They were the main characters in these so-called planetary trials. As he thought about this, he touched his cosmic ring once more and looked over at Luoyi. "Go get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight." Luoyi nodded and smiled weakly. "You know, something could have happened between us if you said something nice just now." He smiled back but paid no attention. As she departed, he simply wasn't interested. As Luoyi left the rooftop, the soldiers around organized their stuff mindlessly while Susan bawled loudly from afar. Watching it all, Lu Yin took out the watch and turned it on even though he disabled location access on it and didn't dare connect to the universal network at first. He could finally log in and have a look now that he was outside Nanjing. This thing had all of the youth's messages and a lot of personal information. It was effectively a proof of identity. Unfortunately, the gadget simply couldn't connect to the network. While he had expected this to happen, Lu Yin was still disappointed. The students in planetary trials had their gadgets registered to them, and access to the system would be barred once they died. This also meant that people knew about Vesta's demise. He sighed and looked up towards the sky. He wasn't worried about being exposed, as Vesta's killer planetary trials were extremely important, and under the supervision of the Universe Youth Council, no one could interfere with them. To the Great U Empire, even a primitive planet that had barely stepped foot into space was still a part of their territory. This trial wasn't just for the students who had arrived, it was for Earth as well. In fact, his killing of Vesta was more likely to garner praise than any ill consequences. The attention was part of the reason he hadn't hesitated in going for the kill. Any students that entered Earth would be disallowed from extraterrestrial communication until the end of the trial. By the same token, those outside could only watch and not speak. Such were these trials of blood and steel. Death was anything but uncommon. Lu Yin found no new notifications on Vesta's screen, but there were a few messages that he had marked and placed on the side. "Vesta, if you are unable to complete the task within 3 months, the council will send in the second batch of students for the trial. Please do your best. The Universe Youth Council has ruled to dissolve the Youth Council of the Great U Empire. The date of reorganization has not yet been determined. The Universe Youth Council has ruled that Astral 10 shall enter Frostwave Weave of the Outerverse. We wish you all the best of luck." Of the 3 notifications that had been saved, 2 were from the Universe Youth Council. Lu Yin was astonished that the Youth Council of the Great U Empire was dissolved, but his eyes truly went wide when he read that Astral 10 was about to appear in Frostwave Weave. The Astral Combat Academies were the most powerful institutions in the universe. There were a total of 10 of them, and outside of Astral 9 in the Endless Weave, all others were located in the Innerverse. Astral 10 moving to the Frostwave Weave was big news. This was the weave that contained the Great U Empire. Lu Yin's eyes were practically glowing when he switched the screen off, knowing that this was hugely important. Astral 10 would pose a fatal attraction to many youths in the universe, and while it was unrelated to him at first, he now had to plan around it. Entering the academy would require aptitude, power, and most of all the ability to learn quickly from experience, and there was an enormous chance to gain that experience right now, Earth's planetary evolution. It was no wonder that so many people had come out to participate this time. Vesta was likely one of those who had rushed here the moment he heard the news. However, this wasn't all encouraging. He still didn't know what Vesta's actual mission was. Those participating in planetary evolution had to complete certain tasks to succeed, and even worse, a second batch would arrive in 3 months if this set of students couldn't accomplish that mission. Many people would be enticed by the opportunity, including those from powerful races or affluent families. The next set could bring untold cruelty to this planet. Lu Yin felt a little anxious. If even the first batch of students was comprised of sentinels, then the second would certainly have individuals that were even stronger. With his current power, he might not even be able to preserve his own life. He had to become a sentinel at least within the next 3 months, or he would be relegated to being mere cannon fodder. He ordered his army to begin work the next morning, growing more silent than ever as he simply lay atop the roof of his vehicle. Within the Hubei province, the city of Wucheng was now the core of China's central lands, protecting tens of millions of survivors, with more gathering by the day. This place was the camp of one of the 7 sages Liu Sheaj, the Radiance. The title came from a strange ore that had appeared all around the city soon after the apocalypse came to be, glowing when it was split apart. This ore and its properties were the foundation of Liu Sheaj's battle techniques and had saved millions of lives. Beams of light shot towards the sky from all over Wucheng, enveloping the entire city. It was thus known as the City of Light amongst survivors, with some even calling it the Everbright City. One section of Wucheng's land was propped up in mid-air by its beams of light, floating up high in the sky. This was the residence of the Radiance, termed the City in the Sky. Below it was the Camp of Light, where 100,000 cultivators guarded the city's core. There was no grand palace upon the City in the Sky, only a pretty courtyard with no form of cover. Those that stood up here could admire the starry heavens without obstruction, which was exactly what an elegant young man was doing at the island's edge. His lips curved upwards in a strange smile as he took a gentle sip of his wine. This was the Radiance himself. Near him was another young man. Though this one wasn't comparable in appearance, the pride in his gaze seemed to disregard the elegant youth entirely. He grumbled, "All these resources here belong to you, especially the light crystals. They could have given you a 10-year head start over the rest of your planet, but here you are, wasting them." Liu Xiaoj turned and smiled at the man. "Don't put it like that, Phil. All these crystals belong to us, not me alone." Phil's expression softened. "Cut off these light pillars, you're squandering resources." Liu Xiaoj nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. So could you elaborate on the regional divisions you were talking about? There are some unwritten rules in training. As long as any of us students control a certain area, we can mark it blue on the net. Most others won't fight for blue districts in the initial phases. The only exception is if they're already enemies. So Wu Cheng has already been marked blue. Of course. Do you think I was the only one who came here in the past few days? This training is cruel enough already. No one wants a fight to the death so early. We also have to consider each other's backgrounds. Fortunately, mine is good enough for no one to bother us." Liu Xiaoj smiled faintly and nodded. "I see. All right, how's the other stuff I asked you to look into?" Phil asked impatiently, then glanced at the light pillar. Annoyance flashed past his eyes once more. "Deactivate those things, it's such a waste." Liu Xiaoj smiled and poured some wine. "Things are beginning to take shape." Phil's eyes gleamed. "Really? Continue." Liu Xiaoj passed the wine over. "Look at this glass of wine." Phil hesitated and subconsciously looked over. There was nothing special about it, only the liquor within rocking and rippling endlessly, circle after circle. "Hand me your personal gadget," said with a smile, and a sluggish Phil passed it over without question. Not long after, Liu Xiaoj closed the gadget and massaged his head. "Now that I've taken him off the network, will they find out I'm controlling him?" Forget it." He put on the watch and smiled, staring knowingly into the skies. 2 days later, Lu Yin's troops finally approached the front lines. Had they not been forced to repair communication lines along the way, they would have arrived already. Those 2 days had been spent idly staring at the moon, something that made Luo Yi think that he was a fool. The fleet suddenly stopped and Su San looked towards him. "Something's wrong, boss. We haven't seen any survivors since yesterday, and there should be soldiers patrolling nearby." Have the troops rest, Lu Yin got up and stared into the distance, heading away from the army and taking out his wristwatch. He started the scanner and slowly extended its range. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 10. He soon screened out everything below the Sentinel realm and kept going until he finally found someone 37 kilometers away. His expression sank as he saw the combat level, 2200. When he checked his map, he saw an abandoned town that was less than 20 kilometers from the front lines. This was right on their path. Having the troops hunker down, Lu Yin headed north on his own. He needed to know if this sentinel was a person or a mutant beast, but that question was answered less than 10 kilometers into the journey. Ahead of him was a squadron of cultivators, which meant that this abandoned town had been turned into an assembly ground. The sentinel he had detected was undoubtedly one of the students who had descended upon Earth. Muttering to himself for a while, he enabled the location tracker on Vesta's watch once more. The moment the tracker was reactivated, a girl in white armor with waist-length hair suddenly popped up more than a dozen kilometers away. She looked at her own watch and snorted, flying south. Not long after, she was in the skies glaring coldly towards Lu Yin. "This region has been marked blue. Please leave." Lu Yin's eyes gleamed at the sight of the pretty girl. "Good day. I'm Yatter from the first military school of the Pagoda planet. I'm not interested. Leave now," the girl replied coldly, energy rippling around her as she directed her strength downwards. "Wait, don't be hasty." Lu Yin replied, "I'm injured right now, not a threat. I can give you resources, a lot of resources." Her gaze remained cold. "You're just a seeker, and you dare to participate in a planetary trial. How did you get in?" "My grandfather is the headmaster," Lu Yin answered with a proud tone. Scram." The girl was clearly getting annoyed. Lu Yin immediately retrieved several fire crystals from his cosmic ring and tossed them over. "Help me survive this, and I'll give you a whole basket of these crystals." The girl grabbed the crystals nonchalantly, but was shocked at the heat they were radiating. She finally descended. "Where did you get these?" "My grandfather, of course. He's an explorer. He can get as many as he wants." The girl's eyes finally gleamed as well, making a fist as she started emanating bloodlust. Lu Yin immediately retreated and glared. "Don't you dare mess around. No one can interfere in the evolution, but they can look up who lived, who died, and who killed who later. You don't want my grandfather coming after you." The girl thought about it and relaxed her hand. "I can help you get out of this planet alive, but I'll have nothing to do with your results." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. "No matter. My grandfather can send me to Astral 10, no matter what. Any rewards are all yours." The girl was exasperated by Lu Yin's claim that his grandfather could get him into Astral 10. Not even powerhouses beyond the Explorer realm could affect the Astral Combat Academy, and that knowledge caused her to hesitate. Wait, how can I be sure you're not a native? Lu Yin raised his hand and his right palm vibrated, compressing the surrounding air tightly before launching it towards the ground. The girl was caught off guard as the resulting explosion left a large crater, Shockwave Palm. So does that count? Lu Yin asked smugly. The girl's eyes narrowed as she pondered. She knew that although Shockwave Palm was a common battle skill, it wasn't something everyone could learn. It required the user to have a body even stronger than her own. It was astonishing for any seeker to be able to use it. Feeling the slightest of threats herself, she responded slowly, all right, that makes you at least a little useful. Help me capture Nanjing, and I'll share some of the glory with you. Lu Yin was shocked. You want to capture Nanjing? I heard that there's someone called the Executioner there who's a very powerful sentinel. I know. I heard even Orton was humiliated by him, but I'm not that pathetic. If we work together, we can beat that native, she replied coldly. Huh, how did you find out? Because we're from the same school. We had a deal to work together if we landed nearby, same as most other people. I guess no one looked to make a deal with you because you're so weak. Lu Yin felt relieved that he hadn't impersonated Vesta. Since this woman knew Orton, she might have known Vesta as well. Could she be the reason why Orton had fled north after Zhou Shan had defeated him? So then why had he suddenly changed his direction and headed east? He really wanted to know, but kept himself from asking. The more ignorant he appeared, the more likely it was for his fraud to be exposed. Since this woman wanted to team up with him, she clearly had some kind of grudge against Orton, or Orton had found a different ally. No matter which option was right, Nanjing was in danger. Okay, I'll help you, but I need to strengthen myself first. He finally answered her question. The formcast model he'd recovered from Vesta was limited to 3 uses, and Vesta had used it twice before he used it to become a seeker. That was why he'd approached the girl in the first place, but she was too strong to beat. No need, the girl frowned. I at least need to heal from my injuries, he protested. This brought a glare his way, but she still flew towards the assembly point with him in tow. Lu Yin saw about 200,000 survivors on the way, and a large proportion of them were cultivators. Most of the soldiers wore the uniform of Zhou Shan's camp. This woman had likely taken control of the front lines. That executioner guy in Nanjing is pretty impressive. He managed to keep 80,000 cultivators with him and was still able to order another 20,000 to the front line to try to open communications with another region. There were 6 seekers in this group, but I killed 2 and another 1 died to a mutant beast, so I only have 3 left for now. The woman readily shared information about the troops as she led him to the top of a villa within the camp. Oh. Right, I still don't know your name, Lu Yin mentioned. Geraldine, the girl replied as they landed. Master, another detachment of the executioner's troops are encamped about 30 kilometers away. Lu Yin turned to the newcomer and saw who it was. The man was visibly confused when he saw Lu Yin as well, but Lu Yin rushed the man instantly and struck his chest with a shockwave palm before Geraldine could even move. The man spat out a mouthful of blood as the force of the attack pushed him off the roof, his fall creating quite a stir in the crowd below. What the hell was that for? Geraldine raged. That's the bastard who ambushed me when I first landed. He's the reason I was injured in the first place. Lu Yin answered righteously. When was that? She asked coldly. The day we landed, he answered without hesitation. Where? Around 100 kilometers to the south, Lu Yin replied, looking at her with indignation. What? Are you doubting me, or do you care about that man? Careful with your words. Geraldine snorted. I couldn't care less about a mere native, but you can't just kill my followers. Just a native. Lu Yin clearly didn't care. He's still one of my subordinates, Geraldine said angrily. Lu Yin was annoyed. Fine, I get it. I won't do it again. By the way, the troops 30 kilometers away are mine. Should I bring them over? Geraldine ignored him and turned around, glancing at Nanjing and then her watch. Lu Yin glanced towards the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The man he had attacked was Li Hongliang, who had seen him in the aftermath of Vesta's death. The man knew that he was the one who'd killed Vesta. If he'd been allowed to speak up, things would have gotten complicated. A sneak attack likely wouldn't work on this girl, so he had to bide his time. Geraldine's appearance had wreaked havoc on the front lines, and the soldiers had either escaped or fallen under her command. Since Lu Yin hadn't been able to contact Nanjing all day, he was growing concerned and tried to take appropriate measures. He brought Luo Yi, Su San, and all of the soldiers to Geraldine's gathering point and also met with the 2 captains under her command and warned them to keep quiet before looking for her at night. You want what? Star crystals? She looked at him with shock as he asked her a question. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, I'll return you 10 times the amount when we return. Geraldine was doubtful. You have fire crystals, but no star crystals. I used them all up, Lu Yin replied. Geraldine was hesitant. Energy crystals could be recovered from the mutant beasts on Earth, but star crystals were different. Every planet and ecosystem had its own unique energy that led to various training methods, but no matter the person or location, the star energy that star crystals contained could be absorbed and used for all training. These crystals could only be produced in places that resonated with the ecosphere of the universe itself, whereas Earth could currently only produce specialized energy crystals like those for fire and ice. However, the students here actually needed those kinds of energy crystals as well. You don't believe me? Fine, then let's trade, Lu Yin said. Geraldine looked at Lu Yin with what? Lu Yin took out a pile of fire crystals from his cosmic ring, these. Geraldine's eyes gleamed and she started considering how much she would pay for them. The exchange rate varied depending on where one was, and Lu Yin was clearly out of star crystals, so she had the advantage in this negotiation. She eventually came up with a number. I can give you 5. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That's ridiculous. These fire crystals could be exchanged for at least 20 star crystals. That's a 300 profit. Your choice, Geraldine replied arrogantly. You are fine, but then I have another condition. Help me practice my battle techniques. Sure, anytime. Accepting 5 translucent crystals the size of his thumb, Lu Yin left to go train. Geraldine stowed the fire crystals with excitement. Once he left, these things were far more important to her than to most other cultivators. She was someone who used fire-based techniques, so her gains from this deal was a bigger win for her than Lu Yin had thought. She started to wonder, the pagoda planet. Why have I never heard of it? Could these crystals come from there? Lu Yin started grinning as soon as he left Geraldine. Although the exchange rate was terrible, he had picked up the fire crystals for free. No one on Earth apart from the arriving students had even a single star crystal. Vesta had not even carried a cosmic ring, but Geraldine clearly came from greater wealth, so he could perhaps get more useful things from her. He arrived at an abandoned villa and buried some fire crystals around to keep people from sneaking up on him before heading to the living room, clearing out all the furniture, and crushing a star crystal to flood the room with energy. A cultivator would be capable of directly absorbing star energy from their surroundings after using a formcast model, but the speed was dependent on their skills. For this reason, many would collect star crystals and then let the energy erupt in a small space and drastically increase their cultivation speed. Many powerful groups fought over deposits of these things. Lu Yin would never have expected to be able to use star crystals for training on Earth. With the cosmic art to double his training speed, his absorption rate far surpassed students like Geraldine. He believed he would be amongst the best of the entire Great Yu Empire. It wasn't long before one full crystal had been consumed, greatly increasing the amount of star energy in his body. He quickly moved on to the next one, crushing it and drawing out the energy from within. An abundance of star crystals didn't necessarily mean that one could simply get to the peak of their current realm. Even they contained some level of impurities, and one still needed a formcast model to cleanse themselves. Only melders could absorb the energy from star crystals and dispel the impurities themselves. Those below had low energy thresholds, and their combat level was also unstable. They also had to rely on the star crystals for training, which weren't easy to come across. This was the reason they were mostly just soldiers and war slaves. After absorbing a total of 5 star crystals, Lu Yin could feel the energy within his body surging. He had arrived at the peak of the realm of Earth, the limit of someone still a seeker. It would only take a single step to become a sentinel, but that needed a formcast model. He laid atop the villa's rooftop and slept through the night, heading to Geraldine the moment he woke up the next morning. Let's duel. Geraldine was dumbfounded by his candor. Do you know what time it is? I might be a cultivator, but I'm also a girl, you know. Why is a guy looking to fight me so early in the morning? Lu Yin knew himself that he was being difficult, but he really wanted to know the difference between himself and an elite sentinel. He sighed, I'll come over in the afternoon then. Never mind, let's fight if you want. Geraldine held him back. She didn't think he was worth too much attention. If not for his shockwave palm, she wouldn't even have cooperated with him. The two found an empty spot and opened up a 10-meter gap between themselves, bestial gurgles ringing out from each side as they prepared. A faint trace of blood drifted into the strong winds. Begin, I won't hit back, Geraldine said proudly. Lu Yin made a fist with his right hand and then released it, tearing the air apart like cloth as his taut legs snapped straight and launched him forward. The winds split the ground near him as he charged with an outstretched palm. The sheer power of the shockwave palm surprised Geraldine. She had initially planned to defend with a single hand, but had to raise both to guard herself. Even then, an explosion rang out as the air current swept past, the earth buzzing as it split apart into a crater that was a few meters wide. She exclaimed in shock, quite powerful. Even some of the sentinels in my school don't have such strong attacks. A sneak attack with that could probably kill a sentinel below 2,000 combat level. Lu Yin grinned at that response. He had indeed used the shockwave palm to slap Vesta dead. Though that attack wasn't as strong as today's, Vesta wasn't combat level 2,000 either. I'm not done yet, let's keep going, he said as he launched another attack with equal power, pushing Geraldine even deeper into the ground. Feeling her hands going numb, she frowned enough. Your attacks won't do anything to me. I already crossed the 2,000 threshold. You know that my power is different from anyone below." Last one, Luyin barked, and this time the surface of his right hand flashed with faint starlight. The moon spun around his palm while the airflow around was similar to when he activated Shockwave Palm. This was the cosmic palm, which was far more powerful. Geraldine's heart started thumping as it clapped down on her, body disappearing into a shadow as everything within 100 meters was smashed apart. An explosive distorted the very air around. Geraldine's figure reappeared a dozen meters away, her eyes wide open in shock. What was that? Luyin smiled. "It's a move my grandfather taught me, the extreme shockwave palm." Geraldine's eyes narrowed. She couldn't recognize the cosmic palm, but the attack was far too powerful to be a regular shockwave palm as well. Even she felt threatened by it, prompting her to remark gravely, "I've heard the shockwave palm can be layered. Would this be a doubled attack?" Luyin shrugged. "Maybe. I guess the names are just a little different." Geraldine didn't return to her arrogant expression after this bout, instead saying calmly, "A doubled shockwave palm has very high physical requirements. Not even many sentinels can achieve it, at least not in my school. You're actually quite strong. You'll be able to measure up to the elites once you become a sentinel. Might even make it into U Academy. The Empire's highest academy." Me. Luyin acted shocked. "Possibly. That body strength is promising. All right, I'm tired. I'll go." Luyin watched Geraldine's departing figure before lifting his hand to take a look. A friendly duel was one thing, but he had checked to see if there was a chance for him to defeat her in a fight. The girl's reactions were fast, and she'd used her footwork technique to dodge at the critical moment, living up to her reputation as an elite. However, he wasn't too shabby himself. He'd still held back the power of his attack the moment she dodged. If she thought this was his limit, she was in for a surprise. Unable to contact Nanjing, Luyin had Luoyi and the rest join the rest of Geraldine's subordinates at the assembly grounds. The girl didn't care about the new arrivals or his explanations, but after 2 days, Luoyi came over to look for him. "Brother Lu, how long will we be waiting here?" she asked and stared at Luyin. She had heard from 2 frontline captains that this was a supply point, but she still felt like something was wrong. The people here kept mentioning a realm of sky powerhouse. Where had that come from? "Stop questioning so much," Luyin replied. "You'll know in a few days." Luoyi wanted to continue her questions, but her face suddenly changed as she stared at the skies. Luyin similarly looked up as Geraldine descended with an anxious expression. "Let's go. Orton's team has gone to Nanjing." Shocked, Luyin immediately grabbed her arm and allowed her to fly him towards Nanjing. Left behind, a shocked Luoyi noticed that the girl was wearing armor identical to the alien who had tried to launch an attack on Nanjing not long ago. Nearby, Susan walked over with a similarly astonished expression. Geraldine flew as fast as she could towards Nanjing, the air screaming as they shot through the skies. Having to carry Luyin along, she couldn't possibly reach her top speed. "How do you know Orton's heading for Jilin?" Luyin shouted into the wind. "None of your business. Remember, our goal is to snatch Nanjing away, so act accordingly. Orton definitely hasn't gone there alone, and his helper won't be weak. Be careful." Luyin's gaze was heavy. If Orton had decided to abandon Geraldine, it implied that his new selection was much stronger than her. By his estimation, Vesta's combat level was around 1,500. Orton was close to 2,000, while Geraldine was a little beyond. Orton's new helper would likely be far beyond 2,000, and it wasn't guaranteed that there would only be one. Looking south, he could only hope that Zhou Shan could hold them back until they got there. Half an hour later, Geraldine and Luyin were quickly nearing Nanjing. 2 figures were already floating above the city. One was Orton with a large chunk of his armor shattered, and beside him was a young man with his hands behind his back. The survivors in Nanjing looked up in dismay. 2 powerhouses in the realm of sky. A fierce alarm rang in Zhongshan as Zhou Shan rose into the sky, stopping when he was 200 meters away from Orton and asking calmly, "You again?" Orton sneered. "Isn't it a pity that you didn't kill me before?" Zhou Shan squinted. "Truly unfortunate." "HMPH, sadly you'll never get another chance. Let me introduce you to my senior, Terrence." Feeling the energy waves coming off Terrence's body, Zhou Shan felt his heart sinking. This person was much stronger. "There's no point in reasoning with him, senior. These natives are too stubborn to agree. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking," Terrence snapped at him. Orton immediately went meek, murmuring his agreement before glaring at Zhou Shan with gritted teeth. Resentment filled his eyes. "It's impossible for me to follow you. If you want to take Nanjing, defeat me first." Zhou Shan gripped his giant axe, starting to fly north to avoid a fight over the city, but unfortunately that wasn't his decision to make. He was barely a kilometer away before Orton sent a sword blast towards Zhongshan, causing a torrent of screams as a corner of the mountain was crushed. "You're courting death," the executioner bellowed, sweeping towards Orton. A few minutes later, Geraldine and Luyin finally reached Nanjing. The assembly grounds were inundated by a symphony of howls, countless people escaping the ruins of Zhongshan. Many large gashes had split apart the earth, swallowing everything in their vicinity even as the air still buzzed with residual energy. Even the clouds had been blown away. Within Nanjing, Zhou Shen spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned against his giant axe with difficulty, staring at the skies. Terence and Orton were sneering at him from above, the former taking a moment to say, "Not bad, you might even be top 15 within my school. Unfortunately, you've met me." A beam of light suddenly shot towards the skies from Nanjing's west wall, aimed right at Orton. He deflected it with his blade, but the impact still caused an explosion in mid-air. This prompted a sneer on his face, but such things were the exact reason they had attacked within the city itself. Even this native planet possessed the technology to enter the skies, and their old weapons posed a significant threat. Geraldine and Lu Yin landed within Nanjing, the former speaking up in shock he actually brought Terence. Terence, Lu Yin was puzzled. Top 3 in the first military school, combat level over 2,500. Lu Yin's heart sank. "Can you stall him for a while? I'll deal with Orton." "Yes, but not for long." Lu Yin nodded and ran towards Zhou Shan's position, watching as more beams of energy shot towards the alien from Nanjing's walls. "I'll pay you guys a visit once I slaughter this one," Orton said impatiently, dashing towards Zhou Shan on the ground. The executioner gritted his teeth and prepared to deflect with his axe. He could have been a challenge even for Terence, but with Orton on top, he'd quickly lost control of the battle. The swordsman was quickly right next to him on the ground, rendering Nanjing's ballistics useless. Lu Yin grabbed a fire crystal from his cosmic ring as he approached the battle, tossing it high into the sky. It was quite eye-catching, but Orton and Zhou Shan were too busy doing battle to notice. Terence glanced over and his eyes started to water, but even he didn't have time to wonder about it before he felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned around quickly, figure swaying like a leaf in the wind as he dodged Geraldine's second strike. Geraldine did not reply, simply retrieving a fire crystal from her cosmic ring and crushing it. Flame palm. She barked as her surroundings were burnt, condensing the fire within her hand for an attack. "You're dead," Terence growled as he spat out some blood, his own right palm grabbing the air around for a shockwave palm. The blaze and winds engulfed the earth as both hands slapped against each other, destroying all buildings within a 100-meter radius. The giant flames were swept upwards by the airstream, just like a dancing fiery snake. Geraldine retreated a few steps with a pale face. Terence's shockwave palm was much stronger than Lu Yin's and was difficult to withstand even if she used her battle techniques. However, her opponent didn't have an easy time either. Fire techniques were already on the high end of the power scale, and the help of a fire crystal left her attack no less harmful than his. He roared once more, "Geraldine, this is my territory." She did not reply, the ring armor covering her body and reflecting the red light of the blaze. Terence clenched his jaw and did the same. He wouldn't have bothered at the start, but now he felt pressure from her, and more importantly, was injured. "Geraldine, why are you here?" Orton looked back in shock, but his attention was forced back into the battle as Zhou Shan bellowed. He quickly blocked another sweep of the axe, the shockwave from the collision splitting the earth below. Lu Yin suddenly dashed out, approaching Orton in an instant with roving step. His own palm shot out, the moon appearing within. Neither combatant had expected this, and while Zhou Shan only hesitated, Orton's gaze blanked out. The cosmic palm crashed down on his chest the next instant, leaving him unable to utter a single word as his heart was crushed. The boundless energy even bored a hole through his chest and continued into a resonance behind, bringing it down to the ground. Even the ground crumbled under such pressure. Zhou Shan was dumbstruck at the sight. Lu Yin turned his body and swept his leg towards him, ensuring that his back faced Geraldine and Terence as he hissed, "Attack me." The executioner's gaze flickered, but he attacked without mercy as he used Storm Slash directly. Lu Yin used Roving Step to dodge the attack, but made sure that his clothes were torn apart before continuing, "Push me over there." Zhou Shan roared and flung his axe forward. Borrowing the strength of the explosive attack, Lu Yin let himself be thrown towards the battle in the distance. Geraldine was already deathly pale, and her right hand was trembling from the injury. While Terence's armor had been torn apart by the inferno, he was at least marginally better. Lu Yin's body crashed into a wall that wasn't far from Terence, and he slowly fell to the ground. This finally caught the youth's attention, and he quickly glanced at the other battle where Orton lay dead. His expression warped and he was about to say something, but Zhou Shan suddenly flew off into the distance. "You're not escaping." Terence leapt after Zhou Shan, turning his back to Lu Yin. It was at this point that Lu Yin dropped the axe and jumped off the wall, palm spread out without bothering to conceal the cosmic palm. The moon spun around as he connected firmly with his target's back. Terence felt the danger moments before he was hit, but was too late to dodge. The moon exploded and threw Terence to the ground, the impact creating a large crater. Lu Yin himself was sent flying by the counterattack Terence had managed just in time, his armor shattered by the impact before he flew into the wall once more. Geraldine held her injured arm as she walked over to the pit and looked within, finding a pallid Terence constantly coughing up blood. Astonished, she turned around to look at Lu Yin, who had fallen in the distance. She couldn't imagine just how that one attack had caused such great injury. That line of thought was quickly cut off as the dying Terrence suddenly opened his eyes once more, whipping out a strange gun and firing a shot towards her. The energy blast bore a hole through her shoulder, and she instinctively reacted with a flame palm right on the other side of Lu Yin's original impact. This devastated Terrence's internals, finally ending his life. Geraldine fell to the ground on the spot, staring in awe at Terrence's corpse while her back turned cold. Although there wasn't a limit on casualties during planetary trials, an abundance of deaths would still draw some ire. This was especially true with Terrence, who was in the top 3 of her school many hoped had been pinned on him, leaving her a little nervous at his death. Lu Yin dragged his injured body over and said weakly, "Don't worry. Worst comes to worst, I'll have my grandfather transfer you to the Pagoda planet." Geraldine cast a cold glare his way. "What's with that palm attack you used on him? Even a doubled shockwave palm could not have injured him like that." He shrugged. "You're thinking too much. He was already wounded, and I managed to hit the same spot." However, she clearly didn't believe him. Terrence's combat level was an enormous 2,500 even stacking attacks. It was difficult for a seeker to cause such injury. However, she was cut off again as a loud shout rang behind them, with the escaped Zhou Shan having reappeared to finish the job. His axe slammed down once more, but as she instinctively grabbed Lu Yin to use as a meat shield, he promptly diverted his attack. Lu Yin himself turned around and landed another palm attack while he'd sustained heavy injuries himself. She was weak enough for this strike to be effective. Her face paled as she kicked him away in a knee-jerk reaction, falling back into the pit herself. Zhou Shan roared and hacked towards her again, but she grabbed Terrence's gun and fired. The energy beam shot a hole through the executioner's axe and shoulder, throwing him a dozen meters away with an unknown fate. It was only then that the scene went quiet, leaving only the constant crackling of the flames all around. 4 sentinels and a seeker had crushed almost half of Nanjing amidst their battle, burying the district in a sea of fire. Geraldine retrieved some medicine from her cosmic ring and swallowed it, alleviating some of her injuries. Hearing voices from every direction only minutes later, her expression changed, and she struggled out of the pit. Dragging her wounded and pierced body through the battlefield, she stumbled towards Zhou Shan, who was lying motionless on the ground. The executioner's troops soon had her surrounded, staring at her injured body warily as they prepared to attack. Feng Hong and Qin Xuan, the researcher with glasses, stepped forward. "Surrender immediately, and we can spare your life." "You natives want to spare my life?" Geraldine asked with disdain as she pointed her gun at Zhou Shan's head. "Don't you want this one to live?" "Let go of the executioner," Feng Hong barked. 10 miles back or I kill him now." Feng Hong and the other captains looked at each other but didn't move. A cold glint flashed past Geraldine's eyes, however, and she picked up a nearby stone and smashed it against Zhou Shan's head. Seeing the blood starting to flow, Feng Hong finally shouted, "Stop. We can move away, but we have to treat the executioner or he'll die." Geraldine nodded, allowing a doctor to walk over and provide first aid. It took a full 20 minutes to just staunch the blood, after which he spoke up. "His injuries are too severe. We need to take him to treatment immediately. 10 miles back right now and wait, I'll leave in 3 hours, or I'll just kill this native now." "Can the executioner hang in there for another 3 hours?" Qin Xuan asked the attending doctor from afar, and when she got a nod, the army surrounding Geraldine quickly retreated. Without a soul in sight, she heaved a sigh of relief. She'd only demanded a 3-hour period to play it safe. She only needed about 2 hours to recover from her injuries, and without any sentinels around, no one would be able to stop her at that point. With that train of thought, she glanced at Terrence before her gaze shifted back to Orton. Wait, where was Orton? Her eyes went wide and she tried to get up to look around, but a violent pain surged through her entire body, forcing her to sit back down. She consoled herself with the thought that there was no need to rush. Even if Orton wasn't dead, she could deal with him in 2 hours. After all, his injuries were definitely worse than hers. As for Yatter, the boy who dared to lay a hand on her would get his comeuppance as well. Orton's corpse was in a ruined building 1,000 meters away. Next to it was a gasping Lu Yin. He was badly hurt as well, but to him, there was nothing more important than the formcast model right now. With it, his body could still be healed to some extent. Although he tried his best to observe the situation, it took cutting off 5 of Orton's fingers before he finally found the model, at which point he excitedly grabbed it and fused it into his own body. A sharp pain suddenly engulfed him, but he also felt that unmatchable power coursing through and modifying his cellular structure. The agile energy seemed to overlook the starry sky, bringing even a small creature like him away from the earth. Soon, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cellular rearrangement was very painful, but it was a good pain. He could feel his body evolving, growing more and more compatible with the sky. An hour quickly passed, and Geraldine's face had regained a bit of its flush. Her injuries were much better, the healing process right on track. One more hour, she muttered to herself excitedly, without any plans to leave at that point. Her only goal right now was to take control of Nanjing, giving her a bargaining chip with the next batch of students that would arrive. Even though blue zones were protected to a certain degree, not everyone followed that rule. It wasn't much of a problem in ordinary trials, but now that Astral 10 was about to appear, everyone wanted to show off. She was most worried about the next batch of students that would arrive. While her group had been decided before news of Astral 10 was spread, there would undoubtedly be a plethora of prodigies who joined the second to make a name for themselves. She knew that keeping Nanjing was a pipe dream, but she wanted to rely on it to at least obtain a slightly better score. This was likely the exact same idea Terrence had. Another half-hour passed, and just as Geraldine felt like she'd recovered enough to go look for Orton, she felt an appalling surge of star energy from a kilometer away. She looked over in shock. What was that? In the building, Lu Yin finally felt the pain starting to subside. Clenching his fist, he felt the energy surging within his body. It was only now that he'd truly stepped into the realm of cultivators, gaining the right to look towards the stars. Back near the pit, Geraldine tapped her watch and activated the scanner, the gadget beeping a few times before showing a reading of 1,000. Someone had just broken through to the Sentinel realm. Was it Yatter? As though he'd heard her thoughts, the distant ruins were pushed aside as Lu Yin walked out, staring straight towards her. Her heart sank in shock, gaze flickering. You became a sentinel. Lu Yin stepped forward and smiled, so you noticed. Geraldine frowned before trying to say gently, Yatter, sorry, I shouldn't have used you as a shield there. But it wasn't intentional, my body just moved on its own. You have to believe me. Lu Yin walked forward until he was about 10 meters away. Of course I believe you. Elite students have faced many life and death scenarios in life. That sort of reflex is normal. Geraldine smiled. That's great. Terrence and Orton are now dead, and this native is also broken. Nanjing is ours now as long as we work together. No one can snatch it away. Lu Yin continued smiling. Yeah, before that, can I borrow something? Her expression froze. Borrow what? Nothing much, just some energy crystals. What did you say? She glared at him. Lu Yin stared back indifferently. Hand over your cosmic ring. Are you trying to rob me? He shrugged at her, yelling, don't make it sound like that, I just want to take a look. Geraldine got up and hissed, Yatter, just because that formcast model healed you a little doesn't mean you can bully me. You haven't fully recovered, and I've gotten better too. You're not guaranteed to win if we fight, and don't forget you're still 1.3 thousand. Would you spout so much bullshit if you really believed in the level difference? Lu Yin's lips twitched. Seeing the glint in her eyes even as she remained silent, he continued, combat level is just a measure of the outward influence of someone's star energy. It isn't an actual reading of one's ability in battle. That's the first line in most textbooks. That's just the books trying not to upset mediocre students. The higher one's combat level, the more their star energy can suppress the opponent. Why else do you think Terrence is almost twice as strong as me? I can't make up for that with battle techniques. Lu Yin walked closer, then attack me if you're that confident. Geraldine stared coldly at the approaching Lu Yin, retrieving a fire crystal from her cosmic ring. She forced herself to execute a flame palm that would defeat Lu Yin in a single strike. The rebound of that attack would injure her again, but she was left with no choice. Lu Yin watched the deep blaze in her palm and lifted his own, the moon starting to spin as he used cosmic palm without the slightest hesitation. The contact explosion completely extinguished the flames, fracturing Geraldine's arm and ending her flying 100 meters away. She stared at him in pain and shock, unable to believe that a single strike could hurt her so severely. Just what kind of battle technique was that? Shockwave Palm was no match for her fire palm, and she was supposed to be twice as strong as him. Lu Yin himself wasn't surprised, nonchalantly glancing at his palm. The power of his strike had risen again now that he was a sentinel, with traces of stars in the attack as well. The explosion suppressed everything with just a single cosmic body. What would happen when he had 2, or 10, or 20? How powerful would it be then? He wouldn't even dare imagine it. He just knew that he simply couldn't reveal this battle technique's origins. The explosions attracted Qing Shuan and the rest once more, and when the troops reappeared, they only saw Lu Yin standing on the ground next to Zhou Shan. Brother Lu, Feng Hong was shocked. They had all been too far from the battle to see what had happened. Lock this woman up and save the executioner, Lu Yin ordered. Geraldine was quickly brought away by the troops, but as Zhou Shan was moved onto a stretcher, he regained consciousness and called out in a weak voice, wait. Everyone drew closer, and the executioner turned to Lu Yin. I'll need your help protect Nanjing while I recover. Don't worry, Lu Yin nodded. Nanjing had suffered heavy losses in today's battle. Lu Yin ordered the troops to rebuild the destroyed assembly grounds and pacified the survivors before commanding Luo Yi and group to rush back to the city. Fortunately, these were things he didn't need to worry about himself, allowing him to head to the lowest level of the camp's prisons. All 4 of Geraldine's limbs had been locked and tied up, with a number of guns trained on her from all around. They would fire at the first sign of abnormal movements, blowing her to pieces, but Lu Yin ordered the guards away and walked over alone. Taking off her cosmic ring, he unlocked it with a drop of blood from her finger and emptied her belongings onto the floor. Not many people could afford these things, with Vesta and even Orton not being in possession of one. He'd already cleared out Terrence's ring just before he came here, and now it was Geraldine's turn. "What are you?" Geraldine asked as he sorted through her stuff. Lu Yin smiled. "What do you think? You don't belong on this primitive planet. You have to have come from elsewhere in the universe," she reasoned, staring at Lu Yin with gritted teeth. Lu Yin nodded, grabbing all her energy crystals before stuffing other items like undergarments back in the ring and returning to her. Cosmic rings were tied to the genetic code of their users, so it would be useless for him to hold on to it. Lu Yin only spoke up once he was done robbing all of Geraldine's crystals. "My name is Lu Yin, not Yatter. Don't call me by the wrong name." "Lu Yin, is that your Earth name?" He didn't answer that question, but rather gave her an order. "Log into the Universal Network and mark Nanjing blue under you." Geraldine chuckled but otherwise ignored him. He sighed. I don't actually like torturing people, but this is a military base and they have all sorts of ways to get you on board." "These natives will pay the price for that," she barked. That anger was met with a cold glare. "Sure, but your price will be much more terrifying and immediate." Geraldine matched his gaze for a while but eventually caved in. In the end, she was just a student, though she could be proud, cold, and even cruel to the natives of Earth. That was merely due to the difference in their status. When that difference was taken away, all that was left was a normal schoolgirl like any other. Lu Yin watched as she logged in and turned Nanjing blue, noticing that a good portion of the planet had been marked by these aliens. Situations like Geraldine's were bound to be exceptional, but large swathes of China, Europe, Africa, and the Americas had changed color. The area that stood out to him most was Hubei had Liu Xiaoj surrendered to a student. Was he killed? He turned to Geraldine, who is the strongest in this batch of students. She shook her head. "I don't know." The Empire itself initiated this evolution, so the students can be from many different schools. Terrence was one of the strongest from mine, but I have no idea about the others. Lu Yin held back from asking further questions. He was confident in dealing with the current batch of students, but he also knew the true challenge would only begin in 2 months. With everyone else busy, he gave himself the task of clearing out any mutant beasts he could detect with his scanner that were in the realm of sky. Finishing that task in 5 days, he called upon all remaining captains, even calling back Luo Yi and Su San from the front lines. The latter was dumbstruck to find out that his new master was now stepping in for the executioner with full control of Nanjing, but that only made him certain that his future looked promising. Lu Yin had supported Su San quite a bit already, helping him become a seeker in this time. He knew that the man's value would skyrocket once he became a sentinel, but Su San simply reveled in the preferential treatment and resolved himself to grow stronger quickly. He believed that the best way for him to aid Lu Yin was to grow more powerful, at which point his own gains would improve as well. If anyone had any complaints about the current power structure, they didn't dare to voice them. Everyone was aware that Lu Yin had intervened in a battle with 2 Realm of Sky experts, showing that he too had reached that realm. This was a level of power that matched the executioner, and no captain would overstep their bounds. As for the 2 captains that had once surrendered to Geraldine, Lu Yin stripped them of their ranks as punishment for the crime. The most important order of business is to give up on expansion efforts and focus on fortifying Nanjing, Lu Yin announced to the 8 remaining captains. Someone hesitantly replied, "Carving a path towards the capital was the foundation of the executioner's strategy. It wouldn't be good to stray from his goals." "I agree with Lu Yin," Qing Xuan countered. "Nanjing is too weak to connect to the rest of the country right now. We need to first stabilize this place to ward off external threats." Seeing the nods from Feng Hong and the others, Lu Yin stood up. "Then it's decided. All of the camp's soldiers are going to be recalled. We'll begin heading west to reclaim the lost parts of the district." The last bit was said as he was leaving the meeting, leaving the others silently looking at each other. Qin Xuan fell into deep thought as she watched Lu Yin leave. She felt that he was even more bold than the executioner while still wanting to help Nanjing, but the supposed temporary caretaker of the city was overruling Zhou Shan's strategies. Although she agreed with this change, she wondered how the sage would react when he awoke. "Feng Hong, stay close to the executioner for a while," she whispered. Feng Hong was puzzled. Why? An abundance of precaution. Just protect the executioner. She feared that Lu Yin would harm, or even kill the executioner to gain complete control over the camp. Across the room, Luo Yi's eyes flickered as she observed the 2 talk. Zhao Yu had left a few days ago by herself, heading northeast. This girl's courage was admirable, but Lu Yin felt the decision wasn't very sensible. The stronghold had originally housed 80,000 cultivators, but 30,000 of them had originally been stationed at the front lines. Now that they had returned with the rest of the captains, the district's defenses had been strengthened drastically. Zhongshan was now a true fortress, but that meant the countryside was more fragile than ever before. Beams of light flashed across the sky to the backdrop of the crimson sunset, destroying a number of flying mutants. Atop the city's walls, Lu Yin called out, "Use ballistics if you notice a group of beasts or a zombie horde, no need to hold back." Understood, two captains responded. A sudden cry rang out in the distance, many zombies being torn apart as a massive flying beast rushed towards the city. It swept close to the ground and grabbed talonfuls of zombies along the way, crushing them to pieces amidst its flight. "Attack IT! Quick!" someone screamed and people started panicking. However, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he leapt up with Orton's sword in hand, one sentinel-level strike knocking the beast straight to the ground. The scream turned into a wail as its head was twisted strangely by the impact, voice slowly dying out. Lu Yin jumped down onto its back and slid the sword into its head, causing two twitches after which all movement stopped. It took a moment for the stunned onlookers to burst into cheers. "The hidden sage," someone cried out amongst the crowd, which was soon picked up by everyone. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He didn't want to be another sage, but no matter how he tried to calm the crowd, the term quickly started to spread. Half a month sped by, and soon less than 70 days remained before the next batch of students arrived. During this time, Lu Yin had used about half of his star crystals to cultivate, getting to combat level 1,500. Star crystals were not typically used to accelerate cultivation and upgrade an individual's power, but were mostly used to train battle skills or to power high-tech equipment. The crystals could also be used to rapidly recover energy after exhaustion. A powerful battle technique could often multiply one's strength, but a higher combat level alone could cause others to be cautious. Obviously, a higher power level represented the body's energy, which meant that the same attack would be more powerful, much like how Terrence's shockwave palm had been able to counter Geraldine's battle technique. Although Terrence had saved some star crystals to train his battle techniques, it had been for nothing in the end otherwise. His last battle would have ended differently. Lu Yin planned on using his remaining star crystals to improve his cosmic palm and try some other things. Geraldine had given up during these 2 weeks, requesting to meet with Lu Yin. Although he hadn't allowed anyone to torture her physically, she had been placed in solitary confinement in a dark dungeon and forced to eat food made from rats. It wasn't long before she cracked. "I'll help you if you let me go," she pleaded weakly, face pale and gaze unfocused. Her very body seemed to radiate an unpleasant odor. Lu Yin remained indifferent. "How can you help me? I can help you protect Nanjing, and I'll do whatever else you want me to. Just let me out, I'm losing my mind." Lu Yin stared at her. "So what's the mission in this trial? You're really not a student. How did you manage to enter Earth when it's been under the Great Yu Empire's observation for so long?" Geraldine's gaze brightened, but when Lu Yin turned to leave, she called out, "Wait, fine. I was just curious, I won't say anything. Our mission was to hunt down an escaped criminal." "A criminal?" Lu Yin turned back with interest. She nodded. "We were given the mission one day before the trial started. A criminal managed to escape parole and came to Earth. He was the one who triggered the planet's evolution. The Empire didn't plan to use this planet for a while, but now it was the best choice. This even delayed our training by several months. We were supposed to start much earlier." One reading of Yin is hidden. Lu Yin was caught off guard. "You guys weren't the ones that started Earth's evolution." Geraldine shook her head. "No, the planet where we were originally supposed to train on is actually quite far away." This was shocking information. If Earth's evolution hadn't been triggered by the Great Yu Empire but somehow initiated locally, could it have been that corpse? "Who is this escaped criminal?" he asked. Geraldine coughed a few times. "I don't actually know. Their identity is classified, so no one knows what they look like or even what their name is." "Then how are you supposed to find them?" "This is a planetary trial, of course. It wouldn't be that simple. But even if you manage to track the criminal down, are students enough to capture him?" "Probably. They come from the Innerverse, but they've sustained heavy injuries, so there's no way for them to be stronger than a melder. On top of that, all their equipment is destroyed, so they have nothing to rely on." Lu Yin released Geraldine after 10 more minutes of conversation, having someone take her to a place where she could bathe and get treatment. She took an entire day to take care of herself, only meeting him the next afternoon. While she had been in pain for the entirety of the past few weeks, a special healing potion that she'd brought on the trip ensured that the shoulder injury was all that remained. Their next meeting, Lu Yin led Geraldine to an empty field outside Nanjing. "So you've recovered completely outside of your shoulder. Do you want to try and beat me to avenge the humiliation?" Geraldine glared at Lu Yin. Her limbs were still bound with metal chains. However, he only laughed. "Stop pretending. With your strength, these things can't restrain you." Clang! Geraldine immediately broke free of the chains, but this caused pain to shoot up her right arm. She paled instantly. "I told you I'd help you. Would you still be afraid if I got rid of this?" Lu Yin removed Terrence's gun from his belt and threw it on the ground. Geraldine stared in shock at the weapon. This gun that could injure even sentinels was the primary reason she had been afraid of him. How could he toss it aside so easily? "Come on, see if you can beat me." Victory means control of Nanjing and vengeance. Wouldn't that be perfect? He taunted her. Geraldine's eyes gleamed and she tossed her hair behind, rushing towards Lu Yin with full force. Even if she wasn't sure of defeating him, she knew that she could at least hold her own in combat. After all, he was only a new sentinel himself. Sparks flew from the ground whenever her feet made contact, flames condensing around her left hand as she swept it forward. Using roving step, Lu Yin dodged the flame palm with ease before tossing out some crystals. Not enough fire, try again. Geraldine was surprised but didn't hesitate. Since she had already started, she would use everything she could to win. The fire crystals broke apart to release towering flames that she condensed with a twist of her hand, gathering it all into a single attack. Lu Yin merely took a step back and raised his own hand, stars appearing on his palm. Bang! The impact shattered the ground, launching flames high into the sky where they exploded like fireworks. Geraldine was blown away by the shockwaves, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air and coughing up another when she crashed into the ground. On the other hand, Lu Yin remained in place with an indifferent expression. His cosmic palm had killed Terrence when he was just a seeker, and now he was a sentinel. The only reason Geraldine wasn't dead was mercy. How? Unable to even get up from the ground, the girl just wheezed in shock. Although she was aware that Lu Yin had a powerful battle technique, it had only beaten her before because she was incapable of using her full strength. This time, her flame palm hadn't even pushed him back. Soldiers from the camp rushed over after hearing the noise, but they were held back by Lu Yin. He walked over to Geraldine. Are you going to keep resisting? What battle technique was that? She asked, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her once beautiful face was now pallid. Lu Yin smirked. Shockwave palm, 3x. What do you mean? There's no way that was shockwave palm, she protested weakly. Lu Yin smiled while retrieving the energy gun. Haven't you heard the legends? A powerhouse once stacked 100 shockwave palms to shatter the stars. 3 are more than enough to defeat you. Geraldine was still incredulous. She couldn't accept that a person who she had been able to easily crush was now able to beat her so easily. Go and heal your injuries. From now on you are my bodyguard, Lu Yin smiled, leaving as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She finally realized why this jerk had allowed her to challenge him. He had only wanted to subdue her completely. Lu Yin struggled to contain his excitement as he returned to his quarters. While his combat level was only 1,500, his cosmic palm was now something that even a peaked Terrence wouldn't be able to handle. He could finally be confident in defending himself. Asking Susan to guard him while he trained, he headed to a sealed arena within Nanjing and took out a star crystal and crushed it. This time he didn't absorb it, instead summoning his die once more. He had noticed its dullness after the previous use, and while it had been regaining its luster on its own, he believed that star energy would be able to empower it as well. That expectation was met, and the die rapidly absorbed the crystal's energy until the room was empty once more. Lu Yin continued to take out star crystals, watching as the die slowly recovered its glow. It was only when he had a single crystal left that it completely returned to its former glow, shrouded in starlight as before. He cleaned the nervous sweat from his brow. This thing just ate up too much star energy. After calculating, he realized that adding up the star crystals he had taken from Terrence and Geraldine, and the energy the die had passively recovered over the past few days, the die had absorbed nearly half a cube of star crystals. If he also added up the energy it had absorbed from the burst of energy released when he had become a sentinel, the die had probably needed an entire cube of star crystals to recover. Even a wealthy student like Terrence couldn't possibly bring that much of such a valuable resource. This incident gave Lu Yin a premonition that he was destined for destitution in the future. He needed to find a way to earn large sums of money, or he wouldn't even be able to use his innate gift that he would never be able to abandon. The first use of it had brought him an unbelievable skill like the cosmic art with no repercussions to speak of. No matter whether it took 1 cube of star crystals or 100, he would keep using it. In the worst-case scenario, he would just rob people. He swallowed in anticipation as he watched the die float before him, rubbing his hands before tapping it gently. His breathing grew hurried as it started to spin. Come on, give me something good. 5 of the die's faces slowly faded, leaving only the one with 4 pips visible. The space around him changed before he could think about it, the arena and even all of Nanjing disappearing. All he could see was an endless space of gray and white, with no beginning nor end. Above him was limitless darkness, and the ground below was made of some tough material he didn't recognize. The only other thing was what seemed like a countdown behind him. 259,200, 259,199, 259,198. Words time-stop domain floated into his mind, leaving him stunned. Was it actually possible to pause time? That was something he'd only heard of in legends. He soon knew that the countdown he was seeing was seconds, depicting the time he would be allowed to stay here. 259,200 seconds, or exactly 3 days for a roll of 4. The outside world wouldn't change at all until this timer ended. Lu Yin released a big breath as he stared at the numbers slowly counting down. Wasn't his innate gift just too terrifying? He cleared his mind and shook his head, raising his hand to look at the die, but saw that it was dull once more. He now understood why so much star energy was needed. It was used to gain access to this space. A small test with his final star crystal left him speechless. The number went up as he threw the crystal over, but only by 5 seconds. Wasn't that way too small? The time-stop domain initially provided Lu Yin with 3 days of frozen time, but the price to extend that was far too steep. One fist-sized crystal only added 5 seconds if that scaled. A full cubic meter would only add about 80 minutes to the timer. His need for star crystals had grown once more. He needed them for cultivation, battle technique training, equipment, charging his die, increasing the duration of the time-stop domain, and a million other small things. He was starting to believe that some disreputable acts would be worth it if he could get enough crystals. In fact, maybe becoming an interstellar bandit wasn't a bad career choice. Shaking off that thought, he examined his surroundings. 3 days of time here was a rather awkward duration. He didn't have any star crystals to absorb, and there wasn't enough time to upgrade his cosmic palm. What about other techniques? Wondering for a moment, he soon decided that there was only one technique that he could practice right now, the Space Render Palm. Space Render Palm was the upgraded version of the Shockwave Palm, another battle technique available to the masses. Its physical requirements far exceeded that of the Shockwave Palm, to the point that not even many melders could utilize it. However, this suited him perfectly. He had no energy crystals to train anything else, and he was confident in the strength of his body. Space Render Palm was much more powerful than Shockwave Palm, and more importantly, it was a long-range attack. It could make up for his current shortcomings. Although he hadn't been practicing his battle techniques for a while, he hadn't relaxed his training regimen for his body. The near-zero star energy cost of Shockwave Palm was the reason that Lu Yin had managed to use it to kill Vesta. Although the universe was flooded with star energy on the whole, every planet had a unique ecosystem, and some of them weren't compatible with it. Techniques like the Shockwave Palm that relied on one's physical energy were extremely underrated by most people. In the process of chasing more formidable battle techniques, they didn't pause to wonder whether those techniques could be used in all situations. As the timer continued to tick down, he went down and started doing push-ups with a single finger. 3 sweaty days quickly passed, and Lu Yin watched the scenery before him warping once more. He returned to the training arena he had just entered on Earth, and a quick glance confirmed that only a second had passed in his 3 days of rough training. Taking a quick bath, he rested for the rest of the night. When he met Geraldine the next morning, Lu Yin noticed the hint of dread in her gaze as he asked, "Do you know what your role is?" "Your bodyguard," Geraldine answered softly. He chuckled. "Let's go, the executioner should be awake soon." Having sustained injuries far worse than Geraldine's, Zhou Shan had been undergoing advanced therapy. After sustaining severe wounds from Terrence, he would have been killed by Orton if not for Lu Yin. Even with the half-month of treatment, he was visibly thinner and weaker. When Lu Yin brought Geraldine towards the executioner's ward, Feng Hong got up immediately. "Brother Lu, no. Hidden Sage the executioner has woken up." Lu Yin felt helpless at the use of the moniker. He definitely didn't want that title when the second batch of students was about to arrive, as it would place a target on his back. However, all of Nanjing now called him by that title, and it was widely known that he had reached the realm of sky. There wasn't any way to refute. "You can stay here," he responded, stepping past Feng Hong to enter the ward. Feng Hong stared vigilantly at Geraldine for obvious reasons, but she didn't bother with him. She didn't care about anyone outside of Lu Yin himself. Here were he not from the greater universe like her. It would have taken a while for her ego to allow her to give in. In the ward, Qing Xuan was the only one present besides Zhou Shan. She grew alert as soon as she saw Lu Yin stepping in, moving in front of Zhou Shan. Lu Yin was quite amused. "Don't mind me. I'm just here to talk to the executioner." "Qing Xuan, move aside." Zhou Shan's feeble voice prompted her to stop muttering to herself and step aside. Lu Yin looked towards her. "You can leave." Qing Xuan's gaze changed, and she looked at Zhou Shan, who nodded in agreement. Still, the hesitation was clear in her steps. "My apologies, she's too worried about me," Zhou Shan said weakly as he gestured for Lu Yin to sit. Lu Yin sat beside the man's bed and smiled. "She's afraid I'll harm you." He chuckled. "If you wanted to do that, I wouldn't have lived this long." "I heard you gave up on the north to focus on Nanjing and the west." Lu Yin nodded and stood up, walking to the window and staring at the ruins of Zhongshan. "It's been half a year since the apocalypse. There might be a lot of zombies, but they're not too much of a threat. The mutant beasts are a different story. They'll grow stronger with time, and the entire frontline might collapse if it's stretched too thin. It's exactly because it's been half a year that I wanted to reach out to the rest and join hands to reclaim China. Zhao Yu risked her life to come to Nanjing for that reason." Lu Yin turned back. "How many casualties does the stronghold suffer every day? How long do you think our path will be? I already had Luo Yi report that the supposedly safe roads had a zombie king with intelligence. That thing could evolve, and even consume special materials to develop rudimentary battle techniques. Your captains can't handle that. Will you go there personally? And how much can you do yourself? Can you ensure that there won't be a single realm of sky on the way? Zhou Shen went silent for a while before smiling bitterly. I can't, but I need to establish contact with the capital. I need to figure out the origin of the apocalypse. Lu Yin perked up. The origin of the apocalypse. Zhou Shan stared solemnly at Lu Yin. We received some news when the country brought that corpse back from Neptune. We relied on the news to be ahead of everyone else and become the seven sages, but the corpse posed its own problems. But there were problems. The Ministry of Science and Technology discovered an abnormal substance on its body that can instigate strange changes in DNA. I believe that is what brought about the apocalypse. What happened then? Zhou Shan continued with a pained expression. The ministry couldn't control the substance, so Primary ordered for the corpse to be transported away. The seven of us were separated to protect different parts of China. Primary might have guessed things already, but the apocalypse struck the very day the corpse was to be transported. Lu Yin was staring intently at Zhou Shan, but the executioner stared at the ceiling instead. We don't know how it happened, but there was great change in an instant. The researchers, Primary, and a lot of other people died in a great explosion. We tried our best to get in touch, but no one knew what happened, even Zhang Dingshan, who was in the capital. What about that corpse? Lu Yin asked quickly. That thing would contain a formcast model, and it could be the same criminal from the Universe that these students were trying to find. Zhou Shan shook his head. No idea. There was only a giant pit filled with lava left behind. All the information vanished in that explosion, and the apocalypse arrived. Lu Yin could tell that Zhou Shan was not lying. He had come to Nanjing from Hubei precisely as a part of his search for the corpse. It seemed like he had to pay the capital a visit. He sighed. Get some rest. I'll be going. Are you leaving Nanjing? Zhou Shan asked. You don't want me to? Of course not. You're the only one who can defend the city. You managed to injure the strongest of the aliens even when you were in the realm of Earth. Now that you're in the realm of Sky, you're certainly stronger than me. I hope for you to stay. The camp will follow your orders, as will I. Lu Yin was confused. Why? You're still the revered executioner. Nanjing will still be yours after I leave. Zhou Shan could not help but laugh bitterly. Do you think I want that title? I'm a career soldier. I defend Nanjing because of Primary's orders, nothing else. The survival of the millions in Nanjing is what's important. I hope you can stay and protect them. Lu Yin stared into Zhou Shan's eyes, and the man did not show a single hint of weakness. He eventually nodded and turned to leave the ward. I'll stay, for now. Zhou Shan heaved a sigh of relief and looked out the window. The battle half a month ago was etched deeply in his memory. He was termed the executioner, but he was no more than a pawn. The pressure of millions of lives was too great, and he truly hoped for Lu Yin to stay behind for a future where his people survived. The information about the corpse was top secret, but it had shown his sincerity. Qing Xuan hurriedly entered the ward as Lu Yin left, and Lu Yin nodded towards Feng Hong before leaving with Geraldine in tow. Zhou Shan being a soldier was a heavy revelation, as it was an added responsibility. Lu Yin didn't want to bear that burden. While he respected the executioner, he wouldn't stay behind forever to lead the man. With Terrence's formcast model on hand, he could stay here for now and wait until he became a melder. However, nothing was more important than that corpse. He would leave the moment there was news. Smoke pervaded the air around Nanjing as the city settled down into a never-ending battle. A wave of mutants rushed in from the west every few days, and nobody could make heads or tails of the situation. In the skies, the flying mutant beasts formed groups to attack the assembly grounds in Zhongshan. Geraldine flew over and lit them up with her flame palm, bombarding the skies and sending sparks everywhere to the tune of cheering spectators. Stood on the city walls, Lu Yin was gazing westward. The waves were far too frequent now. Was a formidable beast in the vicinity. Geraldine, southwest. He barked, leaving the girl a little depressed. Here she was, someone from the greater universe being ordered around like a war slave. She had considered disobeying him multiple times, but Lu Yin's icy gaze ensured that she remained wise. Her thoughts ran back to a scene from a few days prior. The morning after visiting Zhou Shan, Lu Yin had proposed a friendly duel. She'd only agreed when he agreed not to use a shockwave palm, but the bastard had actually used a space render palm and nearly crippled her. That incident had angered her so much that she swore to never duel him again. Of course, she was also shocked by Lu Yin's power. While the shockwave palm was not uncommon, the space render palm was entirely different. She only knew one other person of similar age that could use the technique, the top student in her academy, Veron. Bang. The remnants of the flame palm slammed into the ground, crushing several formidable mutant beasts. Gasping for air up above, Geraldine found it strange as well. It was normal for this number of mutant beasts to exist in a world undergoing evolution, but it was decidedly abnormal for them to attack humans so consistently. Beasts had primal tendencies, and as long as no one intruded on their territory, they hardly ever came out. This was also a key reason why there were so many survivors, but the beast waves had become far too common of an occurrence now. Her thoughts were interrupted by deafening howls as two more beasts snuck towards her using the flame palm once more. She decimated them in a single strike. Lu Yin frowned from the city walls. This woman relied too much on her battle techniques, which restricted her development. Her battle ability was halved when she wasn't using the flame palm. She was perhaps only slightly above average in her school, a far cry from Terence, and perhaps only a little stronger than Orton. However, as he continued to observe her, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Stop," he shouted as he lifted his hand, forming ripples of energy by pressing down on the air. Geraldine was shocked as she saw the attack flying straight for her, but somehow managed to react the right way and stop in an instant. The Space Render palm swept past her and landed behind, blowing the air apart and sending a youth crashing to the ground. Lu Yin jumped and flew towards the ambusher, glowering at him on the floor. Geraldine heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing at the sight of Lu Yin. This sneak attack would have landed on her squarely if not for his intervention, and the would-be assassin was a sentinel as well. The best-case scenario would have been heavy injuries. There was a giant crack on the Earth's surface, and the youth clutched his chest as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. "Space Render palm? How's that possible?" Lu Yin glared at the man, sweeping around the area with his peripheral vision. His gaze suddenly focused as he disappeared towards the beasts with roving step. "Run," the youth shouted, but it was too late. Another young man within a beast's abdomen was shocked as Lu Yin's hand grabbed towards him. He grabbed his longsword and slashed out, but a loud explosion rang out as the bare palm shattered the metal with ease. The ground within a dozen meters split open as currents of air whirled outwards, tearing countless beasts to shreds. Lu Yin had just used 2 strikes to bring down 2 sentinels, astonishing Geraldine in the process. She was sure that these 2 were students. Though not from the first military school, they would not be weaklings if they could participate in this trial. That they had been so easily defeated was a testament to Lu Yin's current strength. His true battle prowess far exceeded his combat level. The beast wave dissipated quickly once the 2 students were defeated, informing Lu Yin that they were the source of the problem. "Where are you from?" Geraldine barked, still reeling from the near ambush. The 2 stared fearfully at Lu Yin, but did not answer. Lu Yin waved the incoming soldiers away and coldly stared at them. "I'll feed you 2 to the beasts if you don't speak. We're fellow students, no need to be so cruel," one of the males squeaked with a pale face. Lu Yin shrugged. "Sorry, I'm an earthling." "Impossible," the 2 shrieked, turning towards Geraldine. Her silence shocked them further. "How can a native defeat us so easily? He can even use the Space Render palm." "All right, less nonsense," Lu Yin barked. "Speak or die." Around 10 minutes later, Lu Yin ordered the 2 to be imprisoned while he sank into thought. These 2 had come from the Great Yu Empire's Blue Mountain Academy, which was situated on a planet full of wild beasts. These 2 had experienced taming wild animals, but could only urge weak mutant creatures. As for mounting this sneak attack on Nanjing, they were the same as Geraldine and wanted to occupy the city. Unlike her, however, they had a powerful backer in Anhui nearby. Geraldine was furious. "Why don't you kill them? They were plotting to steal Nanjing." Lu Yin looked at her. "You can do it if you want. Or I can't bear to do it." She was stunned and turned away. This trial might not forbid murder, but too many deaths isn't a good look. "This is the first time you've tried to act smart with me. It better be the last." Geraldine's lips twitched as she watched Lu Yin leave, a sense of pity filling her. She had wanted to make him the main antagonist of this first batch so she could escape control, but that had failed. The scoundrel was smarter than she'd thought. "Boss, the beast wave has retreated." Susan cheered, his eyes glowing. Lu Yin knew what he was thinking with one glance. "You finished using the energy crystals I gave you." Susan was embarrassed. "Yes, and I've grown much stronger. No need to be anxious for a breakthrough. You still don't have the capacity yet. Try your best to immerse yourself in your body's energy and condense it." "Yes, boss." Susan could feel Lu Yin's concern. While Lu Yin had initially wanted to get Susan to the realm of sky quickly, he had changed his mind as of late. He didn't want an abundance of impurities to harm Susan's potential, which would diminish his value. Many powerful entities had their own ways to completely cleanse someone's energy so they could start anew, but that process grew more difficult and expensive as one trained to higher realms. Susan being in the realm of Earth was just perfect. While his potential wasn't harmed too much, he could still survive on his own. After dealing with the aftermath of the beast wave, Lu Yin headed to Zhou Shan's ward. He had given the executioner some of Geraldine's medicine, so he had mostly recovered from his injuries. "What are you planning to do with those 2 aliens?" Zhou Shan asked. "I'll keep them locked up for now. They'll be useful later. You can interrogate them if you want. It'll be good to learn more about them." Zhou Shan nodded. "I hear they come from Anhui." "Yeah, which is exactly the direction I'm headed in." "Might as well get rid of them." Zhou Shan was puzzled. I'm curious. Why do you want to journey west so bad?" "Want to hear the truth?" Lu Yin looked him in the eye. "You don't say. I'm going to Hubei to look for someone." "Hubei? A relative?" Lu Yin laughed, kind of. Zhou Shan nodded. "All right. You're Nanjing's savior. If you want us to head west, we head west. You can connect with Liu Xiaoj and Wu Cheng and join hands to fight the aliens there. The radiance, what's he like? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean, what's he like? Strength or personality? Lu Yin smiled. Both. I don't know him all that well. Though we've worked together before, it wasn't for long. The water sage Baizu is the one who'd know him best. They were involved romantically at one point from what I've heard. Lu Yin's brows furrowed for a moment. Involved. Are they married? No, but there's something there. Zhou Shen didn't seem to be sure either, but he quickly grinned. Have you ever seen Baizu? Lu Yin shook his head. Zhou Shan looked up at the sky and pointed at the clouds. She looks just like that. Looking up as well, Lu Yin was rather lost. Zhou Shan sighed. Baizu, fresh as a lotus blooming in water, beautiful as a goddess, pretty as a picture. Her looks are absolutely out of this world. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan as if he'd seen a ghost. Since when do you know how to pontificate? Zhou Shan gave Lu Yin an odd look. It's not just me. It's well known that Baizu is the most beautiful woman in all of China. No matter which celebrity or model you look at, no one can compare. I didn't believe it at first either, but once I met her I couldn't help but agree. This woman was born to be worshipped. It's no exaggeration to call her a goddess. Lu Yin laughed. That's not an exaggeration. Goddess, don't flatter yourselves. Natives will always be natives. If you ever see Starsabil, you won't be able to get off your knees, Geraldine interrupted with a tone of ridicule. This immediately prompted a cold glare from Lu Yin. I never want to hear you say the word native again. Go guard the door. Geraldine snorted, but without the guts to challenge Lu Yin, she turned and left. Zhou Shan was embarrassed as he realized a woman had overheard such a discussion, but Lu Yin smiled. Please continue, Brother Zhou. Zhou Shan coughed several times. There's actually nothing more. Liu Xiaoj is handsome and Baizu is pretty. The two are a perfect match. Lu Yin's curious eyes gleamed. What about their power? The executioner shrugged his shoulders. Liu Xiaoj and I are part of the 4 sages, while Baizu is one of the 3 high sages. He's supposed to be prudent and adept at hiding, but he can't be much stronger than me. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. Zhou Shan did not seem to understand Liu Xiaoj very well, but he could sense that the man's impression of Liu Xiaoj was pretty decent. The radiance seemed to deserve the greatest praise, and Liu Xiaoj's external image did seem rather perfect. Only the dead and the one accidental survivor would know of the man's dark side. He had assumed he only had one enemy amongst the 7 sages so far, but if the water sage really was involved with Liu Xiaoj, that assumption could prove false. And then there was a chance of a butterfly effect, where all the sages stood against him. Society worked in strange ways. Drumming his fingers against a wall, Lu Yin sank deep into thought. It took until night for the beast wave to retreat completely, and Lu Yin left Nanjing after dark. He was running out of fire crystals and needed to dig up a few more. Powerful gusts could be heard under the yellow moonlight illuminating the cold earth, forcing one to focus if they wanted to hear the constant chewing that sent chills down the spine. When Lu Yin finally arrived at the fire crystal deposit beside the old canals, he saw a shadow standing there in silence. It was a man with short silver hair, looking up towards the moonlight with a vacant gaze. His expression changed instantly the moment he noticed this person. The long-haired zombie king, the fire crystals, and that fearsome head. Was this person here by coincidence or on purpose? He hadn't expected anyone to be around, so he hadn't bothered to conceal himself while flying over. Before he could do so now, the silver-haired youth noticed him. Lu Yin focused his gaze and looked over with a guarded expression. He didn't know how strong this person was, but he felt an extreme danger that made him want to keep his distance. His mind kept wandering back to that head. Who are you? The corners of the youth's mouth lifted up in a faint smile. Right at that moment, the wandering clouds covered the moon and plunged the entire land into darkness. Lu Yin felt his scalp tingling as he saw a flash of white amidst the darkness, and he used the roving step to retreat. His right palm struck out at the same time, the soul moon flying around within. He noticed astonishment flicker across a cold gaze under a flash of white light, the illumination changing directions to collide with his palm. He faintly made out the outline of a beautiful butterfly sword, slicing the very air with a speed almost indiscernible to the human eye. The youth's attack completely deflected the power of the cosmic palm, the air distorting as the resulting explosion sent both combatants flying backward. The moonlight peeked through the clouds once more, revealing expressions of surprise on both sides. The silver-haired man rubbed his head and smiled. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were a zombie and attacked by instinct. Lu Yin squinted as his own mouth curled up. It's all right, I only acted because I thought the same. Fortunately, I only used half my strength. I hope you weren't injured. The silver-haired male's eyebrows rose. It's all right. How could that harm me? I only used a third of my strength, but that was more than enough to block your palm, haha. Lu Yin looked at his own palm then smiled. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. That was only a quarter of the palm's power. Thankfully, I did not injure you. The silver-haired man laughed. That's okay. I also remembered wrongly. I only used a fifth of my strength. I find that hard to believe. Want to try again? The The silver-haired man quickly waved his hands. No, I'm just an elegant gourmet and hardly like fighting with others. If you don't mind me asking, what are you here for? Lu Yin calmly replied, looking for a fellow student. I've set the meeting point here. The silver-haired man grunted. Me too, actually. I recall this place is near Nanjing, but it's been marked blue. Maybe that was done by your fellow student. Lu Yin nodded. It was. The youth tutted. I wanted to take a look. But forget it. You can keep waiting here. I'll head out. Lu Yin stared at his watch as the youth flew away, only letting go of a breath once he confirmed that the person had left. He had never felt such a grave sense of danger before someone had actually blocked the full-power cosmic palm. This was an all-out attack with his full sentinel power behind it. Where had that person even come from? Was there really someone so strong in the first batch? He walked through the area and looked at the fire crystal deposit. That youth had been standing where he'd found the head with vertical eyes, so he could very well have been its owner. He thought back to that skull, still failing to come up with a connection to anything he knew of. When Lu Yin had first picked up that head, he had felt he may have come into contact with an incredible object. And now, this feeling grew even more intense. Though that silver-haired male was only a sentinel, Lu Yin did indeed feel like he hadn't used his full power in that attack. That was unfathomable. On the other side, the silver-haired man was flying under the moonlight with a strange expression on his face. His infallible killing strike had actually been blocked. He chuckled to himself. There's actually someone among the sentinels that could withstand that strike. Interesting. I thought such people would only appear with the second batch. Yuxiang, the junction of the Jiangsu and Anhui provinces. Ever since Nanjing had focused its energies westward, it had become the major battle line for Lu Yin's troops. 5 prominent captains and 30,000 cultivators had set off to clear the path, saving many survivors and recruiting quite a few cultivators along the way. The camps at Yuxiang now had about 40,000 cultivators in total, and even had an added captain among their ranks. All these troops were under the command of Feng Hong, the captain Lu Yin was most familiar with. The battle lines had originally been stable, but one day a figure appeared high in the skies above Yuxiang and looked down on Lu Yin's troops. Tens of thousands of cultivators raised their heads from below. In Nanjing, Lu Yin was staring at his map. The distance to Wucheng was far too great, and the two were also separated by Anhui in the middle, which had countless zombies, mutant beasts, and even cultivators who weren't on friendly terms with Nanjing. It would be extremely cumbersome to pave a path all the way to Hubei, taking at least a few months, and now that the city was marked blue, he could very well end up meeting aliens instead of Liu Xiaoj. As he was wondering to himself, Luoyi screamed and rushed over. Hidden Sage, the barracks at the front lines has been crushed, and everyone was captured including Feng Hong and the other captains. Lu Yin was shocked. Did any aliens appear? Luoyi nodded. The soldiers who were allowed to escape were told 4 words: Blue Mountain Academy, Jaeger. Call Geraldine over now. Lu Yin barked an order the moment Geraldine arrived. Use one of the Blue Mountain watches and contact a Jaeger. He's captured our soldiers. Geraldine nodded and retrieved the watches of the 2 students from her cosmic ring, clicking through it rapidly until a young man's figure flashed on the screen. He smiled politely. Miss Geraldine, long time no see. I hadn't expected we would meet in such a situation, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Jaeger, a student of Blue Mountain Academy. Geraldine hesitated. You recognize me? Jaeger smiled. You're the famous elite beauty of the first military school. Our academy is not very far. Of course I recognize you. So you're the one who sent those 2 to ambush me. Her voice turned cold. Ambush you? Jaeger laughed at Geraldine's accusation. I sent the 2 of them out to check out if we had any peers nearby. Did they sneak up on you? Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson. No need for that. They've already paid for their mistake, Geraldine replied coldly. Lu Yin walked over to Geraldine's side, casting a glance at Jaeger. The youth didn't seem surprised to see him, the hidden sage of Nanjing. I guess you must be from the greater universe as well. Miss Geraldine wouldn't want to work with you otherwise. My name is Yatter, Lu Yin said bluntly. I come from the first academy of the Pagoda planet. My grandfather is the headmaster. Geraldine felt her face twitch at the mention of those words. Those were the very words that had made her underestimate this asshole. What are you trying to say? Jaeger asked distractedly. Lu Yin displayed a hint of arrogance. I have more money than you could dream of. Release my people and I can pay you in a lot of resources. Jaeger let out a hearty laugh. Pagoda planet. Never heard of it. To be honest, I don't really care who you are. All I'm looking for is an alliance. An alliance? Lu Yin asked in surprise. Yes, Jaeger turned serious. I discovered a mine of wind crystals nearby, but the place is occupied by a group of mutant beasts that are all sentinels. I need assistance in dealing with them. How much? Geraldine asked. Jaeger shook his head. I'm not certain, but a conservative estimate would be 12 cubic meters. Geraldine's eyes blazed in an instant. 12 cubes of wind crystals was no small amount. Most planets had only a few cubes worth in total. She wanted to agree immediately, but stopped herself and looked at Lu Yin. I have money, I don't care, Lu Yin dismissed, something that surprised Jaeger. The youth hadn't thought there was any student who would reject this offer. A dozen cubes of wind crystals were worth over 100 cubes of star crystals at the right exchange, enough for one to master an entire branch of battle techniques or even accelerate one's path to becoming a melder. Even Geraldine looked longingly at Lu Yin, but he continued, having said that, no one turns away chances to make money even if they're rich. We'll come look for you in 2 days. In the meanwhile, you aren't to touch any of my subordinates. Jaeger nodded. All right, please bring those 2 juniors of mine as well. It would be best if we have a larger group. Lu Yin agreed, and Geraldine immediately disconnected the screen. Is this Jaeger the one which the other 2 mentioned is the same level as Terrence? Lu Yin asked. Geraldine grunted in agreement. I've heard of his name. He is one of the top 3 figures in Blue Mountain Academy. He may even be more powerful than Terrence. What is his family's financial situation like? Lu Yin asked. Geraldine was puzzled by the question, financial situation. I have no idea. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He didn't care for the wind crystals right now. No matter the quantity, he wouldn't be able to exchange them for star crystals until he could enter the Great Yu Empire. On the other hand, Jaeger probably had a few star crystals on hand. Nanjing wasn't very far from Yuxiang. When Lu Yin left for the town, even with Geraldine carrying both students from Blue Mountain Academy, it only took him 2 hours to get there. Tens of thousands of cultivators were sitting around in the camp with their weapons seized, being watched by another group of cultivators all around. Poor Feng Hong was hanging from a tree nearby. A powerful energy wave swept through the camp as the 2 reached the site, sending a violent vibration into the sky. Lu Yin realized the dual intent from that display. Jaeger was showing off his power, and at the same time trying to probe his own. However, such a display was actually useless, even posing the risk of ensuring the other party knew the exact extent of one's power. Jaeger was quite powerful, slightly surpassing Terrence, but this didn't bother Lu Yin at all. To him, this was a dog with all bark and no bite. The only person who'd ever left him feeling threatened so far was that silver-haired man. Geraldine stepped forward, her own energy buzzing as it stopped Jaeger's display. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground, splitting Lu Yin's group off from the rest of the camp. The resulting commotion drew the eyes of Feng Hong and the other captains, shame written all over their faces. Lu Yin didn't bother with them, his gaze focused on the man who was slowly floating into the sky. Clap, clap, clap. The reputation of the beauty of the first military school isn't for nothing. Your abilities truly are astounding. Jaeger heaped praises upon her, eyes filled with unconcealable greed. Geraldine snorted. Is this the way the Blue Mountain Academy treats their guests? Ah, sorry for being brash. Jaeger laughed, finally turning his gaze to Lu Yin. Contempt flashed across his eyes as he noticed that Lu Yin had only recently become a sentinel. This was something not even worth noticing. My 2 esteemed comrades, isn't it about time to let my juniors go? Jaeger looked in Geraldine's direction as he asked, under the impression that she was the leader of the 2. The 2 captured students wanted to say something, but their mouths were sealed. All they could do was try to signal with their eyes, informing their senior of Lu Yin's might. However, he simply didn't understand what they were trying to express. We'll release them once we're convinced of your sincerity, Geraldine said coldly. Jaeger shrugged. All right then, gather. Quite a few people walked out from all over the camp as he opened up a map, pointing to a mountain that was about 100 kilometers away from Yuxiang. The wind crystals are there, but they are surrounded by a flock of mutant birds. At least 5 are sentinels, or what these natives call the realm of sky. The rest are seekers, and we don't have a good count for those. What do you plan to do? Geraldine asked after glancing at Lu Yin. Jaeger replied, the 5 of us definitely can destroy the flock of birds, but that would take too much work. I have another plan. We can get the natives to lure the flock out. We can then blow up some of their explosives to take the beasts out. That would be the most efficient method. Lu Yin's gaze immediately frosted over, while Geraldine was taken aback as well. That would kill the natives. Who cares if the natives live or die? Jaeger laughed. The only thing that matters is to make things easier. We can succeed even without risking their lives, Lu Yin said softly. Lu Yin didn't say anything to refute him. The fate of Earth had been decided the moment evolution started. All the people of the planet were already under the surveillance of the Great Yu Empire, and the Universe Youth Council. Only a minority would be treated even remotely well. All right, I've shown you my sincerity. Can you release them now? Jaeger turned back to Geraldine. She looked towards Lu Yin, who said plainly, wait, I have another question. A cold glint filled Jaeger's eyes. What is it? You can be considered a top-level figure in Blue Mountain Academy. Why are you sitting around instead of moving to finish the mission? Jaeger's eyes filled with bewilderment and then bemusement as he looked between Lu Yin and Geraldine, finally unable to suppress a laugh. Right, I forget that people at your level don't have all the information. Let me break it down for you over refreshments. Jaeger sat down and had his subordinates serve tea, with Lu Yin and Geraldine both obliging as they took their own seats. He took a sip and said profoundly, there are 3 classes of students in this trial. The first class consists of individuals like my juniors. They're only entering to impress certain people. Consider it gold plating. Survival alone is enough for them to have a bright future. The second class is people like us, like us. Geraldine was surprised. She had not imagined a top figure from Blue Mountain Academy like Jaeger would be in the same class as her. Jaeger nodded. You, me, Terrence, all of us are the same. Our aim is to have some sort of result in this trial, be it occupying territory and turning it blue, discovering rare ores, or the like. Say, has anyone asked you to join their mission team since you landed? Geraldine shook her head with a solemn expression. Jaeger laughed and continued, exactly, that's because we aren't good enough. Only Veron from your academy and Boris from mine qualify for that. The strongest individual in the academy? Geraldine asked. Jaeger nodded his head, continuing in his serious tone. There is no fairness in the universe. These people knew the details of what was going on when we first got news of the trial. The strongest individuals in each academy also have wide networks that they can leverage for the completion of the mission. For example, Veron isn't even in this region anymore. Geraldine nodded with a pained look on her face. I haven't seen him since the trial started. Jaeger smiled. I know a little more than you, but even I barely have any news of that circle. Veron from your school and Boris from mine have teamed up with Parley. They should be exploring the cause for this planet's evolution, and are perhaps on their way to the capital. That area isn't somewhere we can go. I would be satisfied with just a province and some minerals. There's no need to fight those freaks. Geraldine paled. Parley, from the third gravitas planet. Jaeger's gaze turned serious. Yes, the very same one who almost joined the Empire Youth Council. He's already a peak sentinel at 3,000 combat level. Lu Yin was surprised that people so powerful would be among this batch. If Vesta and Orton were in the bottom tier, Geraldine could barely join Terrence and Jaeger in the middle. The strongest were already close to the capital, which would undoubtedly be the epicenter of the battles. Jaeger said seriously, from what I know, there are 3 top-tier teams in China, of which I only know Parley's. Still, even the others are certainly going to be freaks that can compete with the second batch. Their goal isn't even the planetary trial. They're just using it to warm up for the legendary territory trials. Geraldine fell silent at this juncture. Her own network was too weak to know much at this level. All right, I've told you all I needed to. It's about time, Jaeger said suddenly. What time? Geraldine asked with suspicion. Time for you to be happy, he laughed weirdly. She felt her heart drop immediately and looked at her teacup. You poisoned the tea. Of course not, your watch would have caught it. I actually gave you something quite good, power burst powder. Jaeger retrieved a crystal vial from his cosmic ring with a dark green clover emblem on it. Shamrock Enterprises. What does this do? She cried out. Find out for yourself. Try to activate your energy, Jaeger chuckled. Lu Yin pressed down on Geraldine's shoulder and stared at Jaeger. Don't move. Power burst is meant to allow melders to activate all their star energy in an instant for explosive strength. Sentinels don't have enough star energy, we'll injure ourselves and wither up. Am I right? Jaeger was astonished. You actually know. Right, you mentioned that your grandfather was a headmaster. Looks like you have some family background. Lu Yin's gaze went cold. People who aren't melders yet can't activate their star energy for a while after consuming power burst, but that's a huge price to pay. What are you pulling? Jaeger stowed the vial away and exclaimed proudly, Nanjing is a decent place, and it has a unique position in this country. Occupying it myself would improve my results. And on top of that, greed flashed in his eyes as he looked Geraldine up and down. I've wanted to taste the first military school's beauty for quite some time. Geraldine backed away, the blood draining from her face. You bastard. Bastard. Jaeger smiled. How could you say that? I gave you a powerful supplement. You should blame yourself for not being able to use it. The 2 students in the corner were writhing about, trying to raise the alarm, but he frowned as his gaze swept past them. Useless things that still require my rescue. A gale tore open their chains with a wave of his hand, and they shouted immediately, Senior, watch out. Jaeger's gaze narrowed and he turned around, only to feel his stomach being crushed as a violent impact sent him flying out of the camp. He crashed into an abandoned field in the distance as Lu Yin jumped up and raised his hand, causing ripples in the air all around. Another motion of the palm gave rise to a second wave of energy that crumbled the earth, assaulting the fallen Jaeger once more. The youth could barely raise his hands to defend himself, but the force broke both his arm and forced out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Lu Yin stared coldly at him as he stretched his hand. Both the shockwave palm and Space Runner palm could be activated without star energy and were unaffected by power burst. He cast a cold glance at the countless watching cultivators before shifting to the 2 other students of Blue Mountain Academy, whose faces paled as they froze in place. Geraldine heaved a sigh of relief, but she was shocked as well. Even knowing the power of the Space Runner palm, she wouldn't have thought it could defeat Jaeger. Lu Yin's physical strength alone could put him on par with the top 3 in most institutions. That rate of improvement was terrifying. Are the wind crystals real? Lu Yin asked the 2 students. They had said so the last time he'd asked, but he didn't believe them anymore. The 2 glanced at each other and finally spilled, they're real, but it's hard to beat the mutant birds. There's a giant bird there that could be a melder. One of our schoolmates was killed by it. Geraldine glared at Jaeger upon hearing that, but Lu Yin made his way outside the army camp. The effects of the drug will pass in half an hour. We'll take these guys back to Nanjing after that. Feng Hong and the other captains were already waiting outside, having surrounded another group from Anhui who had fallen under Jaeger's control. This group was not saddened by Jaeger's death, but instead heaved sighs of relief. He had only ruled over them with terror. Release them and keep those who are willing to join our camp. The unwilling ones can leave. Feng Hong nodded and started his arrangements, returning a short while later apologies. Hidden Sage, we needed you to save us again. Lu Yin smiled. No matter, the opponent was in the realm of sky. How's the cleanup process? Roger. We've already cleared up most zombies in Nanjing's countryside, as well as many mutants. We left the ones that were too strong for us to deal with, but managed to mark their territories on the map for warning. Further west is Anhui, where that other realm of sky powerhouse came from. Lu Yin dismissed Feng Hong after the report, falling into thought. He realized he had mixed up his thoughts. He had seen the intense ambition in Liu Xiaoji's eyes when the city had been bombed, but the so-called Radiants had no understanding of the greater universe at this point. His ambitions then were only directed at Earth, but with the first batch of students having appeared, he would have understood the heavens much better. Would his sights be limited to Earth anymore? That was impossible. It was 90% likely that Wu Cheng was in the same state as Nanjing. Liu Xiaoji had suppressed some students to better understand the greater universe. He would not have much interest in China, or even the Earth, anymore. His ambition would have shifted to the skies. Using Zhou Shan's soldiers to strike at Wu Cheng was a narrow-minded effort. The troops would have to spend a long time and give up many lives to reach the city, and the second batch of students would have already landed by that time, bringing great change to the world. It would be near impossible for him to pursue his vengeance this way. It wasn't even guaranteed that Liu Xiaoji would be able to fend off the second batch at all. Lu Yin breathed out and gazed towards the west, deciding to put his vengeance on the back burner while he focused on the corpse. He wanted to complete the mission of the trial, the same mission that could be completed by anyone from Earth. With all his other arrangements, that would make it possible to enter Astral 10. Half an hour later, Geraldine dragged Jaeger's trio back out. The two students had been bound once again, and Jaeger himself had been beaten within an inch of death. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony as he grabbed the latter's ring, using some blood to open it and pour everything out. Unfortunately, he didn't have much of value outside of some wind crystals, some unknown medicine, and a dozen star crystals. Pocketing what was useful, he turned around. Let's go back. Geraldine nodded and followed behind him. Those who had landed around Nanjing were mostly from the 1st Military School and Blue Mountain Academy. Their fates had varied between death, capture, and servitude to Lu Yin. Lu Yin believed there weren't any major threats to the city left nearby save for the silver-haired youth who could completely block the cosmic palm. That fellow's power far exceeded that of Jaeger and Terrence, but he hadn't been able to obtain any information about him from Geraldine. She simply didn't know anyone with that description. Back in Zhongshan, Lu Yin informed Zhou Shan that he would be heading to the capital after all, which prompted some confusion. Why now? I want to find out the truth about the apocalypse and that corpse. He lied to avoid talk of the mission. Zhou Shan shook his head. That explosion turned everything within 10 kilometers to dust. We rushed some people there despite the apocalypse, but we couldn't find anything then. Do you think you'll be able to find anything now? Maybe not, but I'm still going. Zhou Shan sighed and looked out at Nanjing with a complicated expression. I have no way to stop you, even if I wanted you. But I wish you could return to Nanjing in case you don't find anything. I will, Lu Yin nodded. Zhou Shan smiled and retrieved a small certificate from his chest pocket. This is my official certification with the National Army. It's my token. Each of the 7 sages agreed on our tokens before departing. Talking to the token's holder is the same as talking to the sage themselves. Take this to the capital and find Zhang Dingshan. He'll help you. Zhang Dingshan, one of the 7. Lu Yin hesitated as he did not understand the 7 well. Information was broken at best since the apocalypse, and all his attention had been focused on Liu Xiaoji. If he hadn't come to Nanjing, he wouldn't even have known that the executioner was called Zhou Shan. The only sage he knew in the capital was the Blade Sage. Zhou Shan's face twisted strangely at the mention of Zhang Dingshan. Lu Yin, I know you're strong enough to beat the aliens right now, but I suggest you don't belittle the 7 sages. Don't use my power as a gauge, especially for the 3 high sages. Zhang Dingshan is our head, the head of the 7 sages. Lu Yin was amazed that was no ordinary accomplishment. Zhou Shan continued seriously. Ever since the corpse was brought back to Earth, China secretly chose from countless people for its inheritance. 7 sages are those who succeeded, and Zhang Dingshan is the strongest of all. His blade can suppress everything. Those students are powerful, but no one in the same realm can defeat him, not even the lofty water sage. Many call him Blade Sage, but his true title is the Frenzied Blade. He's the sage of China. Zhou Shan's words brought an image of a single dominant man to Lu Yin's imagination, his soul blade suppressing the entire capital. He asked, "How do you match up against him?" Zhou Shan forced a smile and put up a single finger. Besides the other two high sages, all others can only last a single strike. Lu Yin's expression changed. The ability to defeat Zhou Shan with one strike was terrifying. The man's true strength exceeded Orton's and Geraldine's, and he could even give Terence a run for his money. In other words, Zhang Dingshan could defeat people on the same level as Terence with one strike, which would put him on par with school leaders. For such a person to exist on Earth, Lu Yin presumed his space render palm, or cosmic palm, could defeat Zhou Shan in one strike as well. So how did he compare to Zhang Dingshan? He shook off the thought and received Zhou Shan's certificate, stowing it away carefully. The executioner was doing him a huge favor with the hope that he would return to Nanjing, but that desire would only be met with disappointment. His future lay among the stars. There were still a little under 2 months before the second batch of trainees arrived. Lu Yin was on a tight timeline if he hoped to confirm the corpse's identity within these 2 months. "What, I'm supposed to follow you to the capital?" "Impossible," Geraldine cried, rejecting him immediately. "You don't have any authority to reject me," he replied. "Didn't you hear Jaeger? Only the school leaders have gone to the capital. Those people are freaks. I've seen Veron crush Terence with my own eyes. Even an ambush won't beat him. Let me repeat, you don't have the authority to reject me." Geraldine pleaded with shock in her eyes. "Yet or no, Lu Yin, you have no idea what the school leaders represent. Terence was severely wounded by a single palm when he challenged Veron during a school competition. The difference between us is too great. I almost crippled Jaeger with one palm myself." Geraldine wanted to report, but she suddenly came to a realization. She had always known herself to be inferior to Terence, but she'd unwittingly dragged down her appraisal of Lu Yin's power because of that thought. Finally considering things, she realized that before her was another freak of nature. Lu Yin had severely wounded Terence even as a seeker, and inflicted heavy wounds on Jaeger without even using star energy. She took several steps backward and measured him warily, suddenly feeling like this fellow really could match up to the school leaders. Lu Yin had never used his full force against Geraldine, and she simply could not guess his true power level. However, what he'd already displayed was enough to amaze her. "We leave for the capital tonight." Lu Yin left, not giving her another chance to refuse. Geraldine was helpless. The universe had so many territories with countless institutions, and even the Great Yu Empire had many schools. The so-called training mission was not for people on her level, but here she was getting dragged into the highest echelons of power. The vast Taihang Mountains of the Hebei province were covered in a bloody mist that spread from horizon to horizon, dyeing the mountain stream red. The stinging odor of the bloody river attracted more and more mutant beasts, but their roars soon turned into howls of anguish as they were slaughtered. A short man was bathing in the middle of the river, exposing many scars and scabs on his sturdy back. Up on shore, another man and a woman were silently measuring. "There won't be any more beasts on this mountain if you keep playing around." The short man glanced ashore. "There are 2 Melder beasts that I haven't provoked yet. We'll slaughter them before we leave. It's time to head to the capital." The woman refuted. "That's our greatest chance to find the criminal. It's very likely that the corpse these people brought back from Neptune is our target." A cold glint passed through the short man's eyes. "Veron, where are the other 2 teams?" The man ashore was Veron, the strongest student of the first military school. The woman was Boris, the strongest of Blue Mountain Academy. At their head was Parley of the 3rd Gravitas planet. This trio was the elite group Jaeger had talked about. "I believe Jerlane's team is in the grasslands north of the capital. Eddie should be in Shanxi, not far from the capital." Parley walked onto the riverbank, a wave of energy drying him off in an instant. "Let's go to the capital then." The trio left behind a pile of slaughtered mutants in their wake, with a large number of sentinels in their midst. The endless grass in northern China was swaying in the wind, looking like green waves dancing under the sunlight from a bird's eye view. It was exceptionally charming, prompting one young woman to stretch both hands and shout, "So this is how the grasslands smell. So fresh." A 2-meter-tall green-skinned man glanced at her from nearby, speaking in a low voice. "If you think this shit smells fresh, you're crazy." "What did you say, Ballerer?" The woman stared at him furiously. The green-skinned Ballerer quickly smiled. "Nothing much. It smells pleasant." "Well, at least you're tactful," she smiled. "Let's head towards the capital. I heard this planet's people retrieved a corpse from another primitive planet. It should be the criminal." "All right," Ballerer agreed, raising his head as the endless grass ahead of him parted abruptly like it was alive. 2 people in black clothing were slowly walking through Shanxi, crossing an endless yellow plain. Strange beasts were constantly rushing out of the ground before vanishing again, prompting a frosty gaze from a man with a scaly face. The yellow soil turned incomparably dry with every step he took, as though the little water it had was sucked away in an instant. All the soil 100 meters behind him had basically turned to dust, with any mutants that had wandered nearby dried into leather. I don't like this place. We should have landed in the ocean. No other choice, we have to come to the capital to complete our mission. I know you were born at the bottom of the ocean, but try to endure it a little more. We'll be able to leave soon. I've already sacrificed so much. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me from completing this mission. Even if all the natives from this planet must die, so be it. Of course, no one can stop us. In the northeast, ice and snow formed a white blanket covering heaven and earth. A pair of red boots was trudging through the endless sea of white, giving way to a face that was absolutely beautiful. The woman's eyes were bright as stars, almost able to melt the frozen land. This was Baizu, the water sage, and the surroundings were her blue camp. 3 figures were crouched in front of Baizu in the snow, their expressions distorted from extreme pain. It took great difficulty for one of them to raise his head and stare at the gorgeous beauty with absolute horror, eking out through trembling lips, "You, just a native, how are you so strong?" Baizu watched the 3 of them calmly. "You're students from the greater universe, huh? Not bad. Who are you? You can't be a native. A native can't beat 3 academy elites," one of them said in disbelief. Baizu's eyes gleamed brighter than diamonds as she ignored them. "Please mark the northeast blue. I don't want to be disturbed." That student closed his eyes in pain and activated his watch. Moments later, the northeast turned blue on the map. Lu Yin grabbed Geraldine and started his journey the same night. Taking a short rest about 100 kilometers north of Nanjing, they continued heading north until they reached Shandong. "Hey, the northeast has turned blue," Geraldine said with surprise along the way. Baizu was defeated. Lu Yin was curious about this, but before he could think further, the duo came across a giant tree that was blocking their path. It resembled a willow that was more than a kilometer tall, countless branches covering a portion of Shandong's sky. Both of them immediately halted and checked its combat level. 4290, the two exclaimed in unison. The tree was a melder. "Let's go around it." Lu Yin promptly decided to avoid it, but a few vines stretched out from a river and whipped towards them. He pushed Geraldine away before dodging the attack himself, a loud snap resounding through the air as the vines went taut. Geraldine gasped with relief. She wouldn't have managed to escape the attack if not for the push. "Go around and try to avoid it," he shouted even as countless vines whipped toward them from all directions. The tree could somehow attack them from quite the distance, and it soon became apparent that it would be too difficult to go around. They would spend at least 10 seconds in its attack radius, and while he could manage that, Geraldine could not. Noticing her defense faltering, he used a space render palm to deflect the branches and rushed towards her, lifting her up and rushing directly towards the tree. "What? You're crazy," she screamed as they approached, eyes glued to its python-like vines and the piles of bone on the ground. It was a terrifying scene. "Look behind you," Lu Yin said calmly. Geraldine turned back and her face paled. The road behind them had been sealed off. An endless wall of branches had left them with no way to retreat. She groaned, "This is a melder, we're doomed." Lu Yin looked through his surroundings with an icy gaze, dodging the endless vines that shot towards them. He was now less than 3 kilometers away, and the closer he got, the more he realized that he'd underestimated its horrifying size. Its energy alone was distorting the space around, rendering the place devoid of sunlight. Thankfully, the creature seemed quite unintelligent, attacking purely based on instinct. Were it to have any skill at battle, the 2 of them certainly wouldn't be able to persist. Geraldine took out more than 10 fire crystals from her cosmic ring and smashed them, sending a wave of flames towards the ground. Are you trying to burn it?" Lu Yin asked. She grimaced. It might be scared of fire. She wasn't wrong, technically. It was normal for plant-based creatures to be afraid of fire, but a tree as big as this one would need a volcanic eruption before it went up in flames. Even the full stash of fire crystals outside Nanjing would be insufficient. However, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly narrowed and he ignored her. Was that another person? He saw a tiny spot darting left and right under the tree, slowly growing larger and larger until it revealed itself to be another human. This person was even closer than them. "He's so strong," Geraldine exclaimed. She knew that she wouldn't be able to bear the tree's attacks if not for Lu Yin, while this other person was obviously quite relaxed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as they approached closer, recognizing the head of silver hair. This was the same youth whose butterfly sword had beaten his cosmic palm under the moonlight, something that he would never forget. "We meet again, friend," the silver-haired youth greeted cordially. Geraldine was bewildered. How did they know each other? "What a coincidence," Lu Yin said as he sidestepped another whip. "It's not a coincidence. I've been trapped here for quite some time. There's a high chance that you would bump into me if you're heading north. It's fate." "How do you know that we're heading north?" Lu Yin asked. "Of course you'd be heading north. Isn't your destination the capital?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he tried to guess who this guy was. Was this one of the school leaders Jaeger was talking about? Careful. Geraldine yelled suddenly as she saw dozens of branches shooting towards the youth. He just flashed a friendly smile as a beautiful butterfly sword appeared in his hands, facing the attack head-on. A loud explosion rang out as the branches were cut down, the youth himself emerging unscathed. He smiled at her once more before flashing a provocative grin in Lu Yin's direction. For his part, Lu Yin still held the frightened girl in one hand as the moon started flitting around the other, meeting the attack with the cosmic palm. The branches were blown away as he, too, emerged unscathed. He yawned. I didn't sleep well last night, so I only used 30 of my power. The silver-haired youth's face twitched. I only used 20. Oh, sorry, did I say 30? I meant 10. HMPH, I meant 5. Geraldine was speechless at this exchange. They were competing, now. Lu Yin didn't know why he felt an intense threat from the silver-haired youth. It was as though that butterfly sword was hovering right above his head at all times, ready to drop down at any second. That was why he always strutted about. It was an act to make sure he wouldn't be the victim of a sudden attack. As countless branches appeared from all directions and sealed off the space that they were in, he finally turned serious. Let's aim for the main body, or there'll be no end to this. The silver-haired youth nodded. I spent too much energy playing in the last few days, or I could have just settled this alone. If I weren't trying to get somewhere soon, I'd use this thing for training. The youth smiled and stepped on one of the branches, rushing towards the main body of the tree. Lu Yin tossed Geraldine to the ground, warning her to take care of herself as he followed. Both of them quickly approached the trunk. Becoming a melder was an important step in one's training. That realm was the peak of the human body, where many cultivators would be stuck for the rest of their lives. It was only when they exceeded their own limits that they could advance and become explorers. Most elite students were sentinels, but there were still more melders at that age than sentinels who could face melder-level beings. Although the tree wasn't exactly intelligent, it was huge and seemed to have infinite energy reserves. In some ways, it was far more difficult to defeat it than a normal melder. The silver-haired guy's butterfly sword turned into a white comet that shot towards the tree, while the vague image of a second star appeared in Lu Yin's cosmic palm. Both attacks landed at almost the exact same moment and struck the same spot, cracking the tough surface of the tree in an instant. The two of them pierced right through the tree and flew 100 meters away as a loud explosion rang out behind them, the enormous creature collapsing to the ground as its vines covered the river. The two looked at each other. After that combined strike, they now had a better understanding of the other's strength. The same thought flashed across both their minds: this person had grown more powerful. On the other side of the tree, Geraldine was the most stunned of them all. A mutant plant was easy to dodge, but it was difficult to pierce their bark. Although she had never sparred with Veron, she was sure that even he didn't have the ability to wound this tree. Were these two even stronger than the top student of her school? Just who was this guy? Geraldine stared hard at the silver-haired youth, but had no impression of him at all. That hair and the butterfly swords were identifying characteristics that she was sure she couldn't have forgot, but she simply didn't know who he was. He couldn't be a native, right? Sigh, my knife is dull and I had no time to sharpen it. I only managed to use half of my strength, the youth commented with a tut, glancing at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at his own palm. My hands were dirty. I could only show 40 of my strength. How was that a valid reason? This response left the youth speechless, but he smiled like a fox. This is our second meeting. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Silver. Lu Yin flashed a faint smile. I'm Yatter from the Pagoda planet. My grandfather is the headmaster. Wow, a headmaster. Too, no 3 generations of scholars. Congratulations. Lu Yin smiled. You're too kind. I like your silver hair too. Ha 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 ha, I like it too. Right, I still have something to do. See you again, Yatter, Silver said graciously. Lu Yin smiled as the youth disappeared into the horizon. See you again, Silver. It was only then that Geraldine flew over and asked, what school is he from? He shook his head. I don't know, let's go. Hang on, don't you want the energy crystal? Geraldine stretched her hand out, showing a dazzling white crystal the size of her finger. These things might not be useful for us directly, but we can use them as an energy source or just sell them for a good price. Let's go, he said again as he grabbed it from her, taking off and heading north. The energy crystals of mutants were inferior and couldn't even be used on most soldiers. They had too many impurities and would affect training speed. His own dai was picky as well and refused to absorb inferior energy crystals. For now, he could only gather these kinds of things and hoard them until he could exchange them for star crystals. After flying east for a while, Silver finally stopped and looked back with confusion in his gaze. What battle technique was that? For a sentinel to block my attack, it's a foreign technique, but it's pretty strong. I'll have to check it out when I go back. Once the apocalypse struck, many people even within the capital had turned into zombies, while the leaders of the country had all died in that one explosion. The capital had descended into chaos at first, only brought under control by the head of the 7 sages Zhang Dingshan. Despite that, the new capital only occupied a third of its original size, the outer districts completely filled with zombies. There had just been too many people living here, giving rise to millions of zombies that far exceeded the numbers near Nanjing. Even after half a year of constant battle, Zhang Dingshan and the thousands of cultivators under him simply couldn't destroy them all. The city was like a beast surrounded by countless ants. While it could crush any ants in sight, the sheer mass left it unable to move. The vicinity of the capital was reinforced by a steel platform that was 10 meters high, cultivators all over watching over the zombies roaming in the distance. The gates were mostly shut, only opening from time to time as cultivators in armored vehicles headed out to forage for resources. As one armored vehicle wheeled back into the city, a captain on the walls mused, "Didn't that truck just leave? Must have bumped into a beast and suffered casualties. Happens all the time." "They're back for supplies and men," the one next to him answered. There were many survivors gathered near the steel walls, all dressed in rags and most starving. They quickly gathered around as they saw the vehicle driving in, but it didn't stop at all as it almost drove over a few of them. Within the vehicle, Boris's eyes gleamed. "I've only seen these kinds of things in books. I never thought I'd have the chance to drive one. Interesting." Veron laughed. "Bring one back if you like it." However, Parley did not share the same levity. He was staring grimly into the city, worried about a chilling energy that he felt within. He hadn't been worried at first, but now his mind was changed. "Veron, who's the strongest person in the capital?" "Someone called Zhang Dingshan. People call him the Frenzied Blade. He's the head of the 7 sages." Veron noticed Parley's gaze frosting over. "Don't worry, even the 7 sages are just sentinels. They're a little better than some elite students, but still far below our level." Parley ignored Veron. He was the only one here who vaguely felt that chilling strength. The armored vehicle ignored warnings from the soldiers as it headed towards the southern section of the city where the explosion had occurred. The region had been cordoned off long ago, but Boris simply tried to drive over the captain who tried to stop them. "How dare you!" The man jumped up and attacked, but Veron glanced up and summoned a powerful gale with a snap of his fingers. The sharp wind pierced through the captain, dropping him to the ground and frightening the other soldiers in the area. The vehicle quickly came to a halt anyway, with Parley and group walking out to examine the lava-filled pit in front of them. The air all around was distorted by the heat. "This is the place." The planet's evolution was kickstarted by an explosion here, but the corpse went missing as well, Veron explained. Parley fell deep into thought. The lava had certainly eradicated any traces nearby, making it impossible to obtain any information here. "Well, it seems like we have to find the person in charge of the city, this head of the 7 sages." Veron smiled. "I'll go and bring him over." Parley was just about to speak when he froze and looked upwards, shrinking back with a grim expression on his face. Veron and Boris followed right after a swordsman was standing silently in the air, glaring at the trio. When did he appear? Boris was shocked. "Bladesage." The soldiers all around bowed as the swordsman drew his blade and descended, shocking Parley and his followers. This was the Frenzied Blade. "Retreat," Zhang Dingshan commanded, and the soldiers all around withdrew in perfect order. Strangely, the man himself looked rather ordinary. There wasn't much visible muscle, nor were there any overbearing scars, but he still had an overbearing aura that might have been because of the blade in his right hand. "You come from the greater universe?" he asked them calmly. Veron walked forward. "You're right. We come from the heavens and have some things to ask you." Zhang Dingshan glanced past him and looked at Parley. "Leave the capital. You're not welcome here." Parley's eyes narrowed, while Veron was outraged at being ignored. "I said I have some things to ask you. Are you deaf? Before you leave, the punishment for causing turmoil in the capital is 1 attack each." Zhang Dingshan finally glanced at the youth, slashing out before the 3 could even answer. Beep, 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 beep. Boris's watch suddenly started screaming, and her expression warped as she saw the scanner reading, "Careful, he's a Ariel. However, it was too late. Veron was shocked as everything around him seemed to disappear in the face of an ordinary slash, the blade approaching him quickly. He growled as he activated the Space Runner palm, forming an energy wave to deflect the attack. An explosion of pressure crushed the earth in the vicinity, forcing Boris a few steps back as the residual energy blew the clouds apart and shook even the lava in the pit below. The soldiers watching this sight gasped in awe. Every battle that the Bladesage participated in was inspiring. Veron gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Dingshan in disbelief. How could there be a freakish realmbreaker among the natives? Parley was the only one who could react quickly, rushing behind Zhang Dingshan and throwing out a punch. However, the back of the Bladesage sword smashed into his attack, sending out an energy wave that destroyed a distant building and left a gash in the ground. Veron was pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood, while Parley retreated as well. Still in his original spot, even in the same stance, Zhang Dingshan looked towards Boris. Boris's eyes narrowed at the sight of Zhang Dingshan's blade. She retreated as quickly as she could, but she simply hadn't expected him to be able to attack her so quickly after dealing with the combined force of Veron and Parley. The blade glanced past her, leaving a gaping slash in her abdomen that quickly stained her shirt crimson. Her nerves immediately felt like they'd been set on fire, forcing her to her knees even as sweat started dripping from her forehead. One man and one blade could control the entire capital, the head of the 7 sages, the Frenzied Blade. It was only now that Parley's trio understood Why Zhang Dingshan deserved the respect he commanded, he could very well be the strongest person currently on Earth. Realm breakers were beings who could display power beyond their current realm. While one's ability in a battle depended on a multitude of factors, even a peak 3000 combat level sentinel like Parley couldn't actually get to 3001 until he broke through to become a melder. He could certainly use skill and battle techniques to fight melders before then, but the difference between the two realms was a wall. Those who could break that wall were extremely rare even across the Great Yu Empire, and each one was a freak. Zhang Dingshan's combat level had jumped to 3,200 the moment he attacked. Run, Parley barked, directly flying out of the capital. Veron and Boris were a little slower owing to their injuries, but Zhang Dingshan calmly watched them leave. He had been surprised by their strength. 5 students had attacked the capital before, but each one had died to a single strike. These 3 could endure the strength of a high sage, especially the formidable Shorty. Bladesage, a young woman in a suit, walked out of an armored vehicle nearby, a concerned expression on her face. Send down orders to investigate all foreign cultivators immediately. Report back immediately about any that look like these students and don't act against them. The ones you just traded blows with were from the heavens, she asked. Zhang Dingshan looked at her. Don't overthink it. No one can match me. The woman nodded respectfully, heading out to pass on his orders. A native actually wounded me. I want him dead. I want him dead right now. Boris growled as the trio landed outside the capital. Veron wiped the blood on the corner of his lip. There's an actual realm breaker with the natives. Quite extraordinary. No worries, combat level is the most unreliable means of measuring one's battle ability. Victory and defeat still depend on battle techniques and skill. Parley tried to quell them, but Veron frowned and stared at the city. Unreliable. Indeed, combat level wasn't a reliable statistic in general, as many powerful people held themselves down in certain realms and focused on battle techniques. Those kinds of people were powerful, but realm breakers were an entirely different story. Each one could enter one of the 13 Imperial squadrons without any test. That was the highest military organization in the Great Yu Empire, where realm breakers were treated with the same kind of favor that those with natural endowments received. That native was proof of why he hadn't even used a battle technique in that engagement, beating them back with simple slashes. Parley tried to act calm, but it was difficult to disguise the respect and envy in his voice. He was a peak sentinel himself, capable of defeating melders using his battle techniques, but he still couldn't break through the barrier and get to level 3001. That one level had cut off countless geniuses, but this native could cross it at will. The bastard actually dared wound me. He's going to get it. Boris was still immersed in her hatred. I'm inciting a beast wave. Parley's gaze focused, and he did not speak. Beside him, Veron agreed. The capital definitely has clues about the criminal. Zhang Dingshan might know himself, but a direct confrontation might not be a good idea. Send the beast wave and lure him outside Parley, and I will look for clues. Boris nodded and licked her lips, dashing into the distance. One day later, as Lu Yin and Geraldine arrived at Hebei, they heard the news that the capital was under attack by a wave of beasts. The entire city was surrounded by mutant beasts. There are over 10 million zombies outside the capital. No beast wave wants to go there. Didn't Jaeger say his school leader Boris was around here? Lu Yin guessed. If it was her, she couldn't be allowed to remain in the vicinity. It's possible. Everyone from Blue Mountain knows at least one kind of beast taming skill, Geraldine replied, quickly following up, but this is actually a good thing. The beasts will just go fight the zombies. The people will be safe as long as they stay inside. Lu Yin started muttering to himself. If Geraldine could think of it, so could Boris. Why would she still send out a beast wave? The soldiers within the capital were constantly shifting formations, ready for the off chance that the beasts and zombies would join together and attack the capital. The occasional flying sentinel beast would incite cries of fear from within the city. Upon a high building, 2 figures watched as one flying beast was beheaded with a single strike, sending a shower of blood to the ground. That's Zhang Dingshan, head of the 7 sages. Truly powerful, Geraldine exclaimed. Balor was solemn. This person is stronger than me. Obviously, he's a realm breaker. Even the 2 of us combined might not be a match for him, but I don't have to confront him directly. I can suffocate him over time. The green man clenched his fist. Geraldine changed the topic. This beast wave should have come from that snake Boris. Looks like she suffered at Zhang Dingshan's hands, or she wouldn't incite a wave so massive. It must have cost quite a lot. Balor nodded. It's attracted Zhang Dingshan's attention, so there's no one left in the city. Parley and Veron are likely looking for clues right now. Geraldine activated her scanner at his statement. Whoa, 5 sentinels. There's Zhang Dingshan on one hand, so the others should be Parley, Veron, Eddie, and Hayden. We're all here. Guess things will get lively soon. Balor's face sank. Eddie being here could spell trouble. They made an exception for him to enter U Academy, and he recently defeated 30 school leaders, but no matter. What do you think will happen if we leak this news to Zhang Dingshan? You want us to betray our peers? Balor frowned. Geraldine rolled her eyes. There are no peers here, only competition. The Earthlings are perfectly valid trainees in the Empire's eyes. We're betraying nothing. Balor nodded. I can have the plants help stop the beast wave and let Zhang Dingshan show his hand. Then we've come to a great decision. Elsewhere in the city, two figures in black gowns were within an abandoned hotel. Eddie, I just sensed Balor's plant smell, one of them said with a cruel smile. There are 7 sentinels in this city, 8 including Borais. It's a little troublesome, but nothing too difficult to eliminate. The only problem is Zhang Dingshan. I didn't expect a realm breaker among the natives. Leave him to me. I want to know what a realm breaker is like. The other person's eyes twinkled green. Up atop the steel walls, Zhang Dingshan stared solemnly at the fight between the zombies and beasts. This was a millstone of flesh and blood, dozens of creatures dying every second. The smell of blood stained the air. The zombies were weak enough for the beasts to tear apart easily, but their bodies were also toxic. Every beast had a limit to how many it could kill before it was poisoned to death. Around 10 kilometers to the east, Borais stared into the distance with excitement despite a pale face. Go and bury this city. A bastard native actually had the gall to wound me, you'll pay. She didn't notice immediately when a chill started below her legs, nor did she see the occasional snowflakes in the air. Focused purely on the massacre in the distance, she pulled on her clothes and shuddered. Why was it getting cold? For some strange reason, Borais's heart clenched and her back turned cold. She whirled around, startled to discover a cold stare from a beautiful woman that she hadn't discovered in however long. She passed it off as a side effect of her injury, focusing on the appearance of this beauty in red boots and a snow-white skirt, waist-length blue hair, a stark contrast from the dark red earth. Who are you? The stunning woman seemed devoid of all emotion as she asked a question of her own in response. Are you the one who summoned the beast wave? Borais stared intensely at the woman, growing more and more jealous of her peerless beauty. Of all the women she had ever seen in her life, only Starsabil could compare. How did such a pure and untouched beauty exist in this universe? I'll ask once more, did you start this beast wave? The gorgeous woman asked. Who are you? Borais repeated herself, wariness growing in her gaze. Baizu, the woman replied calmly. Baizu, the water sage. Baizu's frosty gaze passed beyond Borais, landing on the bloody battlefield. What was your goal with unleashing these beasts, HMPH? A mere native has no right to speak to me. Watch me tear your face apart. Borais grabbed forward, a bestial roar sounding from her palm that could send a chill down anyone's spine. Layers of ice appeared in front of Baizu as she retreated. Did you think you can stop me with some dumb plant's ice? Borais charged right through. You natives are so stupid. Baizu came to a stop and raised her palm towards the alien, causing the ground to freeze and the winds in the forest to change directions. Borais was unfazed by the attack and raised her own palm. You're asking to die. Even though she hadn't yet recovered from her injuries, Borais felt nothing but contempt for Baizu. She let out a low growl and the ice exploded, the impact ripping open the sleeve of Baizu's blouse and spilling a few stalks of icy grass. This was the exact same plant that powered Zhao Yu's frost palm, working in a similar way to fire crystals. Anticipating a look of desperation, Borais stared down at Baizu with a gaze steeped with pride. I told you that some plant ice would be useless. However, a frozen wind suddenly buffeted her from all sides, freezing the ground solid. A layer of frost solidified in the air, causing the blood to drain from Borais's face. No, that can't be. This is the innate gift of frost. You have an innate gift. Baizu's gaze remained unchanged as an endless sequence of gusts rushed towards Borais, freezing her arms in a moment. The girl squealed and tried to escape, but it was already too late. Her entire body froze solid in a mere 2 seconds and she toppled to the ground, shattering into a million pieces. The top student of Blue Mountain Academy had died just like that. Borais's death immediately returned self-control to the mutant beasts on the battlefield, prompting many of them to start retreating. Baizu let loose a sigh of fatigue. The girl had actually been quite powerful. If not for the previous injury, there was a chance that she could have struggled free. Even with the advantage of being underestimated, she herself had been forced to use her innate gift of frost. Back in the city, Veron and Parley had already searched Zhang Dingshan's residence as well as the office of the deceased primary without finding anything. Lu Yin had reached the capital as well, entering the city with Geraldine in tow. The two encountered a sober atmosphere, but one that lacked the chaos he'd expect from a city under attack. Even when terrified, the survivors of the capital remained confident in the Chinese troops. No matter how prosperous China's cities had been during peacetime, they had all been ruined to the same extent by the apocalypse. Bridges were broken, houses had collapsed, and most buildings were too ruined to live in. Just a place to sleep was now a luxury. Lu Yin found a map of the capital and led Geraldine straight to Zhang Dingshan's residence, his reasoning being the same as Veron and the others who believed Zhang Dingshan was most likely to know the whereabouts of the corpse. Said man was currently atop the steel walls, focused on a distant white fog that he knew was produced by Baizu. Bladesage, look there, someone exclaimed, drawing the gazes of everyone nearby. A sea of white froze the ground in the middle of the battlefield between the mutant beasts and zombies, a gorgeous woman walking out of the fog and freezing every creature she passed. The Water Sage Baizu, someone else shouted in excitement, prompting a chorus of cheers. The 7 sages of China were upheld as the guardian angels after the apocalypse, and Baizu was placed on a distinct pedestal as the only woman among their number. Her mere appearance renewed the vigor of the soldiers here, convincing them to give it their all in battle. Beauty could be considered its own form of strength. It could stir the potential in some individuals, causing them to ignore their struggles and pain. All of Beijing seemed to roar out in delight at Baizu's arrival, striking fear into the mutants that were still on the battlefield. Baizu headed towards Zhang Dingshan, who was still staring at the battlefield. I took care of the one who triggered the beast wave. It was a student from outer space. She continued coldly, "You're too soft. Even if you don't kill them, you should at least capture them. These people don't even see us as human beings." Zhang Dingshan growled lowly, "I killed 5. These last few proved to be quite difficult. Baizu was taken aback. "Difficult? Enough that you couldn't kill them?" Zhang Dingshan looked at Baizu. "Even we sages are divided into the 3 high sages and the 4 sages. The students from outer space should also have their own divisions. The person you killed a bit ago was no pushover either." Baizu remained silent. Borai's had indeed forced her to use her innate gift, something even the 4 sages could not accomplish. At her peak, that girl would likely have strength equivalent to a high sage. Her attention was suddenly pulled to something about the Bladesage statements you said last few. What happened to the rest? Zhang Dingshan suddenly narrowed his eyes. "I don't know." Baizu took out the personal gadget that she had plundered, tapping it a few times to activate the scanner. The screen quickly started beeping, and she gasped, 8. There are 8 experts in the realm of sky here. The Bladesage's eyes went wide with towering rage. 8 cultivators at that level were enough to destroy the entire capital. They're looking to die. Across the city, as Lu Yin and Geraldine were closing in on Zhang Dingshan's residence, the latter suddenly froze up in shock. Lu Yin followed her gaze to 2 men, one tall and one short, that were dressed far better than most survivors. More importantly, the shorter man looked truly unique at only a little more than a meter tall with quite a stocky build. This was a body that would be noticed anywhere. These 2 were Veron and Parley, who had just emerged empty-handed from Zhang Dingshan's residence. About to head somewhere else, they had coincidentally bumped into Lu Yin and Geraldine. Veron and Parley were quite distinct, and so were Lu Yin and Geraldine. The girl was exceptionally eye-catching. Women's rights had been trampled after the apocalypse, so a woman as attractive as Geraldine would definitely stand out in the crowd. Veron immediately recognized her. "Veron," she gasped, instinctively moving towards Lu Yin. "Veron." Lu Yin focused his gaze. He had heard the name of the first military school's strongest student a number of times, but hadn't expected to encounter him so quickly. Veron was also surprised to see Geraldine. The capital was the obvious investigation spot if one wished to actually work on the trial's mission, but he couldn't help but laugh at the idea of her trying to do so. He quickly moved his gaze to Lu Yin, but feeling the weak star energy of a new sentinel, he believed this other youth was just trash. "Do you know each other?" Parley asked quietly. "We're from the same academy. Bring them along, we need manpower," Parley grunted. Veron nodded and turned to the 2. "Follow us." A hint of fear flashed across Geraldine's eyes, and she looked at Lu Yin. Although the trials were open to everyone, anyone who wasn't a friend or relative could be considered an enemy even if they were from the same school. As far as she was concerned, although Lu Yin controlled her, he didn't make her fear for her life like Veron did. Fellow students were far more ruthless. "I told you to get over here. Are you deaf?" Veron shouted loudly, drawing several gazes. Parley frowned. "Lower your voice." Veron gave Geraldine an icy glare, but Lu Yin took a few steps forward and looked at him indifferently. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Pipe down. Veron was a little startled by this. He had never expected a new sentinel to have the guts to speak out like this. He sneered in response. "I don't know which school you're from, but they'll have to remove your name from their records today." He pushed his palm downwards, ripples spreading in all directions and affecting many nearby survivors. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow at the space render palm, copying the enemy's movements and synchronizing a forward thrust. 2 identical attacks clashed in the sky, and all that everyone in the area heard was a loud bang as gusts of winds blasted the walls apart and even collapsed the bridge nearby. The sky cracked where the attacks collided, forming a vacuum that sucked in air from all directions. "You can use Space Runner Palm." Veron stared at Lu Yin with a surprise. A shocked Parley stared at Lu Yin, confused at the existence of someone else who could match up to Veron with the Space Runner Palm. Lu Yin himself shared the sentiment, but for the exact opposite reason. The exchange had taken far less power than he'd expected, and Veron's hand was already shaking in the aftermath. Meanwhile, atop the steel walls of Beijing, Zhang Dingshan and Baizu were coldly gazing at the core of the city. Bloodlust was pouring out of Baizu's eyes at the thought of the enormous damage these callous students could inflict on the people of Earth. "Zhang Dingshan is heading over with another sentinel," Geraldine called out in the city. Lu Yin was unfazed, but Parley frowned. Hurry this up. Veron's gaze sharpened as his ring armor covered his body, and he leapt up and kicked towards Lu Yin with blinding speed. However, Lu Yin lifted his own leg and stomped down on his calf, breaking the ground below and prompting a pained roar. Star energy erupted from Veron's body, trying to force a contest of pure energy, but Lu Yin simply sneered. He had no way to match Veron's energy reserves, but his absorption rate was more than twice that of anyone else here. He had no need to worry about running out. Geraldine fled the area to escape the effects of the clash of star energy, and Parley raced forward in an attempt to grab her. She crushed several fire crystals in tandem to boost her flame palm, but the attack failed to even wipe the smirk off the short man's face. A single blow dispersed all the energy. These flames were simply no match. This forced Lu Yin to send a Space Runner palm his way, which he shattered before turning to Veron. Let's go. Veron laughed and rushed to leave, but Lu Yin snorted and gave chase using the roving step. The youth sensed the danger and went wide-eyed, turning to inspect Lu Yin's palm. He could dodge the Space Runner palm, but the cosmic palm was different. The movements of the stars created a huge pull centered around Lu Yin's hand, as though everything in the vicinity was being drawn in by their gravity. The force behind the attack stunned even Parley. A loud explosion rang out as a last-second Space Runner palm was shattered, and Veron's body was smashed into the ground like a meteor. The bridge was destroyed completely, and a crater was formed in the ground below. Veron spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. He had never expected to even be injured, but the attack had destroyed his ring armor. Even Geraldine was shocked at the easy defeat of her school's top student. How dare you fight in the city? A distant roar suddenly interrupted them, followed by a fierce slash directed towards Parley. The short man activated his ring armor even as he dodged, leaving the attack to gust past and cut into the ground. Zhang Dingshan took in the scene below him and swept his gaze past Parley and Geraldine to see Lu Yin on the ground near the injured Veron in the crater further below. His heart dropped. He had fought Parley and Veron before and knew how strong the two were, but one of them had been injured by one of these new strangers. This was going to be extremely difficult considering the 4 other Realm of Sky experts who were still around. Veron coughed up more blood as he walked out of the crater, casting a fearful gaze at Lu Yin as he headed next to Parley. Things aren't looking good. Not necessarily. This is going to become a chaotic 3-way battle, so try to find a chance to escape. Parley narrowed his eyes and sighed deeply, suddenly shoving Geraldine towards Zhang Dingshan before anyone could react. The bladesage slashed towards the terrified girl by reflex, prompting Lu Yin to jump up and push her out of the way. He used the Space Runner palm to block the incoming attack, the meeting of slash and palm warping the air before sending Lu Yin barreling to the ground once more, his feet sinking into the earth. He was stunned by the sheer power behind that strike. Parley and Veron had fled the moment they'd pushed Geraldine over. Both were insufferably arrogant, but they weren't stupid. Zhang Dingshan could take on both of them alone, but with another strange newcomer on top, their only real option was to flee. However, Zhang Dingshan was no idiot either, and had already slashed towards Parley right after his attack on Geraldine. Parley barely dodged the strike. "We don't want to fight, let us leave." "No one's leaving," Zhang Dingshan shouted, continuing his frightening attack. The short man clenched his fist and turned around, throwing a punch towards the bladesage gravity punch. Crash, the earth shook from Parley's battle technique. He had originally been confident that this attack would be enough to injure Zhang Dingshan, but was shocked to find that Zhang Dingshan wasn't injured in the least. He wasn't even slowed down, the attacks coming with greater ferocity and pushing Parley to the ground. The shockwaves washed over the area like a tsunami, crushing everything within a 1,000-meter radius of the attack. Veron reluctantly launched a Space Runner palm towards Zhang Dingshan, who slashed it apart before once more directing his attention and soared towards Parley, intent of facing both students simultaneously. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack Veron, ice appeared under his feet. Baizu walked out from behind Geraldine, whose legs had been frozen, and glared coldly at him. "Don't move." Lu Yin stared at Baizu, awestruck by her astonishing beauty for the moment. "You're the water sage." "Seems like you've done your research," Baizu said coldly. "No, Zhou Shan told me about you. He said your beauty is like the sky." Baizu's gaze frosted over. "You attacked Zhou Shan." A slash from Zhang Dingshan brushed past Lu Yin before he could explain. The bladesage was intent on pulling him into the battle. Lu Yin dodged, but seeing Baizu freezing Geraldine, he used the roving step to blink over and grabbed the woman's cold hand. "Are you trying to kill her?" "So what?" Baizu asked, radiating an extreme chill from her body. Lu Yin's gaze changed. "Innate gift, you have the gift of frost." Baizu didn't answer, simply freezing Lu Yin's palm that was holding her back. The ice inched up his arm, but a burst of star energy shattered the ice and blasted her more than 10 meters away. Baizu was stunned as she felt the pain shooting up her arm. This was the first time someone had shattered her ice so easily. Possibly because he saw Baizu forced back, Zhang Dingshan changed his target from Parley and Veron to Lu Yin instead, slashing his sword in that direction. Lu Yin grew annoyed at this and threw out Zhou Shan's certificate while dodging the attack. "I'm Zhou Shan's friend, not an alien." The blade sage grabbed the document in midair and glanced at it with surprise. "You're from Earth." Lu Yin nodded, but before he could explain further, his expression suddenly changed. He used the roving step to blink after Veron. "They're going to escape." Zhang Dingshan didn't hesitate, attacking Parley himself. He was the only Realmbreaker present and could defeat even the powerful Peak Sentinel with ease. While Lu Yin's Cosmic Palm was powerful, it still didn't allow him to cross realms and match a Melder's power. This was in part because his own combat level was barely above 1,000, and also in part because he had only trained it to 2 stars. Once he managed the third, he would likely have similar strength. Veron had already been injured once by Lu Yin, so he was captured quite quickly. Zhang Dingshan's endless attacks proved too much for Parley as well, and he soon collapsed with a wound on his chest. The battle ended up being quite short, but it was quite shocking. Everyone involved had the power of a school leader at minimum. This kind of intensity was rare even across the various academies of the Great Yu Empire. Those like Geraldine couldn't even participate. The chaotic fight showed Lu Yin that he could now defeat school leaders, but he didn't get much time to bask in that fact before Zhang Dingshan raised his blade to kill both Parley and Veron. He stopped the man immediately. "Wait, we can use these people as bargaining chips." Zhang Dingshan was confused. Bargaining chips? With whom? You should know that these students came to Earth for a trial. Although people can die in trials, the students who participate all have strong backgrounds. We can use them to negotiate with the higher-ups of the Great Yu Empire. Bai Zhu looked at Lu Yin. "We're going to use their lives to obtain Earth's freedom." Lu Yin nodded. Although this trial is supposed to evolve humanity, it's actually a method for the Great Yu Empire to recruit war slaves. All Earthling cultivators that aren't chosen for other purposes are sent to battlefields, be they between the Great Yu Empire and other empires, or between the galaxies controlled by different races. Those battlefields are far crueler than these trials. Even explorers won't necessarily survive. These students can help us keep more people on Earth. Zhang Dingshan silently sheathed his blade, while a twinge of sadness flashed across Bai Zhu's gaze. Humans had once thought they were the only intelligent beings in the universe, but all that had changed once they discovered that corpse on Neptune. Now they knew that Earth was just a primal planet under the surveillance of a large empire, so what if they could enter space? They were always caught under someone's gaze. Moreover, they were currently facing something even scarier than mutant beasts and zombies. Once the planetary trial was over, countless people would be sent to battlefields, where perhaps even the 7 sages would only be considered soldiers of decent ability. Geraldine stared at Lu Yin with surprise. She hadn't known about such a plan at all. In fact, she'd never heard of a situation where natives asked the Great Yu Empire for anything, forget negotiations using high-ranking children as hostages. She was certain that he was only digging his own grave with it, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she also felt like it just might work. After all, Veron's background was quite decent. He had a relative in the 13 Imperial squadrons. "Cough, you're such a simpleton. The Great Yu Empire is known for military discipline. We won't be cowed by mere natives." Parley taunted from the side. Lu Yin glanced at him. "You don't need to worry about anything. Just stay alive to be our bargaining chips." Parley just sneered. It was clear that these natives were clueless about the reality of the Great Yu Empire. However, Bai Zhu looked at Lu Yin in surprise. After all, even though it might be useful to catch students trying to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire, this would doubtlessly endanger the youth himself, maybe to the point of death. Did he have some hidden backers? No one helped others at the cost of their own lives. Her caution only rose. Bang! A loud explosion from the north sank Zhang Dingshan's heart in an instant, and he shouted as he rushed towards the source, no, the research center. 2 figures flew away to the west, figures that Parley recognized at first glance: Eddie, Hayden. The Bladesage shot into the sky in pursuit, but 2 more people joined the escapees from another direction. He turned grim as the energy from his body set the air off buzzing, all energy seemingly vanishing into his raised blade. It felt like this one strike would split the earth. Lu Yin watched with amazement as the attack blasted the skies apart, drowning out all sound. He wondered whether it was a battle technique for a moment, but he knew that wasn't the case. This was simply the man's strongest attack. Eddie and the other students in the west were stunned by the attack and how deeply Zhang Dingshan had hidden his true strength. While the slash was not a battle technique, it closely resembled one and was truly terrifying. "Don't wait, run," Eddie called out in an instant, and Jerlaine and Balor nearby were surprised as well. "This guy is nuts. Run." The Bladesage slash split the sky as it crashed towards the trainees out west, shocking the people in Beijing as it distorted the air all around. Eddie, Hayden, Jerlaine, and Balor stopped and turned around, bracing themselves for the incoming attack that split into 5 separate energy waves. When the aftershocks finally disappeared, a shocked Eddie was the only one who was relatively fine. Hayden's black robes had been torn apart to reveal the scales covering his upper body, the blood on his lips shining under the sun. Jerlane was panting as she stared at Zhang Dingshan, while Balor had spat out a mouthful of blood entirely. His skin had noticeably turned greener, and there were some cracks all over his body. "Go," Eddie cried out, rushing west once more. Hayden took one more look before following reluctantly, followed by the silent duo behind him. An impressive Zhang Dingshan floated heroically in the sky, cheered on by the masses at having sent 4 students running with one attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in excitement and inspiration. How much stronger would his cosmic palm be when he got to 3 stars? Would he be able to beat this? Bai Zhu simply heaved a sigh of relief, smiling softly. The head of the 7 sages had shown his prowess once more. Geraldine was left dumbfounded at the presence of a realm breaker among the natives, while Parley and Veron watched with awe. This was someone stronger than the vast majority of sentinels in the Great Yu Empire. They realized their error in underestimating this man. If they had known, they would certainly have avoided the capital before. Zhang Dingshan flew north to check the Research and Development Center, while Lu Yin and Bai Zhu rushed to catch up to him. This was one of the most important places in China. Geraldine grabbed the 2 captive students and followed behind. The Research and Development Center was in the northern part of Beijing and was where the corpse recovered from Neptune had originally been stored. Lu Yin didn't know why senior management had decided to transfer it to an unknown location, but a huge explosion in the process had triggered the subsequent apocalypse. The Research and Development Center was very much the origin of everything that had happened. Harley and Veron had only considered checking Zhang Dingshan's residence and Number 1's office, but hadn't thought to check the Research and Development Center that Eddie had targeted. Arriving at the center, the group saw wreckage and corpses everywhere, causing Zhang Dingshan to clench his fists before sending soldiers to block off the area and search for any survivors. However, one guard ran up and interrupted him. "Bladesage, President Lion wants to meet you. The president is alive." Zhang Dingshan clearly grew delighted, following the man right away to a small hollow a few kilometers away from the wreckage. This was the entrance to the center's basement, and within the cordoned-off area was an old man in a white coat who was leaning against a wall drinking water. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a black business suit, and the Bladesage questioned her anxiously. "Huensha, how is the president?" "He's fine, he was only startled," the woman replied. "What nonsense, I wasn't startled," the old man grumbled. "I only sprained my ankle." Huensha smiled. Yes, you only sprained your ankle." Zhang Dingshan looked to the old man as Lu Yin and the others arrived. "Mr. President, what happened?" Bai Zhu gave Lu Yin an odd look as she saw him rifle through Parley and Veron's cosmic rings, confiscating everything of value. There was technically nothing wrong with this. He had contributed to that battle, and there was no chance he would waste the loot, but the scene left her perplexed. The youth himself was excited to discover an entire cube of star crystals, which left him anticipating the next use of his die. President Lion had Zhang Dingshan disperse the troops and even sent Huensha away, leaving only Bai Zhu, Lu Yin, and Geraldine with the 2 leaders. Lu Yin soon asked Geraldine to move away, which she only complied with after a glare from him. Eddie had clearly discovered something here, and she wanted to know what it was too. Bai Zhu stared at Lu Yin in a similar manner, hinting for him to leave, but he blatantly ignored her and looked at President Lion with curiosity. "Who are you?" the president asked. "Zhou Shan's representative," Lu Yin answered, leaving the woman speechless. Zhang Dingshan paused before saying, "He is Zhou Shan's friend and a Realm of Sky powerhouse." "Realm of Sky, and you're from Earth?" The president grew even more astonished when Lu Yin nodded. "I didn't expect anyone outside of you 7 and the Tianzhu monk to accomplish it. Unbelievable, boy, how did you manage such a feat?" "Talent," Lu Yin answered calmly. President Lion simply nodded, accepting that explanation at face value. "President, what happened?" Bai Zhu asked. The president sighed. "The Research and Development Center was attacked. The aliens stole all the information." "What information?" "There should be nothing in the center that he's interested in." President Lion shook his head and frowned. "I don't know." He connected that thing on his wrist to the center's terminal and suddenly grew happy. "That's his gadget," Bai Zhu said. "This is foreign technology that far exceeds our networks. It might have been able to decipher something we couldn't." "No wonder he wanted to destroy the center. He likely doesn't want us to find out." "No, I'm the one who destroyed the center," President Lion exclaimed, smiling bitterly at everyone's surprise. "That man killed all the researchers when he came in and went directly to the terminal. He would have found the basement if I didn't destroy the building, and it was the only way to draw all of you here as well." Lu Yin felt a renewed respect for the old man. Few people had the courage to put their lives at stake for the cause. Zhang Dingshan frowned. "The center has been destroyed and all the information is gone. We can't even find them for our vengeance." "Who said that the information is gone? What's the point of my presidency if that were the case?" President Lion shook his head again, opening the door to the underground. There's a backup of everything underground. Any of you who has the foreign technology can try it out. Maybe you can obtain some information too. Zhang Dingshan, Bai Zhu and Lu Yin went down immediately, and a few minutes later they were looking at the projection from the watch in shock. The screen was displaying the explosion that occurred half a year ago on the screen of the Research and Development Center. There was nothing special about the explosion. However, the gadget enhanced the video to show a black shadow rushing west in the aftermath of the explosion. That shadow moved so fast that Earth's technology simply couldn't capture it. All three cultivators had grim expressions on their faces, while President Lion was stunned. What is this black shadow? A human. Lu Yin answered, half a year ago. The 7 sages weren't in the realm of sky yet. This speed is comparable to someone in that realm. If I'm not wrong, it should be that corpse. That thing was alive. One can cover their body in energy to stop all functions. It should have been enough to fool our technology. Well, I guess that means this corpse was the criminal mentioned in the students' missions. Everyone fell silent and stared at the screen, while Lu Yin looked at President Lion. May I ask why you decided to transfer the corpse? Zhou Shan mentioned that there was some uncontrollable substance on it. President Lion glanced at Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu. It was a highly explosive compound given the amount of it on the body. We knew that there would be grave effects if something set it off. We couldn't find a way to neutralize that substance, so we decided to move the threat away. Primary was worried that the corpse would blow up during the move, so he separated the 7 of us. We'd never expected his fears to come true and cause the apocalypse. At least we managed to protect the survivors, Bai Zhu continued softly. Lu Tin nodded. He truly was selfless given the strength of the explosion. He wouldn't have died if you had been protecting him. President Lion sighed. No one expected things to turn out like this, but now it looks like the corpse was the one who triggered everything. He must have been the one to cause the explosion. Lu Yin frowned, feeling like something was off. Why would the criminal want to cause the apocalypse? That had triggered Earth's evolution. Wasn't he afraid such an event would catch the attention of the great Yu Empire? We placed a tracker under the corpse's skin when we first started studying it. Let me see if it still works, the president said while tinkering with his terminal. Moments later, there was a blip on the world map, and he said excitedly, I found it. This is where the signal was last detected. Everyone looked over. The mark was in Europe, within the Mediterranean Sea. That student from before headed west to search for it, Zhang Dingshan concluded. Should we follow? Bai Zhu asked. Zhang Dingshan stared at the screen. No. Lu Yin explained, that corpse was once an explorer. Even if he's heavily injured right now, he'll still be fine. It's too dangerous for us to go. Don't worry if those students are unable to capture him. He'll definitely come back here, President Lion claimed, explaining when he saw Lu Yin's obvious confusion. His belongings are still in the Research and Development Center. He won't let them go. What belongings? Lu Yin asked. He had only heard about a blade that had been brought back to Earth with the corpse. President Lion was just about to reply when Bai Zhu cut in. This is top secret. We can't tell you. Lu Yin was amused. We're in the middle of the apocalypse and the 7 sages are the highest authority in China. How secret can it be? She glared at him. We have no idea about your background. For all we know, you might be another student. Zhou Shan can vouch for me. I was already at his camp when the students arrived. Lu Yin frowned. Her lips curved into a beautiful smile. I remember hearing the students mention that the great Yu Empire has been watching Earth for a long time. It's not impossible for someone to have come here early. Now you're just imagining problems. Lu Yin grew irritated. This woman was giving him trouble at every turn, and on top of that she was supposedly in some sort of relationship with Liu Xiaoj. I'm just stating facts, she responded calmly. The facts are that the students you've seen so far are only the first batch. The second will be arriving soon, and among them will be people you can't defeat. I can help you. Stop treating me like an enemy. HMPH. If you're really an Earthling, not helping would make you a traitor anyway. If you're not, it's pointless for us to ask you for help. Lu Yin gritted his teeth but couldn't refute her point. In the end, Zhang Dingshan looked over as well. Your background is uncertain, and Zhou Shan can only speak for himself. If you want to know, then you must get majority approval from the 7 sages. Forget it, communications are still disrupted anyway. Besides, this woman clearly has power. I'd lose even if there was a vote. Lu Yin stormed out, leaving a thoughtful Zhang Dingshan behind. Bai Zhu commented, he's extremely powerful. I don't know how someone could enter the realm of sky outside of us, and the few foreigners we gave some of the inheritance to. The Tianzhu monk has already shown that it isn't impossible this guy would be the second. Bai Zhu nodded. She wasn't deliberately targeting Lu Yin. She genuinely was suspicious of him. He was unreasonably strong and extremely greedy. She still recalled the weirdly immediate response of looting those 2 students. Lu Yin left the basement with a grim face. Earth was currently dealing with the apocalypse, the ruthless students, and even a runaway criminal in hiding. With the soon-to-arrive second batch of students, things were only going to get more chaotic, and he needed to quickly increase his strength. The great Yu Empire was just an ordinary nation within the Frostwave Weave. there were numerous weaves in the outerverse with geniuses born every day. If he couldn't handle the students of mediocre schools, there was no way he could match up to those from the 13 Imperial Squadrons or U Academy. "Geraldine," he shouted. She walked over. "What's wrong?" "Post that the criminal is in the Mediterranean Sea." "What, really? Do it." She frowned. "If you know that, why don't you go yourself? Just do it. Why do you have to question everything?" Lu Yin snapped, prompting her to switch on her gadget and send the message out. The most important thing to Lu Yin right now was gathering star crystals, followed by catching the criminal. Terrence's formcast model would allow his third transformation into the Melder realm, but normal models stopped at that point. A rare few models could help with the fourth advancement, and students like Veron or even Parley certainly didn't qualify to possess them. The only one possible on Earth would be on the criminal. Even if the criminal was very strong, Lu Yin was unsure of what tricks the four students had up their sleeves. He realized that he might as well muddy the waters and draw the attention of all other students, making it chaotic enough to give the criminal a better chance to escape. No one in this first batch would be able to match him when he added the third star to his cosmic palm, so he had to push things until then. Within a secluded courtyard in the capital, Lu Yin closed his windows and scattered fire crystals around before returning to his room and spreading his arms. The die slowly materialized, its surface still dim as it hadn't yet recovered from the previous use. Without star crystals, it would take a long time to recover to usability. Lu Yin rubbed his hands together as he stared expectantly at the die, then crushed a cube of star crystals that he had gathered with much difficulty. The surging star energy entered the die and brightened it instantly, the stars sparkling all around. Lu Yin licked his lips with anxiousness, feeling somewhat like a gambler. "Come on, I hope I have good luck. Let's see what I get." The die spun quickly as he placed a finger on it, forming a beautiful image of twinkling stars. Lu Yin's eyes remained glued upon it as it came to a halt, 5 surfaces blanking out until the one pip side was left behind. Pilfer again. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised, as Pilfer could retrieve an item from a random person's cosmic ring. The first roll of this number had given him the cosmic art. He watched as it shot a beam out into the void, opening a passageway that dropped something to the ground with a soft thump. He stared at the ground in disbelief. A snack. On the ground before him was an exquisitely packed snack bag, with what looked like advertising on the cover that he couldn't understand. He picked it up with a stoic face, but that expression was his best attempt to not cough up blood. He'd spent an entire cube of star crystals to activate the die, and all he'd gotten back was a snack. Even a broken dagger would have been better than that. The die's surface dimmed before it gradually vanished, the room returning to its previous state with Lu Yin clutching that one snack bag. He felt his heart bleeding from the unfairness of it all. Lu Yin remained in the capital for 10 days. The city had calmed down significantly from the former excitement, and the zombies and beasts continued battling outside the city. Their reducing numbers gave more cultivators the courage to step out of the city, but while Beijing was quelled, Europe erupted instead. No one had believed Geraldine's message that the criminal was near the Mediterranean Sea at first, but once it was discovered that Eddie and the others had departed China, many rushed to beat him. A massive battle 3 days ago had set the very sea aboil, the criminal revealing Melder-level power that killed several students and left Eddie's team among the injured. This wasn't the only group of top students either. 3 teams from China, 2 from Russia, 2 already in Europe, and multiple others from across the other continents caused chaos across Europe, news that really pleased Lu Yin when he heard it from Geraldine. All was good as long as the criminal remained free. He was close to finishing the 3rd star of the cosmic palm, and estimated that he needed no more than half a month to go from the vague image he had now to the completed version. He would act then. Countless zombies were aimlessly wandering outside the capital, beside the road, and in and out of the abandoned buildings, as they chewed on unknown substances. Gunshots rang out as a convoy of armored vehicles plowed through them, leaving the ground covered in blood and the air full of a putrid stench. They were driving along when a sudden explosion rang out, fierce winds flipping the vehicles over, sending out a rush of cultivators who were confused by the strange gust. A tall man dusted himself off and barked. "What happened?" "Someone reported, Captain. A gale came out of nowhere and flipped us over." The tall man frowned as he looked around, seeing that there were no winds in all directions. Where had the gale come from? It was then that a shop in the distance was split by an unseen attack, followed by the cultivators' torsos flying off into the sky. They had all been massacred in an instant. Cultivators dying in the field was nothing too strange, but more and more of them were killed by such invisible attacks over the next few days. Once someone in the realm of Earth died, Zhang Dingshan personally left the capital to investigate. That man had been second only to the 7 sages, so no weaker cultivators dared to act. Zombies from both sides of the road snarled and charged towards the Blades Edge, and he noticed strange creatures wriggling underground, but he remained expressionless as an energy wave swept out and decimated the creatures. Perhaps he was too intimidating, as both sides of the road fell silent. He met no sneak attacks even after traveling quite a distance, causing him to stop and consider his options. He pulled out Boris's personal gadget that Baizu had given him, deciding that it was best to use it right now. A light tap set it off beeping, and his gaze immediately focused northeast as he slashed out with his sword. The attack sliced across the earth, a pathetic figure hurrying to escape as it nursed an injured left shoulder. Zhang Dingshan pursued immediately, his blade sweeping out immediately. The fleeing figure turned around and showed a frightened face. It was a zombie. The creature crashed into the ground, its hands flailing as a cruel light flashed in its scarlet eyes. Formless blades of wind slashed out at the blade's edge, but a swipe of his hand rebounded the attack and sliced the creature's head off in an instant. The head rolled a little ways away before being crushed by an aftershock. Zhang Dingshan frowned at the zombie's corpse. To his understanding, zombies were failed specimens of apocalyptic evolution. They simply shouldn't have such strength. This thing had the sheer power of a realm of earth cultivator, and it could even control wind blades with its hands. He rushed back to the capital to report the event to President Lion. What? A realm of earth zombie that can control the wind? How is that possible? They are just failed evolutions. I saw it with my own eyes, Zhang Dingshan replied. President Lion muttered darkly, his gaze solemn. Zombies outnumbered the human survivors many times over. If they could also evolve or cultivate, they would make for another powerful enemy. Even more alarming was the ability to control the wind that was impossible through simple cultivation. Even Zhang Dingshan didn't have such a capability. In fact, they only knew of 2 people who wielded such supernatural abilities. How could the zombie have come by it? If there was one, there will be another. Didn't Lu Yin come from Jinlin? Check with him if he has met any similar zombies, President Lion suggested. Zhang Dingshan immediately summoned Lu Yin, and Baizu commented the moment she saw his face change upon hearing the information. You know something. He nodded, telling them of his experience with the long-haired zombie king back near Jinlin. At the time, he'd thought the capital would have known already, but they were only learning of it now. Baizu was incredulous. Swallowing natural energy crystals can grant supernatural abilities. How is that possible? Even humans can't do that. It's what I saw. I have no reason to lie to you. President Lion's expression was solemn as he looked at the trio. We've always assumed that zombies are a failed branch of human evolution, and facts indicate that this is largely true. Most zombies only pose a threat to the average human, but what if they aren't failures but a divergent path? Wouldn't that make sense? Zhang Dingshan's gaze changed. Humans can cultivate with the energy cores found inside the mutant beasts. Perhaps zombies can similarly absorb energy crystals and gain stronger abilities. President Lion replied, no one has seen a zombie swallow a beast core. Mutant beasts can easily wipe out entire hordes, and even if injured they can still escape. No one would be willing to give a zombie a hard-won beast core either, so there's no way for one to get a hold of any. But it is plausible that a rare few manage to find energy crystals through dumb luck. If our assumptions are true, Earth will see enormous change. I'll go grab a zombie to test. Zhang Dingshan left immediately, returning in a flash and throwing a zombie to the ground. He stuffed an energy crystal into the creature's mouth, but even as everyone stared for a while, the creature had no reaction. Both he and Baizu heaved sighs of relief. Lu Yin was unconvinced. We can't base our judgment on a single one. Go catch a few more. Zhang Dingshan nodded, ordering his subordinates to capture some more zombies. More than 50 were bound and sent over within half an hour, and he placed an energy crystal into the mouths of each one. Most didn't react as expected, but one suddenly growled and revealed a pained expression, its scarlet eyes staring daggers at the blade's edge as surging energy heated and ripped apart its skin. A loud explosion rang out as its body splattered all over the place. President Lion watched this scene in astonishment. Different zombies react differently after being given the crystals. That means this type of evolution is feasible. As Lu Yin looked at the mangled flesh on the ground, an image of Yin and that head suddenly appeared in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. He didn't dare take it out to examine it right now. This has to be kept strictly confidential. It cannot leak out to certain individuals. Baizu said coldly, throwing a dirty look Lu Yin's way. He replied calmly, it seems like the planetary evolution isn't as easy as it seems. If the zombies can evolve, are they considered trainees in the trials too? Zombies possess no intellect. Baizu snapped. Lu Yin laughed, no intellect. That may not be the case. Zhang Dingshan immediately issued an order for anyone outside the city to return, deciding to use the ballistics he had left to bomb the zombies. There seemed to be no way to make them human again, so if their threat was significant, allowing them to remain was risky. That risk multiplied tenfold if they could obtain great power by ingesting elemental crystals. President Lion approved of this. There were just too many zombies. All it took was the evolution of 1 in 10,000 for things to become catastrophic. That sort of supernatural energy was not something that an original human being could withstand. A good example was Bai Zhu. Realistically speaking, she would not have been a match for Boris if not for her gift of frost. Earth-shattering explosions rang outside the city that night, and Lu Yin watched as salvo after salvo of guided missiles swept across the zombie hordes. These creatures were only frightening out of sheer volume, and ballistic missiles were thus the best way to deal with them. However, the bombings only lasted 2 minutes, leaving him rather surprised. He felt almost certain that there had to be more missiles in Beijing's arsenal. His attention diverted to the sky. He saw a distant figure dashing towards his residence through the air. Focusing closely, he was surprised to see that it was Bai Zhu. What could this hostile beauty want from him so late at night? Watching the gorgeous woman approach under the pale moonlight, he felt like he wouldn't have any qualms with making a cuckold of Liu Xiaoj. However, Bai Zhu landed in his courtyard and looked around, not growing less agitated as she stared at him. A puzzled expression came over Lu Yin's face as he asked, "Is anything the matter?" Geraldine walked out from her room as well, sending a glance of confusion towards the water sage. "Nothing, I was just passing through," Bai Zhu said dully. "Or are you sure?" After a momentary pause, Bai Zhu answered, "The personnel in charge of firing the missions are all dead, and the ballistics have been damaged beyond usability." "What? Who did that?" Lu Yin asked in shock, but a bemused smile filled his face as Bai Zhu stared at him in silence. "Oh, so you rushed hoping I was absent, and you could use it as evidence against me. I hope you had nothing to do with this. We wouldn't be forgiving," Bai Zhu said menacingly. Lu Yin was baffled by it all. "You seem to be so guarded against me. Why?" Bai Zhu didn't respond, instead turning around and preparing to leave. "Wait, you can't just leave like that. You owe me an explanation." He gently walked over to her side, stretching a hand forward to touch her hair. Bai Zhu sent an icy glare his way, the surface of her body starting to radiate cold air which swept towards him. When he swept it away with his right palm and made to grab her hair again, her body was suddenly covered in a layer of ice that reflected the moonlight. Lu Yin's palm smacked against the ice and shattered it, prompting Bai Zhu to take a few steps back as she glared at him warily. Only then did he shrug. "I was just horsing around. It wasn't funny," she replied coldly. "Barging into my home to threaten me this late in the night wasn't funny either," he responded with a slight chill of his own. Bai Zhu's eyes twinkled, and she left behind a sari and her signature fragrance as she took to the sky. Watching her fly away, Lu Yin wondered just what kind of person would want the ballistics destroyed. Was there anyone who'd want the zombies kept alive? Geraldine squeaked in admiration as she watched Bai Zhu leave. "I'm always so enthralled whenever I see her." Zhou Shan was right, this woman really does seem like a water goddess. Even in terms of looks alone, she's definitely worthy of comparison to Starsabil. "Starsabil?" Lu Yin asked in confusion. Geraldine looked towards the sky and spoke with a longing tone. "She's the most beautiful woman in the universe, rumored to be at least an explorer. She visits trials quite often, supposedly to look for those who are destined to meet her. She's said to have the power of divination and can also look into the past. She's the fantasy of countless people." Lu Yin was speechless. "Yours too." Geraldine rolled her eyes. "For me, she's my idol. She comes from a powerful, mysterious sect in the Universe. Any random disciple of that sect can destroy any youth from the Great Yu Empire. She's a legend on the battlefield, too. She never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. I'm going to bed." Indeed, Lu Yin dismissed Geraldine's words. The universe was beyond vast, and things often got grossly exaggerated as stories spread around. He fully believed that this Starsabil's supposed divination abilities were one such thing. It simply made no sense. While he considered what he'd just heard, Lu Yin stared into the stars once more, as 2 stars spun on his own right palm with a third starting to manifest. The eradication of the zombie horde was put on hold, and he didn't really care about how Zhang Dingshan would handle it, but he was concerned that the second batch of students would be arriving in only about 40 more days. He was running out of time. Meanwhile, Zhang Dingshan ordered 10,000 cultivators to leave the city in batches to head out and eliminate all the zombies. They were told they could ignore all mutant beasts, which made the task fairly easy. He and Bai Zhu oversaw the departures from atop the city walls, the latter commenting, "Even if we destroy all the zombies around the capital, there are still more everywhere else." "This is still better than nothing," the Bladesage said with a grave tone. "I've also ordered troops to travel to Jinlin, Hubei, and elsewhere to deliver an update on the situations. We're trying to minimize the risk." Bai Zhu's eyes lit up when Hubei was mentioned. "How is Xiaoj doing?" Zhang Dingshan looked at her and responded monotonously, "I don't know." Bai Zhu fell silent. The zombie purge was accomplished quite successfully. 10,000 cultivators were able to kill and burn nearly 2 million zombies each day, so after only a few days, the area surrounding the capital had been emptied. Now, all that filled the vicinity was pungent smoke. Zhang Dingshan personally investigated westwards where the ballistics team had been stationed, but even after several days, he couldn't find any clues about the identity of their killer. The only thing he knew was that the assassin was swift and brutal, massacring more than 500 people within a minute. "Do you think Lu Yin could have done it?" Baizu asked from a distance. Did you see it with your own eyes? He asked in a grave tone, his eyes sweeping through the ground. She pursed her lips. We'd better connect with Jinlin as soon as possible. This Lu Yin guy is suspicious. I have a feeling he's a student from outer space. And what if he is? With our current world, we should only draw a line between allies and enemies. We don't have the option to segregate ourselves based on race or origin any longer. Baizu had a melancholy face but remained silent. Zhang Dingshan turned to walk back inside, but a white flash blurred past him as he opened the door. The flash was headed straight for his throat, but he was barely fast enough to dodge most of the attack. Still, a thin wound appeared on his neck and started leaking blood. A silver-haired youth with a twisted smile thrust his butterfly sword forward once more in attack, forcing him to draw his longsword in a defensive stance as the blade swung down towards his eyes. The bladesage braced himself for impact as the weapon drew close, star energy bursting forth to slow the attack as his own forward thrust split the earth nearby. You really are the strongest of the 7 sages. I'll see you soon. Silver retreated a few steps, turning around and rushing away. Zhang Dingshan was about to send a slash behind him, but stopped as he realized that he was fleeing in the direction of Baizu. Ice formed everywhere as the water sage stretched out her palm to confront him, but he simply laughed in mockery as his butterfly sword shattered the ice with ease, leaving her helpless as the blade stabbed towards her neck. She resigned herself to death, but watched the youth redirect the attack in surprise as a starry palm blocked the way. Lu Yin had used the roving step to barely appear in front of Baizu in time, threatening Silver with a counter-attack that forced him to change targets. The air trembled as the 2 attacks met, the astral explosion blasting Baizu away and shattering the ground. Shockwaves spread out in all directions and filled the room with a cloud of dust. By the time it cleared, Lu Yin was still in place, but the silver-haired youth had disappeared from sight. Fewer than 10 seconds had passed from Zhang Dingshan's injury to this point, leaving the nearby soldiers with no time to react. Are you all right? Lu Yin asked as he stepped out of the debris. Lu Yin then turned to look at Zhang Dingshan. You're hurt. I'll be fine. The bladesage touched the wound on his neck, the blood shocking the soldiers who had just arrived. They couldn't believe that the strongest of the 7 sages had been injured, but he himself was more confused to see Lu Yin. Why did you come here? Lu Yin looked at his palm. I was curious. I wanted to know who the murderer was. Zhang Dingshan answered. It was the guy who just left. I know, Lu Yin replied. He looked at Zhang Tian's wounded neck and frowned. He had seen the entire process of Silver's attack, and was quite astonished by the bladesage's perception to be able to avoid that attack at such close range without using any battle techniques. He had to admit that he could have done no better in the same situation. However, what truly intrigued him was how Silver had managed to hide his aura so completely. While most students could somewhat accomplish that to avoid scanners, Zhang Dingshan had almost let him get close enough to kill him in one blow. Why was he targeting you? Baizu asked. Zhang Dingshan narrowed his eyes. I'm not sure. I've never met him before. The only possibility that comes to mind is that he doesn't want the zombies killed. That comment hit Lu Yin hard. This attempt proved his previous guesses that Silver was connected to the Zombie King somehow. This also meant that Silver wasn't really paying attention to the trial's mission, but was instead worried about keeping the zombies alive. The youth was a complete puzzle. Although some assumptions could be made, there was only so much that could be learnt from a single assassination attempt. Passed down orders to keep killing the zombies for 24 hours, Zhang Dingshan suddenly commanded. Since it was impossible to capture someone that fast and sneaky, he would simply suppress news of the attack and redouble his efforts at eliminating the zombie horde. He quickly set about hiring even independent cultivators to join in on the task. Time flew by, and soon there was only a month until the next group of students arrived. Numerous fights had broken out all over Europe in the meanwhile, but there was no news of the criminals' capture. One day, Lu Yin's gadget activated automatically and beeped as it sent him an announcement. Dear students, the grace period has now drawn to close location tracking can no longer be disabled on your gadgets, and your positions will be openly available. Please finish your missions as soon as possible. Good luck. This message would cause the trial to become even more cutthroat. The first batch of students had already been on Earth for 2 months, and this time had been considered a safe period when they could hide their battle ability and just look for rare herbs or minerals in order to improve their results. But now that this period was over, everyone's location would be publicly broadcasted unless they got rid of their gadget entirely. Lu Yin sighed, gazing at the sky. The true trial was now starting, and hiding was no longer a possibility. The last 2 months could also be considered an opportunity for the people of Earth to fight the students for resources. This was what the greater universe considered a fair opportunity for evolving planets. There's quite a few, he mumbled to himself. Vesta's gadget finally connected to the net for the first time, showing a model of Earth with the locations of every single student. The pods he'd seen in Jinlin had only been a small fraction of the total number. He now saw nearly 100 students in Asia, with more in Europe, Africa, the Americas, and even some all the way in Antarctica. However, most of the students were currently centered around a spot near the Mediterranean Sea. As he looked through the map, a message suddenly popped up on top. The Tianzhu monk of Earth has defeated Hayden. Liu Yin was surprised by this. Were battle results also going to be announced now? This information startled many other students as well. Hayden was known to be the strongest in his school, so a native defeating him was stunning, especially for common students like Geraldine. Top students were often considered unbeatable, and this defeat made them consider the risks of this trial much more seriously. Although the Great Yu Empire held many trials every few months, it was rare for a top student to be defeated anywhere. The strongest natives of typical planets weren't even sentinels, ensuring that those like Hayden were invincible. Another message quickly appeared: Eddie has defeated the Tianzhu monk. This piqued Liu Yin's interest. Why would Eddie and Hayden visit Tianzhu? Geraldine anxiously sought out Liu Yin. Now that the trial has officially started, you can see everyone's location on the map and can contact them too. You're aware of this, right? Liu Yin's heart sank. You can contact each other. She nodded. The students come from all over the Great Yu Empire, so most of us don't know each other, which is why so few people contacted each other over the past 2 months. Whatever, the important bit is that someone already released news that the criminal left something important in Beijing that he'll come back to retrieve. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold. Who? Geraldine shook her head. I don't know. The net only shows the positions of the gadgets, not their users. Liu Yin ran through the possible suspects in his mind, but the only people who knew that the criminal had left something in the capital were the 7 sages, President Lion and himself. Not even Eddie had known about it, so now that the news had been leaked, Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu would absolutely suspect him. Surely enough, an energy wave swept through the area very soon. Liu Yin flew into the sky and saw Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu, saying immediately, I wasn't the one who leaked the information. Convince me. The blade sage glared at him. Liu Yin narrowed his eyes in thought before ordering Geraldine, announced that the criminal hid something in Tianzhu, which is why Eddie and Hayden were there. It was also why the Tianzhu monk was able to beat Hayden. Geraldine instantly complied. That won't slow them down for long, Zhang Dingshan said. I'm demonstrating my sincerity. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Zhang Dingshan inhaled deeply, clenching his blade. He wanted to capture this only outsider who knew the secret, but Liu Yin was too strong for him to be confident in victory. Let us check your gadget. Bai Zhu remained skeptical. Who the hell do you think you are? Liu Yin shouted, come take it from me if you dare. You. Bai Zhu was exasperated. She had wanted to give Liu Yin a chance to prove his innocence since he saved her life, but he was too stubborn. There are a total of 9 people who were aware of this secret. I'm in the capital, so why would I say something that would bring trouble to myself like an idiot? Even if I had ulterior motives for being here, I would still keep my mouth shut, Liu Yin said coldly. Liu Yin's words made sense, and Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu exchanged glances. They realized that if Liu Yin really was a student taking the trial, he wouldn't have done something to cause himself trouble. There's a person that I have my suspicions about, though, he continued, glancing at Bai Zhu, Liu Xiaoj. The 2 sages were astonished. Why? Hubei has been marked blue, you know what that means. Bai Zhu disagreed. My entire domain is blue, as is Nanjing. That doesn't mean anything. You're one of the 3 high sages, and the only reason Nanjing is blue is that I saved it. Liu Xiaoj isn't a high sage. He isn't even much stronger than Zhou Shan. How could he possibly defend himself from the trainees? Look at the map yourself. You'll see there are multiple students around the region. This explanation silenced Bai Zhu's retort. She simply couldn't pick a hole in his argument. Zhang Dingshan heaved a deep sigh, sheathing his sword as he turned to leave. Innocent until proven guilty, that applies to you, and it applies to Liu Xiaoj as well. Bai Zhu also left after one last, troubled glance at Liu Yin. It was only then that Geraldine approached. Was it really Liu Xiaoj who spread the news? How would I know? Liu Yin answered nonchalantly. She blinked, but you sounded so certain just now. Liu Yin smirked at her. How would I convince them if I didn't? If you're going to scapegoat someone, you need to have full confidence in your words. What have you been studying in school if you don't even understand this? Scapegoat someone. How despicable. While Geraldine was disturbed by these words, Liu Yin returned to his residence. Meanwhile, her post on the net prompted many of the students bitterly fighting in Europe to rush to Tianzhu. Although Eddie and Hayden tried to clarify that they had only been passing through and fought the Tianzhu monk through coincidence, no one believed them. To Liu Yin, the official network was like a movie over the next few days. There were constant messages about X defeating Y, Z dying, and the like. Some of the students trying to fly over from the Americas had been eaten by mutant sea beasts on the trip. The commotion continued for 5 days, until Eddie and Hayden finally managed to prove their innocence, convincing people that the criminal hadn't left anything in Tianzhu. When the focus finally shifted back to Beijing, Liu Yin sighed. He'd known that he couldn't keep people distracted forever. Those challenging trials weren't fools, and Beijing was clearly the place most likely to have anything related to the criminal. However, Eddie had suggested that the students group up and take control of Beijing, waiting for the criminal to appear. If the month passed without that happening, they would stick together against the next batch of students. This suggestion proved quite popular with those who wanted to try and get into Astral 1001 in the first batch had confidence in facing the next individually, but Eddie's suggestion gave them a sliver of hope. Within Beijing, Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu looked terrible. They were aware of the situation and knew how bad things were about to become. The capital would soon become a battlefield. Although Zhang Dingshan was extremely powerful, there was a limit to his strength, and he didn't have any battle techniques that suited him. It would be impossible to protect the city alone. Bai Zhu was significantly weaker, and the blunt truth was that even all of the 7 sages gathered together would still face a hopeless situation. Lu Yin was just as concerned as the 2 sages. He had taken the identity of a native in the trial, so if Beijing was taken over, it would drastically reduce the effect he was aiming for. Also, he had no intentions of allowing the criminal to go free with the item that had been left behind. Beijing was critical to all of his plans. Lu Yin, let's go. Beijing won't be able to defend itself, Geraldine told him anxiously, but he was lost in contemplation. The most powerful people on Earth right now were Zhang Dingshan and Eddie, the former being a tiny bit more powerful, but there would be many opponents of comparable strength in the upcoming battle. He needed to be stronger than them all to keep the city from battle at the very least. He needed to reach Eddie's level and sweep through them all with his cosmic palm. Considering all this, he whispered to Geraldine before flying off, "Stay in Beijing, I'll be back in a few days." Geraldine was left gritting her teeth in reply. He was aware of the situation. Why was he asking her to stay and die? Right as Lu Yin was about to leave the capital, Bai Zhu popped out to confront him. "Are you trying to escape?" "I'll be back before the trainees attack the city," he answered softly. "And why should I believe you?" she asked, her beautiful face expressing all the disdain she held towards him. "You don't have to. You can't stop me regardless," he stated matter-of-factly. "Or do you want a deathmatch with me right before an impending war?" Bai Zhu clenched her fists. "Let him go." Zhang Dingshan's voice rang out, though he remained out of sight. Bai Zhu could do nothing more at that point and simply floated back to the ground. Lu Yin stared at the city for a while before leaving, taking out his gadget once he was far enough away. "The closest one is you," he said while rushing west. With Lu Yin's departure, Geraldine tried to leave as well. She had no obligation to him and would have fled long ago if he hadn't been keeping an eye on her, so this was the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, she'd missed something in this perfect plan. Bai Zhu, what right do you have to stop me? Geraldine demanded furiously as the water sage stopped her. Bai Zhu glared at her. "Because you're Lu Yin's woman. Since he left, you have to stay. I'm not his woman, don't spread rumors." She screamed angrily, but while Bai Zhu was powerless against Lu Yin, handling this girl was a breeze. It wasn't long before a block of ice plopped down in Lu Yin's residence. It would take quite a while for Geraldine to thaw out. Damned Lu Yin, damned ice girl, damned natives, every damn one of them is unreasonable. Shanxi was the province closest to Beijing, but without any of the 7 sages protecting it, the strongest people within were only in the realm of Earth. Still, a large group had gathered within its largest gathering point of Tongchuan. Russell was a laid-back person who was easily satisfied with minor accomplishments. As the second strongest student of Garou Academy, he had no ambitions to complete the trial mission and was content with simply occupying a region and harvesting what resources he could to have a decent result. He was delighted during the past 2 months of peace as a Sentinel, a realm of sky cultivator taken over the city and become its guardian deity worshipped by all. Although he helped the survivors eliminate some mutant beasts on occasion, most of his time was spent in quiet explorations that resulted in the occasional delight of a rare item. Even the thought of his results made the man happy. Sipping some wine under the sun, Russell was humming some tunes from his hometown as he thought to himself with a smile, "Primal planets like this one are the best. The air is fresh, the people are honest, and I'm free to do whatever I want. All I gotta do is find some valuable materials. This is just the best, ha ha ha." After enjoying himself for a bit, Russell waved over 2 beautiful young ladies and had one massage his shoulders while the other was tasked with keeping his glass full and working on his feet. He moaned in pleasure, "Ooh." Just as he was about to take a sip, a shadow suddenly blocked the comfortable sun. He frowned and looked up to see a rather plain young man staring down at him from mid-air. A sentinel. He grew serious and shooed away the 2 girls who'd grown frightened, glaring at the man above him. "Who are you?" "A thief," the youth said briefly. "What?" Russell stared blankly. "Come again." "I said I'm a thief," Lu Yin repeated graciously. He'd come to the conclusion that the only way to raise his strength quickly was to absorb star energy, and robbing the students was the way to go if he wanted star crystals. "I know you're a trainee too, kid, but you have to be an idiot. Do you know who I am? Want to rob me? Let me tell you, He felt a sharp pain in his stomach before he could finish, sent crashing into the ground by the terrifying blow. The impact formed a deep crater, and at the bottom of it Russell coughed up blood and looked up with a pale face. Wasn't that the space render palm? The hell, where did a monster like that come here from? Luyin descended to the ground and approached Russell. Empty out your cosmic ring before I have to force you. You have to be the leader at some school. Why are you robbing me instead of finishing the mission? Won't you lose points? Russell's face twitched, but Luyin responded by raising his arm and leveling a cold glare. As the air started to distort from a shockwave palm, he urgently spoke up, no, don't attack, I'll do it. Russell removed everything from his cosmic ring as he spoke, revealing a wide array of items, but Luyin only grabbed the star crystals and a few of the more useful ones before leaving. Hey, what's your name? He called out, but upon being ignored he could only curse at the existence of such a bastard among the trainees. He suddenly remembered something and hurried to check the network on his watch, but the only thing displayed at the top of the map was, Russell has been defeated. This left him coughing up blood again. If there was no name, the thief had even stolen his gadget. Once he was far away from Tingcheng, Luyin glanced at the network on his gadget and nodded in satisfaction. He was aware that the people monitoring the trial on Earth knew who he was, but they had still hidden it to keep things fair. Who next? That was answered by a quick glance at his map. He didn't take much time to choose someone before hurrying off. Luyin robbed more than 10 students around China over the next 3 days, all of whom had thought they were safely hidden. Each one was about the same level as Geraldine, content with occupying a piece of land, harvesting some rare materials, and just surviving to the end. They had no interest in disrupting the status quo, but they had been unfortunate enough to come across someone in desperate need of star crystals. After all, no matter how small it was, even a mosquito had some meat on it. High up in the sky, he was currently reorganizing the contents of his cosmic ring. Although its capacity was quite large, it was still far from sufficient for his current needs. He had picked up too many random ores and ingredients during his hunt, leaving him with no choice but to throw out some of the less valuable items. He wasn't too concerned since most of these students carried things of little value, but he was frustrated by just how poor these students were. Even after robbing so many, he had only managed to gather 2 cubic meters of star crystals. The truth was that all students with the courage to participate in planetary trials were the cream of the crop, and were thus also much wealthier than ordinary students. Luyin likely wouldn't have found a single cubic meter of crystals, even among 1,000 ordinary students across the universe. Star crystals were as valuable as gold was on Earth. Even the extremely wealthy hesitated to use them to advance their training and preferred only having them around as a life-saving measure. In case of an emergency, their star energy came from absorbing the latent energy in the surroundings. This is too slow. Looks like I have no choice but to rob school leaders like Veron, Luyin muttered to himself. He had already robbed everyone within a reasonable distance, and information was quickly spreading on the network about a planetary thief that had mixed in with the students. They were starting to panic. More and more students were heading towards Tianzhu to take up Eddie's proposal, and at least 30 had gathered already. 10 of them were the strongest in their academies after all. Only someone in the top 3 of their school would have the confidence to pursue the criminal. The group left all of Tianzhu trembling in fear. 5 days later, Eddie announced that there was no need for any more people to gather at Tianzhu. He would now be heading to Beijing. This lit the network aflame. The battle with the natives was officially about to start. Is it starting? Guess I need to get busy too. Luyin stood up from where he'd been hidden and soared into the sky. Ian has been defeated. 2 days later, another notification appeared on the network that left many students in despair. They had already seen this message 10 times over, and the rumors were that this thief had a stolen gadget so no one could know who he was. They had first assumed he was only robbing common students, but Ian was the strongest in his academy. This left many terrified. On a piece of barren ground, a young man coughed up blood as he glared into the distance, watching Luyin use some of that crimson to gain access to his cosmic ring. Luyin's eyes lit up as he saw the contents. Nice, you've got some pretty good things in here. As expected from a school leader. Who the hell are you? What academy are you from? Give me a name. Ian roared with fury. He had been unfortunate enough to meet this guy, and before they could even begin talking, he'd been rendered speechless by a space render palm. Another had closed in before he could recover his senses, and this one had beaten him into the ground. Luyin tossed the ring back. Call me 7. Ian was infuriated, but could only watch as Luyin left. At the westernmost part of China, Qinghai, Eddie, Hayden, and a group of at least 10 students looked grave. Ian was robbed too, Eddie. We have to take care of this guy before we go to Beijing. There's still 15 days for the second batch. We have enough time, someone suggested. Yeah, it's no good to let a rat like that stick around to cause more trouble, someone else said, looking annoyed. A classmate of his had been robbed as well, and knowing the thieving bastard was even targeting girls left him mad with rage. Eddie and Hayden exchanged looks. Fine. We'll work in pairs and search around Beijing while slowly closing in to isolate his gadget's location. If you see anyone alone who has the power to match a school leader, just attack. It's better to get the wrong person than let the thief go free. If only the network hadn't blocked photo share, or we could recognize him right away, someone said begrudgingly. So they're working in pairs. Lu Yin checked the gadget locations on the map. Interesting, one of each has to be a school leader. All right, come at me. Half a day later, he was floating amidst the clouds when two students appeared on the horizon and checked their gadgets. Only 1,700, just trash, one of them said disdainfully. The other person gestured towards Lu Yin. Get over here, kid. Lu Yin calmly flew towards them, his eyes showing nothing. Did you see the person who robbed you? Yup, Lu Yin nodded. Draw me a picture. Lu Yin shook his head. I never learned how to draw. Are you dumb or something? Just use your gadget and you'll be able to draw whatever image you imagine. Oh, well, that's pointless. The person is right here. Here, where? The two were astonished. Lu Yin pointed at himself. A clap of the shockwave palm distorted the air around him, knocking one of the students out. So you're the thief. Die. The second managed to resist, drawing his sword to attack. This was the top student of his academy, and while he couldn't compare with those like Veron, he was much more powerful than people of Terrence's ilk. Unfortunately for him, that was nothing in the face of Lu Yin's cosmic palm. One attack snapped his sword and swatted him to the ground. Just like that, Lu Yin had successfully robbed two more students and created another ruckus on the network. Eddie took the news in with a grim face. Someone had already been robbed after such little time. Where had this bastard come from? Remember not to get close to any strangers, he messaged everyone, but this was a pointless suggestion. The students had already started keeping their distance regardless of power. Half a cube more, I can use this to cultivate, the thief commented as he checked his cosmic ring. He then removed his gadget, threw it into a stream, and dashed away to an abandoned farm. Crushing the crystals, he immediately activated his cosmic art to absorb all of the energy. Far away, Zhang Dingshan and the others in Beijing watched the network speechlessly. I guarantee that's Lu Yin, Bai Zhu determined. Zhang Dingshan looked confused. Why? She told him of how the youth had robbed Parley and Veron, so who else could it be? Zhang Dingshan was perplexed. While Lu Yin looked ordinary, he was someone who went completely overboard at times. He had robbed more than 15 people so far, many of whom were the strongest of their academies. What was he planning? If Bai Zhu could determine the robber was Lu Yin, Geraldine was naturally able to come to the same conclusion. The news left her far more amazed than Zhang Dingshan, and the others. She knew that Lu Yin had only been a seeker she could crush the first time they met, and that same bug had now grown to the point where he could overwhelm school leaders. He was simply a monster. While Lu Yin leisurely absorbed astral energy at the farm, Eddie and the other students were going crazy searching for him. They fruitlessly continued their search for 5 days without a single clue, but all they found in the end was an ownerless gadget in a stream. Keep searching. If we can't find him in the next 7 days, we'll go straight to Beijing. There are only 10 days before the next batch arrives. We can't afford to screw up the plan, he said sternly. Up in the distance, two figures were floating in the sky. They were Gerlain and Ballerer, the same duo who had initially chased after Eddie. Instead of joining forces with him, they were fishing for benefits elsewhere. This is exhausting, let's rest a bit. Gerlain swung her long hair about, her pretty face revealing a hint of weariness. Looking around at the lush green farm they were nearby, Ballerer smiled and agreed. However, both their personal gadgets suddenly started beeping, prompting Gerlain to look into the distance in surprise. There's another student here. 2100, that low, let's check it out. Ballerer replied, and the two slowly headed for the farm. Within the farm was a troubled Lu Yin. It had taken only a few star crystals for him to go from a new seeker to the peak of that realm, but going from a starting sentinel to the peak required hundreds of times that amount. He had absorbed about a cube of star crystals, but his combat level had only grown to a little past 2000. A portion of the energy had been used to eliminate any impurities, which meant it would take many more cubes to become a peak sentinel. He was no longer sure if he could get there even targeting school leaders. Looks like it's impossible to max out for now. At least I'm over 2000, Lu Yin mumbled as he recalled Parley's strength, but was suddenly distracted as he noticed Gerlain and Ballerer approaching. He was particularly intrigued by the latter. Did a dryad manifest itself from the plant life here? You inside, come out, Gerlain charmingly ordered, flinging her hair back with pride. Lu Yin walked out as asked, but she was displeased when she realized that he barely even noticed her. Hey, what are you doing staring there? I'm the one talking to you. He pointed at Ballerer. Is that a nymph? What? Such insolence. Ballerer grew furious in an instant, sending a kick towards Lu Yin. As an elite student of the Great Yu Empire's Outer Space Academy, he was second only to Gerlain here at over 2,900 battle power. He didn't see someone at 2,100 as a threat. Lu Yin dodged with roving step, appearing to the youth's right as he pressed down on his abdomen. Robbery, he said with an icy tone as enormous force blasted out from his palm, the explosion blasting Ballerer away as the space runner palm split skin. Jerlane's gaze focused as an unusual bow appeared in her hands, rumbling thunderously as she aimed an arrow at Lu Yin. He felt the approaching danger and immediately dodged with the roving step, barely in time as an arrow whizzed past his ear into the distance. It tore through the air and shook the earth in its wake, and moments later a thunderclap resounded in his ears accompanied by a violent shockwave. Before he could even look back, the girl was already aiming another arrow at him. He clawed forward to stop her, but she dealt with that by forming lightning all over the surface of her body in a stormy armor. The appearance of the armor twisted the air and shook the ground, forcing Lu Yin to get serious as two stars appeared on his palm. Another loud explosion rang out as his attack barely tore through the armor and struck her body. Both literally and physically, Jerlane was blown away. This armor had been a gift from her brother, and its defenses were something few sentinels could break through. And yet this random person had managed to do it. "Don't you touch her," Balor howled as she landed away from her bow, odd green stripes appearing on his skin and spreading across his body. The surrounding plants started to squirm the next moment, and the grass below Lu Yin jumped up like a living creature to grasp his feet. Lu Yin was surprised by the hostile aura all around him, but an eruption of star energy shattered the plants and let him charge straight forward with another palm attack. Balor swung both of his weed-covered arms to counter, but despite a deafening impact that sent a cloud of debris into the air, the palms slapped him into the ground. Both of his arms were twisted at a strange angle, and he spat out blood. "Oh, that's where I remember you. Both of you were hidden in the capital once," Lu Yin commented as he picked the man up, tossing him towards the girl and drawing closer. "Jerlane and Balor have been defeated. The network notified all gadgets on Earth. Even Jerlane lost to him." A distant eddy was surprised. Fallen prone on the grass, Jerlane glared at Lu Yin. "You're that planetary thief." Lu Yin frowned. "Don't slander me, I'm a good person." "Bullshit," she shouted. "A diva cursing someone. Such a bad temper." Lu Yin was taken aback. Jerlane just snorted, but Balor spoke up. "Kid, I'm warning you not to touch her. Her brother is Jerbok, one of the strongest youths of the Great Yu Empire. If you hurt her, there's no place you can get to escape him." "I already said I'm a good person. I don't hurt people." Lu Yin pursed his lips, snatching Jerlane's cosmic ring as he spoke. Unlocking it with some blood from her mouth, he immediately started rifling through it for star crystals. Jerlane and Balor were dumbfounded by this behavior. Just how was he a good person? The ease and familiarity in his actions showed that he'd done this many times before. Jerlane protested and started kicking at Lu Yin while yelling, "Hey, don't mess with that. I'll give you whatever you want from there, but don't go through a girl's stuff." "Useless crap." Lu Yin rolled his eyes, but they suddenly gleamed and his breathing sped up. Astonished by a pile of star crystals that summed up to at least 2 cubes, he turned to her in surprise. "You're rich." Jerlane gritted her teeth and her face went red. "Bastard." Taking the crystals, Lu Yin threw her ring back and began to search through Balor, whose reaction was much calmer once he realized that the two of them wouldn't come to as much harm. While Balor's ring didn't contain as much wealth as Jerlane's, it wasn't far behind either. Lu Yin ended up with a bit over 3 cubes, something that made him feel rich. Satisfied, he turned to leave. "It's been a pleasure meeting you too. If it is our fate, we'll meet again. At least give me your name, you bastard." Jerlane screamed, "Call me Brother 7. Lu Yin waved goodbye, starting to rise into the sky. The girl was extremely upset at this, but then an idea popped into her mind. "Wait, do you want more star crystals?" The thief that had just started to ascend shot back to the ground and looked at her. "What do you mean?" Jerlane smiled cunningly. "Come with us. I'll lead you to rob others." Lu Yin was flabbergasted, while Balor grimaced. It had started again. Jerlane never allowed herself to be at a disadvantage. She was normally decent, but if she ever lost out to someone, she'd do anything to not end up with the short end of the stick. Lu Yin stared at her with a confused expression. "You want to lead me into more robberies? Do I look like an idiot?" She snorted. "It's your call to believe me, but you don't even have a gadget to find other students with. There's maybe a week before they start invading the capital. What kind of luck do you think you'll need to meet any of them this week? But if I help you out, we can meet one every step of the way." Lu Yin sneered. "What if you set a trap for me?" Jerlane raised her head. "On my name, I'd never do such a thing. Go ask anyone. They'll vouch for the character and trustworthiness of Jerlane from the Outer Space Academy. I'm Jerbok's sister. What could I gain from harming you?" Balor was speechless, but Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he considered the proposal. He was confident that with his current increased strength, he could escape even if trapped and surrounded. "All right, you lead the way, but I'm going to keep your cosmic ring until we're done." Jerlane clenched her jaw. "All right." After the 2 students recovered for half a day, the 3 people flew north. On the way, Lu Yin asked, "I wanted to know, is this guy a nymph?" "I was born on planet Botany," Balor grunted. "Everyone there looks like this. Do you have a problem?" "Oh no, the universe is really vast. There are all sorts of creatures." A furious Balor turned away, feeling like Lu Yin had insulted his people. Jerlane rolled her eyes. "So what? You've also seen Parley. Those of planet 3rd Gravitas are 1.6 meters tall at the most. He can be considered Mr. Average with his height of 1.2 meters. There are also planets where the people have scales, or 4 arms, or are even 10 meters tall. There are also all kinds of grotesquely shaped ones. Aren't you a student from the Empire too? Balor suddenly asked as he looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Of course not, I'm from Earth, Lu Yin replied, leaving both of them wide-eyed and humiliated. Half an hour later, Zhurlane informed them excitedly, 2 students are coming. Lu Yin was thrilled, but he glanced at the girl who seemed even more eager than himself. She turned back to him. Hey bastard, how are we going to do this? Lu Yin lifted an eyebrow at Zhurlane's words, flashing a fake smile. You want to be a part of this. Zhurlane's eyebrows lifted as well. You don't want me. The two stared at each other before Balor pulled her aside. We can't be seen. It won't reflect well on your brother if word of it reaches the school. Zhurlane finally understood and nodded, concealing herself as she told Lu Yin, you can go play then, we'll hide. Lu Yin did not object, watching 2 figures appearing in the distance. He wouldn't feel at ease with the 2 right next to him. Them being hidden away was a better option. 10 minutes later, the network sent out another notification of a pair's defeat. Most students around the country looked at it in surprise. They had thought the bandit simply stopped 5 days ago, but the menace was at it again. Said bandit was currently being stared down by an excited Zhurlane. Quick, how much did you rob? Split the goods. Lu Yin looked at her curiously. You sure? You can't be thinking of immorally hoarding everything. He thought about it and nodded, tossing her a small star crystal. Take it then. What, you stingy bastard? Zhurlane was riled and charged straight at him. It's not my problem if you don't want it, Lu Yin said with a smile. He had realized the girl's personality problem long ago. She was helping him because she was disgruntled with the robbery, and she would have stayed on his side even without any pay. He wasn't worried about her throwing in the towel until she could retrieve what he'd stolen. Zhurlane's help greatly smoothed up Lu Yin's robbing process, allowing him to procure a staggering 5 more cubes of star crystals that left even the rich trader jealous. However, there were only about 4 days left before the second batch arrived, when he also met true danger for the first time since the apocalypse. Zhurlane had found 2 people on top of an abandoned supermarket in the network, but once he arrived, he was surrounded by 7. 5 of the people here weren't carrying their watches to conceal themselves, and 3 were even school leaders. It was quite a wager. You're the planetary thief. Only combat level 2100. Seems like you have formidable techniques, a coarse-looking student barked, one of the stronger ones in the group. Beside him, a girl with a hot body smiled demurely. Most people who obtain star crystals use them to upgrade their battle techniques. Are you like this too, Junior? Could you tell this senior of yours what these battle techniques are? Lu Yin's lips curved upwards. You really want to know? I'll give you a taste. The girl smiled like a maiden, but raised her hand, aiming an energy gun at him. Junior, you do know that one doesn't always have to rely on themselves in battle. External items are important as well. Several others took out more energy guns at the same time, aiming them at Lu Yin. This was the same type of gun that Terrence had used to bore a hole through Geraldine's shoulder. It certainly wasn't weak. Lu Yin stared at the ambushers as he retrieved a fire crystal from his cosmic ring, suddenly smashing it against the ground. The blaze set the entire building aflame, and as a few people opened fire, he dodged with roving step. A few other types of elemental energy crystals quickly formed a powerful breeze that only spread the flames all around, and the usage of frost crystals formed a white mist that further obstructed vision. Having moved quickly, Lu Yin left a phantom behind in his original spot as he appeared behind one of the school leaders, slapping out with cosmic palm directly. The opponent's ring armor was shattered in an instant as he was sent crashing into the ground, and Lu Yin followed up with a spin and a space runner palm that struck out in all 4 directions. The enormous energy crushed the building and dissipated into the void, injuring 4 of the remaining 6 students. The 2 students left tore through the space runner palm to attack Lu Yin, but his gaze turned cold as he stretched out a palm towards each. Stars appeared in both attacks, blasting the floor open and splitting the abandoned supermarket in 2. The trio fell towards the ground, but Lu Yin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and turned around to see that the first student he'd slapped down had stabbed a sword into him. Blasting his current 2 opponents away, he turned around and grabbed that student's shoulder, unsheathing his dagger to strike. The student's eyes shrank as he let go of his sword to retreat, but Lu Yin flung the dagger forwards and scored a glancing blow on the cheek. Blood splattered across the nearby wall as the dagger tore through a dozen buildings, burying itself into a tank nearby. The ruined buildings started to shake as dust sprang up everywhere. Gasping for air, a now nervous Lu Yin struggled to heighten his senses. These 3 elites were just as strong as Parley, and they'd surrounded him with nowhere to hide. In the distance, Zhurlane and Balor looked over with elated expressions. The girl especially was eager. Do you think we should rob them in one go? Yes, but we have to wait for his injuries to get worse, Balor muttered. Zhurlane was pleased. At least Eddie isn't stupid and know how to lay an ambush, or I would have done all this for nothing. Balor was surprised. You knew this was a trap. Of course not stupid, but as long as Eddie wasn't dumb, I knew he would think of something. I I can bring that scoundrel around to rob people, so he used me to lay an ambush. None of us are idiots. She rolled her eyes before giggling. Even Eddie would find it hard to escape from this kind of ambush. This bastard is done for. 7 ambushers, and only 3 were of any real threat to Lu Yin. However, even those 3 were shocked as he sighed and retrieved something from his cosmic ring, that is. In the distance, Zhurlane was stunned and went red in the face, that shameless bastard. Lu Yin smiled as he donned a set of ring armor that flickered with lightning. Indeed, this was the armor that Zhurlane claimed had been given by her brother for defense, having confiscated her cosmic ring until they parted ways. He had both this and her bow. Zhurlane's armor. The bulky man shouted and glared at Lu Yin. You actually dare to rob Zhurlane? You must be crazy. Her brother is Zhurbok. I don't give a damn who her brother is. Your brains have to be mush if you think I need to differentiate between my targets. Lu Yin sneered, sending out a space render palm. The buff man clenched his jaw as he crashed into one of the pillars, causing the entire building to collapse. All combatants bounced out of the ruins, one of them crushing a crystal to summon blades of green wind that struck towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin simply charged towards the attack, allowing the lightning arcing all across his body to deflect the wind blades as he appeared before the man and landed a firm cosmic palm. He almost spat out his internals before fainting on the spot. Seeing things go awry, the other 2 retreated immediately. While Lu Yin could barely break through it with the full force of the cosmic palm, they didn't have such ability. In the end, a 7-man ambush had led to 5 defeated and 2 escaped. When these results were announced over the network, everyone fell silent, including Eddie. He thought he was the strongest amongst the first batch of trainees, but it would be difficult for even him to obtain such results. Not long after, everyone cooperating with him received a message to give up on the bandit. They would invade the capital in 3 days. Come out. Lu Yin plopped down on the floor and stared at a distant Zhurlane and Balor. Both were shocked. Today's battle would certainly make this youth famous. Zhurlane remembered the native Realmbreaker sending 4 people running with their tails between their legs using a single strike, but this display of power left her shuddering just as much. What sort of battle technique could severely wound a school leader with 1 strike? Help me with this. Lu Yin threw some ointment at her. What? Zhurlane pointed at herself while glaring. You want me to do this? Is that difficult to understand? She grew furious. You must be dreaming. I'm a young lady who's pure as ice. I've never touched any man's body. Such heresy. Lu Yin stared coldly at her. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. If I was defeated just now, you wouldn't be so courteous towards me. Apply this medicine now. Let me do it, Balor offered. No, your hands are dirty, Lu Yin snorted, leaving the man peeved. Lu Yin continued to stare coldly at Zhurlane. I said, help me apply this ointment. The girl gritted her teeth and spat out slowly. All right, but you better remember this. I'll settle things with you one day. She then grabbed some of the ointment and rubbed it into his back, prompting a refreshed sigh. This product from Shamrock Enterprises was quite effective. His wounds were already scabbed over. Zhurlane's hands were soft and gentle, and with the added cooling effect of the ointment, he experienced true pleasure. His gaze towards her even softened. However, it quickly came to an end. Wiping clean, Zhurlane spoke up. Hey, get up. Let's go find the next target. However, Lu Yin tossed her cosmic ring back to her. I've had enough. No more robberies. You can carry on yourself. What? No, we haven't even found Eddie yet. We have to rob him. Lu Yin laughed and ignored her. Those people hadn't considered him a huge threat before, thinking a few elites could handle him, but now that he'd beaten 7, he would certainly face more such ambushes in the future. Only a fool would keep going at this point. Rifling through the 5 cosmic rings, he salvaged 2 more cubes of star crystals before waving her goodbye and flying away. You idiot, where's my armor and bow? Zhurlane shouted behind me. Lend them to me for a while, I'll return them later. His voice faded into the distance. Zhurlane stomped on the ground in annoyance. The bow and armor were gifted by her brother for her to defend herself with, and were the only things that could strike fear into his heart. Now they'd been robbed by that shameless scoundrel. Within the capital, Zhang Dingshan and the rest saw the results in the network as well. Baizu was shocked. Each one of these students was from the realm of Sky, and those that dared to work on the missions were at least top 3 in their schools. Almost half of them were even school leaders, and she had first-hand experience of their power. Now, Lu Yin had defeated 7 of them in one battle. Just how had he gotten so strong after disappearing for only a few days? As she was left wondering, Zhang Dingshan looked south and flashed a rare smile. An old friend is back. Zhou Shan, Baizu's eyes gleamed. The 2 quickly flew towards the south, but then stopped midway and gazed northwards. Another old friend. Looks like they want to help the capital in trying times. Baizu was pleasantly surprised. Wu Sheng is here too, that's great. Zhang Dingshan sighed deeply. They shouldn't have come. 4 of the 7 sages plus Lu Yin is still 5 against dozens. There's a huge disparity here. A long journey away, Lu Yin found a desolate mountain village and surrounded a building with fire crystal traps. He then took out a star crystal and crushed it, absorbing the surging energy with his cosmic art. West of Beijing, Eddie and his followers appeared as well. Prepare yourselves. The invasion starts in 3 days. Remember, the natives defending the capital are nothing, but the second batch is about to appear. The Melders will be restricted to sentinel strength, but it still is no easy feat to deal with them. All the students were solemn. It was rare to have a second batch of trainees in the Great U Empire's planetary trials, and this instance was purely because of Astral 10. A number of freaks that were normally hidden away had decided to participate in this second batch. More and more students approached the capital from all directions. A dozen weary students descended upon the South China Sea. We've finally reached China, and that fellow Eddie and his team are plotting to steal the criminal's items. We need to move to stop him from gaining an advantage. Students similarly appeared in eastern and northern China, bringing turbulent times with them. Dawn of the third day, Zhang Dingshan was staring out from atop Beijing's steel walls as a group of silhouettes appeared in the distance. At the same time, a distant Lu Yin finally opened his eyes. 5 cubes of star crystals over 3 days of meditation had cleansed his body of impurities. He was now overflowing with energy and felt a drastic increase in strength. Not only did his body contain much more than before now that he was a peak sentinel at level 3000, it was more compacted as well. Although he'd plundered a total of 7 cubes of star crystals, he had only used 5 so far. He now looked at the 2 remaining cubes in anticipation. The temptation was just too much. Drawing his die, he eagerly rubbed his hands together and crushed 1 cube's worth. Okay, let's see my luck. Pilfer isn't worth it. I'll never get something good, but... The surface rapidly returned to its dazzling brightness, and Lu Yin nervously swallowed as he gently flicked out with a finger to start it going. His gaze was frozen on the spinning die, eyes growing wider and wider until it started to dim and the surfaces started to fade away. He'd rolled a 2. This excited him greatly. It was his first time getting this roll. He watches as a black vortex formed beneath the spinning die, its usage popping to mind. Black hole disassembly, disassemble anything. What could that mean? He was rather confused at first, so he threw a random piece of scrap iron into the vortex it passed through in an instant. But what popped out on the other side was a small piece of pure iron with a smooth, hard surface that had shrunk down significantly from what he'd put in. He finally realized what disassembly meant. Any material thrown into this vortex would be broken down into its basic components. This seemed reasonably useful, so after considering his options for a bit, Lu Yin threw in a cosmic ring he'd confiscated from one student who'd acted a little too unreasonable. A fingernail-sized piece of dark red metal emerged on the other side that made him quite happy instantly. This was imperial gold, an extremely precious material that was key in the creation of cosmic rings. He immediately threw all of his stolen rings into the vortex to get a thumb-sized ingot, but after a moment's consideration, he threw that back in as well. A twinkling dark gold metal plopped out on the other side that lit his eyes aglow. This was imperial gold essence, something far more valuable than imperial gold that was used in the crafting of high-quality cosmic rings with massive storage spaces. Carefully stowing it away, he thought to himself, I should probably find some junkyard to harvest materials from. The vortex disappeared after 5 minutes, but Lu Yin already knew that its duration could be extended with star crystals, just like the time-stop room. His head started to ache at the realization that he'd found another crystal sink that would keep him poor in the future regardless of his income, but he muttered to himself that he'd figure something out before standing up to stretch and pop his joints. He looked towards Beijing and blasted into the distant sky. It's time to go back. The capital was already in shambles by the time Lu Yin started rushing back, millions of survivors watching the skies with fear as occasional shockwaves overturned the earth and brought disaster to them all. By the time they'd received news that Eddie's coalition of dozens of students had started their attack, the battle had already begun. The steel walls were devastated in the very first moments. An arrogant Hayden was accompanied by 2 other students as they stared at a panting Baizu atop some ruins outside the city. A mere native wants to block us. You should know your place, one of them said with contempt, but his gaze was burning just as brightly as those of his peers. She was just far too beautiful. Each one of them was a school leader and could easily handle the water sage, but her appearance had prompted them to join hands while many more watched from the distance. Hayden frowned at Baizu. Woman, I'll give you an opportunity to follow us. I can bring you away from this shithole planet to truly explore the universe. Hayden, you can't be thinking of keeping her for yourself, right? One of the students beside him was immediately upset by his words, but he remained indifferent. There were various alliances and rivalries amongst the academies themselves, and he was stronger than the 2 beside him. Of all those currently in Beijing, only Eddie and Zhang Dingshan could defeat him in battle. Baizu clenched her fists and released a measured breath as her blue hair drifted into the air. The ground suddenly froze and the temperature of the entire region plunged, but the 3 students confronting her didn't mind the change. She could handle 1 school leader at best. It was impossible to face 3 at once. In the distance, Zhou Shan roared as he smashed into the ground with a student. It took all he had to deal with just the one, however, and there were more than a dozen figures still staring down from up in the sky. The students knew there was only one ending to this war after all. This was nothing more than a city of natives. "Stop messing around. Let's go," one of the students arrogantly said before pressing down toward the capital with one hand. Enormous pressure crushed countless survivors until they vomited blood, but they could do nothing more than stare at the sky in despair. The air suddenly distorted as a terrifying energy slash tore through it, heading straight for a dozen students. Shocked by its power, all of them quickly acted to counter the strike. Zhang Dingshan rose into the air in the distance, gaze cold and hands holding tightly onto his long blade. They had all received information about him, but these trainees felt a sense of numbness when actually facing the Bladesage for the first time. For the natives to have a realm breaker like him was abnormal to say the least. An arrow whizzed across the sky, drawing blood from one of the students who had just attacked the capital. It came from Wu Sheng, the wolf sage. Originally the overseer of the plains, he had received information about the attack on the capital from a gadget he had won over and came to help. Despite such displays of power, the four sages were still facing over 20 students. Even Zhang Dingshan could not make up for that deficit. Not even a quarter hour had passed before he was starting to spit out blood, his body riddled with cuts. Wu Sheng's flank had been pierced only a few minutes ago and was now leaking blood onto the ground. Thousands of cultivators were fighting on the Chinese side, but they were mowed down like weeds and unable to even approach the students. Sitting on one side, Geraldine was horrified by the scene. As someone who wasn't from Earth, she had no plans to give up her life for it. With her power, she couldn't stop even one of the other students here anyway. A strong wind drew her attention to a patch of ice on the ground, where quite a few students were gazing at the ruins of the city walls. Two of them had actually been frozen there, and Hayden had a bewildered look on his face. "Innate gift. You actually have an innate gift." The two words shocked anyone, drawing many looks of incredulity towards Bai Zhu. She was already beautiful beyond comparison, and the value of an innate gift made her even more memorable. However, her lips were a plump red as blood trickled down her chin to the floor. The air was fogging over with every heavy pant. She had already reached her limits. The water sage's innate gift was a secret she held close to her chest. Not even all 7 sages knew about it. Still, there was simply no choice but to reveal it against Hayden and the other top students, whose gazes were promptly filled with greed. Everyone here knew the importance of innate gifts. If they managed to procure such a person for their backers, their status would rise greatly. The student who had been grappling with Wu Sheng threw him aside, laughing as he charged towards the water sage. The one that was about to kill Zhou Shan smiled and did the same. A dozen idle students acted simultaneously from the sky at that moment. Bai Zhu was even more important than the capital or even the criminal. Geraldine sighed. This was the tragedy of being weak. Having exposed her innate gift, Bai Zhu could only be captured. No one would squander away cultivators with innate gifts, and she would be arranged to marry into some influential family to raise the odds of birthing future generations with such talent. Eddie, who was facing off Zhang Dingshan, also watched Bai Zhu greedily. He rushed over, but Zhang Dingshan was a step ahead and unleashed countless strikes in all directions. Scram! The dozens of students were blown backwards by the strike, stunned by the Bladesage's power. However, their resolve to snatch Bai Zhu could not be extinguished. Her allure was just too great. Eddie landed a punch square in Zhang Dingshan's gut, throwing him 10 meters away. He managed to slash in return, however, and despite a rapid retreat, blood arced through the air. "Water Dragon Punch," Hayden shouted as he crushed a water crystal, a tornado forming around his fist and shooting towards Zhang Dingshan. It was complemented by a barrage of other attacks as well, leaving the Bladesage wide-eyed as he clenched his teeth until his gums bled. Howling softly himself, he thrust his sword into the ground before swinging it up with force stones blasted everywhere, and a giant fissure spread all the way from outside the city to just past the wall, swallowing many people. Zhang Dingshan had countered the wave of attacks, but it had taken everything to do it. Many of the students observing idly so far suddenly charged forward, 2 of them attacking him while a third moved to capture Bai Zhu. The one with the gift is ours. This time there was no way to dodge. Zhang Dingshan's body was pushed into the ground with so much force that he nearly lost his grip on his sword. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu glared at the student who had rushed towards her and raised her hand. A frost palm sent a shockwave through the sky, freezing the student and the ground around him solid. That was the price for belittling one of the 3 high sages of China. She was truly comparable to a school leader in terms of power, and not even Hayden had any way to approach her right now. Seeing that the Bladesage had been injured, Eddie himself charged towards Bai Zhu to capture her. A cultivator with an innate gift was almost as valuable as the criminal himself. 2 more students rushed out at the same time, each one as powerful as Hayden. Is this the end? Such a pity. Bai Zhu's face paled. 3 students were charging at her, and even the sage of China was too wounded to help. However, a familiar figure suddenly appeared right in front. Bang, 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 3 tremendous explosions rang out, followed by an equal number of broken bodies shooting out from the rubble. The entire battlefield froze and stared at the man who had appeared out of nowhere and defeated 3 school leaders in one exchange. Who was that? He actually came back. Hiding in a corner, Geraldine's eyes widened. Joshan spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly from his own position within the city, while Bai Zhu was utterly shocked. This wasn't a large back, but it had kept her safe. He'd actually returned as promised, and even seemed much stronger than before. Of course, this was Lu Yin. He still had no gadget, so he had no way to know that the capital was already under attack, but fortunately he'd returned just in time to save Bai Zhu. He looked back at her. I said I'd be back. Be careful, there's too many of them, Bai Zhu said weakly. Lu Yin nodded and grew serious. There truly were too many opponents. Although he was now a peak sentinel, and his cosmic palm was at least as strong as Zhang Dingshan's attacks, even the Bladesage had been beaten up. The upcoming fight was certainly going to be difficult. However, a coughing Zhang Dingshan climbed up from the ground, leaning against his sword as his focused gaze scanned through the area with resolution. Lu Yin tossed him some healing ointment. Treat yourself. Zhang Dingshan grabbed the ointment, but instead of applying it, he just swallowed it like a boar. This left Lu Yin speechless. This was a topical ointment. Still, it was a product from Shamrock Enterprises, so it would likely be somewhat effective even when ingested. From a distance, Eddie's trio rose up and stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin didn't bother with small talk and simply donned Jerlane's armor, the lightning sparking across his body. This shocked Hayden. This is Jerlane's armor. Why do you have it? She gave it to me, he answered. Impossible. Eddie, Hayden, and a few others responded simultaneously. Jerlane was a famous youth in the Great Yu Empire, mostly due to her powerful and protective brother Jerbak, who left other elites feeling helpless. Jerbak was a monster whose reputation prevented anyone from daring to bully his sister. If she really had given her armor to someone, it would end up troublesome. Did this youth have some sort of connection to them? Wait, it couldn't actually be her boyfriend, could it? Everyone looked at Lu Yin with bewilderment. Lu Yin inhaled deeply, putting on an authoritative tone as he spoke to Eddie. Get lost. One had to catch the leader to tame the herd, and he was planning to do just that as he shot forward. Eddie was still occupied with unraveling Lu Yin's identity when he was forced to retreat once more. He had already witnessed Lu Yin's power in the previous attack, and didn't dare face it directly. Lu Yin used the roving step to appear in front of Hayden right after, but despite being startled, this youth actually reacted with a water dragon punch. The water flow wrapped around him and blocked the attack, but Lu Yin simply smiled and pointed his palm in the direction Eddie was fleeing. Space Render Palm. Eddie recoiled in shock, using a palm of his own. Loud shockwaves blew everything away as Lu Yin whirled around for another attack, prompting him to grit his teeth. Bastard, don't go overboard. Lu Yin smiled once again, raising his palm towards Eddie, who grunted as he sensed the incoming danger. A vague bestial roar rang out as he clenched his right fist, the sign of the battle technique that had allowed him to defeat 30 other school leaders to enter the famed Yu Academy Beast King Punch. He had only used it once each against the criminal and Zhang Dingshan ever since arriving on Earth, but now he was forced to use every means at his disposal. 3 stars twinkled above Lu Yin's palm, exploding upon impact. Eddie was shocked to see his Beast King Punch being stopped completely with only the first of the 3. The second sent excruciating pain through his fist, while the third ruptured skin and sent him flying backwards. Blood spilled from his mouth and hand as he crashed into the earth, sending dust flying everywhere. Without holding back, Lu Yin had removed Eddie from battle with a single palm. Everyone was stunned by Eddie's defeat. This was the exceptional student who had been accepted into Yu Academy, the strongest of them all who could match up to Zhang Dingshan. Yet he was destroyed in a single strike. The Bladesage himself was similarly shocked. Lu Yin was much stronger than before, to the point that he had no confidence that even he could take on that strike. Lu Yin looked at his right palm with the 3rd star revolving around it. The cosmic palm was much stronger than expected. This wasn't simply an attack of individual explosions. Each blast layered the damage, so the power of 3 stars far exceeded that of 2. He had once guessed that he would be able to match Zhang Dingshan when he mastered the 3rd star, but this attack was clearly more powerful than anything he had seen the man accomplish. 3700. A distant student stared at his gadget in shock. He's a realm breaker. The entire group felt their scalps go numb. All realm breakers were freaks, and only those with strange innate gifts could accomplish the task. For a fringe planet to produce 2 such people was unfathomable, and there was even someone else with an innate gift. Was this really a normal planet? Watching on, Geraldine was also stunned by the new might of the scoundrel, who clenched his fist before glancing over all the students who had tried to attack the capital. He then grinned widely and charged towards another student. That student was also an elite in his school, but the student was so frightened by the mere sight of Lu Yin charging towards him that he didn't even think of resisting. However, his escape was cut short as Lu Yin grabbed his shoulder, crushing the ring armor with ease. Shut up and stay still. Lu Yin knocked the youth unconscious with a fist to the forehead, leaving him behind as he chased the other students. It was like a wolf had charged into a herd of sheep. His cosmic palm was unrivaled, while his armor protected him completely and left the students helpless. He had knocked 8 of them out before the group even started to disperse amidst the chaos, giving up on their participation entirely. Their attacks were meaningless, and they couldn't hope to defend. What was the point in trying? Hayden was the first to run, but was held back by Bai Zhu, who was watching him from the start. "Scram, woman." He shouted, not wanting to be rendered unconscious. He had the feeling that the scoundrel definitely had a reason for knocking them unconscious, and recalling the fate of Parley and Veron, he drew a breath of cold air. That idiot couldn't possibly be trying to kidnap all the trainees. Still, by the time he broke through the ice and tried to escape, a terrifying energy slash stopped him in his tracks. Blade in hand, Zhang Dingshan was staring coldly at him. "Did we say you could leave?" Hayden was stunned, but a sharp pain in the back of his skull was all he felt before he fell to the ground. Bai Zhu's eyes sparkled as she withdrew her hand, feeling like she was the coolest person in that moment, but Zhang Dingshan just stared blankly at her. This was the first time he'd seen her knock someone unconscious like that, and suddenly felt tempted to try the same. In the distance, Jerlaine felt numb as she stared at the capital. "I have to be blind. Is that bastard catching students?" Valor smiled bitterly. "No, he's indeed kidnapping them. The elites of various academies across the universe are being caught like rabbits. This should be the first time something like this has ever happened in history. In every trial, students were like almighty deities that could look down upon all other life on the planet. They would only compete among themselves, but now these elite trainees were being captured one after the other. They were even running away, but only 5 evaded capture." When silence returned to the capital, the vicinity was ruined and 19 unconscious students lay miserably on the ground. Lu Yin wiped the sweat off his brow. It had been exhausting, but it was finally over. Those that managed to escape had done so quickly to avoid capture, and unfortunately all had footwork techniques that helped them slip away. Moving quickly to loot them all, he started counting. 19 here, plus Parley and Veron makes 21. Zhou Shan brought those 2 from Blue Mountain Academy, right, so that's 23. Not too bad. These actions were just too practiced, leaving Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu speechless. The near unconscious Eddie's eyes went wide. "You're the planetary thief. Don't be ridiculous. These are just the spoils of war. I can't fight for free." Lu Yin dismissed the accusation, leaving the youth indignant. It was only at this point that Geraldine came over, helping to organize the loot, but Lu Yin didn't blame her for the lack of participation. After all, she was a student herself. It was good enough that she hadn't sided with the attackers. In fact, she was now very useful. While the borrowed armor had blocked quite a few attacks for him, the exhausting battle had left all his internals shaken up, and he needed some rest to recover. Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu were obviously tired to the point that they could barely move, while Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng were badly injured. She tended to all the wounded while he returned to the city's military camp to recover, allowing the cultivators of Earth to clean up after the battle. 2 hours later, the last of the captive students woke up to find that they had been kidnapped. Furious glares were leveled at Lu Yin, and someone even shouted, "You're the bandit that robbed Ian." "Hey, don't use me as your example. It's embarrassing. Yeah, you're definitely the one that robbed Ian, and you even want to rob us now. You damned native thief." Sitting right next to all of them, Ian was left speechless. However, Lu Yin just sneered and walked over, frightening all the students into silence by just raising his palm. He then turned to Zhang Dingshan, about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his gaze focused and he looked to the sky. Countless people all over the globe did the same, as another batch of meteors streaked down from the heavens. One such meteor shot across Beijing's horizon. "Why are they so early?" He turned to Geraldine in confusion. "I don't know. It's already rare for there to be a second batch of students in a trial. They must have calculated the time from when the second batch set off, not from when the students received the message." Bai Zhu walked over, her expression solemn. Zhang Dingshan also studied the sky, focusing his gaze as he saw 3 spaceships zooming in their direction. "Quickly, bring everyone into the capital," Lu Yin shouted immediately. Soon after, a distant rumble terrified many of the survivors in the capital, bringing them to more despair than the day of the apocalypse itself. Dozens of experts in the realm of sky were battling over the city, and now even more meteors were landing. Was this the end for the Earth? As the city walls were destroyed completely, Lu Yin and the rest stood atop some ruins and watched another spacecraft plummet from the sky. This one landed only a few kilometers away from Beijing, and they could actually see the spacecraft within the blaze. Boom! The ground trembled as a massive fissure shot towards the capital, but Zhang Dingshan split the earth tangentially with a wave of his hand to redirect the damage. A blistering shockwave sent a dust storm across the city as everyone felt the pressure descending on them. When it cleared out, those atop the walls saw a pod that was only about 3 meters across, the same size as Vesta's landing craft. A steep crater was formed in the ground as a deafening rumble rang out in the distance, and Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched 3 more ships land. They were here. The second batch of students, those who aimed to enter Astral 10 using their exceptional results in the trial, had arrived. The captive Eddie eagerly stared at the spaceships. Come on, show these savages what a real freak is. Show them true power. Letter 1D07 linked to the ORIG small cap IN of this information, R letter 1D07 SDS small cap IN. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened when he saw this man. He felt extreme danger from the newcomer. He looked down at his gadget and saw that the man had a battle power of 3,000, a peak sentinel like himself, but that didn't explain it. He wasn't alone in this feeling either. Zhang Dingshan, Bai Zhu, Geraldine, and even Eddie could feel the danger he was radiating. His gentle appearance hid formidable strength. Who is he? Lu Yin tapped Eddie on the head and asked. Eddie stared blankly at the man and shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed even now. The man had not once looked at any of them. It showed the arrogance deep in his bones. Was no one worthy of his attention? 2 black dots flew over from the distance at this moment, both males. As they descended quickly, Eddie grew excited. Senior Roz, I'm here. Senior Roz, what are you shouting for? Who is it? Lu Yin smacked him in the back of the head. The youth glared back. Your death. Senior Roz is an expert from U Academy. You aren't his match. Release me now and I'll ask him to be lenient. U Academy. Lu Yin's gaze turned heavier as he looked back at the 2 new arrivals. That was home to the Empire's true elites, an institution that groomed the best of the best. Outside the capital, the man who had descended first was still measuring his surroundings from his original spot. Floating in the sky as they observed Lu Yin and the rest, one of the newcomers stepped forward, actually getting captured by natives. Eddie, you're a stain on U Academy's reputation. So useless. Eddie's expression immediately turned ugly, but he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The other man waved his hand and looked down calmly. Who captured him? Let everyone go and I'll spare your life. He's your senior, Lu Yin asked in the city. Eddie grew excited. Yes, Senior Roz is no average expert either. His father is the vice treasurer of the great U Empire. Lord Sikar has gathered many battle techniques for him across all of U Academy. He's second only to the Melders. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Vice treasurer. His family must be loaded. Eddie stared blankly. That wasn't the point. However, Lu Yin continued to stare longingly at Roz. He still had a huge deficit of star crystals, only earning 8 cubes in total off all the students. Could this Roz give him a surprise? As for the power that Eddie had mentioned, Lu Yin was not too concerned. While his senses screamed danger at the first guy, this Roz gave off a much milder impression. That guy feels different. Zhang Dingshan suddenly said, prompting Lu Yin to look back at the first arrival whose aura had completely faded into the average Joe. There wasn't even the slightest feeling of danger anymore that had evaporated the moment Roz and the others had approached. Roz frowned up above. What, are you not going to release them? Or do you think you're actually capable of protecting this place? Senior Roz, the criminal seems to have left something in this city. As long as we control this place, he'll definitely return. Eddie shouted. His defeat and the arrival of the second batch of trainees had completely crushed any dreams he had held of completing the mission. He stood to gain more if he could make Roz owe him a favor, and it could even give him some backing for the future. Roz's eyes gleamed and he smiled. Is that so? Looks like my luck isn't bad. I happened to land somewhere good. At this point, the man behind Roz looked around and saw the spacecraft on the ground nearby. He whispered something that prompted Roz to look over. Hello, friend, why don't we introduce ourselves? I'm Roz. Down below, the man picked up some mud and sniffed it. Blood. Roz's face sank. Friend, let's get to know each other. I'm the son of the great U Empire's vice treasurer Sikar. The man stood up and looked at Roz in the sky above, smiling faintly. I'm Zia Luo, parentage unknown. I don't dare to interact with those above my station. Roz frowned. Zia Luo. He hadn't heard of such a name before. Lu Yin turned to Zhang Dingshan. Don't let them keep talking. If they establish a common goal, we'll be in trouble. I'll go after Roz. You keep an eye on Zia Luo. Zhang Dingshan nodded and gripped his blade, while Eddie looked at Lu Yin like he was the devil. Forget power. Roz's background alone was enough to terrify all the other students. This guy was insane. However, Lu Yin looked upwards and knew that this was merely the beginning that he had been awaiting for so long. Still in thought, he blasted into the skies towards his target, the air distorting like the horrified onlookers' faces as he struck out with a palm. Puzzled over Zia Luo's identity, Roz had never expected Lu Yin to make a move against him. The audacity to attack Master Roz. The man behind Roz stepped forward in a rage, a bestial roar shaking the sky as his hand formed a claw. Lu Yin felt for a moment that the claw covered the entire sky. It was similar to Eddie's Beast King punch, but much more formidable. A cautious Lu Yin activated the cosmic palm with 2 stars, a powerful explosion rocking the skies as the 2 attacks met. Invisible force buffeted the ground as the man was sent flying 100 meters away, coughing up blood upon landing and staring at Lu Yin in shock. He was at the same level as Eddie. While a full-powered cosmic palm could ruin him, 2 stars would still be enough to cause injury. No wonder you captured Eddie, you actually have some power, Roz said in delight, his hand forming a similar attack. However, this time the actual image of a giant claw appeared in the sky, like something was reaching down from the heavens to strike. Lu Yin's gaze changed as he considered that this attack had grown stronger and stronger from Eddie to that man to Roz. All the while it still retained the same origin. Below, Xia Luo's eyes brightened, U Academy's top technique, the Skybeast Claw. Although he's only grasped 5 of the 108 forms, that is enough to crush most sentinels. Really not bad. Behind Lu Yin, Zhang Dingshan, Bai Zhu, Geraldine, and the rest went wide-eyed in shock. This was privileged information even within the Great Yu Empire. However, those gazes changed when a third star joined Lu Yin's palm to meet the attack, the simultaneous explosions keeping it at bay. Roz was stunned by the force as the phantom claw was shattered, his gaze narrowing as he disappeared from the spot. Lu Yin used the roving step to follow. The crowd watched as both combatants flickered out and back in a moment later, Lu Yin striking out with another palm attack that scared Roz. His Skybeast claw had already been shattered and left him unable to defend himself, so he dodged to the side and crushed a wind crystal. The index finger of his left hand, twisted as a gray tornado, was sent towards Lu Yin. The Darkwind finger was his strongest battle technique, and his father had paid a heavy price to acquire it. Lu Yin's body froze up, and he felt a strong sense of danger. This was an icy gloom that chilled him to the bone, feeling like it could freeze even star energy itself, but his expression turned cold, and he used the cosmic art to manifest the 3 stars around his body. The tornado weakened as it drew closer to his body, leaving Roz shocked when he dodged. Lu Yin used the movement to appear right in front of Roz and place his palm at the abdomen, activating the Space Render palm. Roz didn't even have the time to don his ring armor before enormous force slammed him into the ground. Roz's companion yelled and charged over with a sneaky claw, but another activation of the cosmic art slowed it down until Lu Yin could see every tiny movement of the battle technique in detail. Dodging with the roving step, his right hand formed the same claw, and he raised it to attack, much to the bewilderment of the onlookers as the man crashed down with a mangled shoulder. Eddie stared blankly at the scene. What had he just witnessed? This man had somehow used Yu Academy's top battle technique, limited to only a handful even within the academy. Just how? It wasn't just Eddie, everyone present was shocked, including Lu Yin himself. He had defeated Eddie earlier in the day and also captured numerous students. Though he had the protection provided by Jerlane's armor, he had still received multiple injuries from the countless attacks he had endured. It was only after he had activated his cosmic art in order to regain some star energy that he had accidentally discovered another use, for it not only could it increase his rate of absorption, but it could also form a defensive force field around his body that weakened incoming attacks. Up to this point, Lu Yin had thought that this was the strongest aspect of his cosmic art, but he now realized that he still didn't understand it in its entirety. The cosmic art didn't just protect him from enemy attacks, it also exposed them to him in their entirety so he could learn them if he so wished. This was something he had never even dreamed was possible. He clenched his fists in delight. He had known from the very start that cosmic art was something unique and special, but he had truly underestimated it all along. Not only was it a unique technique, it was truly something that shouldn't even exist. This was a skill that could mimic the ways of the universe itself, and was extraordinarily powerful. Xia Luo looked on from the ground in astonishment as well. Interesting. Not far away, a bloody-mouthed and bewildered Roz stood up with a lot of difficulty. Having taken the full impact of the Space Render palm at close range, he had suffered heavy injuries. However, the impact of those bodily wounds was nothing compared to the mental blow that Lu Yin had given him. How did this person know the Skybeast Claw? Who the hell are you? Roz yelled. Your captor, Lu Yin, landed and took a step forward, grabbing Roz by his shoulders and crunching down hard with a palm. The man screamed in pain as his shoulders were crushed, but Lu Yin threw him towards the capital. I'm sorry, that's the only way to make you comply. You're dead, the other person yelled out. That's the Honorable Roz, son of Lord Sikar. Lord Sikar won't let you go, the 12th Imperial Squadron won't let you go. You'll become a target of the Great Yu Empire. You're too noisy, Lu Yin said with a frown, breaking the other one's shoulders as well before throwing him to the capital. He then turned to look at Xia Luo, who returned the gaze. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your group. Xia Luo smiled gently, looking peacefully at Lu Yin. Xia Luo smiled faintly. My name is Xia Luo, pleased to meet you. Lu Yin, Lu, Xia Luo asked, astonished. That's an uncommon last name. Lu Yin squinted in response. Xia Luo was right. Lu was a very common last name on Earth, but it represented a distinct group of people across the universe. It was known as a primeval surname and would be investigated strictly anywhere else. One of the reasons Lu Yin had arrived on Earth was to legitimize his name and identity. The Great Yu Empire had monitored this planet for a long while and knew that these sorts of surnames were common here. Your last name is quite the same, Lu Yin commented as he leapt up and flew back to the capital. The smile remained on Xia Luo's face. A huge spacecraft was floating in space not far from Earth, like a brightly lit beast watching over the planet. The people within had gotten riled up the minute Roz was captured. A dozen people gathered in the surveillance room where the screen was replaying the moment of defeat. Someone raged as Lu Yin broke the youth's shoulders, far too brazen. He actually hurt Lord Roz. He deserves a death sentence. That is the only way. That native is a dead man. He is the same one who killed Vesta 3 months ago, the first student death. He also looted many students, including Jerlane, and then kidnapped more than 20 trainees. Now he dares to hurt Lord Roz. He must be put to death. That is the only way to appease Lord Sikar. Damn it, what did he say? I couldn't hear. Many in the crowd were riled up. Despite the commotion, there were also some present who approved of Lu Yin's behavior. After all, trials were not intended solely to test the students. They were an opportunity for the natives as well. There were many elites in the empire that had come from primal planets, and the trials were a way to discover these hidden gems. This man was definitely talented, but his actions against Roz would also draw Sikar's ire. The vice-treasurer wielded great power and influence in the Great Yu Empire, so this was a dead man regardless of talent. Gentle footsteps rang through the surveillance room, echoing in the ears of those present and bringing it to silence. Everyone quickly made way for a trio of men that approached, led by a middle-aged man in armor with a stern face and piercing gaze. This was General Sigmund Mathers of the Great Yu Empire, the official in charge of Earth's trial. To Sigmund's right was a pale young man whose footsteps rang hollow, his entire body emitting a chilly aura. Although he looked weak, he was the vice-captain of the 9th Imperial Squadron. His name was Tori Anna. To his left was a gloomy man with an ice-cold gaze, face marred with strange vein-like patterns. He stood at least 2 meters tall, and his arms were even longer than one would expect for someone of that size. This was Shalash, vice-captain of the 12th Imperial Squadron and Roz's guardian at this trial. These 3 men were the officiators of the trial, all powerful explorers who drew respect simply from their presence. No one marred their way to a screen that was showing a replay of recent events. Stop, Sigmund suddenly growled, prompting someone to pause the video at the moment Lu Yin used the Skybeast Claw. The general stared at that image in shock. He managed to use the Skybeast Claw without ever studying the wall that holds that skill. This isn't even an imitation, but a perfect reproduction of the technique. This kid has talent. Continue the playback. Shalash's eyes narrowed into a cold glare. The video resumed and quickly finished with the scene of Lu Yin shattering Roz's shoulders, prompting a disturbing grin as the man licked his lips, vicious and brave. Has anyone investigated this man's background? Sigmund asked. A soldier stepped forward and saluted. General, this person is not among the list of students attending the trial. Of course he isn't, Sigmund grunted. He killed Vesta far too easily. Look 10 years into the past, see if anyone snuck onto Earth through our blockade. We already checked. General, no one entered in the past 30 years. He frowned. The monitoring station needs to be investigated. This man used both the shockwave and space render palms. He's clearly not a native. He doesn't seem very old, but there still aren't any results. Sigmund's words brought about a nervous silence in the room. Many of the people standing there were from the monitoring station. Make a record of everything about this person. We will arrest him once the trial is finished, Shalash suddenly said in an overcast tone. Tori raised his brows from the other side. Arrest him? For what? Shalash looked at him coldly, entering a trial planet without permission. Isn't that an arrestable offense? Tori sneered. Even though Earth was being monitored by the Empire, it is still a free planet and anyone can enter as they please. Not discovering his existence is the fault of the monitoring station. Do you blame the floor if you slip and fall? Shalash turned towards the man. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to stop the 12th Squadron from discharging our duties? I didn't know that the 12th Squadron was allowed to interfere with the trial, Tori said without a hint of respect. Everyone else nervously watched the exchange between the 2 vice-captains, their status and power leaving the onlookers scared to even breathe aloud. Sigmund waved his hand. All right, enough. Shalash, I know you have your orders to protect Roz, but the only thing that matters in a trial is the result. Fine, you're the chief examiner and have the authority to decide. I can only report what happens to my captain, Shalash said with a sneer, freezing Sigmund's gaze. It was at this point that footsteps rang out once more. They were much more gentle, but they seemed deafening to everyone present as they all turned towards the female figure that had appeared at the entrance. The first thing one noticed about her was the white hair that flowed all the way to her ankles, complementing her snowy feet. This was a girl with an appearance of purity, but her eyes glowed a faint red. Her revealing summer clothes showed off her exquisite skin, and a small bit of hair was tied adorably over her forehead. However, none of these things were the most noticeable thing about her. That glory was reserved for a ring on her finger, its white and silver head engraved with a pair of flying wings and a sword. Around that engraving was a black border surrounded by 10 silhouettes. This ring was the symbol of the Universe Youth Council. This was Myra, a representative of the Universe Youth Council's Evolutionary Trial Division. Myra's arrival left Sigmund and the rest solemn, especially Shalash, who was the focus of her crimson gaze. The rising pressure almost sent him to his knees, but she suddenly turned to Sigmund and smiled. I heard rumors that some people wanted to interfere with the trial. Is this true, General Sigmund? Shalash felt a shiver travel down his spine and he dropped his head. He was a vice-captain of the Great Yu Empire, a powerful explorer, but couldn't help but bow his head before this young girl. This showed Myra's strength and the power of the Universe Youth Council. Myra smiled. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't supposed to appear in the trials here, but the Empire's Youth Council was dissolved, and I'm the one who has to bear this unfortunate news. The trials cannot continue without the presence of someone from the Youth Council. Is that not right, General Sigmund? This guy is something else. I hope he does well, she stated with her eyes on the screen, turning around to exit the surveillance room and leaving a delicate fragrance behind. Everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief as she left. They'd felt an intense pressure by her very presence, making it clear that she was more powerful than anyone else here. Even though she was from the Universe, she was still a student at the end of the day. How was she so powerful? Toriana said gravely. She's just one of the underlings of the Universe Youth Council. Sure, she's a student of Astral 6. Sure, she's the Red Lotus Witchbow, but I'd never have imagined her to be this powerful. Sigmund sighed loudly, choosing not to discuss this any further as he returned his attention to the screen. The young man there had Myra's favor if he continued to overperform. Her help could grant him a meteoric rise to the top. He was truly a lucky youth. Having been shut down by a woman, Shalash was still in a daze. Tori noticed the rage bubbling up within him, but only laughed in disdain. So what if he was angry? Would he actually dare to do anything to Myra? Even if she weren't the more powerful of the two, she was backed by the Universe Youth Council and its 10 monsters. He himself was no match. Outside Beijing, Xia Luo had left without much conversation. The youth didn't even fly, instead choosing to walk in the direction of the roaming zombie horde. Lu Yin was too focused on robbing Roz, and the other man to care. It had to be said that this child of a vice-treasurer truly was rich. There were close to 12 cubes of star crystals within his cosmic ring, and a number of other natural crystals that shocked Geraldine and the rest. You're dead. The youth himself was glaring angrily from the ground. Everything I own is monitored by the Empire. Father already knows about this, and you'll be hauled off to court right after the trial. I'll make you beg for mercy. Clearly unintimidated, Lu Yin laughed. I'll look forward to it. There was a twinkle in Ra's eye. Natives were clueless about many things, and Lu Yin would only truly know despair after his sentencing. Right, what was that technique you showed earlier? Lu Yin suddenly switched topics. Raz sneered. A mere native dares to dream of the Skybeast Claw. Well, telling you won't change anything. Yu Academy of the Great Yu Empire has an inheritance of 108 forms of the Skybeast Claw. I have only managed to master 5. Feel welcome to somehow come and try to learn all 108. You will shock the universe. You only managed to master 5 forms out of 108. That's such low aptitude. I am the son of Lord Sikar, you pleb. Even Jerbak and the others only have half mastery over a single form. A native like you cannot even understand such powerful techniques. Techniques like this. Lu Yin raised a hand, curling it into a claw. A faint bestial cry rang out from nowhere, sending out a pressure wave that ruptured the rocks nearby. Zhang Dingshan and the rest suddenly felt a wave of fear washing over them. Raz gritted his teeth. This asshole really had managed to learn 3 forms of the Skybeast Claw. If he displayed all 5 earlier on, would he not have learnt those 2? Such people had to be strangled. With Lu Yin's help, the capital had captured 25 students, one of whom was the son of a noble. This caused quite a stir in the network. Watching over the movements, Geraldine quickly counted things up. There are a total of 26 people in the second batch of trainees, and 15 of them landed in China. Even though 26 was a far lower number than in the first batch, the individuals were on a completely different level. Any given individual in the second batch possessed peak sentinel strength. Only the 3 high sages could match the weakest ones, and even then victory wasn't guaranteed. Even Zhang Dingshan wouldn't be confident against someone like Ra's. Battle techniques could often make up for many disparities, and their power couldn't be expressed with mere combat level. Northern Europe, heavy winds and relentless snow had lasted for days, and the once picturesque area had been reduced to a snow-covered wasteland. Countless zombies shuffled across the frozen plains, the entire northern half of the continent covered in bloodless white. One of several shooting stars landed on the island of Haluoto in the now frozen Gulf of Bothnia. There wasn't a single soul within 100 kilometers, so the spacecraft did no damage despite the huge crater it formed. The doors opened and a young man walked out, hot breath turning into icicles in mid-air that tinkled against the ground. Damned random landings, sending me to this god-forsaken place. So damn cold, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the coldest place on this planet. the man cursed, walking out further and looking around. His expression changed abruptly as he tapped his gadget, finding a reading only a few kilometers away and shooting off in that direction. It wasn't long before he saw a lone figure sitting atop a mountain, absent-mindedly staring into the sky. "Hey, where are we?" the new arrival asked from up above. The man on the mountain looked up. "I don't know." The youth's gaze turned icy. "What, you don't know? Then why are you here?" "I'm hiding from people," the figure said indifferently. The student landed on the mountain and walked towards the figure. 2300 combat level, that's quite impressive. But you don't have a gadget, are you a native? The person turned around to look at the man. "Can you do me a favor? I need you to help me post something on the network." "Post what?" The student grew suspicious. "Just that you spotted the criminal," the figure smirked. "Why?" The student was startled and immediately went into a defensive stance, but the next moment, he felt all strength leaving his body. This man was only showing 2300 combat level before, but now he was releasing insurmountable energy that completely overwhelmed him. His gadget rang out endlessly to inform him that this was a Melder-level battle technique. A few minutes later, the network on Earth exploded with activity. Everyone received an alert that the escaped criminal had Melder-level strength and was hiding in Northern Europe, and that message ended with a request for assistance. Many didn't believe it at first. It made no sense to publicize the location of this trial's mission, but Eddie and the others who'd fought the criminal before looked through the details about the criminal's appearance and certified its authenticity. Many students raced towards Europe immediately. Within Beijing, Lu Yin and the others were caught off guard. The target's position was leaked. Something doesn't seem right. Geraldine explained, "Not all students care about the trial's mission. Everything that happens over the course of their stay can affect the result. Win-loss records count, and publicizing the information might be worth some points as well." Lu Yin looked at Eddie. "You fought the criminal before. How strong is he?" Roz's capture had turned Eddie into a well-behaved captive. He replied obediently, "He's very powerful." Even with little star energy, any explorer's control and understanding of their battle techniques is difficult to match with numbers. A dozen of us attacked him together, but he instantly killed 5 and escaped. The poster mentioned that the criminal has Melder-level strength. Is that true? Geraldine asked. "Not when we confronted him, or we would have run away." Lu Yin muttered something under his breath. The whole situation seemed suspicious. Someone who could escape to the outerverse from the innerverse would not be careless enough to let a passing student notice him and post information. "Quick, look at this. Some students are nearing Northern Europe." Geraldine cried out, and everyone gathered to watch the local network. 3 students flew over to the location of the message, 2 from the first batch and 1 from the second. While they arrived at the same time, the former were afraid to even approach the latter. "Where's the criminal?" the stronger student shouted, while the other 2 started looking around. However, a dull thud suddenly rang out as the duo fell to the ground. It wasn't long before the student from the second batch joined them. Only when they had all fallen did a man slowly walk over, his steps seemingly gentle, yet releasing an indescribable pressure that caused them all to tremble. The trio raised their heads to look up at the figure, but all they could see was a silhouette in ring armor towering over them with an expression of content. Although the streak of white amidst his thick black hair made him look rather odd, he gave off a sinister vibe. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kingyu, the one you refer to as the criminal on the loose," the man said with a faint chuckle. The 3 students trembled as they watched an explosion of star energy that caused them all to pass out immediately. Kingyu looked to the vast horizon with eyes filled with longing as he muttered to himself, "4 is nowhere near enough." Over the next 2 days, the local network erupted into chaos as no fewer than 20 students were captured. His name was finally released for the first time as well, Kingyu. Most of the students in the trial only learnt about the criminal once they accepted the mission, but they knew nothing else. Part of the mission was gathering the information, but even now they only knew his name. The 3rd day after their arrival, the students of the second batch were shocked by a girl flying through the skies of Northern Europe. All of them recognized her waist-length flame-red hair and the delicate features that made her look like a pixie. She was Hu Zioling, the heir to one of the most powerful families in the Great Yu Empire. Her appearance brought dozens of scared students out of hiding while they had been scared of King Yu's power. Zioling was a Melder herself. Although some of her power had been sealed, sentinels couldn't compare. The girl looked down at the scene below her, watching King Yu with a dozen students tied up behind him. His eyes gleamed at the sight. "Such a beautiful girl. I didn't expect such an elegant beauty in the border weaves. Haha, you might still be a Melder, but your injuries won't allow you to demonstrate your full ability. Your star energy isn't that great a threat. Just surrender now," she said coldly. "How arrogant. I like women like this," King Yu said with a smirk, stepping forward and smashing his metal rod towards her. She'd barely dodged the first attack before he'd appeared behind her, weapon crashing down. Although the trajectory was clear, Zioling felt like there was no way to dodge. Flames soared from her body in response to the threat, burning everything they touched. Everyone watched the battle in shock as the snow melted instantly, the very skies turning red. King Yu withdrew his attack and retreated, looking at the girl with first surprise and then excitement, innate gift of fire. You're worthy of following me, woman. Hugh Zioling leveled a cold glare in King Yu's direction, Phoenix Pierce. Beep, beep, beep. A few students in the distance looked at their gadgets, their expressions changing, 4100. Quite powerful, it would be enough to defeat a normal melder. But your opponent is King Yu Day-Night. King Yu grinned, a loud explosion shaking the earth. The melted snow formed a river that crashed into Zioling and covered her before it even faded. His gaze was sweeping across the surroundings. The students who were watching the battle ran away immediately. Hugh Zioling was one of the few melders that were participating in this trial. Now that she had been defeated, they were even more frightened of the criminal. Said melder soon climbed up from a pit, dripping wet and pale as she stared at the approaching King Yu, that surname. King Yu bent down and stretched a finger out to her chin, flashing a smile. You actually know about my family, seems like you're not ignorant. Since you do understand what it represents, you're fit to be my woman. Think about it, I can bring you out of this weave. She slapped his hand away and covered her shoulder, gasping in pain. The order to capture you came from the Enerverse. If you really are from that family, who would dare to capture you? He grabbed Hugh Zioling's hair and pulled her up, matching her angry gaze with a cold one. Don't get too agitated. If you break your seal, you'll be eliminated. Don't you want to join Astral 10 anymore? Her heart sank and the star energy flickering around her dissipated. King Yu simply laughed and flung her towards the group of tied-up students. Just watch, everything will be over soon. 13 seems like enough. He wasn't wrong. Hugh Zioling alone was more than enough. Sigmund almost rushed straight to Earth from the surveillance station the moment she was captured, only being stopped by Myra. No one can interrupt the trial when it is still ongoing. This is a decision made by the Universe Youth Council. General Sigmund, are you planning to defy the decision of the Youth Council? She asked calmly. Forgive me, Miss Myra, but Hugh Zioling is Captain Hugh Kingshan's daughter. She cannot be injured, Sigmund answered seriously. Myra narrowed her eyes. I know. So what? She can break her seal as well. She chose to be in her current situation. Sigmund took a deep breath and matched the glare, but in the end he was the one to step down. The entire Great Yu Empire was nothing in the eyes of the Universe Youth Council. Forget Hugh Kingshan. The council had erased many strong powers before, and the Great Yu Empire had no desire to be the next one. Myra moved her eyes past Sigmund to look at the screen showing King Yu. The battle technique he'd just used seemed very familiar for some reason. News of Hugh Zioling's capture quickly spread across the network, and many of the students rushing towards Europe stopped and gathered together instead. Within Beijing, Eddie was stunned. Even Zioling was caught. How are we supposed to complete this mission? Hugh Zioling, is she very powerful? She should have the highest combat level of all the students in the second batch. She's a melder. Watching Lu Yin's gaze changing at the mention of the word, Eddie continued, not just any melder either. She has the innate gift of flame, and her father, Hugh Kingshan, is the captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron. He's in powerhouse whose battle level will shatter an average gadget with his guidance. There was no way for her to not be one of the most powerful elites in the Empire. I can't believe even she lost. Only the trainees like Eddie and Geraldine were stunned by the news of Hugh Zioling's capture. Although Lu Yin was surprised, it was something too distant for him, and he retained focus on the few students who were approaching. It didn't take too long for another trio to appear outside the city. Although they weren't from Yu Academy, they were still elites with powerful backgrounds that matched or even exceeded Eddie. Still, they couldn't escape from him in the end and were captured, adding to his growing group of hostages that now tallied to 28. Once the battle ended, Lu Yin stopped Zhang Dingshan from attacking a pair who had been hiding at the sidelines and called out, "Why are you here? I'll give you the armor back once the trial is over." Geraldine stepped out and showed a hesitant smile. "I want to join you." "Join us? What does that mean?" Lu Yin was confused. "I want to join you, that's what it means," she said, staring down her nose like they should be honored by the offer. Lu Yin considered it and asked, "Why should we take you in?" Geraldine was outraged. "What do you mean by take us in? We said that we want to work with you. Why would I accept you?" Geraldine gritted her teeth. "King Yu is a melder and 1 or 2 students won't be able to handle him. He left his belongings in the city, so he'll definitely come back. We can join forces to defeat him." Lu Yin thought it over and realized she wasn't wrong. King Yu was a truly difficult opponent, and there were bound to be massive problems when he returned to the capital. Having more bodies around would never hurt. "Fine, come in. But I'll warn you, try to pull one over on me and I'll tie you up." Outside the capital's border, Xia Luo was walking amidst a crowd of zombies that were completely docile, as though they didn't even notice his existence. For 3 days he'd been observing them with the same expression, but now he released a sigh. Their auras are truly everywhere. This is going to be troublesome. Down south, a pretty girl was flying towards Beijing. Everything about her was colored a fresh green, from her haid and her dress down to her boots that had a delicate floral print on them. It made her give off a sense of life. Eddie was thrown into prison that night, substituting for Roz, who was a noble's son. Many students had already contacted him regarding the latter, indicating their willingness to pay for his freedom. Lu Yin had rejected them. All the youth's value in negotiations would be worth far more than resources or crystals. Roz was thrown violently on the floor, not far from where the Chinese cultivators were rebuilding the walls. Seeing a familiar face walking around nearby, he called out to her, Jerling. "What are you doing here?" The girl beamed. "I'm sorry, Senior Roz. I was captured too. Hold on, are you backing this bastard?" He grew furious. This stupid girl was obviously lying through her teeth. How did she seem captured in any way? No wonder he dared to kidnap me, the nerve. Don't think you'll be fine. Just because of your brother's protection, my father will deal with you. Jerlaine blinked innocently with her large eyes. Please don't accuse me of things like that. Senior Roz, I don't control these natives. You can ask the others if you don't believe me. I was robbed by him as well. Roz simply couldn't believe that a mere native dared to act against him. Although the youth was surprisingly powerful, even innate gifts weren't worth that much without a certain amount of backing. Another is approaching. Geraldine suddenly called out, drawing Lu Yin's attention to a shadow flitting across the sky. The newcomer came to a halt right above Beijing, staring down at him. Roz was delighted by the sight. Senior Munor here. Senior Munor, Gerlain's expression changed. How has he come to? You know him? Lu Yin was curious. Munor, an elite even in Yu Academy. He was once my brother's rival, even though he's been surpassed long ago. He's still one of the few melders in the school. Everyone's mood sank upon the mention of the word melder. They knew that there were bound to be melder-level powerhouses among the second batch of trainees. Hugh Zioling was one. However, such experts were rare, and nobody had expected one to appear here so quickly. Roz was elated, but Lu Yin frowned and moved forward to initiate. While the opponent was a melder when at full power, he was confident in victory against one whose star energy was sealed. However, Zhang Dingshan walked out with a solemn gaze. Let me handle this. A glint flashed across Lu Yin's eyes. Zhang Dingshan had hardly stepped out since the battle a few days ago, leaving him to defeat and capture all the incoming students. Geraldine, Jerlaine, and the rest had all been focused on him, and even Eddie and the rest had quickly forgotten about the Bladesage. But this was the head of the Seven Sages, a realm breaker. Beijing's original guardian had endured leaving the city in another's hands for a long time, but now that he had recovered from his injuries, he wanted to battle for the capital himself. Worry-filled by Zhu's gaze as she stared at Zhang Dingshan, these aliens had powerful battle techniques and were much more adept at using their energy. Zhang Dingshan could likely deal with average students of Yu Academy, but this was an elite. Roz shrugged it off, feeling like it wasn't even worth his time watching the battle. At least Lu Yin would be a show, but this other native now wanted to challenge a melder's strength. Even sealed to a peak sentinel, that would be impossible. Be careful, Lu Yin eventually nodded, and Zhang Dingshan's eyes gleamed as he picked up his sword and rose into the sky. Jerlaine watched intently. Roz and group didn't know that Lu Yin wasn't actually the largest threat the first batch of trainees had faced. This was the Realmbreaker who had initially defended the capital with his lone blade. Even she had to escape. Get lost, Munor said after a single glance, sending a surge of star energy with a wave of his hand. Unlike the energy that would come from a normal sentinel, this was condensed into a single point, showcasing a subconscious mastery that was the true indication of a melder's control. Zhang Dingshan narrowed his eyes and his blade swept out, the strike tearing apart the energy surge and continuing towards Munor. Although he had initially disregarded Zhang Dingshan, Munor's expression changed and he raised his hand to crush the strike with a claw. Interesting, a mere native has strength comparable to a member of Yu Academy. No, this is even better than an average student. Are you a Realmbreaker? Zhang Dingshan responded to Munor's surprise by lifting his blade and attacking again, but this attack, too, was shattered. The Bladesage was a Realmbreaker more powerful than Eddie, someone even equal to Roz, but his attacks were nothing to a sealed melder. Although his power had been sealed, Munor still retained his battle techniques and energy control. They simply weren't in the same league. Bang! Munor's probing palm turned into a claw once more, pummeling the edge of the blade with a loud explosion. The weapon cracked even as the remnant force traveled up Zhang Dingshan's arm, shredding his sleeve. Still, even this was a miracle of sorts. The blow would have shattered the blade and seriously injured him if he hadn't diverted some of the force. The Bladesage spat out some blood and retreated, but lifted his sword once more and howled. His body suddenly vanished into a phantom, astonishing Lu Yin. Roving step. There were two Zhang Dingshans. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, while Roz looked on with his jaw hanging down. A mere native was fighting Munor head-on, even despite the use of the Skybeast Claw. How was it possible for him to be this powerful? How did this backward planet have an actual Realmbreaker? Up in the sky, Munor's expression froze before he erased the phantom with a wave of his hand. He whirled around and swept his leg out, releasing a violent tornado that warped the air and sent out shockwaves that fractured the ground. Zhang Dingshan appeared by his side and struck down with his blade in full view of everyone, filling the hearts of countless onlookers with hope. Jerlain and the rest finally witnessed the true power of a realm breaker. It seemed like the Bladesage could even defeat Munor, but the man himself narrowed his eyes as he felt no resistance to the slash. His sword moved behind his back out of sheer reflex, but it shattered loudly as a horrifying force sent him crashing down to the ground below. Everyone fell silent as Munor reappeared in the skies, now with a gloomy face. A lowly native had forced him to use both the skybeast claw and his movement techniques. It's unthinkable. People looked out from the city to where the dust billowed into the sky, and Jerlain released a deep breath. This was the natural way of things. If a native could actually defeat someone like Munor, her view of the world would turn upside down. A native could not defy the natural order no matter what. She turned to Lu Yin. It's your turn. It's not over, Lu Yin pointed out of the city. Do you want him to die? There's no way that native can defeat Munor. He can't even injure him. Lu Yin squinted. I really don't like the term native. HMPH, she turned away. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng rushed over, looking out of the city with worry written all over their faces. Bai Zhu clenched both fists tightly as a threatening chill radiated from her body, drawing Roz's attention. He had already been smitten by her face and planned to take her back to serve him, but realized she was far beyond what he'd first expected. Frost, an innate gift. What was this planet? Realmbreaker's innate gifts, freaks of power. It had everything. As the dust cleared, everyone could see Zhang Dingshan gripping his broken blade. He was covered in wounds from top to bottom, but was still standing, and his gaze was focused as he looked at the skies and slowly rose up. Unyielding, Munor raised an eyebrow. What's your name? Zhang Dingshan. Not interested, Zhang Dingshan answered coldly, clenching his broken blade. Munor laughed. You want to fight me with this broken blade? Listen to me, the wall between us cannot be breached. Nothing awaits you but failure. That might not be the case. Dingshan, here's a gift, Lu Yin shouted, throwing Jerlain's ring armor over. Zhang Dingshan caught it instinctively, but then looked back with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin explained, your battle wasn't fair to begin with. He's a melder. You're just a sentinel. Don't be that rigid. The Bladesage's eyes flashed, and he equipped the ring armor, covering his body with flickering lightning in an instant. Jerlain blew her top when she saw the lightning around Zhang Dingshan, and glared at Lu Yin fiercely. You scoundrel, you actually gave my armor to a random person. Bastard. Lu Yin waved his hand. Don't be offended, I'll return it to you later. Jerlain was infuriated. No need, it's too disgusting with all that sweat in it. You can use it as your coffin. Lu Yin ignored her and turned to the sky, where Zhang Dingshan felt his strength surging within that lightning armor. He recalled how Lu Yin had used this armor to ignore the attacks of so many students. Jerbok's toy, Munor's expression darkened, eyes squinting as a cold gaze swept towards Jerlain. His sister is here too, perfect. I can teach you a lesson. He then charged downwards, but Zhang Dingshan snorted and slashed out with his broken blade to block the path. You're courting death, Munor barked as he saw the unhesitating slash, swatting Zhang Dingshan away with a claw. A bestial roar rang through the void, inspiring fear in the onlookers. This was the seventh form of the Skybeast Claw, far exceeding Roz's strength. The attack should have killed Zhang Dingshan instantly, but the Bladesage growled softly in the face of the terrifying attack. Blood flowed down his lips as his blade trembled rapidly, distorting the air around it. A strange force converged around the weapon, radiating oppressive pressure. A loud explosion rang out as the broken sword clashed with the claw, powerful aftershocks dispersing the clouds in the sky and tearing the ground apart. One slash followed the city walls and cut the earth open, the depth of the gash unknown. Scarlet blood sprinkled from the skies onto the ruins below as Zhang Dingshan's armor broke, body crashing down to the ground where Lu Yin caught him at the last moment. He was left unable to even move, and his sword was shattered further, but no one dared underestimate him anymore. His attack had actually injured Munor. Up in the sky, Munor stared at the native in shock. Fresh blood was dripping down his right shoulder, and his fingers were trembling from the impact. In Elite of U Academy, a melder who had once strived against a legendary existence like Jerbok had actually been injured by a native and blasted 100 meters away. Even if his power was restricted, this was supposed to be impossible. No one would even believe that the seventh form of the Skybeast Claw couldn't kill a native. On the ground, Lu Yin was suffering from similar shock. Zhang Dingshan had managed to survive the claw attack, and had managed to somehow incorporate Shockwave Palm into his blade. The man was simply a genius. That blade attack was comparable to his own Cosmic Palm. The two-star Cosmic Palm had only been slightly weaker than the Bladesage's full power blows when they first met, and the third star allowed him to match Roz's fifth form of the Skybeast Claw. Munor's was clearly much stronger than that, meaning Zhang Dingshan's life was owed to the lightning armor, but that luck didn't offset the achievement in the slightest. Roz was stunned. Where did such a pervertedly strong native come from? Bai Zhu and the others quickly took Zhang Dingshan away to be treated. It was truly amazing that he had held out for so long after all. His opponent was one of the strongest youths of the Great Yu Empire, who had spent much more time cultivating than he had. Meanwhile, Lu Yin rose into the sky. I'll be your opponent now. Munor stared at Lu Yin with an icy glare, fully intent on erasing his previous humiliation on this other native. In the giant spaceship floating over Earth, everyone in the control room was similarly shocked at what they had just watched on the display. They were all aware of who Munor was, as only a few Melders had come to participate in this planetary trial. This made Munor one of the strongest participants, and yet a native had just injured him. A loud bang brought everyone's gazes to an excited Sigmund, a realm breaker. Who could have thought this planet had such talent? If he wasn't missing battle techniques, he could have had a brilliant fight. This is the type of soldier we want. Shalosh licked his lips at the side. Apologies, General Sigmund. The 12th Imperial Squadron wants him. Sigmund snapped. The main responsibility of the 12th Squadron isn't battle. This man is clearly extremely talented at combat. He could even copy the roving step so quickly and integrate the shockwave palm into his blade. He's a genius. Tori spoke up from the other side. General Sigmund is right. This person is truly a genius. The Anna family is willing to pay for his formcast remodeling. Leave him to the 9th Squadron. The debate quickly and loudly escalated, while the others in the room cast envious glances at the badly injured man on the screen whose eyes were still resolute. They all knew that so long as he didn't die during this trial, his future would be bright. Then there was the woman with the innate gift of frost. If one threw in the mysterious youth who had captured Roz, the people of this planet weren't simple at all. As the trio's argument continued, Myra looked at the display as Lu Yin and Munor began their fight. Rage addled from the injury, the sealed Melder wanted to vent all of his frustrations on the natives, starting with Lu Yin. He didn't hold back from using the 7th form of the Skybeast Claw right away, assuming that victory would be easy, but Lu Yin proved even more impressive and dodged the wide area attack with calm ease. It was only then that a stunned Munor realized that this opponent would be even more difficult than the last. Lu Yin grew serious, activating the cosmic art as Munor attacked once more. He disappeared with the roving step, but the phantom claw flashed and brought him back only a moment later when the attack was no more than 20 centimeters away. He could feel the incoming power, but carefully observed the usage of the technique as he dodged to the side and evaded again. A space render palm was shot towards Munor, but the Melder didn't even bother avoiding the technique and just tore through it with his claw before sending out another attack. It was at this point that Lu Yin's gaze narrowed. He had seen enough. He thrust out another attack that Munor assumed to be a space render palm. While a sentinel being able to use that skill was rare, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. However, Munor's skin crawled as he felt an immense sense of danger. Watching as Lu Yin's palm turned into a claw, this was the 7th form of the Skybeast Claw. Bang! He fell down like a meteor, spitting out blood before he even hit the ground. The earth around his impact was dyed red, shocking every onlooker in one moment. Roz's heart sank. He'd forgotten that this native could mimic the Skybeast Claw. Bai Zhu and the rest stared at Lu Yin in amazement. This person continued to grow stronger and more terrifying with every encounter. Munor was bleeding on the ground with a stunned look on his pale face. The blood from his abdomen stained his clothes, but his attention was on the person who had copied his own battle technique rather than on his injury. There was no way he had seen wrong. That was the 7th form of the Skybeast Claw. He glared at Lu Yin. How do you know the Skybeast Claw? Lu Yin learnt it from you. Impossible, no one could learn the Skybeast Claw so quickly. I took 9 months at U Academy to get to the 7th form. How could you learn it so quickly? Who the hell are you? Where did you learn this in secret? Well, I can't make you believe me if you don't want to, Lu Yin replied before leaping at Munor once more. A phantom roar shook the sky as Munor clenched his teeth in frustration, knowing that the 7th form was his strongest attack while he was sealed. It should have overpowered anything he encountered, but he was now facing an opponent who had the same skill and could dodge his uses of it. There was no chance to win this battle. Bang. A giant claw mark dug into the earth as Munor flew away in defeat. The only way to beat such a person was to break his seal. This group of natives was just too absurd. There was a second realm breaker among them. No, this person definitely wasn't even a native. He used the space render palm. Just who the hell was he? Lu Yin allowed Munor to fly away, only heaving a sigh of relief once he was gone. Facing a Melder had put him under a lot of pressure. If the opponent broke his seal, he would be badly injured at best and killed at worst. Munor would be expelled from the trial for doing such a thing, but that was of no consolation to a dead man. Lu Yin preferred not driving him into such desperate straits, especially since he'd already gotten so much. His biggest harvest from the day was definitely the 7th form of Skybeast Claw. This was a battle technique that was a heritage of the U Academy and lived up to the reputation of the Empire's best academy. A total of 108 forms. He was looking forward to discovering the full power of the technique after all of the forms were learned. Back in the capital, Roz had pretty much given up all hope. If even Munor had been defeated, no one could save him now. He was fated to join the bottom end in this trial. Geraldine looked at Lu Yin in disbelief, recalling the first time she had seen him where he was just a seeker. Now he was an unparalleled sentinel, just what was his background. Yatter from the Pagoda planet, grandson of the headmaster, a top-notch powerhouse. Was that really the truth? Munor was famous amongst the trainees, and news of his defeat stunned all of them. Their first reaction was disbelief, but the network never lied. Jerlaine verified the news quickly, ensuring that everyone took this powerhouse guarding the capital more seriously. At the same time, the trial itself grew much more complicated. The two melders who had shown themselves so far had already been defeated. Not long later, a few more students were captured by King Yu. Luyan updated his count 17. He's caught 17 students. Baizu was puzzled. What are you counting this for? He's fighting for numbers, Luyan pouted, but seeing everyone speechless, he took a deep breath and explained, this fellow isn't stupid and thought of the same thing we did. He wants to use these students to reach some compromise. Pity, the natures of our sides are different. He's a criminal on the loose, while we're just natives. He's fated for judgment no matter how many students he captures. Then doesn't that settle things? It's unrelated to you. Jerlaine batted her eyes. Lu Yin turned to her. Every student he captures is one fewer for us. There are only bargaining chips. Jerlaine widened her eyes. You really want to negotiate with the Empire using students? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Everyone who dared to enter this trial is an elite. They're very important to the Empire. She sneered. Do you know how many students participate in these trials every year? Let me tell you, this planet is one of many running right now, and even if all of them were wiped out, there wouldn't be any impact. You're dreaming. Baizu, Zhou Shan, and the rest felt depressed upon hearing her words. The Great Yu Empire was simply too large, and there were too many students and academies within. The trial on Earth only involved a small portion of its students. That's not for sure, Lu Yin consoled them, pulling Roz over. This guy's status should be enough for us to get something. Let go of me. Roz was furious. Lu Yin tossed him aside and smiled. The vice-treasurer holds a very high position in the Empire. I've even heard he has some influence within the 13 Imperial squadrons, which is perfect for me. The greater his influence, the better our chances of a successful negotiation. No, Jerlaine sighed and looked at Roz. What Lu Yin had said was true, and this guy was Sikar's only son. For his sake, the man might even be willing to give up his own life. Roz leveled a furious glare at Lu Yin. This bastard actually dared to use him to threaten the Empire. Whether the negotiation was successful or not, he would become a laughingstock to the Empire's younger generation. In Northern Europe, a group of students were similarly angry. Over 20 students had banded together from all over to hunt for King Yu, led by Yan Gang, who actually wasn't from the Great Yu Empire, but another power within the Frostwave weave called the Fireforge planet. They were just as well known as the Empire despite their limited scope. The planet was enormous and filled with seas of fire. It was said that all creatures from there had extremely high resistance to fire and could use powerful flame-based battle techniques. King Yu, release Hu Zioling. Yan Gang stared down from his towering position in the sky. He himself was a sealed melder like Hu Zioling, but many believed that he was even stronger than her. His body that had a hint of dark red was radiating scorching heat even in the freezing north, melting the snow below. You've got guts, kid. Do you think you can snatch someone from my grasp? King Yu teased the youth, his eyes full of contempt. In fact, he was still lounging on the ground with the 17 captured students behind him, Hu Zioling among them. He had once been an explorer. He couldn't be bothered with mere students. Let me warn you, Hu Zioling is engaged to Yan Feng, the strongest youth of the Fireforge planet. Touch so much as a hair on her head and you'll face my entire planet's wrath, Yan Gang stated coldly. A little planet in a savage borderland really thinks highly of itself. Whatever, I'll give you a chance to take her away, but it will depend on your ability. Speak, Yan Gang growled. A slight smile grew on King Yu's face. Go to China's capital and fetch my stuff in exchange for this woman. Yan Gang's eyes flashed. Release Hu Zioling first, and then I'll go and get it for you. King Yu burst out in laughter. Are you an imbecile, or do you think I'm an idiot? Release the hostage first. I do hope your brain hasn't burnt to a complete crisp. Yan Gang was furious and clenched both fists, the air around him further distorted by the heat. Fine, I'll go, but you must promise not to harm her. King Yu shrugged. That depends on how long it takes you to get it. I wouldn't give you a guarantee if you take too long. This girl is quite pretty. Yan Gang was furious. Zioling is a melder. If you dare touch her, we'll slaughter you even if it means we must break our seals. Wouldn't that mean you forfeit your chance to join Astral 10? Do you think the Astral Combat Academy accepts trash that can't even handle Sentinel trials? How will you answer your leader? King Yu continued to mock him. Yan Gang snorted, then told the student behind him, watch him, I'm going to China. Munor just fled after being defeated. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? The student came from the Hu family and Hu Zioling was his only concern. Don't compare me to such trash. Yan Gang snapped before flying away, a white trail of smoke behind him. Assuming no mutant beasts barred the way, it would take about 2 days to get from where he was to Beijing. Said city was mostly dark, with only a small part of the city lit up so it could avoid attracting mutant beasts. Lu Yin arrived at the basement of the Research and Development Center under President Lion's guidance to see what King Yu had left behind a stone about the size of a human skull. It seemed round at first glance, but it actually had 16 faces, each smooth and flat with an indecipherable mark in the center. The entire stone emitted an aura that felt like it had weathered countless changes since the start of time. Beside Lu Yin was Baizu. It was her recommendation that had finally allowed him to see this thing. She had been strongly opposed to him, even laying eyes on King Yu's belongings before, even claiming that such permission required the 7 sages to agree. But now the entire capital was under his sole protection. There was simply no reason not to let him take a look. He looked at the stone that was placed in a glass box with curiosity. It looks like carved stone, but it feels different. Do you know how old it is? President Lion asked, answering when he shook his head. We don't either. It's impossible to estimate. Impossible to estimate. Lu Yin was shocked. It was rather inconceivable that Earth's current technology couldn't even measure a stone's age. President Lion continued, it's just too old for our knowledge. We can't track some of the changes it has lasted through. The traces of its age are everywhere, and we simply can't come to a conclusion. We've tried many approaches, but we're unable to glimpse anything. Baizu followed up. We did manage to put together some information. This King Yu came here from the depths of the universe, and no news was spread despite the incredible distance of his escape. The best explanation is that he'd stolen something far too valuable, this stone. When you guys brought him back from Neptune, what else did he have besides this stone? Lu Yin asked. She looked at President Lion, who said, a sword, several crystals that turned out to be star crystals, and a chip that contained cultivation methods. It was rather damaged, so we couldn't read much, but we did what we could. She elaborated, the blade is with Zhang Dingshan, and we absorbed the star crystals long ago to help with cultivation. We were already close to the realm of sky before the apocalypse started, or what the aliens call the Sentinel realm. Lu Yin looked at the stone. So this stone and that sword are the only things King Yu left behind. President Lion answered, we have examined the war blade. The material is very sturdy and far surpasses any metal or alloy that can be found on Earth, but that's it. As for this stone, we can't make heads or tails of it at all. Can I examine it? Of course. Baizu nodded after some hesitation. If not for Lu Yin, they wouldn't have been able to protect even the entire capital. Forget this single stone. Since they couldn't understand it anyway, it didn't matter. She left with President Lion in tow, leaving him alone. Lu Yin picked up the stone and started examining it, feeling nothing outside of a heavy chill at first. Unable to glean anything after some time, he put it down and was about to leave when his gaze suddenly went cold, and he used roving step to appear at a corner. A black shadow looked at him in shock, the air turning cold as they lifted their hand, but his gaze narrowed and he attacked with the skybeast claw. The shadow exclaimed and dodged urgently. Lu Yin had only used the first form of the skybeast claw, so the shadow dodged with ease. However, this also exposed her frosty glare. Who are you? Why are you here? Lu Yin asked. This girl was definitely a student, and while not comparable to Manor, she could still match Roz. Jinny Anna of the Anna family, you should have heard of me before, she said proudly. Nope, never heard of you. Lu Yin frowned. Why are you here? Jinny sent an icy glare his way. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Yin was annoyed. This girl had the same sense of superiority as Roz. The Anna family was likely a good background, but he didn't care. I don't care who you are. Since you're here, you don't need to leave. Stop. I'm the daughter of Snow Mountain Anna, niece of the captain of the 9th Imperial Squadron. You're making a mistake. Jinny was shocked as Lu Yin rushed towards her. She knew that she simply couldn't match him, and when he grabbed her hand, she didn't even resist much. She just glared at him. I'll warn you again, I'm not the same as Roz. The Anna family can affect the decisions of the entire empire. Don't make a mistake. Lu Yin's face suddenly changed, and he released the girl, dashing back to the stone at the same time that another figure tried to snatch it away. It was only when he grabbed a silky arm that he realized this was another girl, this one looking like an elf in her all-green attire. She turned around and kicked at him the moment he caught her, and when Lu Yin tried to pull her arm to break the attack, he was shocked to find that she was so shockingly powerful that he couldn't even budge it. He reluctantly let go of her arm and dodged the kick, using the third form of the skybeast claw that could defeat those like Eddie, but even that proved completely useless as she shattered the attack with a direct punch. Her fist barreled right towards him with shocking strength, forcing him to activate the cosmic art, but when he saw the details he realized that she was making 10 attacks in a row. Barely dodging the attack, he sent her a wary glance. You dodged it. The girl seemed shocked as well. Lu Yin frowned. This new opponent was truly powerful. She was just as strong as Manor, if not stronger, and a bunch of normal punches had been no weaker than the 7th form of the skybeast claw. Just where did such a scary powerhouse come from? Was she aiming for the stone? Right as he was about to speak up, another shadow moved out of a dark corner. All three of these people could hide their star energy to avoid gadget detection, proving just how strong they were, and the third person's face dropped Lu Yin's heart. This was Zia Luo, the same youth who'd given him such a strong sense of danger when he first landed outside the capital. Lu Yin clearly remembered that sensation, the same one he'd felt when he first met Silver. 4 people faced each other in the cramped basement, 2 boys and 2 girls. Jenny was the most astonished of them all, not having realized there were 2 other people in hiding, while the girl in green had a similar feeling towards Xia Luo. "Your aim is this stone?" Lu Yin asked. Jenny Anna and the girl in green kept quiet, but Xia Luo smiled warmly. "That's right. Lu Yin, do you know where this stone is from?" Lu Yin answered no. Xia Luo continued to smile. "Then we can talk about it. This stone is the inheritance of a powerful clan in the Universe. It is rumored that one can learn the battle techniques of that clan from this stone, which is the reason why King Yu is wanted. Since you didn't know the function of this stone, I'll tell you the method of using it and let's try it out together. What do you think?" The girl in green looked at Xia Luo in surprise. "You know how to use it?" Xia Luo smiled. "I know a bit. This stone isn't useful to anyone other than the people of that powerful clan because no one else can use it. This is also why the clan didn't bother to retrieve it themselves, in which case the entire Frostwave weave would have been done for, so there's no reason to fight over this thing." The girl in green looked at Lu Yin as well. "What do you think?" Lu Yin looked at the 3 people before him. He was only confident in a battle against Jenny, which also meant that no one in the entire capital could stop them. "Fine, we can study it together, but you can't take the stone away." Xia Luo nodded. "No problem. And if you have friends who want to study as well, they can join us. The method is very easy. Blood can activate the stone. It's up to each person individually whether they can get the inheritance, but I'll tell you now that it's almost impossible for us to succeed." Lu Yin glanced at Xia Luo and immediately contacted Bai Zhu and Zhang Dingshan, who soon arrived along with Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng. Jinny frowned arrogantly while the sages looked at the outsiders warily. These 3 people were very powerful, and 2 were at least equal to Mun, or it would be a disaster for Beijing if a fight broke out. "Don't worry, we mean no trouble and only wish to study the stone together. I'll go first," Xia Luo gestured. Lu Yin tossed him the stone, and he pricked a finger and allowed a drop of blood to drip down. The stone absorbed it and started floating, exerting pressure on everyone in the room as they saw hints of many battle techniques flashing past their eyes. Accompanying those techniques was something terrifyingly vile, but Xia Luo sat down and gazed up at the stone in contemplation. The girl in green was the second to start, dripping her own blood and sitting down as well. Soon, all of them were sitting in a circle around the 16-faced stone. Lu Yin snuck a peek at Xia Luo before starting. Although everyone looked defenseless right now, he was certain that they all had their ways to protect themselves and that it wouldn't be a good idea to attack. He finally dripped some of his own blood onto the stone and watched as it was absorbed, suddenly seeing a primordial fist punching towards his face. Puff! Wu Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, color draining from his face. A while later, Zhou Shan joined him in failure. Like a chain reaction, Bai Zhu, Jenny Anna, and Zhang Dingshan all failed one after the other, staring at the stone with awe on their pale faces. Meanwhile, Lu Yin saw the fist drawing closer and closer, surrounded by a boundless darkness and the river of time. Countless people had died to this punch that could change day to night. He subconsciously gritted his teeth, biting his lip as he used the cosmic art. The approaching fist started to slow down, and he could now see it more clearly. Although it covered the entire sky and turned day to night, there was still a way to avoid it. Wait, why avoid it? He opened his eyes, and 3 stars revolved around his body, a 4th suddenly appearing as well. The stars exploded into the fist, dissipating it just as it was about to strike it. In an instant, Lu Yin felt like he had traveled through infinite distance to arrive at an unknown corridor. He was surrounded by boundless darkness on all sides, the only visible thing being this one ancient passage filled with a bloody aura. He couldn't find words to describe this place. While there was no light source, he could clearly see the corridor in its entirety. And while he could see it all, it changed when he glanced away for a moment. The entire place was dark red, with murals all over the walls that he didn't understand. There was no sound, but it felt like the figures upon them were screaming and howling, like the wall would drip blood any moment. That blood was the only thing he could smell. The long corridor was the only thing within that dark, limitless space. Lu Yin felt like he would merge into the darkness with a single step backwards. He frowned and stepped forward, coming across a stone slab at the entrance that was integrated into the surroundings. Rows of names were engraved on the block, most of them ending with Daynite. Daynite was a family name, but recalling Xia Luo's words about it coming from a strong family, he realized that this was supposed to be its inheritance. Seeing the words Night King Lord at the top, he felt his gaze transcend space to look at a man towering over the heavens with an incomparably dominant aura. It took him only an instant to recover from that daze, but it left him shocked. Night King Lord Daynite, just what is all this? He put his shock aside and shifted his gaze towards the corridor, stepping forward. At the center of an ancient land in the depths of the universe was a towering stone tablet that extended into the clouds. its terrifying aura causing the stars around to buzz. Two shining stones were slowly revolving around the middle, and several figures were standing upright at the base. Dust was caked all over their bodies, one could mistake them for statues at first glance. Lu Yin's image appeared at the bottom of the tablet as he stepped into the portal, but the depiction was too fuzzy to make out any details. Another member has entered the clan. It is unknown how high he can go. The clansmen are growing worse by the generation. Their gifts are increasingly mundane. Ignore such matters. No matter how poor their gifts are, they are still members of the Day-Night clan. Any one of us can crush countless geniuses. Speaking of, why has the stone not been retrieved yet? This is a little too inefficient. No hurry, there isn't anyone in the universe who dares plot over the Day-Night inheritance stone. It will return soon, but the one that stole it must be punished severely. His innate gift is special. Killing him would be a pity. No matter, this generation has the clan's future hope elsewhere. Several people involuntarily raised their heads as they spoke, their gazes transcending vast distance to look at the topmost section of the stone plaque. A bright silhouette flickered upon it, almost like a real person who overlooked all life. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yin at the base of the stone tablet vanished. Several of the watchers in disappointment. Even his appearance can't be shown. Pathetic. Has that child received all of this generation's luck? It's too cruel to the others. No, there are two others who managed the climb. That isn't too bad. Within the corridor, Lu Yin felt endless suppression from the very first step. This wasn't physical pressure, but a spiritual one, a dark loneliness that almost swallowed him at the start and only grew more intense the further he walked. A fist appeared in the darkness after about 3 meters, flashing with a bright light before knocking him out and into the darkness. He woke up to the stupefied faces of Zhang Dingshan and the others in the underground room. "What are you all looking at me like that for?" asked. "You succeeded." Jenny stared at him like he was a freak. "Nope," he shook his head. "Liar, I felt that ancient aura going into your body. You must have succeeded." She acted like she'd caught onto something. "I don't need to explain anything to you," he dismissed, leaving her furious. She had happened to discover from her father that the escaped criminal was a member of a terrifying ancient clan who was carrying its inheritance stone. This was the entire reason she decided to participate in Earth's trial. No one was supposed to be able to receive this inheritance without the clan's bloodline, so what just happened? Not only was there 1 success, but 3. She felt like her understanding of the world had been challenged. King Yu's identity was only known to a few students of very high status, so virtually everyone was ignorant of his roots. Even learning his full name, most didn't understand what it meant. This was the restriction of limited experience and a life in the outerverse. This lack of information also decided one's future. In a more informed region, Jenny wouldn't have been one of only 3 who tried their luck in the current circumstance. Even a melder like Munor wouldn't be able to recognize this stone if it was placed in front of him. Lu Yin looked around at the people in front of him and noticed that Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng had already left. The people from the capital, only Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu stayed behind, though their faces made it clear that they had not succeeded. Of the students, Zia Luo and the girl in green still had their eyes closed. Very soon, the girl opened her eyes and released a breath. She looked around with a very pleased expression, but when she saw that Zia Luo was still seated with his eyes closed, her expression quickly contorted as though she'd lost. Seeing the look of displeasure on her face, Jenny told her, "Don't think you two were the only ones who succeeded. This guy did too." The girl was shocked and followed Jenny's gaze to look at Lu Yin. "You succeeded." Lu Yin had no answer. He was unsure what entering that corridor actually meant, so he wanted to say as little as possible. "You can't be from their clan," the girl said as she measured him up, but he continued to ignore her. She was annoyed and wanted to speak again, but Zia Luo finally opened his eyes and the stone fell, clattering to the ground. "Hey, what did you learn?" she asked him curiously. Zia Luo smiled. "Nothing." "No way, you took longer than me." She did not believe him. Zia Luo smiled and turned to Lu Yin. "How about you?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I did not succeed." "Liar," the girl in green shouted, staring at Lu Yin. "You succeeded and must have learnt something." Lu Yin looked at her, then at Zia Luo, and finally at Jenny, who felt something was off. What do you want?" A smile crept across Lu Yin's face. "I'd forgotten about you. You can surrender. You're now a member of my glorious army of negotiators." "What army of negotiators?" she asked naively, unable to react before Lu Yin caught her and tied her up. "Only about as strong as Roz." She could only scream and glare at him. "You bastard, let me go. Do you know who I am, you savage?" "I'm Jenny Anna, heir to the Anna family. No one can save you if you dare touch me." Lu Yin sneered. "I don't care who you are, only whether you'll be of help during negotiations. First Roz and now you. I should have a higher chance of success." Jenny screamed, but it was useless and Lu Yin just threw her to Bai Zhu. "Take good care of her. This is an important bargaining chip." Bai Zhu's pretty eyebrows scrunched up, but after some consideration she nodded and pulled Jenny out. Neither Zia Luo nor the girl in green interfered. They were only here for the stone. Lu Yin wanted to capture both of them as well, but simply had no confidence in success. He couldn't measure either of them, and despite Zia Luo's mundane aura was much more cautious of him. He would never forget the immense sense of danger he'd felt the first time he saw this handsome youth. Brother Lu, a piece of advice for you. It's best to get rid of this stone as soon as possible, or it will bring you unimaginable disaster, Zia Luo said to Lu Yin, walking off before Lu Yin could reply. Really wanting to know what he'd obtained from the inheritance stone, the girl in green chased after him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in agreement. This was something he had considered as well. This stone was precious, but that value would make it a source of unimaginable terrors that he couldn't handle with his current strength. Perhaps even the Great Yu Empire itself wouldn't dare hold on to it. He still remembered the skin-crawling list of names on that stone slab. This was definitely a terrifying clan. He knew that he was neither a genius nor someone with incredible luck, and he simply had no way to keep this stone in the face of such a power. It was only a question of who he'd pass it on to. Outside the capital, more than 10 students who had joined forces suddenly charged in to rescue Jenny. The Anna family was much more powerful than Roz's father, and the students had grown impatient since she had not returned after such a long time. Zhou Shan immediately sounded the alarm, but Lu Yin and Zhang Dingshan were still underground in the Research and Development Center, while Zhurlane Ballerer and Geraldine were resting. He was left alone to face more than 10 students and couldn't even mount a moment's resistance. A green silhouette suddenly zipped through the skies, shooting past Zhou Shan as it charged straight into the dozen students on the attack. With one punch for each, it took less than 10 seconds for as many unconscious bodies to hit the ground. The scene was rather astounding, especially for the executioner. Many of these people were from the second batch, the strongest in their schools. They couldn't even react to this girl in green. Just how was she so fast? Out in the distance, Lu Yin and the rest had just risen to the skies when they saw this scene, and they were stumped as well. The girl definitely wasn't this fast when she'd first tried to grab the stone, or he wouldn't have been able to block her off. Her current speed must have been inherited from the stone. Outside the capital, the girl in green frowned. The white flash, still a little slow. Looks like it'll be fastest in daytime. Let's test it out again tomorrow. The dozen captured students were thrown into the city by the cultivators, and including Jenny Anna, they now had a total of 42 captives. Lu Yin was rude as ever as he plundered them, going from 20 cubes of star crystals to a whopping 42. Jenny alone had contributed nearly 15, more than any other student, even Roz. Coincidentally, this meant that he had the same number of captives as he did cubes of star crystals. This was a rather impressive fortune, nearly tripling that of the heir of the Anna family. Lu Yin grew excited he could roll his die again. Robbing truly was the most lucrative occupation. He secluded himself again after greeting Zhang Dingshan. His cosmic ring no longer had enough space to store all his wealth, so he had to use up some of the star crystals. Entering his residence and burying fire crystals all around for safety, he raised his hand and summoned the die once more. The die's surface had actually recovered a little by this time, but Lu Yin wasn't one to wait. He crushed a cube of star crystals for it to absorb, and it quickly recovered its vague starlit glow. As always, he felt excited and nervous as he stretched out a finger and tapped it like he was about to end a pilgrimage. Spinning rapidly, the die rolled one. Pilfer again. Lu Yin stared intently at the void, wondering what he would steal this time. The die didn't keep him waiting either, and a fist-sized star crystal fell out of the portal and landed on the ground with a thump. He was left speechless at the sight. A cube of star crystals had been exchanged for this. It was barely 1,000th of the value. Gambling truly was harmful. Pilfer was a scary roll, but Lu Yin lifted his heavy spirits with the thought that he had money to spend. He shattered another cube of star crystals to recover the die and tapped it lightly once more. It was Pilfer again. Lu Yin had no response at this point. His luck was just too bad. While Pilfer had huge potential, the odds of actually obtaining something worthwhile were low. Sure enough, his eyes went wide in anger at what he'd acquired. He felt like going through to the other side and smacking the idiot who he'd stolen from. Who the hell put toilet paper inside a cosmic ring? It took a good while of fuming for Lu Yin to calm down. Even if one were filthy rich, money should not be spent like that. That was 2 cubes of star crystals, 2 entire cubes, and they had been exchanged for a fist-sized star crystal and a roll of toilet paper. If Geraldine learnt about it, she would probably cry until she died. Her entire family's fortune was probably not worth more than a dozen cubes he had spent 2,000 times her fortune. Only now did he understand how lucky he'd been to receive the cosmic art, the first time perhaps all the luck in the universe had been granted to him on that particular day. Should I wait? Maybe today's a bad day. He couldn't help but think as he crushed the 3rd cube, but he shook his head and dismissed it. He was rich himself, and it was time to continue. He nervously tapped the die, and it slowly came to a stop, and when it rolled a 4, he finally released a pent-up breath. Time stop was all right, at least it wasn't a waste of money. He appeared in the ash-colored room the next moment, the timer starting to count down. 3 days wasn't enough to train further in the cosmic palm, and he didn't have any more forms of the Skybeast Claw to study, so after some consideration he realized there was only one thing he could try: that fist he had seen within the inheritance stone. It had thrown him right out, but he had seen its secrets when he used the cosmic art. While the girl had received that extreme speed skill, he had gotten this. He adjusted his breathing and thought back to that monochrome fist, the day-night punch. 3 days later, the timer ticked down to 0, and an exhausted Lu Yin left the room. Even though that ashen space stopped time, it didn't stop physical fatigue. Grabbing some random food, he slept through the night and woke up later the next day. Back at it, he growled immediately afterwards, crushing the next bunch of star crystals for the die to recover. This was his fourth roll, and he felt a wave of dizziness hit him for a moment, but he paid it no notice and focused on the die that slowed to a crawl in front of him before stopping on 2 pips black hole disassembly. This was perfect. He'd gathered a decent amount of trash already, so he disassembled it all and ended up with some strange metal that he didn't recognize. Once the vortex vanished, Lu Yin crushed more star crystals and tapped the die, but suddenly felt much dizzier than before. He finally realized why this was happening. This die was his innate gift and couldn't be used endlessly, similar to star energy. Use it too much and it would run out, forcing him comatose until he recovered. His body trembled and he nearly fell to the ground. Five times is the limit. Trying to shake the dizziness away, Lu Yin looked at the die that was showing 5 pups, a roll he'd never seen before. So far, he'd rolled Pilfer on 1, Black Hole Disassembly on 2, and Time Stop on 3. This was the 4th side he'd unlocked, and its usage drifted into his mind gift copy. With this roll, he could touch anyone with an innate gift and copy their ability within the die. It could be used once before it vanished in the future. Unfortunately, this roll needed him to touch someone with an innate gift. Within 10 seconds of the roll, it would fade away after that time passed. Checking the time to find that 2 seconds had already passed, Lu Yin rushed out of his residence to hunt down the only cultivator in the entire city with an innate gift. He knew where Bai Zhu was supposed to be right now, so he raced towards the city walls without hesitation, even as his body trembled amidst his flight. 5 uses had completely exhausted him, and he desperately needed rest, but the water sage was still 100 meters away. He shot forward with full strength, placing a hand on her shoulder and heaving a sigh of relief when there was only 1 second left. What was this? Geraldine, Jerlaine, Ballerer, and Zhou Shan all stared at him blankly from their own positions atop the walls, while Bai Zhu herself stared dumbfoundedly. His hand was still on her shoulder as he looked up to see the strange looks everyone was giving him, and he suddenly pulled back and fled. My bad, wrong person. There was a deathly silence left behind, as not one person managed to come up with a response. Geraldine was at a loss for words. What a crappy excuse was that? Why did that bastard stretch out his hand? Was he trying to take advantage of Bai Zhu in broad daylight without any indication? He had to be insane. Geraldine wasn't the only one to start making assumptions, as all the rest were doing the same, especially Jerlaine. Did Lu Yin just try to confess his feelings? Did we interrupt him? Seems like it, Ballerer replied seriously. Bai Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment, captivating even Geraldine for a moment. Even the heavens truly paled in comparison to this woman's beauty. Meanwhile, Lu Yin crashed into his own residence and instantly fell asleep. Already past his limits, he dozed throughout as rumors spread through Beijing like wildfire. Did you hear? The hidden sage declared his feelings for the water sage and was even rejected. He drank himself unconscious and hasn't shown his face since. No way. I heard that the hidden sage didn't actually dare to say anything. He was smitten by the water sage and left before even saying a word. You are all wrong. My cousin's uncle-in-law's younger brother's neighbor saw it with his own eyes. The hidden sage kissed the water sage and even proposed to her with a ring even. Get lost. Where would he buy a ring in these times? That afternoon, Zhang Dingshan sought out Bai Zhu, I heard. It was nothing. He mistook me for someone else. The blade sage was caught off guard and froze for a moment, then responded with a simple all right before leaving. Bai Zhu was enraged by Lu Yin's actions. She believed that the scoundrel had been looking for revenge ever since she'd stopped him from seeing what King Yu had left behind, and had decided to enact his vengeance in this disgraceful manner. She wanted to go look for him and discuss things, but knew that the rumors would only burn brighter if she met him. In the end, she could only tolerate it for now. Another newcomer descended upon Beijing the next afternoon, the air distorting around him as his powerful star energy swept over the capital's skies. Zhang Dingshan and the rest rushed out to look up. This was Yan Gang. Give me what King Yu left behind in the capital, he ordered, gazing down coldly. Zhang Dingshan gripped his blade and rose to the sky. Who are you? Yan Gang, from the Fireforge planet. The words Fireforge planet were uttered with an indifferent pride, looking upon Zhang Dingshan with disdain. It was Jerlaine that cried out from below the Fireforge planet. What about it? Bai Zhu was puzzled. That's one of the biggest powers in the Frostwave Weave, just as famous as the Great Yu Empire. The entire planet is covered in raging flames, and every being there is very powerful. Their fire-related battle techniques are unmatched. Geraldine added on, normal fire battle techniques are useless against them. They've evolved to be near immune. Anyone from the Fireforge planet who can arrive at the Great U Empire is a melder. At the least this guy should be stronger than Munor, Geraldine remarked. Baizu looked up at Zhang Dingshan with a worried expression. Each enemy that came was stronger than the last. Let King Yu come and collect it himself if he wants it, Zhang Dingshan replied, gripping his new warblade tightly. As his own had been destroyed by Munor, he had taken to using King Yu's. A maggot thinks it deserves to talk to me, Yan Gang sneered, sending a wave of scorching heat down with a flourish. Zhang Dingshan's eyes went wide as he dodged with roving step, charging over and slashing out with his blade. The sword's body buzzed as it melded with the shockwave palm. This was the same attack that had allowed him to wound Munor. With a Realmbreaker's might added onto the powerful battle technique, even Yan Gang was astonished. He clapped both hands together and formed a spear of flames, shooting it towards Zhang Dingshan. A rain of fire fell upon the capital as blade and spear collided, igniting panic as it burnt the ground. Baizu, Zhou Shan, and the rest glared at Yan Gang with irrepressible fury. These trainees always looked down upon Earthlings, acting like following them was a blessing. Unfortunately, this was the law of the jungle. Is that an innate gift of fire? Geraldine was shocked. Geraldine replied, no, everyone from the Fireforge planet has a mutated body that can produce flames of high temperatures. I guess you can consider it a sort of innate gift, but not in the same way. This person is really powerful. With Lu Yin still fainted, those that opposed Yan Gang were simply powerless. The youth remained arrogant and pointed down with his spear of flames. Give me what I want, or I'll burn you all to a crisp. Give him the stone. Zhang Dingshan spat out blood, leaving everyone aggrieved. Only Geraldine's eyebrows lifted up. What stone? It was at that point that a green figure flashed in the distance, vanishing and reappearing behind Yan Gang. You're not bad, help me test the white flash. What? Yan Gang's gaze shrank, a loud explosion ringing out before he could even react. Everyone present stared in shock as a giant pit appeared outside the capital, the conceited man thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Up in the sky, the girl in green clenched her fist and muttered something to herself with an excited look on her face. You slut, I'll tear you apart. Yan Gang suddenly raged, charging out as flames started spewing from his body like protective armor. His spear of flames pierced through the air towards her. Perfect. The girl squealed with excitement, her body disappearing without warning before Yan Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body snapped into an angle at the waist from an invisible blow, sending him crashing into the ground once more. The girl reappeared and stared down, obviously pleased with herself. The audience was shocked by the huge discrepancy between the two. This second attack made it obvious not only to the onlookers, but now even Yan Gang could see the difference in strength. He climbed back out of the crater and looked at the girl above in shock. Who are you? She lifted her chin, Lulu Mavis. Upon hearing this name, Yan Gang, Geraldine, and the rest of the trainees were shocked. Yan Gang asked once more Mavis. That Mavis. She smiled. Is there another in the universe? Zhang Dingshan, Baizu, and the other Earthlings were puzzled. Mavis. What did that mean? Yan Gang immediately extinguished the flames around his body and looked up with a serious expression, his voice now filled with respect. Is this your territory? Lulu didn't answer, simply crooking her finger instead. Let's continue. I want to try the power of the white flash. Yan Gang smiled bitterly. I didn't come here to fight. King Yu has captured Hu Zioling, the heir of the Huo family. He said that he will only release her if the object he left in the city is returned to him. The girl frowned. What does that have to do with me? Now are you going to continue or no? Yan Gang stood there calmly, with no intention of fighting. His demeanor had changed completely from the moment he'd arrived, and Lulu also lost interest and returned to the city after a twitch of her mouth. He watched her leave before finally rising back into the sky, calling out icily, Did no one hear what I just said? Who's in charge here? Send them out to speak with me. Zhou Shan immediately headed to look for Lu Yin within the city. The stone belonged to China and thus should have been controlled by Zhang Dingshan, but Lu Yin was the one who'd obviously gained something from it. The Bladesage couldn't make a decision about this by himself, although some were reluctant to acknowledge it. Lu Yin was now the actual ruler in Beijing. Geraldine, what is Mavis? Baizu suddenly asked. Geraldine and Gerlain looked at each other before the former answered. The universe is unfathomably vast and holds countless empires and powerful organizations. These great powers each have their own methods of transactions and currency laws, but the Mavis Bank issues the only universally recognized currency. They have branches everywhere in the universe, where one can exchange credits. They're a financial powerhouse. No further words were needed. The mere phrase, only universally recognized currency, was sufficient to show people what the Mavis name was worth. Earth was insignificant in the face of the greater universe, but this family owned a bank capable of issuing the only universal currency. That required terrifying power. It was no wonder Yan Gang changed his attitude so drastically. If that girl in green really was from there, her influence completely overshadowed that of Hu Zioling, Roz, Jenny, and the rest combined. Within the city, Lu Yin was still laying on the ground with his eyes closed. His brows were tightly knitted, both fists tightly clenched, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was dreaming of a snow-white finger that crushed the void, traveling across time to arrive before him. It stretched past countless stars, approaching closer and closer. How audacious. He sprang up within his residence, panting for breath after the roar, eyes glazed over without focus, taking a while to regain some sense of normalcy. He was vigorously shaking his head in confusion when Zhou Shan arrived. Lu Yin. What happened? Lu Yin got up from the ground, looking exhausted and beaten. It's nothing, why are you here? Zhou Shan was unconvinced and carefully looked over Lu Yin, who looked like something the cat had dragged in. You sure you're all right? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm fine. Someone named Yan Gang is here and claims to be representing King Yu. He wants to take away that stone. Lu Yin's face changed and he nodded. All right, let's go meet him. Zhou Shan grunted. Do you want to change first? I'll change when I return, Lu Yin replied and flew out. Along the way, Zhou Shan described how Lulu had beaten Yan Gang, and the mention of her full name left Lu Yin shocked. He recalled that the entire universe only had one family named Mavis, the controllers of the Mavis Bank. He had wanted to open an account there once, but simply hadn't qualified. Even the average wealthy family didn't have the right to transact with them if she was from there. Her background was terrifying. It wasn't long before Yan Gang grew impatient without Lulu around. He'd grown arrogant once more. Lu Yin didn't take long to arrive, but he ignored Yan Gang and stared at Bai Zhu instead. He vaguely recalled having done something before he fainted, and he could see the frustration on her face. The water sage certainly had her reasons for this. While Yan Gang was one thing, she hadn't been able to get a handle on the rumors that were spreading through the city like wildfire. Where's Lulu? Lu Yin asked Geraldine, back in the city. He nodded and glanced at Zhang Dingshan. Are you injured? He's very powerful, from the Fireforge planet, Zhang Dingshan answered in a low voice, prompting a raise of the brow from Lu Yin. He had come directly to Earth upon reaching the Frostwave Weave, so he hadn't heard of the place. Who's the one in charge? Come talk to me. Yan Gang's gaze turned cold. What's your problem? Lu Yin turned around and snapped. Yan Gang laughed, looking down on me. Are we? Lu Yin smiled. So what? Yan Gang glared at him and the temperature around shot up, the very air starting to distort. However, he suddenly thought of something and sent a wary glance towards the city as he exhaled. Stop this nonsense and give me King Yu's belongings. Why the hell would I do that? Lu Yin grunted, still annoyed at just having woken up. Bloodlust filled Yan Gang's eyes. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Don't know, don't care. Yan Gang was outraged at the insolence. If not for the presence of a Mavis in the city, he would have attacked the native directly. What are your conditions? I have to take King Yu's item. Even if Xia Luo hadn't warned him, Lu Yin would have given the stone away anyway. Its background was far too complicated for him to hold on to, but he still had to make sure he would get sufficient compensation for its sale. Do you represent King Yu or the trainees? King Yu, Yan Gang answered. Then I can give it to him, but he has to give me all the students he's captured. Everyone was shocked by this condition, but they remembered what Lu Yin had once said about using these students to negotiate with the great Yu Empire. Zhang Dingshan and the rest were happy with that stance, but in reality Lu Yin only cared about the students' star crystals. The negotiations were only secondary. Yan Gang frowned. Why do you want the students? You also have a few here, and don't you have Jenny Anna too? I think there's someone with that name, he answered vaguely. Most of the students had removed their gadgets so their information wouldn't be visible on the web. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's gadget had no name attached to it, so it was also unable to announce some information. Let her go, Yan Gang bellowed. Lu Yin sneered. Who do you think you are? So rude. Yan Gang glared at him, flames appearing on his palms as he rushed forward. Those from the Fireforge planet were all bad-tempered, and for him to suppress his until now was already an accomplishment. Everyone felt threatened by the attack, but Lu Yin balled up his right fist and distorted the light around. Yan Gang suddenly felt the world change around him. It was obviously still morning, but this punch showed him both day and night. It felt like a terrifying conflict had broken out within his own body, leaving him in excruciating pain. He growled and stabbed towards Lu Yin, but waves of energy swept across the earth and blasted him backwards, extinguishing his spear of flames. Lu Yin took a step backwards as well, looking at Yan Gang with a grave expression. This person truly was far more powerful than Munor. The Day-Night Punch was a battle technique from the clan of the same name, which meant it was far more powerful than even the Cosmic Palm or the seventh form of the Skybeast Claw, but this guy had managed to block it without any significant injuries. Although the result of the clash left Lu Yin surprised, Yan Gang was completely shocked this native was just a sentinel, but his attack had been so threatening that he'd had to respond with his most powerful strike. In fact, if Lu Yin's attack had been the slightest bit more powerful, he might have broken his seal to counter. Observing the exchange, Zhang Dingshan's eyes narrowed. He had faced Yan Gang before, and it had been enough to understand how terrifying this trial participant was. And yet, Lu Yin had still managed to push him back, showing his absurd increase in strength since the day the two had first met. The powerful attack changed Yan Gang's impression of this native, and he descended slightly and looked Lu Yin straight in the eye. Jenny is the heir to the Ana family of the great Yu Empire. You will only bring yourself trouble by capturing her. Consider it carefully. Her family has countless options if they wish to wipe out the people of this planet. I'm aware of all that. There's no need to warn me. If you want to get the stone for King Yu, then ask him to give me the students that he captured. This is my only condition. There's no room to negotiate. Fine, I'll contact King Yu. Yan Gang reluctantly agreed and switched on his gadget, but just when he was about to contact King Yu, Lulu Mavis suddenly appeared and surprised everyone. I knew you'd gotten something. That punch wasn't bad, let's fight, she told him excitedly. Lu Yin smiled, I refuse. Lulu blinked, refuse. Why? Powerhouses should improve by learning from each other. I'm not a powerhouse, Lu Yin said. She shook her head, you're not bad for a sentinel. At least you qualify to fight me. Stop with this nonsense, bring it. Zhou Shan and the others watched the strange interaction with bemusement. It felt bizarre hearing a beautiful girl telling a man to bring it. This one probably wasn't completely normal. Lu Yin really didn't want to fight with Lulu, she was way too strong, and he didn't want to suffer her punches. Besides that, the speed that she'd obtained from the inheritance stone would leave him nothing more than a punching bag. He wasn't a masochist. Hey, are you even a man? Bring it, I said bring it. Lulu shouted, but he ignored her and looked at Yan Gang instead. She grew anxious at this, but there was nothing she could do if he refused to move. She was a lady, she could only ambush bad people, so a sneak attack was off the table. Lu Yin suddenly thought about his cosmic art, and how he'd been able to use it to learn the 7 forms of the Skybeast claw. Could he use it to copy Lulu's movement technique just as quickly? Thinking of this possibility, his eyes started to gleam. Maybe I should spar with her after all. That thought was interrupted when Baizu suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to her talking to someone on her gadget. Moments later, she lifted her head and informed them grimly, the blue camp has been destroyed. Who did it? Zhang Dingshan's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin looked over as well, recalling the girl Zhao Yu who was one of the 3 snow maidens from that camp. Baizu answered in a low voice, not who, what. It was a mutant beast, an enormous flying turtle. A turtle, many were shocked. She nodded. According to a gadget in the blue camp, the turtle's combat level exceeded 10,000 and couldn't even be read properly. The information stunned everyone. Combat level over 10,000 was at least the level of an explorer. A sentinel was limited to 3,000, melders 6,000, and limiteers 10,000. King Yu being an explorer was what allowed him to survive on Neptune despite severe injuries, what allowed him to showcase such power even now. How could there be a mutant beast on Earth with such power? Where could it have come from? This also happened to be the moment Yan Gang finished his call. King Yu's he started shouting, but a terrifying pressure from the east suddenly crushed him to the ground. An enormous figure covered the sky, and Lu Yin looked eastwards to see a giant turtle that was larger than all of Beijing. The scene stunned the millions of survivors in the city. They simply couldn't conceive of the existence of such a massive creature. That shock soon turned into terror as the enormous creature drew closer. Yan Gang picked himself up and was about to curse everyone, but raising his head left him stunned. Where did this crazy turtle come from? The turtles traveled extremely quickly, its shadow covering Beijing for only a second before it continued west. The beast never even looked towards the ground to it. Lu Yin and the rest were nothing more than ants that could be crushed at any moment. Within the huge spacecraft outside Earth, Sigmund and a few others were looking at the turtle on the screen anxiously. General Mathers, we can't consider a beast that is beyond 10,000 combat level a part of the trial, let us capture it, Tori Anna said nervously. Jenny was still in the capital. If the creature decided to attack, they would all die. Sigmund clenched his fists and glanced at Myra, who smiled calmly. Is death really that scary to the young elites of the great Yu Empire? Tori's face sank and he went quiet, looking back at the screen. Fortunately, the huge turtle disappeared quickly before anyone in Beijing worked up the courage to utter a single word. That creature was truly terrifying. Even its body alone could crush everyone here. Lu Yin sighed, but then suddenly realized something was strange. Where is Lulu? He barely looked west in time to see a green silhouette disappearing into the distance. That crazy woman couldn't have gone after the turtle, right? Outside the capital, Yan Gang was coughing hard. He had choked on the dust from the turtle's arrival and was finally feeling better. While everyone was still immersed in the terror of the turtle's appearance, he continued speaking. King Yu agreed to your condition. Which gadget is his? Lu Yin asked with a nod, contacting the man directly once it was pointed out. King Yu. In Northern Europe, King Yu looked at his gadget and smiled. You're the native who has caught dozens of students in the capital. Your thing is with me if you want to get it. Hand me the students you've captured. I talked about it with the other guy just now. I'm okay with that. Do you also want Hugh Zioling? King Yu smirked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, knowing that Zioling was the reason why Yan Gang was working for King Yu. With Roz and Jenny already on hand, she wasn't worth the fight that would cause. No, but then you have too few students on hand right now. King Yu's eyes gleamed. Kid, I'm dealing with you because I don't want to come all the way there. Do you think the few of you can stop me? Of course not, you're a melder, but we can run just like you. I'll just hide the stone until the mission fails, and then the Empire will send soldiers to capture you. Do you think you'd be able to defend yourself at that point? I know that you want a chance at escaping using that stone compared to your life. My conditions are already quite lenient. King Yu laughed. You're quite smart. I do intend to use that stone to escape. Fine, I can capture more students. I already have some here. Is a total of 32 all right? That works. We'll trade under Kang Mountain in Tianzhu 10 days. Lu Yin agreed and hung up, turning to the watching Yan Gang. You can go retrieve Hu Zioling now. Yan Gang's eyes sparkled. You'd better hand Jenny Anna over. You don't know how powerful the Anna family is. Not happening. Get a move on. Yan Gang didn't bother responding and just left, after which Lu Yin informed the rest of his companions of the current situation. Zhang Dingshan was the first to speak up. I'm going with you. King Yu caused Earth's evolution and brought about the deaths of countless people. I want him to pay with his life. Bai Zhu said, I'm going too. Lu Yin looked to Geraldine. Post the news that King Yu will be at Kang Mountain in Tianzhu in 10 days. Do you plan on using the students to eliminate him? Geraldine asked. Lu Yin nodded. Isn't that the mission? If he's taken out, you'll complete the trial mission, so it's a win for you too. What about you? Are you trying to seek vengeance for the people of this planet? He took a deep breath. The trial isn't only for the students, it's for us as well. You students have your results to worry about, and I have mine too. Completing the mission also increases my chances of negotiating with the Great Yu Empire. Geraldine sneered. Are you really planning on negotiating with the Empire? You're insane. There's no way you'll succeed. I can at least try, Lu Yin shrugged. The local network soon erupted into chaos as King Yu captured more students, compelling most of those who were still in Europe to flee. News was also released that he would appear at Kang Mountain in Tianzhu, so many students rushed over immediately. They were far past the point of trying to verify whether this was real. It wasn't much of a loss to take the trip anyway. This would be the final battle of the trial. Either they would complete their mission, or they would all fail, and the Great Yu Empire would capture King Yu afterwards. Lu Yin returned to training and studied the movement of the stars, hoping to be able to form the fourth star of the cosmic palm in this time. The technique was incredibly powerful, and the fourth star would greatly increase its strength. He could defeat Eddie and match up with Roz using the 3-star version, but he knew for certain that the fourth would allow him to outright defeat even sealed melders like Yan Gang and Munor. With no way to increase the strength of the Skybeast Claw or the Day-Night Punch, this was the only way for him to grow his combat ability. However, before anything else, Lu Yin found a piece of paper and closed his eyes and tried to recall the dream he had woken from when Zhou Shan had come to his residence. He still recalled that crushing finger that spanned the heavens. It had felt quite real, as had the boundless rage in his heart. And yet, even though he could clearly envision the scene from his dream, he couldn't draw it on paper no matter how hard he tried. Thinking over it for a while, he eventually sighed and gave up on trying to make sense of it, deciding to just treat it like a normal dream. As such, he threw the sheet away and raised his hand to summon his die, observing the traces of ice on the face with 5 pips. This was Bai Zhu's innate gift. He could use it one time before it vanished from the die. If he wanted to use it a second time, he would have to roll gift copy again and touch her within that 10-second time limit. What an interesting gift, he muttered to himself, retrieving a cube of star crystals from his cosmic ring and crushing it to allow the die to recover. However, the die didn't absorb the energy this time. Had it reached its limit, it seemed like he had to wait a while. Dismissing the gift with dismay, he returned to his study of star charts. This trial was a nightmare for many of the students. The first batch had mostly wanted to occupy a section of Earth and harvest rare materials in order to earn an average result, so it was only the stronger and braver of them that had been captured. However, the second batch had been truly unlucky, with nearly half of them captured across Europe and China. There was no such trial in the recorded history of the Great Yu Empire. It left General Sigmund and the other overseers embarrassed. The worst part of the situation was that even the heirs of powerful families like Jenny, Zioling, and Roz had been captured, as well as elites from Yu Academy. Myra watched everything and even meted out compliments from time to time, but it all sounded like sarcasm in Sigmund's ears. Now this is a true trial. Most of the time, the trials just consist of the students defeating the natives, but that's more of a show than an actual trial. General Mathers, the Great Yu Empire is truly a fair and just empire, Myra commended, but her words left the general speechless. This woman had just criticized the youths of the Great Yu Empire for being afraid of death, but now she was saying the opposite. Was this anything but mockery? General, we should start preparing. The final battle will occur in 10 days. King Yu must be quite confident if he is giving 10 days to allow more students to gather, Tori spoke up. That Lu Yin doesn't even understand how powerful a melder is. This trial's mission will most likely end in failure, Shalosh said in a cold voice. Sigmund looked at the screen. To the overseers, Lu Yin would be trying to make a deal with the devil if he really wanted to bargain with King Yu. Even if King Yu only had the battle power of a sentinel, an elite from the Day-Night clan, was someone incomparable to normal opponents. Myra smiled at the screen melder. No, that's wrong. She had confirmed that King Yu didn't have the battle power of a melder. In fact, it would be difficult for him to showcase even peak sentinel power with his injuries. He was only half a sentinel, but to others it seemed like he had the strength of a melder. This showed the power of the Day-Night clan. It left her hopeful for something interesting after 10 days. 2 days later, Yan Gang approached King Yu to rescue Huo Zioling, but King Yu turned him away with a sneer. Do you have my item? Yan Gang was outraged. You can settle that with those natives in 8 days. Release Zioling now. The condition was Huo Zioling for my property. Why would I release her when you didn't fulfill your end of the deal? Leave, King Yu said arrogantly. Yan Gang was enraged by this, but he knew that he simply wasn't a match and left when he saw King Yu's gaze turning cold. Sitting on the ground, the hostage herself was staring at her captor's back with a glint in her eyes. If this guy truly was from the Day-Night clan, none of the trainees would be able to beat him. The deal that would occur in 8 days was just a fun exercise that he controlled. Countless students started appearing at Kang Mountain in Tianju, mostly from the second batch. A majority had removed their gadgets to avoid revealing their locations as they hid themselves around the area, with even Munor among them. Other than him, there was another sealed melder. Only true elites dared to appear here at this time. The 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin spent the entire time watching star charts. His 4th star was growing clearer, but had yet to fully form, prompting a sigh. It was growing increasingly difficult to add more stars to the cosmic art. Now it was capable of simulating an entire solar system, but it was already so difficult to form just the 4th body. Even the maximum of 8 was only for the limited technique he'd acquired, but with his rate of progress, he had no idea how long it would take him to complete the technique. He also knew that he wouldn't be able to break through to melder anytime soon, either. Becoming a melder wasn't something that could be accomplished through a formcast model. Alone, everyone's body was unique, so they all faced unique challenges on their path to this breakthrough. One's own body would give them a signal when they were ready, and without that signal, they would fail even with a formcast model. Even wealthy children like Roz couldn't simply make it to this realm. While he had no lack of star crystals to speed up his cultivation, the obstacle of his body still persisted. Everything one learnt, including their battle techniques, affected their melder breakthrough. Lu Yin looked at his own palm, wondering what effect the cosmic art would have as he summoned the die with a twist of his hand. A cube of star crystals was crushed and the energy quickly absorbed, leaving him excited as the die regained its normal glow. Calculating the time, he realized that 5 uses would leave him exhausted to the point of deep sleep, and the die would become unusable for 10 days. This meant he could use it up to 4 times in a row, with breaks of a few days in between. Although Lu Yin wanted to use the die immediately with the star crystals he had stored in his cosmic ring, he was out of time and had to head for Tianju immediately. He leapt up and left his bedroom, seeing Zhang Dingshan and the others waiting nearby. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng would stay behind to guard Beijing, while he would be accompanied by Zhang Dingshan, Bai Zhu, Geraldine, Zhurlane, and Ballerer on the trip. Behind Zhang Dingshan were a bunch of weak and starving students who had been tied up. Despite their obvious weakness, many of the students glared at Lu Yin, particularly Roz and Jenny. With their background as the son of the vice-treasurer and the heir of the Anna family, they had never suffered through anything like this before. In this crowd of students, someone like Veron would only be an average cultivator. Let's go, Zhang Dingshan flew up, dragging the 42 students west with a tethered rope like they were useless bottles. These people couldn't be left in Beijing once the city's strongest cultivators were gone. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng wouldn't be able to handle them if something went wrong. Lu Yin paused to take in the impressive scene and wondered how the other students would react when they saw this. Geraldine was simply stunned by the sight. Any one of these hostages could kill her in an instant, but here she was watching them herded like cattle. It truly changed her worldview. On the other hand, Zhurlane was delighted with the situation and kept provoking Eddie, Roz, and Jenny, infuriating the bound girl to the point she felt like biting someone. Lu Yin greeted Bai Zhu, but she responded very coldly. However, this time he understood her reaction. He'd heard the rumors that spread through the city and considered it normal for her to be angry. He was furious as well. What did they mean he was rejected? Was he that bad? The survivors of Tianju stared up in a daze, watching as King Yu dragged all of his captive students in with a rope as he headed towards the foot of Kang Mountain. He had transported the students in the exact same manner as Zhang Dingshan, completely humiliating and enraging them all. Huo Zioling was flushed red, hating not only King Yu but Lu Yin as well. Couldn't they have made some other deal? Why did they have to involve us, the pricks? If I wasn't in the trial, I would break this damn seal and fight King Yu myself. In the spacecraft above Earth, Sigmund and the others were frowning at the screen, while Myra grinned widely at the display that soon changed to show the foot of Kang Mountain. This was going to be the site of the final showdown for this trial, and based on what had happened so far, no one was expecting a peaceful transaction. A battle was inevitable. King Yu had started traveling a day earlier and so arrived at the mountain before Lu Yin, giving the students already there quite the show to watch. Many of them gloated that Hu Zioling and the other arrogant elites were being embarrassed in such a manner. Meanwhile, Yan Gang trembled in rage. Hu Zioling was the fiancée of the young lord of the Fireforge planet. This was an absolute insult to both her and her future husband. King Yu tossed the students to the ground and yawned, calmly turning to observe the peak of the mountain. His demeanor seemed nothing at all like an escaped criminal. After half a day passed, Lu Yin arrived with the others from Beijing. The students hiding around the mountain were shocked once more with Lu Yin's arrival, when they saw that he had captured even more students than King Yu, and that all of them were hanging in the air. It was an impressive scene that stunned even Yan Gang, though his emotions quickly changed to fury. His Fireforge planet had a good relationship with the Anna family, who had even hosted him during his travels to the Great Yu Empire. Discovering that Jenny was being treated the exact same way as Zioling left him fuming. The students who had tried to protect Jenny Anna were also quietly seething, knowing that the Annas would be humiliated if this information spread. Compared to the two women at the center of attention, Roz was relatively unimportant. King Yu's gaze landed on the group of new arrivals and quickly settled on Lu Yin. "You're the one who negotiated with me. What makes you think that?" Lu Yin asked. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N. King Yu smiled, instinct. Lu Yin gestured with a hand, and Zhang Dingshan brought the students forward and threw all 42 of them to the ground, where they landed near the students that King Yu had brought. The two groups of students looked at each other awkwardly, especially Jenny Anna and Hu Zioling. The two's families weren't on good terms, but they held a similar status and had known each other since they were young. Never had they expected that they would see each other in a situation like this. "Here are the 32 students. Where's my item?" King Yu asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the stone out and tossed it to King Yu, who caught it and looked at it before turning to him in surprise. "Don't you want to know how to use this stone?" "No," Lu Yin answered. He had no intention of revealing the Day-Night Punch to this guy who knew if the information would get back to the Day-Night clan. He didn't want to get involved in matters at that level, so it was best to just get rid of this thing quickly. King Yu complimented, "You're smart to not try to trick me with a fake one. If you hadn't threatened me, I could have given you a bright future." His words elicited a stone-cold gaze from Lu Yin, while Zhang Dingshan and the rest moved forward while radiating bloodlust. "Did you cause Earth's evolution?" the Blade Sage asked. "Who do you think you are to question me?" King Yu looked at Zhang Dingshan and sneered, laughing as his gaze fell upon the sword. "It's an insult for you to hold my blade. Give it back." He disappeared and rushed over, but Zhang Dingshan slashed out with full power. The buzzing sword surprised King Yu. "Realm Breaker? Interesting," he said as he swung his metal rod at the attack, destroying the energy entirely. The rod seemed to occupy a corner of the sky as it crashed down towards the Blade Sage, including Lu Yin, Bai Zhu, Zhurlane, and the others within its range. Lu Yin started as he saw King Yu smashing down with his rod. It seemed quite similar to the Day-Night Punch. Still, he didn't think much of it and instead used the seventh form of the Skybeast Claw to dodge, supported by an arrow from Zhurlane and the combined efforts of Ballerer, Bai Zhu, and Geraldine. Still, all of them were pushed back after explosive contact, with everyone but Lu Yin himself spitting out blood. Zhang Dingshan was also knocked a dozen steps back, each one leaving a distinct footprint on the ground. Lu Yin himself only stepped back one, holding firmly as he defended against the unimaginable force behind King Yu's weapon. The metal rod disappeared, and King Yu retreated to about 10 meters away in astonishment. "You're pretty strong to block a strike, even if I'm only a sentinel for now." "Sentinel," Hu Zioling and some other students cried. Even Yan Gang and the others in hiding were shocked. "Wasn't he a melder?" King Yu noticed this and laughed. "A bunch of idiots, believing whatever you hear. If I was really a melder, this trial would have no meaning. Would the Great Yu Empire send you people to your deaths? Sentinel students are naturally assigned to Sentinel trials. You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid and weak." Yan Gang roared from in the darkness, dashing out as he slammed his palms together to form a fire javelin that he flung forward. From the back, Zhurlane shouted as well, "This is the criminal. Catch him and the trial can end." Astral 10 and the Youth Council are watching, everyone. Charge, her words had an immediate effect. Any student that dared come here wanted to complete the mission, and their goal was joining Astral 10. No one would give up, especially after Yan Gang had already initiated the offensive. Countless attacks rained down on King Yu, and yet this was exactly what the criminal expected. If he hadn't revealed that he was only a sentinel, a majority of the students would have dared to attack. Now they believed that they could overwhelm him. Pathetic trash, let me show you the terror of the Day-Night clan. He howled in laughter, his rod flickering gray as he swept it across. Multiple students were struck in an instant, 2 of them chopped into halves as their blood splattered onto the ground. Yan Gang's javelin was smashed, and his body was beaten a dozen steps back. He barely raised a deathly pale face that was filled with horror. The Day-Night clan. King Yu's rod continued on its way as a shockwave crushed and shattered the earth. Burning hot lava splattered out onto the ground, heating everything in the surroundings. Yan Gang's eyes constricted from rising fear at the mention of the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin stopped Zhang Dingshan and the rest from attacking. If King Yu was willing to reveal his realm, it meant he had absolute confidence in the current situation. This was a frighteningly powerful person, whom Lu Yin knew he couldn't match even if he went all out. He hadn't ever heard of such a wide gulf between 2 sentinels. Was this because of the Day-Night clan? Screams rang out as a few of the captive students fell into the cracks, prompting Baizu to hurry and save them by sealing the fissures with ice. King Yu's rod smashed into another student's longsword and shattered it into pieces, sending the student flying even as he turned to look at her ice. Innate gift of frost, you're mine, woman. With that, he blinked right in front of Baizu to try and grab her. Lu Yin barely managed to get in front of her in time with the roving step, attacking with a palm. 3 stars immediately exploded with terrifying force, blowing King Yu away even as the powerless Baizu was tossed into the distance. What battle technique is that? King Yu was shocked, but Lu Yin simply fled through the sky with a clenched jaw. There wasn't a single way to win this fight despite being a sentinel as well. King Yu completely outclassed him. The criminal chased after him with a sneer. Innate gifts, realm breakers, unique battle techniques. You people have piqued my interest. Haha. An oppressive force suddenly erupted in the battlefield and swept into the sky, clearing the clouds. The force of the shockwave flipped everyone over, even Lu Yin. He looked at an unknown man that had appeared right in front of King Yu, placing both palms on the criminal's body. Go to hell. Boom. King Yu was sent flying into the mountain, stunning everyone. A melder powerhouse, a true melder. Lu Yin was stunned by the show of force that even King Yu couldn't react to, but the stranger suddenly turned around and bared his killing intent at himself. This was an unexpected development for everyone that left Lu Yin confused. Why in the world was he being attacked by this man? Still, he activated the cosmic art just as the attack approached him, barely able to make out the trajectory of the fatal blow and dodging sideways to avoid the crisis. The man's strike smashed into the ground, the aftershocks alone injuring some students to the point of spitting out blood, but the attack was wasted. The man prepared to strike again, but a beam of light suddenly enveloped him above and stopped his strike midway, injuring him from the backlash of star energy. The Great Yu Empire's surveillance station had intervened, prompting everyone to raise their heads to look at the spaceship above. This was a sentinel trial, so any student who broke their seal would be disqualified and expelled from the training grounds with force. Lu Yin breathed raggedly as he looked towards his captives, seeing the bitter look of regret on Roz's face. It must have been him. Only a few students had a background that would allow them to coerce a melder, and Roz was the most hateful of them all. Lu Yin clenched his fist, wanting to kill this bastard, but was stopped by a giant boom. Everyone turned to look at the mountain, and saw King Yu walking out from the smoke with a gloomy face, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This immediately plunged them all into the pits of despair. Even a melder's all-out attack couldn't kill him. King Yu cleaned the blood from his mouth and looked at it. Though his smile was still present, his eyes were ice-cold. Great. He was willing to sacrifice his trial results to deal with me. Not a bad attempt. Pity that was the only chance. A mere melder thought of killing me. Dream on. I'll kill every one of you today. Tremendous pressure enveloped the students as King Yu swept out with his rod, killing several of them in an instant. However, Zhirlane shouted out, he's injured. Attack now, we still have a chance. Yan Gang, Munor, and the other sealed melders attacked King Yu at the first opportunity, but he just laughed at them, still trying to win. I'll make you weep. The earth was overturned with a single wave of his hand, revealing 3 captured figures that froze up everyone present. Zhang Dingshan and Baizu had the strongest reactions. Wang Yu, Tong Zhan, Liu Xiaod, Lu Yin stared in amazement. These were the last 3 of the 7 sages of China, and Wang Yu was even one of the 3 high sages. How did they end up here with even Liu Xiaod captured? King Yu's smile turned cruel as he looked at Lu Yin. A worm like you dared to give me conditions. Did you really think my 10-day suggestion was to allow you to gather all this trash? It was just to capture these 3. Anyone who dares threaten me must die. But before that, I'll make you experience true suffering. It's not just these 3, your Beijing, Jinlin, Hubei, and everything else will be crushed under the hooves of a beast horde. Yes, I'm the one who started this planet's evolution, so what can you do to me? Enough, it's time you feel regret. He waved his hand once more, and a sharp wind swept out to cut off all 3 heads. Baizu immediately turned deathly pale, while Zhang Dingshan's gaze sharpened as he grasped his sword tightly and rushed forward. King Yu sneered and pointed a finger forward, black and white hair blowing in the wind. It was unclear just how, but the Bladesid's chest was pierced through, and he was sent flying away. King Yu immediately started attacking the other students like a wolf among a pack of sheep, covering the ground with blood. Bai Zhu's eyes went red and she slapped towards him, but that finger gently shattered her ice before he grabbed her hair and took a deep whiff. How fragrant. You're mine now, woman. Lu Yin appeared again at this point, with a skybeast claw in his left hand and a cosmic palm in his right. Both were released together, shocking King Yu. There were few people he took seriously on this planet, but Lu Yin was one of them. Admittedly, he only considered this a slightly more serious opponent than the rest. Bai Zhu was sent flying once again, while King Yu broke off the skybeast claw and countered the cosmic palm with his finger. All 3 stars exploded, but they were overpowered by the one attack. Lu Yin's right hand was even pierced and he was flung back, left in a miserable state. This was a terrifying freak of nature who seemed impossible to defeat. Yan Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, badly beaten and stunned by what he had just seen. This was the Day-Night Clan's power, that of terrifying monsters who surpassed all others. Boring. I originally wanted to play a little more, but forget it. I'll take them and end things here, King Yu said indifferently before looking at the captured students. Next to them were the fallen bodies of Jerlain and Balarar. It was unclear if they were alive or dead. A handsome man with a gentle face stood where they had been previously. Still gripping his injured right hand that was dripping blood, Lu Yin's expression warped as he saw the man. Liu Xiaoj. You're alive, Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu stared with similar disbelief. Liu Xiaoj smiled and bowed respectfully to King Yu. Master, I have all 72 captured students. That should be enough. King Yu nodded and stared at the sky in cold arrogance. Your trial has ended. Let me go if you want to save these lives. Shaogwhy. Bai Zhu screamed from the distance. Liu Xiaoj smiled once more. The earth is too small, my dear. I'm heading to the heavens. You betrayed us. What about WNGU, Tong Zhan? They're really dead. Those who can't appreciate the greater world don't deserve sympathy. He looked at her gently. But you should come to the heavens with your innate gift. Give up this planet. Someone with your talent shouldn't have their future restricted like this. An enraged Zhang Dingshan bit his lips to control himself, while Lu Yin gazed upon the scene coldly. Even the pain that King Yu had brought to this planet, and himself couldn't compare to what Liu Xiaoj had done. A city of countless survivors had been set on fire at the start of the apocalypse, himself among them. He still carried the scars of that painful day upon his body, and knew that he would never forget that experience. He thought it would be difficult to enact his vengeance, but now Liu Xiaoj was alive and in front of his face. King Yu was still waiting for the heavens to answer, while Liu Xiaoj was facing Bai Zhu. Lu Yin closed his eyes and formed the die in his right hand, crushing star crystals and allowing it to absorb the energy rapidly. This was his only chance, and he hoped for the right luck. Within the giant spacecraft outside Earth, Sigmund sighed. It has ended. The trial is a failure. No one refuted. King Yu had incomparable power at his level and was practically undefeatable. Tori tutted. If that girl from the Mavis family had gone over, she might have been King Yu's match. Shalosh sneered. The Mavis family isn't the great Yu Empire. So what if they defeated King Yu? Would that glory be ours? There was no disagreement. Sigmund turned towards Myra. Lady Myra, I'm sorry you had to see such failure. Failure. Myra's eyes shone a faint red as she looked at the screen with a smile. Has it ended? Sigmund nodded helplessly. Apologies. She continued to grin. Wait a little. The tables might be turned yet. A trial is meant to see how the trainees find a way out of predicaments, is it not? Toriana had a pained expression. King Yu comes from the Day-Night clan. Even if his own family put out the warrant for his arrest, his power far surpasses his contemporaries. Forget Sentinels, he is practically matchless on Earth. Even Myra seemed to be weighed down by the mention of the Day-Night family. How do you plan to handle him? Sigmund answered. The Day-Night clan wishes for him to be captured alive if at all possible. Even dead, his entire corpse must be sent back along with their inheritance stone. Myra nodded. That means it's not a matter of whether he's alive or dead. Everyone fell silent as they considered whether to kill him. He had schemed to exchange the lives of 72 students for a chance at escape, but it was impossible for any number of students to outweigh the Day-Night clan's warrant. Wait a little more. The Youth Council's rules state that as long as there are trial takers who have not lost their determination, the trial cannot be considered complete. Just look, someone is still trying his best. Myra kept looking at the display that showed Lu Yin crushing more star crystals. Liushaoge. Zhang Dingshan bellowed and struck out with his blade, mouth and clothes stained crimson. You're not dead. Liu Xiaoj was astonished, but he gently lifted his hand, and a ray of light launched towards the Bladesage. This attack shattered the strike effortlessly and continued towards Zhang Dingshan himself, but Bai Zhu appeared in front of him and blocked it with thick walls of ice. Even then, both high sages were pushed back into a retreat. Zhurlin and Ballerer had both woken up, intent on retaliating, but stopped upon seeing Liu Xiaoju's attack. This native was clearly very powerful. Don't injure that woman too badly, King Yu said coldly as he surveyed the scene. Liu Xiaoju responded with a bow and a grunt, then looked towards Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu with indifference. The so-called 7 sages are nothing but a joke. I captured Wang Yu and Tong Zhan because they were just too weak. Zhang Dingshan, you might possibly be my match if you recover completely, but as you are right now, you're pathetic. None of you ever managed to fathom my true power. Zhang Dingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, now too weak to even keep a hold of his blade. Bai Zhu stared at Liu Xiaoju with an icy glare, her eyes deep red. Not too far away, Lu Yin was growing frustrated. The first roll had landed on Black Hole Disassembly, and despite an immediate retry he'd landed on Gift Copy. Seeing the gloating faces of King Yu and Liu Xiaoju after the Radiance had defeated the 2 high sages, he took a deep breath and crushed more crystals. This time the die stopped spinning and the surfaces faded away until only the 4 pip face remained. This was the one. Lu Yin immediately entered the time-stop domain, excitedly taking out all of the star crystals he had left in his cosmic ring and throwing them at the countdown. The number jumped from 259,200 to 436,800. Using all his wealth had gotten him 2 more days in this space. He immediately started to treat his injured body, even as he pulled out his star chart and started studying. He had 5 days to finish the 4th star. Just how strong would that be? Would it be able to stand up to King Yu? He could only test that conjecture out in battle. The 5 days in the Ashen Room felt endless, with no sound nor sight in that boundless solitude. Lu Yin's hand had recovered dramatically by the 3rd day, and the 4th star of his cosmic art had grown more defined. By the end of the 4th, it was fully formed. When the 5th day ended and the countdown dropped to 0, the scene before him changed once more as he returned to the outside world, back at the exact time he'd left. King Yu was still looking at the sky arrogantly, while the calm Liu Xiaoju appeared as conceited as before. Bai Zhu and the others were still helpless to act on their hatred, and there were injured students scattered across the ground. Are you not going to answer me? Are you trying to leave me here to die? King Yu shouted, his body disappearing and reappearing in front of the captured students. He grabbed Hugh Xiaoling's long red hair and sneered, "She'll die with me." Hugh Xiaoling was enraged, and an overwhelming strength started swirling around her as she started to break her seal, but King Yu coldly remarked, "Trying to break your seal? Consider it carefully, a melder who failed a sentinel-level trial. Do you think you would ever be allowed into the Astral Combat Academy?" Hugh Xiaoling paled at those words. She had already heard them many times from King Yu, and it was the primary reason that she had been willing to remain a captive. A great melder who also had an innate gift couldn't fail in a mere sentinel trial mission. She would be nothing but trash in the eyes of the Astral Combat Academy. It wasn't just them, none of the higher academies of the universe would accept such a student. Breaking her seal here would end up the greatest stain on her record. She closed her eyes and constrained her star energy again. She would not break her seal even if she died. Outside Earth, Sigmund grew more anxious. "Lady Myra, we can't wait anymore. Hugh Xiaoling must not die." Tori, Anna, and Shalash were also focused on the screen. If Hugh Xiaoling died on Earth during this trial, the wrath of the Hugh family would shake the great Yu Empire. All involved would be out of luck. However, Myra didn't even notice the scions of random families in the Outerverse weren't worth her attention. She was still focused on Lu Yin, having sensed something off as he suddenly changed. His injured hand had healed so quickly. Was that an innate gift, or was it that die? All of the observers had seen Lu Yin's innate gift, but thought little of it. Gifts could look like anything, and were only worth attention if they proved to be extraordinary. Lady Myra. Sigmund continued, but Myra raised her chin and pointed at the display. Everyone turned to look, only to be stunned at what they saw. On the battlefield, King Yu was suddenly 10 meters away from Xiaoling, having just been knocked back. He was staring at Lu Yin with incredulity, an emotion shared by everyone else. How had he been pushed away? "Seems you forgot about me," Lu Yin stated from in front of Hugh Xiaoling, retracting his hand. Zhurlin choked on her spittle, while Geraldine was shocked once more by the youth who had destroyed her preconceptions again and again. King Yu had eclipsed every student only moments ago, but Lu Yin could now force him back. Even though he was heavily injured, Zhang Dingshan smiled. Bai Zhu looked at Lu Yin expectantly. She had never felt so helpless before either. King Yu huffed, "You've been hiding your true strength." Lu Yin stretched his shoulders, "Not really. Some people just burst forth with potential when they're forced to their wits' end." "Ha, so what if you burst? You're only a maggot." King Yu pointed a finger at Lu Yin, the same one that had defeated Zhang Dingshan, Yan Gang, Munor, the other students, and even Lu Yin's older cosmic palm. An apprehensive Lu Yin raised his own hand, 4 stars spinning within as he struck out. "Courting death," King Yu shouted. The Day-Night clan was invincible amongst others at the same level. Bang, 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 4 explosions rang out in quick succession. King Yu didn't even bother about the first 3, but a terrifying pressure descended upon him with the fourth that finally bent his finger. A palm landed on his chest at the same time, flinging him back ruthlessly. Tornado-like winds crushed the earth, leaving everyone deaf for a moment as their visions blurred with smoke and dust. When everything settled, they were shocked to see that King Yu had been defeated. Lu Yin was panting heavily, his right palm throbbing as blood dripped down broken skin. Opposite him, a pale King Yu gritted his teeth from the pain of his crushed finger, shuddering with wrath. What battle technique was that? A technique to kill you. Lu Yin grunted, using roving step as he charged forward again. His palm was raised for a deadly strike. While the others didn't understand the terror of someone withstanding the cosmic palm, he knew that this opponent could return one day and bring great trouble. Maggot, I'll show you the power of day-night. King Yu snarled, and the entire mountain buzzed as Lu Yin was forced back, leaving a dozen footprints down below. He barely raised his head in time to see King Yu rushing out of the smoke. Do you think I only have one battle technique? My clan might not have much, but that's the one thing don't we lack. Enduring the impulse to vomit blood, Lu Yin met a new claw attack with the seventh form of the Sky Beast Claw. The earth rocked once more as a terrifying shockwave buffeted the ground, boring into the mountain rock. Seeing the battle through the veil of smoke, everyone was shocked. Could sentinels really fight at such a level? Outside Earth, Sigmund and the rest were similarly astonished. How did this person become so strong? That's the Sky Beast Claw, looks like the seventh form. Isn't that a battle technique of Yu Academy? The real power is in that strike that withstood King Yu's finger. That was his greatest battle technique, but it lost. This person isn't simple, we must investigate further. While everyone posited their own opinions, Myra's eyes gleamed as she watched Lu Yin. They were all focused on his battle technique, but she was looking at his fully recovered hand. There was obviously a finger-sized hole through it before, but it had mysteriously vanished. Shock after shock seemed to explode in the audience's hearts, leaving many pale. The two figures retreated simultaneously after another explosion, with King Yu panting heavily as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hands were currently shaking. He had healed from his injuries, recovered his stamina, and even rested during his 5 days in the time-stop domain, but he was still hard-pressed to match up with King Yu. Not even the 4-star cosmic palm seemed to be able to cause any serious injuries. This man truly lived up to the reputation of an explorer and member of the Day-Night clan. Even a Melder wasn't likely to be able to withstand his full strike with just their physical body. I'll take care of him, master, Liu Sheaj suddenly claimed, jumping forward with light blossoming on his palm. Zhang Dingshan roared in anger, but Lu Yin barely spared a glance as he lifted his left hand. A bestial howl rang out as the Sky Beast Claw crushed the light, swatting the man down into the ground. Trash, do you think you can interfere in my battles? King Yu barked. Liu Sheaj spat out blood and feebly replied, sorry, master. Lu Yin was quite amazed. He had intended to kill Liu Sheaj with that attack, but the man hadn't just survived, he could still speak. He was clearly much stronger than believed. I never dreamed that this backwater planet could house someone like you who wields such power as a sentinel. King Yu exclaimed, even in the Universe, you would be considered outstanding. Lu Yin clenched his fists, I have no need for your approval. King Yu grinned, I've seen too many geniuses fall and too many powerhouses die before my Day-Night clan. You won't be able to escape either, and don't count on the great Yu Empire rescuing you. Every trial is supervised by the Youth Council, so unless every one of you loses your determination and causes the trial to fail, no one will interfere and the trial will continue. I'll slaughter you before that happens. Chaotic star energy drifted over his body, but instead of being released, it wrapped around him and twisted around his legs to make it seem like he was stepping on the clouds. Die was the only word people heard as his body suddenly vanished, only to reappear in front of Lu Yin with the index finger stretched out to attack. This was an extreme speed technique of the Day-Night clan, so powerful that not even Yan Gang could make out King Yu's movements. The man was trying to take Lu Yin out with a single blow, but the still panting Lu Yin activated the cosmic art once more. He could make out every movement of the finger that drew close while the cosmic art's range was quite small. That distance was scaled to the stars. Just as when Raz, Munor, and the others had attacked with the Sky Beast Claw, Lu Yin could make out every change in King Yu's attack. Carefully analyzing the approaching strike, he moved down and to the side, countering with a cosmic palm that contained every last bit of his rage. King Yu was completely caught off guard. He had never expected Lu Yin to be able to dodge his finger, let alone counter-attack. His absolute confidence in his footwork technique was crushed, but he was left with no time to react. Most importantly, Lu Yin made sure his cosmic palm struck the exact same point where the unsealed Melder had previously struck. Already injured from the beginning, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. A mangled body crashed to the earth, forming a cone-like crater as rocks shattered with tremendous explosions. Lava scorched the air, drowning out all sound. To the onlookers, King Yu had blinked out and in before immediately being slapped to the ground by Lu Yin. It looked terrifyingly simple, but the victor alone knew how perilous that moment had been. Anyone in his even an unsealed Hu Zioling would have been unable to dodge that strike. Only someone like Lulu with her own speed technique could avoid it. While Lu Yin had no comparable speed techniques, his cosmic art was the counter to them all. Liu Xiaoji's eyes glinted as he looked at the ground. The others followed his gaze, looking towards the figure buried deep below. Wasn't he dead? Lu Yin stood beside the pit, gasping for breath in the furnace-like heat created by the lava. King Yu had brought this moment upon himself with his carelessness. He had been so confident that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to dodge that last finger attack that he hadn't considered or prepared for any type of counter. The only regret was that he had been unable to learn the extreme speed technique, even after studying it with his cosmic art. All of the Day-Night clan's techniques had a unique aspect that reflected the name of the clan itself, day and night. If one couldn't grasp the rhythm, even seeing every change and development of the technique was useless. He had initially thought that he could use the cosmic art to be able to learn all battle techniques in the universe, but now he realized this was impossible. Some techniques required special conditions to be acquired and learned. Crack, the surface of the conical pit cracked and gave way, and King Yu slowly pushed himself off the ground with one hand and glared at Lu Yin with red eyes. "You maggot, you've really pissed me off now." Lu Yin frowned, knowing full well how precarious this situation had become. This man was worthy of his status as one who had reached the realm of explorer. Even while he was unable to manifest his full strength, his body was extremely tough, and he had taken on a full-powered attack from an unsealed melder on top of Lu Yin's strike. King Yu also was showing a scary rate of recovery, and Lu Yin knew that he would lose if things continued. "You won't win no matter what method you choose, maggot. Give up." King Yu growled and charged, but Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed as he looked towards the crowd of students watching from below. King Yu coughed up some blood but forced himself to endure and pursued. There's no escape. Lu Yin's mad dash frightened many students into fleeing. One of them even cried out, "This bastard wants to drag us down with him. Quick, escape and don't get caught." The students all rushed away, but Lu Yin didn't care about most of them. He had a single target that he chased after Munor, a sealed melder. "What are you doing?" All color drained from Munor's face. Lu Yin used roving step to charge straight to Munor's side, punching him square in the stomach. Already injured earlier by King Yu, the youth was unable to dodge and ended up gasping, giving Lu Yin an opportunity to stuff a pill into his mouth. "Come on, you asshole, what did you just give me?" Munor yelled out in alarm. "Power burst," Lu Yin said as he escaped, not looking back for a moment. "You son of a bitch, you bastard." Munor's expression warped in an instant. He knew just what power burst was for. While it would allow him to burst forth with power as a melder, it would destroy any sentinel. He felt the terrifying burst of star energy break his seal, and he also saw King Yu rushing straight for him. His hand thrust out almost automatically in the skybeast claw. While he could only use the 7th form as a sentinel, he could go up to the 10th as a melder. King Yu's irises shrank as he saw the 10th form of the skybeast claw, but it was too late to escape. The attack had a 100-meter radius, so it smashed him into the rock once more. "You'll pay for that," Munor bellowed as he was beamed away. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with this new enemy. Facing a battered explorer, he had to strike while the iron was hot. He shot towards the surface and drove his palm down. 5 consecutive cosmic palm strikes focusing on previous injuries as they drove King Yu deeper and deeper into the mountain. The entire mountain was eventually divided in two as he ran out of star energy, but he still had the shockwave palm and space render palm to utilize. More attacks rained down on King Yu without pause, each one sending another gush of blood from King Yu's gaping mouth. Seeing the bloodlust in Lu Yin's eyes, King Yu gritted his teeth and bellowed between strikes. "My wounds are too heavy to show my innate gift. Stop, you can't kill me. I'm a NIGHTKING. I'm AN awakened NIGHTKING. Go to hell." Lu Yin raised his right palm, stuffing all his energy into one last cosmic palm. However, the strike was only 1 centimeter from connecting as someone grabbed his wrist, a middle-aged man having appeared out of nowhere with a shocked expression on his face. "What did you just say?" King Yu spat out blood as a huge smile spread across his face. "A Night King. I'm a Night King." The middle-aged man's pupils instantly constricted and he looked up at King Yu's hair. Sure enough, amidst the black and white was an inconspicuous bit of ash-colored hair. His face blanched as he tossed Lu Yin to the side, quickly retrieving a potion from his cosmic ring and feeding it to King Yu. A nervous expression beset his face in the anticipation of something dreadful. Tori and Shalosh appeared at the edge of the pit as well, showing similar looks of shock at the sight of that ashen tuft. That was the sign of a Night King, the royals of the Day-Night clan. Every Night King was a living calamity in the universe. King Yu's status after awakening as a Night King was incomparable to his previous status as an ordinary Day-Night clan member. He now held one of the most supreme positions within the Day-Night clan, now untouchable not just in the Great Yu Empire, but the entire Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he took out a healing potion and consumed it. His entire body was so drained that even his skin had cracked. The attack he'd just received was more than his body could withstand. He had been planning on killing King Yu and retrieving his formcast model for personal use, but against all expectations, the Great Yu Empire had intervened. Night King. This title shocked him, bringing his mind to his attempt to use the Day-Night clan's ancient inheritance stone. He had seen this title at the highest level of the stone slab, the Night King Lord. High in the sky, a huge spacecraft appeared and blocked out the sunlight. Attention all students, the trial has ended. I repeat, the trial has ended. The results of this trial will be announced at your academies. The students heaved sighs of relief. The trial was finally over. Even Veron, Eddie, Roz, and the others. While this wasn't the first trial they had participated in, it was by far the most terrifying one. They had thought they would be unmatched on this planet, but they had actually been kidnapped. Even worse, they had been turned into hostages and left unable to participate in any other way. In the end, even Melders had gotten involved. This simply didn't end as a sentinel trial. Liu Shaoj released all of the captured students. Now that King Yu's awakening had been revealed, they were worthless to him. While they could have been of great use to Lu Yin and the others for negotiating with the Great Yu Empire, they were unfortunately all freed. Geraldine was disappointed to see that all of their hard work had been for nothing. If Lu Yin had succeeded in killing King Yu in their fight, he would have been the only person to complete the mission, and he would definitely have been a shoo-in for Astral 10. It was really a pity. Hu Zioling was looking over at Lu Yin, still amazed by the earlier battle. If she was to be honest, she was capable of no more than what Lu Yin had displayed, even if she used the full extent of her Melder abilities. King Yu had proven to have a body far stronger than a Melder, and she begrudgingly had to admit that she was not his match. Lu Yin had managed to exhibit such stunning strength while still being a sentinel. Although the battle had been won with a portion of luck, it was still an astonishing victory. Too bad King Yu's status was just too far above that of this native. Bai Zu's eyes held endless sadness and hatred as she stared at Liu Shaoj. Though suffering from terrible injuries, Zhang Dingshan struggled to stand up, his eyes never leaving King Yu. This criminal had masterminded Earth's apocalypse that had hurt or killed countless people, but he was now being rescued. He couldn't bring himself to accept this reality. Go to the spacecraft. We will give you the best treatment available, Sigmund said. He had been the one to stop Lu Yin's final blow. King Yu was still coughing blood from his serious injuries. Explorers could travel through space alone because of the protection of their star energy restricted to a Sentinel's level. King Yu's defenses were insignificant compared to before. In this weakened state, he had taken on the full brunt of 2 Melders' attacks, one even having consumed Power Burst. After all that, he had also suffered from Lu Yin's barrage. King Yu spat out some blood and lifted his head to smirk at Lu Yin. You must be so disappointed you couldn't kill me, maggot. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened, while Sigmund sighed to himself. If it was just a normal Day-Night clan member, their death wouldn't have meant a thing. After all, the Day-Night clan was the one that announced King Yu's criminal status and arrest warrant. However, a Night King was entirely different. They were the clan's royalty. Not even the rest of the clan dared to discipline a Night King. Only other Night Kings could try King Yu. There were just too few members of the branch, and each one was considered a treasure of the clan. It was truly unfortunate for all involved that he had awakened during the trial on Earth. If King Yu was killed within the Great Yu Empire, the entire empire would be washed with blood and no one would be able to escape. Not even Myra moved to stop Sigmund from interfering, proving just how important Night Kings were. Absolute fairness did not exist anywhere, and this was a perfect example of how unfair the universe could be. General Sigmund, that native almost killed me, kill him at once. Roz bellowed as he ran towards Sigmund. Shut your mouth. The general slapped him so hard that he crashed into the ground. Shalash moved in front of Roz and glanced at the ground before looking at King Yu. He smiled respectfully and asked, "These natives are such a nuisance. Do you need us to get rid of them for you?" Lu Yin, Zhang Dingshan, and the others froze at these words, glaring at Shalash. Sigmund waited for King Yu's response, while Tori's attention was caught as well. King Yu had suddenly become the most powerful person the moment he'd revealed that he was a Night King. Liu Shaoj quietly walked behind King Yu, standing in a deferential position, but King Yu wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb and stared at the scarlet stain. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yin. "No, I'll wait. I will return very soon, and when I do, this planet will cease to exist. Everyone on it will die." Zhang Dingshan's face turned ice cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was overcome with sadness. King Yu had triggered the apocalypse that killed countless Earthlings. He had killed Wang Yu and Tong Zhan himself, and caused beast hordes to attack various parts of China to further increase the death toll. Now he was declaring the impending destruction of the entire planet. This truly was the greatest enemy of all Earthlings. He silently swore to himself to kill this man in vengeance if ever the opportunity arose in the future. "How magnanimous of you," Shalash laughed. "As you wish then. We will preserve this planet for you. King Yu was completely unmoved by Shalosh. After all, King Yu had once been an explorer-level powerhouse as well and had been far stronger than this man. Lu Yin was the only one that occupied his thoughts that Maggot had managed to defeat him. This mark would mark King Yu's record for the rest of his life unless he could somehow deal with the situation on his own. However, this was not the time. The most important thing right now was to return the ancient inheritance stone to the clan's ancestral grounds and take his place as a true Night King. Let's go, King Yu said faintly, flashing Lu Yin an evil smile before continuing. I will come back very soon, Maggot. You can count on it. With that, a beam of light transported him and Liu Shaoj directly into the spaceship. Knowing that anything he said was useless, Lu Yin didn't speak from start to end. The weak would always be preyed on across the universe, and any unwillingness on his part would only make him a subject of ridicule. The only thing he felt was a pity at this point was being unable to kill Liu Shaoj. That man was a hidden threat. Liu, Shao. Baizu trembled as she shouted each syllable, her eyes now red. The man in question smiled at her faintly, but he didn't reply. King Yu glanced at her. Forget her for now. Bring her along the next time. Her gift and face make her fit to serve me, but we can't take her along now. A cold glint flashed past Liu Shaoj's eyes, but they quickly returned to normal as he bowed, yes, master. Soon the duo's figures had vanished, and a silver spaceship shot out from the larger one and took off into the unknown. Back within the larger spaceship, Myra squinted, the birth of another Night King, truly a troublesome clan. As they watched King Yu vanish, Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed both Hugh Zioling and Jenny Anna, stunning everyone including Sigmund. The audacity. Let them go immediately, native. Tori shouted out, cursing his carelessness to let such a scenario play out before his very eyes. Standing nearby, Shalosh was astonished. He'd never imagined a puny sentinel would dare to grab these two ladies of high society in front of explorers. The sheer courage that required was something that he could appreciate. Do you know what you're doing? Sigmund stared coldly at Lu Yin. Holding both girls with his elbows, Lu Yin pointed a dagger at them with each hand. He could pierce their necks with even the slightest force. I'm sorry to have to use these girls to threaten people, but it just so happens that they're the most important ones here. I hope to talk things over with you, General Mathers. What do you want to talk about? Sigmund grew irate at the fact that a native was blackmailing him. He wouldn't have cared to sacrifice these lives in most scenarios, but the two hostages were simply too important in this scenario. If Zioling and Jenny died, he wouldn't end up well either. Once the trial ends, the cultivators of Earth will be sent to the battlefields of the Empire. I don't wish for that to happen. Those are the rules of the Empire. I have no authority to overturn them. Lu Yin smiled. King Yu just said that he would personally return to destroy Earth. You can use that as an excuse if I'm not wrong. The Great Yu Empire wouldn't dare to defy a Night King's orders. Sigmund was enraged. Brat, don't insult the Great Yu Empire. We simply do not wish for hostilities with the Night Kings. I'll report your suggestion if you wish, but release them first. Do I look stupid? Lu Yin declined. This time it was Tori who replied, don't misunderstand, kid. Your performance in this trial qualifies you to join Yu Academy. You won't be burdened by this planet. Not just you, the Earthlings around you can all join Yu Academy as well. This is the reward from the Empire. Threaten us again and that reward will be void. You'll experience true desolation. Looks like these two aren't all that important if you're spouting so much nonsense, Lu Yin remarked. Hugh Zioling glared at Lu Yin. Let me go, I'll help plead your case. Me too, don't touch me, Jenny added. More crap and I'll stuff a smelly sock into your mouths, Lu Yin threatened, forcing them quiet as they ground their teeth. Zhang Dingshan and Baizu silently walked beside Lu Yin to them. This was the only chance for Earth's countless cultivators. Geraldine stuck a tongue out and distanced herself from the lunatics, and despite the struggle on her face, Geraldine did the same. This trial was permanently etched into her mind. Everything stopped for a moment. Lu Yin's breathing became shallow as he stretched his body past its limits, but he refused to show any weakness even as his face paled. However, a sudden terrifying pressure crashed down on him and caused his hands to tremble, an invisible force locking his body in place. The rocks all around were turned to dust as Tori Anna appeared in front of him and kicked out, sending him flying 100 meters back before crashing to the ground. A simple wave of the man's hand sent Zhang Dingshan and Baizu flying away as well. Lu Yin immediately coughed up blood, a searing pain spreading through his body as all his organs were shattered. There was a deep footprint now marked on his chest. The kick had almost broken through his entire body. It was at this moment that he felt the terror of an explorer's strength. It had been impossible for him to resist or even move a single muscle. Tori's icy gaze swept across him. Some vagabond dares to negotiate with us. We wanted to save you for King Yu's return, but you're just looking to die. How arrogant. Ginny matched Tori's glare as she looked at Lu Yin, while Hugh Zioling just sighed at the sight. She had come to admire Lu Yin for attaining such strength with the meager resources of the natives. It was not an easy task at all. Unfortunately, the gap was just too great in their backgrounds. Geniuses were a dime a dozen in the universe, and while Lu Yin was clearly a genius, how did that matter? The universe was too vast and there were too many prodigies to choose from. Lu Yin's head dropped down, his vision blurring as he truly reached the end of the road. Tori turned to Sigmund, General Mathers. I think we should eliminate this person. He's uncontrollable and his background is unknown. Sending him to the battlefield will only cause problems for the Empire. The general showed no signs of hearing the man, focused on a call he'd just started with some unknown person. Tori noticed the man's unreadable expression and slowly raised his hand and pointed it at Lu Yin. Don't think you'll actually be able to wait for King Yu to come back and kill you. It will be difficult for him to return and we won't wait that long. Go to hell. The explorer moved to attack. Zhang Dingshan howled but couldn't even get up, and a pathetic-looking Raz sneered to the side. Myra stood up in the spaceship above and prepared to intervene, but Sigmund suddenly shouted, "Toryauna! Stop." Tori was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. What? Sigmund's expression grew solemn, and he looked at Lu Yin with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Get a blood sample. One soldier immediately stepped forward and approached Lu Yin, bending down and collecting some blood from Lu Yin's lips. When a dizzy Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw the soldier, his pupils shrank. The soldier shushed Lu Yin and blinked. Home tasked me with sending you regards. You have performed well, now pass me the blood sample. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and immediately retrieved a vial of blood from his cosmic ring, handing it over to the soldier. The man smiled at Lu Yin, but by the time he turned around, he was solemn once more. He walked over to Sigmund, General. Sigmund opened his hand and sent the vial flying towards the spaceship, leaving everyone silent in anticipation. Lu Yin watched the soldier returning to formation and released his breath with a smile. Finally, he'd taken the first step. The blood sample he'd left back when he first arrived at Jinlin had finally proved its use. The Great Yu Empire's examinations for cultivators were extremely strict, and due to Lu Yin's eye-catching performance during the trial, the Empire naturally wanted to gather his blood samples and conduct some tests. The blood Lu Yin had left behind at Jinlin had actually been intended for just this moment. His stellar performance had been a show to entice the Great Yu Empire to examine the blood sample he had left behind, and now everything was proceeding according to the plan. After a bit of time passed, Sigmund listened to a report from his gadget. Getting visibly excited, he turned to Lu Yin and blinked right in front of the youth to prop him up. Tell me, why are you here? What's your name? Who else is in your family? How old are they? The others grew curious. Shalash and Tori quickly received the same news as Sigmund from their own sources, and they also turned to look at Lu Yin in shock. The Great Yu Empire was about to get shaken up. Up in the spacecraft, Myra was dumbfounded. She looked at the people in her display. Are you certain? This is too convenient. The person on the screen nervously checked the instruments. There's no doubt. Absolutely none. This is the Zishan clan's bloodline. That child is definitely a descendant of the Zishan family. The Great Yu Emperor's name was the Undying Yushin, while his companion, the Undying Zishan, had died long ago. The Zishan family had withered quickly after, and after a period of seclusion, the clan vanished. They were confirmed to be gone centuries ago with no surviving descendants, and it was unthinkable to find one on this fringe planet. This bloodline's influence on the Great Yu Empire was non-trivial. The Undying Yushin had promised that their hereditary kinghood allowed them a position second only to himself. It would be a pity if Lu Yin truly was a descendant of this line. They had actually thought of subduing him. As Zhang Dingshan and the rest were left confused about current proceedings, Lu Yin stood up with difficulty. His body quivered at first from the aftermath of Tori's kick, but he barely held himself up. What do you want? Tell me, child, where are you from? Sigmund asked. Earth, Lu Yin sneered. The general shook his head. We have observed everything during Earth's trial. You're definitely no Earthling. They have no battle techniques. Lu Yin wiped his mouth. I am from Earth. I'd left the planet at a young age. It's up to you whether you believe me. Sigmund seemed like he still wanted to question more, but seeing the exhaustion on Lu Yin's face, he immediately ordered a few people to send him up to the spacecraft for treatment. Wait, what about them? Lu Yin pointed at Zhang Dingshan and Baizu. Rest assured, Earth will remain untouched. We'll send people to clear out the more powerful mutant beasts. Sigmund beckoned, sending a troop of hundreds of sentinels led by a few melders. All of these soldiers came from various colonies and had cultivated using energy crystals, so they were already at or close to the peak achievement of their lives. Protect China and all of Earth's major cities. Disperse. Yes, sir. All of them flew into the sky, separating in different directions. Seeing this, Zhang Dingshan and Baizu finally relaxed. No one moved to stop the soldiers from moving out, not even Tori or Shalash. Now that Lu Yin's identity had been verified and relayed to the Empire, he was no longer someone they could touch. The Undying Yushin had reigned as Emperor of the Great Yu Empire for 800 years and had the cultivation to live to a millennium. His strict rule over these 8 centuries had cemented him as the sole individual on top of the Empire's hierarchy, and no one dared defy him. The man had one inviolable rule during his reign: the Zishan kingship would always be held for the Zishan family. It was a position with no authority, but it did have high status. Tori and Shalosh were only vice-captains in the 13 squadrons, and their positions were incomparable to the King Zishan. They had no power to create any obstacles. Lu Yin was sent up to the spacecraft, and everyone was now obeisant from the moment he arrived. This reassured him, and he finally allowed himself to drift off, his consciousness fading. With the trial now finished, arrangements were made to return each student back to their academy. Since the mission had ended in failure, many students were in bad moods. The Sentinels weren't too bad, but students like Hugh Zioling, who had participated in the trial as a sealed melder, were miserable. Failing just a Sentinel trial was a blemish that would practically guarantee that they would have no chance to enter the Astral Combat Academy. There was also something else that most students were unaware of, but Hugh Zioling and the others who were at similar levels were paying close attention to the fact that the Great Yu Empire Youth Council was about to be reorganized. The Youth Council was a powerful organization that supervised the trials, meddled in educational institutions, and could even field its own army. It was a force that no one in the empire could ignore, and all top students desired to become members. Now, the results of this trial had badly damaged their chances. Roz failed to come to terms with the reality of the situation and just stared blankly at the spacecraft. He truly wished to kill Lu Yin, but Shalosh had given a warning not to act rashly, leaving him sulking. Yang Gang also started to mope after he spoke with Toriana. He had assumed that this trial would be a breeze, but he had been no more than a bystander in the end who hadn't even qualified to participate in the final showdown. He had even watched as Hugh Zioling had been threatened by Lu Yin. With no way to defend himself then, he had now received a stern warning from Tori that ensured he couldn't deal with Lu Yin even after the trial was finished. As for Eddie, Veron, and the others, they didn't dare to show the slightest hostility towards Lu Yin. They may not have known much about the Zishan family, but just from Sigmund's attitude, they could tell that it was best to not cause any problems for Lu Yin or even Earth itself. This planet had held a realm breaker, someone with an innate gift, and a number of other things that they weren't aware of. The spaceship suddenly sounded an alarm, and Sigmund and a few others turned north to see a giant shadow approaching them. The students followed their gazes and gaped in horror, one of them crying out, "A giant turtle." Zhang Dingshan and the others who had traveled with him were also shocked. It was the flying turtle that had passed over the capital after destroying the blue camp. Yang Gang even blanched upon seeing its approach. This was the creature that had humiliated him. Sigmund, Tori, and Shalosh flew into the sky together, releasing terrifying star energy in an instant that turned the weather chaotic and even changed the colors of the sky. They were explorers, individuals of similar strength to the beast. An explorer-level mutant appeared so quickly. "This planet is full of surprises," Tori commented. Sigmund remained solemn. This turtle was neither simple nor weak. Its gargantuan eyes remained calm as it looked at the 3 minuscule obstructions in its path. It seemed not to care about them at all and slowly opened its mouth, ready for a small snack. "Don't be naughty, little turtle. These are good people, don't eat them," a girl suddenly commanded, appearing on the beast's head. The trio of explorers gazed at her in wonder. Lulu Mavis. Lulu casually greeted them from atop the turtle's head. "Long time no see. How have you guys been?" The 3 were left speechless. Long time. It hadn't even been a month. Miss Lulu, this turtle. Sigmund was still shocked, doubtful that a Sentinel student could tame an explorer turtle. Just the thought was ridiculous. The girl immediately got defensive. "It's mine and it will stay that way." The general forced a smile. "Of course it belongs to you, but if I may ask, how did you subdue it?" She smiled weirdly. "That's a Mavis family secret. Come, let me tell you." "No need." Sigmund hurriedly shook his head. "Since it's a secret, it would be troublesome for me to find out." "You do know the trial ended?" "No, already." Lulu felt a pang of regret. What happened to the criminal? Was he caught? There was no news on the net at all. All of the students who had arrived to participate in the final confrontation had removed their gadgets to prevent revealing their information and location, so of course no news had been released onto the network. Toriana explained everything that had transpired, causing Lulu's expression to change. "Night King? You mean that criminal from the Day-Night clan awakened to become a Night King?" The trio nodded. Lulu sighed. "That's fun. No wonder you guys didn't dare to let him die and had to rescue him." Clearly, the trial was impartial. Sigmund was embarrassed. Lu Yin had indeed been capable of killing King Yu, but he had stopped that at the last moment. This was clearly breaking the rules of the trial. "Pity, if I had arrived earlier, I could have killed a newly awakened Night King myself. A Night King, that would have been such an accomplishment. My family would definitely have praised me for that." Not one of the 3 men dared to interrupt. Whether it was the Mavis family or the Day-Night clan, the Great Yu Empire could not afford to offend either one. "Never mind, we missed it and can't do anything now. The trial's done, so I should leave too." "There shouldn't be any problems with Little Turtle following the spaceship, right?" Sigmund smiled. "Of course not, we can tow it along." That being said, I'm a little concerned it might not be able to handle warps. It won't be a problem. Little Turtle is very powerful. Lulu was completely unconcerned and jumped over to the turtle's ear and spoke a few words. The gigantic turtle obediently rose up and quietly waited behind the spacecraft, closing its eyes and resting. It was a little smaller than the ship, but not by much. The size was truly astounding. The girl herself entered the spacecraft. Curious about Lu Yin, he had nearly killed a recently awakened Night King. This was news that could shock even the Unnervers, and it was even a Sentinel native who had clearly not been so powerful before the fight. How interesting. Normal Earthlings simply couldn't even hear about the Great Yu Empire's trial. In their view, strong individuals had simply appeared out of nowhere to protect their new population centers. They had no idea that the trainees in this trial were currently boarding the spacecraft, a total of 150 out of 237 having returned alive. 87 deaths might seem like a large number, but Sigmund wasn't moved in the slightest by it. In fact, this was considered quite good by standard of most trials, where about half the participants died in the process. In fact, the only thing that would cause a fuss would be the death of some noble heir. Many students around Geraldine's level were in high spirits. Their goal had only been to hold on to one or two major cities for a while and come back alive. On the contrary, it was the elites who were annoyed, especially those from the second batch. Each one of their faces was more unsightly than the last. They had basically earned nothing. Among the Earthlings, Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu were exceptional enough to join the Empire's ranks. One was a realm breaker, while the other had an innate gift. Both would receive direct invitations to one of the 13 Imperial squadrons. The only one outside of the sages that qualified to join was the Tianzhu monk, Saruzin. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng had been asked as well, but both chose to retain their positions as Earth's guardians. Sigmund didn't particularly mind there was a large disparity between these two sets, and the regular sages would only be normal soldiers for the Empire. It took about 2 hours for Sigmund's doctors to treat Lu Yin's chest wounds, and the first people he saw when he opened his eyes were Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu. He asked feebly, "How are things?" Lu Yin coughed and got up from bed, looking at the clouds floating past them. "Are we leaving soon?" Zhang Dingshan nodded. Zhou Shan and Wu Shen decided to stay behind. "Outside of the three of us, one other person from Earth is joining the Great Yu Empire Saruzin. The Tianzhu monk." Lu Yin was astonished. "Is he very strong?" "He is an eccentric. You can take a look yourself. He's just outside. We've all been arranged to join Yu Academy." Lu Yin walked out of the treatment room to see the Tianzhu monk, who really was quite unique. His feet were bare, and he wore only half the amount of clothing a typical person would, revealing his skinny body that looked like a pile of bones covered in bronze skin. One could mistake him for an exquisitely detailed copper statue at first glance. Strangely, the monk had his right hand raised in the air. It was unknown just how long he kept it like that, but it was withered and deformed from its original shape to look more like a tree branch than an arm. His beard was wrapped around that arm, drawing strange looks from everyone passing by. Lu Yin was stunned as well. This was the Tianzhu monk. Zhang Dingshan was someone with a strong will, but even he was a little disturbed by the Tianzhu monk. Given that, there was no need to even mention Bai Zhu. Lu Yin even felt a bit of fear coming off her. This is Saruzin, the only one from Earth who became a sentinel without receiving anything from King Yu's inheritance. He even defeated Hayden, Zhang Dingshan informed him. How did he become a cultivator? Lu Yin felt odd. It felt like someone with this appearance would find it extremely difficult to fight mutant beasts. Saruzin looked to be disadvantaged even against the average human. Zhang Dingshan replied, "I don't know, he hasn't spoken. I can answer this question." Sigmund walked over and those in the vicinity immediately saluted him. Zhang Dingshan and Bai Zhu were a bit standoffish in the general's presence. The two of them had joined the Great Yu Empire to gain strength, but they had no good opinions about the empire itself. Granted, they felt no hatred either. After all, Earth's evolution had been caused by King Yu and was unrelated. Despite already knowing the answer, Lu Yin turned to Sigmund and asked, "You seem to treat me differently now." "Why?" Sigmund smiled. "I will explain everything to you in time, but right now the spacecraft is about to leave Earth. Are there any final tasks you need to complete?" Lu Yin muttered to himself before answering, "Please have a man fetched from Jinlin. His name is Su San. He's like a little brother to me." Sigmund nodded and asked no further questions, sending instructions through his gadget before looking at Saruzin. "As for your earlier question, this is someone with outstanding perseverance. He sat alone with no fear amidst two groups of mutant beasts, bathing in their blood as they waged war. He then swallowed their energy cores after the massacre, becoming a sentinel. His willpower is extraordinary, almost never seen across the universe." Lu Yin's little trio stared at the monk in shock. He sat alone in the middle of a mutant beast battlefield when he was just a normal human. He must have been insane. How was he not eaten? I made a special exception to allow him to join the Great Yu Empire since his willpower attracted the interest of some. He may have an impressive future before him, Sigmund continued. At this time, Sarazin raised his gaze to look at Lu Yin with clouded eyes. He stood up and stepped forward with his bare metal feet, slowly bowing down to his waist. "You're welcome," Lu Yin replied. "You don't look like someone from Tianzhu. I was born in the mountains of Tibet. My practice of Buddhism led me to Tianzhu," the man explained, bowing again before turning to leave. Sigmund left as well. His workload in the aftermath of this trial was mountainous. Lu Yin turned to the others. "Let's go explore. After all, this is the Great Yu Empire's spacecraft, and it should be more valuable than an average planet. I'll pass. I want to check out the gravity room, and there's a small library here as well," Zhang Dingshan said before walking away. Lu Yin turned to Baizu. She was truly beautiful, and it was a pleasure just to look at her. However, Baizu had not yet recovered from Liu Xiaoji's betrayal and apologized to Lu Yin before also leaving on her own. Lu Yin felt rather helpless. With these two killjoys, he might as well have asked Sarazin to stay behind. He would have at least been useful to scare people away. With the monk's appearance, most people would not dare act against him. The giant spacecraft was named the Perseverance and was used exclusively to fetch trial takers. It was larger than Beijing's assembly grounds and housed all the necessary facilities. There were over 100 gravity training rooms and more than 300 personal spaceships within. Its crew had already recovered all of the personal pods, ready to take off. The Perseverance had clearly designated areas for training, maintenance, day-to-day living, observation, and administration. Lu Yin was currently in the topmost level of the residential area, having been placed in his own home that had a swimming pool, medical room, and much more. There were only 3 such quarters in the entire ship, and Lu Yin took one over even Shalash. All of the students were housed at least one level below, and while their rooms were large as well, the luxury was incomparable. He descended one level into the student housing. The workers' quarters were at the other end, while the soldiers' barracks were at the bottom most level. The residential area was enclosed in what he found was some sort of sturdy yet transparent metal, and as he tested it out, he heard a gentle voice behind him. "Only explorers or greater can shatter this metal. With your power, you can't even scratch it." Lu Yin turned back to see a smiling Xia Luo. "Why weren't you at Tianzhu?" Xia Luo continued smiling, wasn't interested. Lu Yin raised his brows. "As a trial taker, I'm really curious why you wouldn't be interested in the primary mission, especially with your strength." Xia Luo walked to Lu Yin's side and looked through the metal to the clouds outside, past which the giant turtle's tail could vaguely be seen wagging back and forth. "As long as the goal is accomplished during a trial, that's enough. No need to confuse that with completing the mission." He turned to look at Lu Yin. "Congratulations on defeating King Yu. This will definitely cause the Great Yu Empire to take notice of you." Lu Yin shrugged. "It was just a cheap trick. I wouldn't be able to defeat him directly." There are no cheap tricks in the universe. A victory is a victory. Lu Yin, "Oh, brother Ludo, you know what defeating a Night King means?" Lu Yin shook his head. "It means that the Day-Night clan has their sights on you now. They will watch you closely if you ever enter the Innerverse." Lu Yin shrugged his shoulders. "In other words, I'm in trouble." Xia Luo burst into laughter at Lu Yin's claim of being in trouble. "Not entirely. Who knows, they might even try to recruit you. But you did do one thing right, which was not revealing the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. If not, you'd be dead." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was why he hadn't used the Day-Night punch. Regardless of how precarious the situation was, no family would allow outsiders to learn their secret techniques if he was exposed. The Day-Night clan wouldn't be the end of it. Other organizations from across the universe would chase him down to obtain it. Only someone like Lulu with her powerful family's backing was immune to such things. Then what about Xia Luo? Lu Yin looked at him earnestly. "I'm quite curious, what will you get out of this?" "Just some scraps," Xia Luo grinned. Both of them suddenly turned towards a figure that had just turned the corner, with a signature head of short silver hair. What a coincidence. Silver waved to them with a grin so wide his eyes seemed to shut, acting as though he was very familiar with them. Lu Yin's heart thumped once more, radiating that familiar sense of danger that he always felt in this youth's presence. Even with his personal growth since that day, the alarm didn't even fade. Even the ever-jovial Xia Luo's face sobered up, and he left a surprised Lu Yin behind without a word. Silver drew closer and stopped 3 meters away. "I heard you nearly killed King Yu in the trial. Congratulations. I fought him before too." He forced out barely 30. "All right, I'm off. We'll meet again if that's what fate has in store for us." The youth smiled even brighter in answer. Lu Yin rolled his eyes at the lame response, but the departing Silver suddenly paused. "Perhaps it won't be long." "The Astral Combat Academy?" Lu Yin asked calmly, only getting a grin and wave in response. He sighed. There were exactly 3 people out of all the trainees on Earth that were most mysterious to him: Lulu Mavis, Xia Luo, and Silver. Munor and some others might have been sealed melders, but he couldn't even read their true power. Thinking of Munor, he couldn't help but feel a touch of guilt. He had force-fed Power Burst and used the man to take on one of King Yu's strike. The resulting counterattack had been the critical blow that caused King Yu's defeat. Without Munor, there was no way for him to have eked out a victory. While that guy had a low opinion of him, he was still a benefactor. A while later, Lu Yin also left to explore the rest of the area. Ultra-large spacecraft were uncommon, and even in the entire Great Yu Empire there were only a few. A typical cultivator would just use a personal spacecraft to travel among the stars. Though the lower floor didn't have the same number of facilities as the top floor, there were still quite a few that Lu Yin was interested in. In particular, the bar. Students dealt with a great deal of stress and were expected to rest before a trial. Of course, they would also wildly celebrate the end of a trial, so the bars were always among the busiest places on these ships. So busy, in fact, that he bumped into someone the moment he stepped in. What the fuck? The student took 2 steps back and cursed, but shut his mouth the moment he made eye contact with Lu Yin. He tried to smile right after, but his face looked even more miserable than if he'd been crying as he spoke. "Oh, Mr. Lu Yin, please come in, there's plenty of room inside." Lu Yin looked at the student doubtfully. "I'm sorry, but do we know each other?" The student's mouth twitched, but he forced himself to keep smiling. I was one of the students that you captured." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and entered the bar. The student heaved a sigh of relief and took off. He had no wish to stay close to the cause of so many of his troubles, not to mention the guy was the enemy of nearly every student. The bar on the spacecraft was just as rowdy as one on Earth, with music and dancing everywhere. If Lu Yin had to point out a difference, it would be that there was nothing dirty going on and there were no drugs of any kind, just people enjoying themselves simply. He chose a random seat and ordered some liquor, looking around while he drank. The place was huge and occupied by off-duty staff soldiers, as well as students. People of all ages occupied the establishment. The bar had many screens, some showing action movies, while others played news or music from across the Great Yu Empire. The whole thing was so busy that Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Not far away, a dozen students raised their glasses. "Here's to our senior finding rare metals and getting the best trial results of anyone from his academy. Congratulations, senior. Congratulations, senior. How can an idiot who was born at the bottom of the sea compare with us? He's an idiot and he's probably done for." There were people celebrating at the other end of the bar as well. These celebrating students weren't the strongest from their academies, but were returning from the trial with pretty good rewards. They weren't aiming for the sky and trying to enter Astral 10, so they were more than happy with finishing some basic tasks instead of the primary mission. This was how the perpetually mediocre comforted themselves. Lu Yin couldn't hold back a laugh and took another drink, watching as the door to the bar crashed open and everyone looked over to see Eddie and Hayden stroll in. All the gloaters fell silent in one moment. Now that the actual school leaders had appeared, they didn't dare to speak a word. Jenny Anna walked in right on the duo's heels, looking completely pissed off. Many students scrambled towards the exit in an instant, afraid that they would become the target of that stress. Hayden walked over towards some of the celebrating students and shouted, "Scram." The students were annoyed, but still got up to leave. He and Eddie took up the entirety of the table that had previously seated a dozen students by themselves, both looking depressed. Meanwhile, Jenny headed directly to the private rooms on the second floor. "Hey, let me sit here." Just as Lu Yin was taking a drink, he heard someone speaking to him. He looked over in confusion and saw that it was one of the students that Hayden had chased away. "Are you talking to me?" He pointed to himself. "Cut the crap. Scram," a tall student answered. He burst out laughing, looking past the students in front of him to make eye contact with Eddie and Hayden. "Hey, you two. You took their spot and now they want to give me trouble. Take care of it." The students froze. Did this guy know Hayden and Eddie? The duo froze when they saw Lu Yin, looking like they had seen a monster. When they saw that he was growing more annoyed, they hurried to scold the students. "Get lost. Leave him alone when he's drinking. You're being rude." Lu Yin snorted. The man the students had called senior got irritated and looked at Hayden. "This is ridiculous, Hayden. What does our drinking have to do with you?" Hayden stood up with an icy look in his eyes. The students were terrified but refused to back down. It was easy to see that they would rather be beaten up than act like cowards. "Who's making a fuss? If you want to fight, get out." Roz suddenly exited a private room on the second floor and looked down. Seeing him sent a shiver down the spines of many students, and even the music stopped playing. Standing behind Roz was Munor, who had regained his strength as a melder. His reclaimed power left many feeling uncomfortable. One by one, people walked out of the private room. They had all been part of the second batch of trial takers, and even Yan Gang was among them. The Fireforge planet native was now looking very pompous. "Ah, it's you, Senior Roz." "Sorry for disturbing you," the tall student immediately apologized. Roz was arrogant and loved being able to look down on everyone as he surveyed the room. These people didn't even have the right to speak to him, and with his appearance, all of the students and even some of the soldiers in the bar went quiet. This was the reaction that someone of his position ought to evoke. Wait a moment, he focused a frown right below, where someone was still drinking. Someone dared to ignore him even after he'd made himself known. This was intolerable. "Hey, you, get up." Everyone looked over at Lu Yin, while Hayden and Eddie had a strange look in their eyes. The tall student cheered up and glared at him. "He's talking to you, kid. Senior Roz told you to get up, didn't you hear?" I can't even drink in peace. Lu Yin set down his glass, slowly looking up at Roz with a smile. What was this bastard doing here? Roz looked irked the moment he saw Lu Yin, with Munor, Yan Gang, and some other students sharing in that sentiment. Ginny saw him as well, and her astoundment quickly turned into rage. This was the bastard that had the nerve to take her hostage. Oh, it's you, Roz. Lu Yin turned up. It doesn't feel like that long since we saw each other. Miss me already? Roz twitched. Are your injuries all healed already? Lu Yin. Munor grew furious, clenching his fists. Don't be too arrogant, Lu Yin. Ginny suddenly yelled from the side as well. Arrogant. He glanced at her in confusion. I don't think I am, though. Right, I had a question. I heard you and Hugh Zioling are rivals. Why is she a melder when you're just a sentinel? You bastard. Ginny clenched her teeth in fury. By this point, the other students were scared out of their wits. They'd thought Lu Yin was an easy target, but to their horror, they'd provoked a monster. This man was the nightmare of most of the trainees, and he'd nearly killed the criminal. People like Roz were lofty beings to them, but to him they were merely spoils of battle. There were even rumors that he was a descendant of the Zishan family. How had they been so unlucky as to bump into him? The commotion was disrupted by a soldier entering the pub. He headed straight to Lu Yin and whispered something, after which Lu Yin put his glass down and smiled at Jenny before leaving. Roz and the rest glared at his departing figure, wanting to teach him a lesson, but they didn't have the courage to try. They'd be the ones in trouble the moment they attacked Lu Yin's status was quite concerning. The soldier had come to inform Lu Yin that Susan had been brought over. This underling was quite important to him. Those with innate gifts were few and far between, with even the trainees only having Hugh Zioling among their midst. Baizu was the only confirmed Earthling with one as well, while King Yu had been unable to use his. Regardless, innate gifts were a symbol of prodigies across the universe. A group of soldiers walked past Lu Yin just as he left the bar, and his eyes lit up as he noticed one of them. He made it a point to brush past that soldier, who whispered as they crossed, "Home wants you to try and join the Great Yu Empire's new youth council." The soldiers quickly turned a corner and went out of sight. In the meanwhile, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The youth council. It wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be impossible either. His current status as a member of the Zishan family gave him a position with no power, but the youth council would definitely add authority. One's body could only use formcast models until it passed a certain age. This meant that talented youths could increase their strength at mind-blowing speeds, and some of them were complete monsters. Youth councils were organizations with the authority to educate, adjudicate, and conduct trials for the younger generation. Be it within the Great Yu Empire or elsewhere in the universe, they were privileged groups. Unlike the Zishan name, which only held a modicum of power in one monarchy, youth council membership was recognized throughout both the Outerverse and Innerverse. The appointments of the members of the youth council was something that the Great Yu Empire could not influence. If Lu Yin wanted to join the council, being a member of the Zishan family might give him a slight edge, but he would definitely need to work out a real plan. Soon after he returned to his quarters, Susan was brought over. "I finally get to see you, boss." Susan started whining as soon as they met. He had been suffering from the moment they'd been separated, with no one willing to associate with him due to his sketchy appearance. Not even Feng Hong and Luo Yu would talk to him if not for the fact that he had reached the realm of Earth. He might even have been kicked out of the camp. He still wasn't great in combat, but thankfully Zhou Shan had treated him well out of consideration for Lu Yin and not sent him anywhere too dangerous. Unfortunately, that ease of life had dissipated once the executioner left for Beijing. Every captain had to protect an area, and he had been no exception, forced to deal with many powerful mutant beasts to the point that he nearly died once. The beast wave that had happened most recently had been particularly dangerous. If not for the few Realm of Sky experts who had appeared out of nowhere and helped save the stronghold, he definitely would have died. He had thought that he would live out the rest of his life at Jinlin, but to his surprise, he was suddenly carted off onto a spaceship. He had been on edge this entire time, terrified that he would be dissected and analyzed by aliens, so when he saw Lu Yin, he was so relieved that he nearly wept. Susan had previously been quite wary of Lu Yin, but in this strange new environment, he was determined to cling on to the only person he knew. Lu Yin burst out laughing. "Enough of that. You can stay with me. I'll have someone arrange another room, so just wait here." Susan exclaimed in surprise. "How about I room with you, boss?" "I won't go anywhere. Nope, I don't like staying with guys. All right, just relax. You're safe here and there will be people protecting you. I'm pretty important in this place," Lu Yin said airily. Susan was astonished. "Boss, this is an alien spacecraft and you're saying you're pretty important." Lu Yin didn't have time to explain everything, so he had the soldiers lead Susan away and arrange a room for him next to Zhang Dingshan. Now there were 4 Earthlings aboard this spacecraft, 5 if he included himself. This was actually quite a high number of natives to be joining the core of the Empire from a trial planet. In most other trials, there would be at most 3, and they would be sent out to battlefields. Compared to the cream of the crop in the Empire's academies, the geniuses from the trial planets were nothing but trash. Earth was quite exceptional, especially considering that Liu Xiaoj was able to enter the Innerverse. A day later, Lu Yin was still studying star charts when the Perseverance shook a little, and there was a huge roar from the turtle. He went to the window to watch as the scenery outside disappeared in the blink of an eye, fading into the pitch-black darkness of space. He could see the beautiful blue Earth from his window, a dazzling sight. Seeing the blue ball zooming away, he felt a bit troubled. He had lived on that planet for nearly 2 years and owed a majority of his memories to it now that he was leaving. He had no idea when he would return. Elsewhere in the spacecraft, Zhang Dingxian, Baizu, Su San, and Sarozin were also staring at the beautiful planet. They had left this planet their home with no idea if they would be able to return. Perhaps this was goodbye. The universe was vast and filled with all kinds of dangers, whether they be living creatures or the environment itself. As they were now, they didn't have the strength to protect themselves. Zhang Dingxian clenched his sword tightly and walked away with a steely determination in his eyes. Baizu looked concerned, but no one could tell exactly what she was thinking. Susan kept muttering to himself about something and looked unwilling to leave. He had not wanted to leave Earth, but he was smart enough to know that he had no choice, which was also why he had kept his thoughts to himself. Sarozin was the most tranquil of them all and simply watched quietly as the blue planet disappeared from sight. Much later, once the Perseverance was steadily traveling through space, Lu Yin headed towards Sigmund's command center as a general. The man was also the lead pilot of the spaceship. The command center was situated at the very top of the craft, but the interior seemed normal without the plethora of confusing buttons one would expect. There were only all sorts of star charts on various screens. Sigmund looked out in the direction they were traveling with his hands clasped behind his back. "How does it feel to leave Earth?" "Sad. I'm reluctant to leave," Lu Yin stated. The general turned towards him. "I've had you investigated, but other than the data we could gather about you from Earth, we couldn't find anything. Can you tell me where you're from?" "I lost my memories," Lu Yin answered, laughing as the man arched an eyebrow. "I don't care if you don't believe me. The only memories I have are those from Earth." Sigmund nodded. "It's none of my business. I asked you to come here to tell you something. Is it about the Zishan family?" Lu Yin inquired. Sigmund explained, "I believe you've heard some things already. The Zishan and Yushan families are the two most important families in the Great Yu Empire. When His Imperial Majesty the Undying Yushan ascended to his throne 8 centuries ago, he conferred the title of king upon the Undying Zishan. However, that man died while out on an expedition, and some circumstances led to the entire family hiding itself until it gradually disappeared. You are the last living descendant of the Zishan family." Lu Yin's eyes glowed, but he kept quiet as the general continued. "I know what you might be thinking. The Undying Zishan was not killed by His Imperial Majesty. This is public knowledge." Lu Yin was surprised. "How can you be so certain?" Sigmund sighed. "Before His Imperial Majesty succeeded the throne, the Great Yu Empire had little influence in the Frostwave Weave. It was the combined effort of His Imperial Majesty and the Undying Yushan that allowed the Great Yu Empire to become what it is today. However, this wasn't enough. His Imperial Majesty's wish was to bring the Great Yu Empire into the Innerverse. The death of the Undying Zishan brought those ambitions to a halt. He wouldn't have destroyed his own dreams. That's enough. I don't really care about the Great Yu Empire's past. All I want to know is what kind of status I have now," Lu Yin said, feeling slightly annoyed. "You are the successor of the title of the Zishan King, as ordered directly by His Imperial Majesty. From the moment your identity was confirmed, you became the Zishan King of the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin was astonished. "Just like that? Don't I have to go through some complicated procedures or something? No re-examination on the capital star?" Sigmund shook his head. "There's no need for that. All the data on Perseverance is linked to the Empire. His Imperial Majesty is aware of everything and has already acknowledged that you are now officially the Zishan King. When you arrive at the capital star and meet with him, everything that the Zishan King is entitled to will be given over to you." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he had wanted to hear. He had been forced to use up all of his star crystals to fight King Yu, earning a measly 2 days in the time-stop domain. He had been agonizing over how to get more, but with this news, it seemed like it would no longer be a problem. "By the way, if there's anything you need help with when you're on the capital star, you can look for my family. I've already spoken to them, and they'll help you however they can," General Sigmund said before giving Lu Yin an ordinary gadget. "Take this, it'll help." Sigmund Mathers nodded, but when Lu Yin was at the door, he suddenly spoke up. "There's someone on the spacecraft called Myra. If you see her, be careful." Lu Yin made a sound of acknowledgement and walked out of the command center. The general's words had left him puzzled. While he might now be the so-called Zishan King, he was still just some random rich kid with no power. There was no need for Sigmund Mathers to treat a sentinel, so well was he somehow connected to the Zishans. Around the same time, Roz was meeting with Shalash. "What? That bastard really is a descendant of the Zishan clan, and it's even been acknowledged by His Imperial Majesty that he'll take over as the Zishan King," the youth shouted in disbelief. Shalash stared at Roz with a dark look on his face, sending a chill down the youth's spine. He quickly backed up 2 steps and went quiet, allowing the man to say coldly, "Shout at me again, and I'll remove your tongue." Roz broke out in cold sweat and hastily apologized. His father might be the vice treasurer, but his actual power couldn't come close to comparing with the 13 Imperial squadrons. Shalash was the vice captain of the 12th Squadron and was far more influential than Sikar. If it weren't for his father having certain financial controls, the man wouldn't even bother with him. If you see Lu Yin again in the future, make sure you stay away from him. It might be nothing more than a name, but if he does try to use his status against you, you have no choice but to let him, Shalash said coldly, to which Roz quickly agreed. The man then snorted and gazed towards the darkness of space. Zishan King, let's see how long you'll last. The Empire will erupt the moment you cause trouble. Elsewhere on the ship, Jinny Anna was raging as well. How can this be? Becoming a king is no simple matter. How can a native like him receive any kind of inheritance? Tori could only smile wryly. Please don't be angry, miss. This has already been confirmed, and the head has ordered you to stay away from him. Why should I? Is being the Zishan King all that amazing? Jinny answered in annoyance, leaving Tori tongue-tied. He wanted to tell Jenny certain things, but he knew that she would storm off the moment he brought them up. In the end, he decided to leave it to the head. Lu Yin didn't leave his room for 2 days, focusing purely on recovering while studying the star charts. The 4th star of the cosmic palm was twice as powerful as the 3rd, so he couldn't wait for the 5th to appear. If he had been able to use the 5-star palm, he wouldn't have needed Imeldar's help to crush King Yu. It was too bad that the cosmic art that he had retrieved was merely the elementary volume. With this, he would only be able to simulate a maximum of 8 stars. He also feared that after becoming a Meldar, the cosmic art's benefits might fade away. Its overwhelming might would dissipate in the face of geniuses with other powerful battle techniques. Do you study those charts every day because of some battle technique? A sweet voice sounded from behind Lu Yin, quickly followed by a pleasant fragrance. He was startled and quickly turned around to see a beautiful woman with an air of purity, white hair hanging down to the ankles with a bun near the forehead. She was staring at him with interest. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously, his instincts screaming that he was no match for this woman. She had gotten far too close to him without making a single sound. Even the cosmic art hadn't reacted. This was a powerhouse. "My name is Myra," the white-haired girl said with a smile, what seemed like a trace of red in her focused eyes. Myra, Lu Yin quickly remembered Sigmund's words of caution regarding this woman. "Do you need anything from me?" She laughed and walked past him with her hair drifting behind her, gracefully sitting down and crossing her right leg over the left. The round toes of her bare feet wiggled around, showing off her bright red nail polish as she looked straight at him and asked, "Can you tell me why you look at star charts every day?" Lu Yin looked at her seriously. "I lost my memories, so I'm searching for the way home." Myra played with the hair curled in her right hand. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Yin shook his head. Mila said, "I'm from the Universe and am part of the Universe Youth Council." Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Universe Youth Council was a terrifying organization that could theoretically try any youth in the entire universe. It had its own army and subsidiaries everywhere. The Great Yu Empire's Youth Council was one such subordinate organization. "I was the one to disband your Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. Do you understand now?" Myra continued. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "What does this have to do with me?" Myra got up and slowly strolled over to Lu Yin, lifting his chin with her index that carried the same intoxicating scent. "I admire your abilities, so I can recommend you to the Outerverse Youth Council. My only condition is that you join Astral 10 and gain some accomplishments." Lu Yin stared straight into her eyes, the bit of red more obvious now. This woman heated his body and was extremely tempting, but there was both a visual and instinctive feeling of danger to her that chilled him. "Why me?" Myra's lips curled into a sensual smile, her captivating eyes threatening to drown him within their gaze. "Your innate gift is quite unique. May I know how it works?" Lu Yin retreated a few steps. "All this just because of my innate gift." Myra retracted her hand. The 10 arbiters decreed that any cultivator with an innate gift can enter the Outerverse Youth Council. However, the Outerverse Youth Council oversees too vast a territory, including the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. Most cultivators with innate gifts typically only join local councils, but exceptional ones can join the higher body. Where do you think you belong? Lu Yin hadn't even considered the possibility of joining the Youth Council by revealing his innate gift. His miraculous die was something that should remain a secret, not because it was too weak, but because it was too powerful. The die had 6 faces, and every one of them had a shocking ability. He didn't want to reveal it at all if possible, but it had been found out during his battle with King Yu. Although Sigmund had not mentioned it, he definitely had his own thoughts. This woman was merely the first to ask about it. "My innate gift isn't that special, it simply speeds up my healing rate." Myra's eyes glowed as she was informed about Lu Yin's innate gift, and she smiled. "It is quite average. Do you want me to recommend you to the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council? If you agree to my terms, I could perhaps recommend you to the Outerverse Youth Council instead." If I agree to your terms, well, if you fulfill them, she said tiredly, you'll have to enter the 10th Academy, but more importantly, do something that'll make me proud of you, something the Red Lotus Witchbow would be proud of. After saying this, she grinned at him, gave him a series of numbers, and turned to leave. Lu Yin simply narrowed his eyes. The Red Lotus Witchbow. By the way, it makes sense that you're protecting that barbarian planet. Who knows, you might even get more talents like Zhang Dingshan and Liu Xiaoj. Treasure it, she said at the door, leaving Lu Yin even more surprised. Lu Yin was surprised. He understood why she mentioned Zhang Dingshan, but why Liu Xiaoj? It was already a pity that he hadn't killed the man had she discovered something. He immediately left and headed towards the command center. It wasn't a place just anyone could enter, but his status on the Perseverance was second only to Lulu and Myra now, beyond even Sigmund's. He shot out an order right as he entered, show me all the footage of the battle in Tianzhu. The people in the control room froze for a moment before carrying out his orders, and Sigmund, Tori, and Shalash all got word right away. The trio quickly appeared at the control room themselves while confused. The general didn't really mind. He'd already said before that Lu Yin could do anything he wanted, so long as he wasn't out of line. Lu Yin focused on Liu Xiaoj as he stared at the video of the battle, shock slowly turning into dread. The screen was showing footage of him sending Xiaoj flying with one blow that was normal, but what really drew his attention was what had happened just before. The man hadn't been injured helplessly, he'd chosen not to defend. Why? The answer was simple. Liu Xiaoj had stood on King Yu's side, and King Yu had been severely wounded in that battle. What would his master think of him if he was completely unharmed? He had to show his loyalty, even at the cost of taking on an attack that could kill him in one blow. This was the kind of person he was, someone who was vicious with others and even more so with himself. Lu Yin felt a sense of foreboding about the trickster. It was no wonder that Myra admired Liu Xiaoj's talents. The man was extremely cautious and could endure what others couldn't. He made sure that he didn't stand out and was comfortable with loneliness. Whenever he acted, every move was perfect. He would get injured when needed, and his intelligence and cunning were far beyond Zhang Dingshan or Bai Zhu. Lu Yin had the feeling that this person would not remain behind anyone. They would definitely meet again in the future. It's fine. There's plenty of time, he muttered to himself, drawing glances from the people in the command center. They had watched in the trial as he had captured dozens of students. They had assumed he was good as dead when he showed the gall to capture even Roz and Jenny Anna, who could have guessed that he would suddenly become a king. It was simply unbelievable, leaving them all curious. Show me all the footage of the surveillance cameras on the Perseverance, he asked bluntly. A slightly older officer was put in a tight spot. You may only see that if the pilot gives you permission, Your Majesty. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm ordering you as the King's Zishan. The officer hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Play it. Screens all around them lit up immediately, constantly changing to show different locations. Lu Yin grinned in response. He didn't really care about the surveillance footage. He just wanted to test how far his status went. It seemed like this kingship would be more useful than expected. Right as he was about to leave, his attention was drawn to a scene where Susan was getting beaten up. He narrowed his eyes and left. On the second level of the residential region, a few students had grabbed Susan. You're just a native, don't start thinking you're equal to us just because you managed to get on the ship. A savage is a savage and will always be trash. Got it, Veron yelled, eyes glimmering with bloodlust. Susan's face was black and blue, but he remained silent. When Veron eventually snorted and called for the students to leave, he was coughing with his head bowed low, too afraid to fight back. Students kept passing by and glanced at him with mocking expressions before ignoring him. Most people who managed to leave the trial planets dealt with similar hazing, and no one thought Veron was being out of line. To them, Veron had actually held back because of Lu Yin's status and merely beaten this man until he looked bad without doing anything lasting. All of a sudden, a figure blocked the departing students. Veron looked up to see Zhang Dingshan and barked, "Scram." Zhang Dingshan pulled out his sword and moved it in front of Veron, apologized to him. Veron's gaze changed and he burst into laughter. Do you know where we are, bumpkin? If you use your weapon, you're dead. As he spoke, a group of soldiers surrounded the students. Lower your weapon immediately. Fighting is not allowed on the spacecraft. Zhang Dingshan replied coldly, so why didn't you stop them when they were beating him? I'll say again, put down your weapon immediately, a soldier shouted. Susan quickly ran to Zhang Dingshan. I'm fine, let them go. Zhang Dingshan's eyes narrowed and his grip on his sword tightened. More and more students arrived to watch the show, quite a few of them excited. They were the students who had run out of luck during the trial and been captured, so seeing an Earthling in a bad state obviously delighted them. It was at this point that Xia Luo arrived, threading his way through the crowd to move in front of Veron. He lifted a leg and drove his knee right into the youth's stomach, kicking so hard that Veron squealed and dry heaved as his body curled up in agony. Everyone, Zhang Dingshan included, was stunned by his action. Xia Luo turned and smiled at the bladesage. Is this okay? Xia Luo glanced at the soldier. Do your job like you should. You can go now. The soldiers gave him a long look and then left, but not before giving Zhang Dingshan one last warning glance. Veron kept coughing as he looked up and glowered, but Xia Luo's death glare forced him to hang his head. "Let's go," he said to the other students and left quickly. Zhang Dingshan looked at Xia Luo again before leaving without a word. It was only after nearly everyone had left that Lu Yin arrived, inquiring about the situation. "He was the one who helped me, boss," Susan told Lu Yin. "No worries," the youth answered kindly. "They were annoying. I still have some things to do, so I'll be on my way." Lu Yin thanked him once more and watched as Xia Luo walked away. After they were alone, Lu Yin turned to study Susan. "Why were they picking a fight with you?" Susan shook his head. "I really don't know. I just came out to get some food and they approached me, said they thought I was an eyesore." "An eyesore?" Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Veron was certainly aware of Susan's relationship to him, but still had the nerve to attack. Why? There was no way a mediocre student like that would have the guts to provoke the King Zishan. Some sort of conflict had already started within the Great Yu Empire. Was someone already trying to eliminate him? Lu Yin was positive that every move of his was being recorded and sent back to the capital star. Any trivial matter could be blown up by certain people, used to make assumptions about his personality, intelligence, morality, and more. It was all to gather information that could be used against him in the future, and this was only the start of the provocation. The people behind this affront would keep escalating until he'd had enough. "I heard something interesting just happened. I wish I had been here to see it," Silver suddenly said with a grin, having appeared at some unknown time. Lu Yin told Susan to leave and turned to look at the man. "What were you hoping to see?" Silver smiled. "I wanted to see a certain someone looking troubled. Maybe they'd curse you after you beat them up, or maybe you'd just let them provoke you. It would have been fun to watch." "Which kind of person do you think I am?" Lu Yin asked. "Don't know," Silver answered nonchalantly. Lu Yin didn't have the time to continue the discussion. He had to consider what his status as the King Zishan meant within the Great Yu Empire and gather more information. "You don't want to chat some more? I know quite a lot about the Zishan family." "Maybe it could help you," Silver beamed at him. Lu Yin looked back. "What do you know?" Silver shrugged. "Not much beyond old news from a few centuries ago. For example, the old headquarters of the Zishan family, their amazing food, battle techniques, the marriage agreement between the Zishans and Yushans, and so on. Marriage arrangement." Lu Yin felt like he'd just heard something critical. "What marriage agreement?" Silver's lips curved up as he watched Lu Yin with envy. "You're so lucky, kid. You get the fruits of your ancestors' labors, haha." Lu Yin stared at the man, who simply continued laughing for a while before saying, "The Zishan family had 2 marriages arranged in the past. One was with the Annas, decided upon by the last head of that family. The other was with the Yushans, a promise between the 2 undyings that's dragged on to this day. While the Zishan family was extinguished all this while, you're here now. That means those 2 marriages are yours too. I'm so jealous." Lu Yin frowned. "Marriage arrangements from centuries ago don't count for much in the present day." Silver scoffed. "Oh, you think that's very long now? Explorers typically live for centuries. The undying Yushan has been in power for 8. Those promises from a few centuries ago aren't even half of one man's life outside of the undying Zishan. Those that made these promises are still alive and well." Lu Yin felt his heart drop at this revelation, feeling the incoming headache already. He thought he was a free soul, but now there were so many issues, including an arranged marriage with the imperial family. If there was one thing he'd learned about the undying Yushan, it was that the emperor took promises very seriously. There was a chance, no, it was almost certain that this marriage wouldn't be cancelled. That's not all you have to consider. The Zishan family once controlled nearly half the Great Yu Empire's troops. While the Zishan family vanished, quite a few of their former subordinates are still alive. Take Sigmund Mathers, for example. His family was once subordinate to yours as well. "What else?" Lu Yin asked. "A lot, but why would I tell you? You've said so much already. What do you want? Just tell me." Silver smirked. "Did you find something somewhere?" "Nope." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "You don't need to deny it. I can sense it in your cosmic ring." "Oh, what can you sense?" Silver laughed eerily and shook his head, pointing at his eyes red. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "That belongs to you. Our first meeting was no coincidence. The things we were looking for weren't the same, but they were located at the same place. I can give it back." Silver turned and looked into the distance. "It's fine, you can keep it. It might be useful in the future. That thing is useless to me. Only because you don't know what it represents. Does your assassination attempt on Zhang Dingshan have anything to do with it? You really want to know?" Silver grinned like a fox. "2 of the 3 times I saw you, there were zombie kings involved. You destroyed the ballistics and wanted to kill Zhang Dingshan because he ordered the extermination of the zombie horde. Are you connected to those things?" Silver made a shushing gesture. "Don't say that. How could I be connected to any zombies? They're only a failed product of evolution. They have nothing to do with me. I just help move things around." Lu Yin didn't understand there were still far too many things in the universe that he didn't know. "We're actually the same kind of person, my friend. I can sense it, which is why I came to look for you." "Don't worry, I'll help you," Silver smiled. "And when I reach a certain status, you'll make me help you?" Lu Yin asked. Silver beamed. "I knew you were smart. We'll help each other out. It's a win-win situation." Heh, why would I work with someone I don't even know? You can reject me, but I'm certain we'll be best friends in the future. The youth turned around and left, but not before tossing a piece of paper into Lu Yin's hands. It had some numbers and the names of people in the Great Yu Empire and information about their duties. His voice trailed off into the distance. The universe is brutal. If it weren't for you, Earth would have a dismal future. Just think about King Yu, you couldn't even kill him in the end. And why? Because the world only considers itself first. Lu Yin sighed, took a look at the piece of paper, and stowed it away. He knew that one never had the advantage in a deal with the devil, but who was the devil here? Was it Silver or was it himself? Only time would tell. What Lu Yin wanted to do now was cause a commotion, the bigger the better. He wanted to know how much he could do as King Zishan in the Great Yu Empire before they reached the capital star, or it would be difficult to do anything once on it. If some people weren't afraid to make their moves, they had to be prepared for the repercussions. Crash, the entrance to Perseverance's bar was smashed once more, which attracted everyone's attention. Ever since the students had returned from their trials, the door had not been able to stay undamaged. Lu Yin ambled into the bar and looked towards Veron in the corner, who paled and got up to flee at the mere sight. Star energy pushed all nearby students away, turning the chairs and tables to dust as a space render palm shot towards the escaping youth. A surprised Veron tried to block it with an arm, but was flung into the wall and started coughing up blood while glaring at Lu Yin with gritted teeth. Everyone in the bar immediately left. Nobody had the courage to do anything about this, including the soldiers who had coincidentally been patrolling the area. In the meanwhile, the doors to the private rooms on the second floor opened, and Hugh Zioling and Yang Gang walked out, looking down in confusion. What was this guy up to now? Lu Yin meandered over to Veron, looking annoyed. A look of horror filled Veron's face as he drew closer, and the student shouted, "What do you want? This is a spaceship, not the trial. You can't attack me." However, Lu Yin simply grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him over his head, asking icily, "Who ordered you to bother me? Speak." Veron went red. He was the strongest in his academy, but could not fight back at all. It wasn't like he wanted to do that either. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yin snorted, "I know you've got someone backing you. You must think I won't have the nerve to kill you, but the truth is your backer hopes I do just that. You'd better think this through." Veron's expression changed. He had been ordered to challenge and provoke Lu Yin so that everyone on the capital star could see what kind of person the so-called King Zishan was like. If Lu Yin killed him now, the effects would be much better than not killing him. This would make it a fact that the King Zishan was stupid and cruel, making other families look down him. This was perfect for many people, and the person who'd made him do this definitely wouldn't save him. Considering all this, he replied immediately, "I'll tell you, it's Roz. Roz made me provoke you." Lu Yin flung Veron aside and left the bar. As he watched Lu Yin's disappearing figure, Yan Gang snickered, "What a fool. There's obviously someone targeting him and he's still causing a commotion. He thinks way too highly of himself." Hugh Zioling's eyes twinkled and she switched her gadget on to contact someone. Meanwhile, Sigmund, Tori, and Shalosh got the news as well. "What? He's gone looking for Roz." "Quick, stop him," Sigmund yelled, feeling vexed. "He's so stupid. How can he do this now?" Shalosh sneered, "He's worse than I thought. Did being bestowed the title of king boost his ego? What a pitiful bumpkin." Tori shook his head in disappointment. "Sis definitely can't get married to this kind of person." Regardless of what these people were thinking, Lu Yin had already arrived outside Roz's room. He shattered the surveillance camera in the corner with a light tap and kicked the door in. Roz seemed to be waiting for him and smiled disdainfully while saying politely, "Would you need anything from me, your majesty?" Lu Yin simply kicked him without speaking a word. Not having expected the crazed violence, Roz subconsciously dodged only to be met with the Skybeast claw. This was the seventh form of the attack, far more powerful than his own fifth form. Unable to avoid it, his body was flung outside the room and smashed into the metal frame. He coughed out blood and yelled, "How dare you hurt me, you barbarian." When approached again, Roz shouted and retrieved an energy gun from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin dodged the bolt easily while such things could hurt sentinels. That didn't apply to a realm breaker like him who compared to melders. As he watched Lu Yin draw closer, Roz's expression quickly changed. "Save me." Munor quickly appeared nowhere, a loud explosion resounding and sending out shockwaves that sent Lu Yin a dozen steps backwards. Munor himself retreated quite a few steps, fixing his eyes on Lu Yin's earnest gaze. The guards of the Perseverance had arrived by this point, including Sigmund, Shalosh, and Tori. Roz shouted in indignation the moment they arrived, "General Sigmund, he wants to kill me." Sigmund looked helplessly at Lu Yin. "Why did you try to kill him?" Lu Yin glared coldly at Roz. "I didn't. You want to deny it with so many people looking." Roz hollered, "Oh, do you have any evidence?" Lu Yin scorned. It was only then that everyone turned to look at the monitoring camera, only to find that it had been destroyed long ago. Roz himself took out his gadget, having started recording the moment he learned Lu Yin was coming, but his face paled as he realized that it had been smashed as well. Lu Yin was no fool, and knew not to go overboard even when just probing someone. He still needed a reason to ward off public ire. One needed great power to break the rules. Trash, Shalash muttered gloomily under his breath, but Roz continued to point at Lu Yin angrily. You just injured me. Munor saw it as well, right? I saw everything. Munor stepped forward. If I hadn't intervened, Lord Roz would have been killed. Lu Yin sneered. Only an idiot would believe two people that were decimated. Munor was furious. Secretly relieved, Sigmund leveled a cold glare at Roz. Do you have any other evidence? Roz's expression warped, but then he retorted, this is my room. He attacked me in my room. That's the evidence. Everyone turned back to Lu Yin, who took out a gadget from his pocket. The screen lit up, revealing Veron's confession. This man bribed Veron to deal with me. I was simply looking for him to return the favor. That isn't too much, is it? Everyone fell silent, and even Roz couldn't refute. He'd ended up taking a beating for free, and those on the Capital Star would only praise Lu Yin for expertly handling the situation. Lu Yin's arguments were sound, while his were the exact opposite. We have the facts of this matter, I'll deal with this. Now disperse. Sigmund waved everyone off. Wait, Lu Yin interrupted. Do you have any other requests, Your Majesty? Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone, finally settling on Shalash. I just wanted to say that I might come from a primitive planet, but I'm no pushover. Some dogs better pull back their paws, or I'll chop them off one day. Shalash stared at Lu Yin with cold eyes, and he returned the glare. He was only an idle prince who couldn't handle an explorer, yet even with higher status, it would be difficult to affect someone from the 13 Imperial squadrons. However, a warning was still necessary, and this would allow him to probe the Empire's reaction. The type and extent of reprisal would determine how he could act in the future. The crowd quickly dispersed, and Roz was brought away for treatment. Shalash remained silent from start to end, while Sigmund didn't say much either. The matter thus came to a conclusion, and the Perseverance continued to sail through the darkness of space. A few hours later, a punishment notice was sent to everyone. Student Roz of U Academy showcased sheer indiscipline and defiance of his superiors. He will be demoted to a soldier upon return. Let this be a warning to others. Everyone was shocked by this news, and Lu Yin's silhouette appeared in their minds. The king's issue wasn't simple at all. Even Lu Yin himself was shocked his value in the empire far exceeded his own imagination. The vice-treasurer's son had been demoted publicly, which was a huge victory. It seemed like he had to adjust his own conduct in the future. That scoundrel. A downcast Shalash clenched his fist tightly. He was the one driving Roz all this while, and the blame for this would certainly fall back on him. This incident suddenly left the Perseverance much quieter than before, with no one daring to create any more disturbances. One day later, Lu Yin was interrupted from his star chart reading by a middle-aged man in military garb. The deputy general pays his respects, Your Majesty. The man saluted solemnly. There wasn't any custom of kowtowing in the Great Yu Empire, and military personnel saluted while courtiers only bowed to pay their respects. Lu Yin smiled. Good day, how should I address you? The middle-aged man replied, You can call me deputy. Everyone on the Perseverance calls me so. Lu Yin nodded. You don't have to call me Your Majesty, it's awkward. Call me Lu Yin. Student Lu is fine too. All right. The general sent me here to explain the Empire's situation to you. We'll be reaching the Capital Star in 2 weeks, the man explained, opening up a star chart when Lu Yin gestured for him to continue. The Great Yu Empire spans 13 filaments and is in the center of the Frostwave Weave, connecting north and south. Our domain is a straight line that roughly splits the weave into 2 equal halves, connecting to the Grand Top Weave and the Boundless Chaos Weave. Lu Yin had grown to understand the Great Yu Empire better over the past few days, so he knew this bit already. He was curious about the Capital Star itself. Knowledge of the entire empire was too broad a scope to understand in the time he had. However, all he knew was that the Capital Star was known as the Zenyu Star, and was 10,000 times larger in surface area than Earth. 3 rings of land revolved around it, but what they were, he didn't understand. The deputy pointed at a position on the star chart. This is where the Zenyu Star is, and the 3 rings revolve around it. Different sections of the Imperial forces are stationed there, and those armies are simply numbered according to the rings from the inside out. Lu Yin formed a mental map of a giant planet as the deputy introduced it, the capital of the empire that was surrounded by the Ironblood army and oversaw the 13 filaments. After a long while of explanation, the man stowed his charts away. Do you have any questions? I would like to know more about the 13 Imperial squadrons and the Royal Palace. My apologies, I do not have the authority to reveal that. You can ask General Sigmund for more details. Lu Yin felt it was a pity. How long did you say it was before we reached the Capital Star? About half a month. So slow, Lu Yin grumbled. It is average speed, and only because of the wormholes populating all 13 filaments to speed up travel. Every warp crosses a vast distance that we couldn't cover in even 1,000-fold the time. Lu Yin thought of his time initially in the universe, when his family had discussed a sort of spaceship called the Aurora spaceship that could disassemble materials to upgrade performance. That sort of spacecraft could theoretically be upgraded infinitely, and it was rumored that the best ones could tear apart black holes and protect themselves from top powerhouses. Those things were thousands of times faster than normal spaceships and were a man's dream. Unfortunately, that kind of spacecraft was far too expensive for him to afford. Beams of light streaked across the dark skies. They could be meteors, or they could be star energy attacks by powerhouses. A lone spaceship was rapidly sailing through the emptiness, the man on its highest deck gazing at the stars. King Yu swirled the wine in his glass. I have a feeling that I'm forgetting something. Right, Starsibyl's invitation letter. Pity I forgot about it. Master, Liu Sheoj came to King Yu's side and respectfully muttered. King Yu glanced at him. Remember, you must not raise your hand when we are back in the clan. Don't look around randomly, or you can be killed in an instant by anyone. Yes, master. Liu Sheoj's attitude was extremely deferential. Of course, don't let anyone bully you either. You're still my subordinate, the subordinate of a Night King, King Yu continued proudly. Liu Sheoj immediately nodded earnestly, leaving King Yu pleased with his attitude. It was only this attitude that had convinced him to bring this native along. The family name was a little troublesome because of some ancient connotations, but that native planet had been under the Great Yu Empire's control for so long that he had a legal identity. In fact, I should be thanking you. If not for you, I wouldn't have managed to rise from my deep slumber. Liu Sheoj's gaze flashed. Its master's own innate luck to awaken as a Night King. The future will definitely belong to you. King Yu's lips curved. Well said, haha. When I formally inherit the Night King title, I will return to that native planet and slaughter that garbage. You will return in glory. The Perseverance has reached Genma Space Station. All departing students, please take all your belongings and leave in order. Standing beside the window, Lu Yin stared down at the space station below. Genma Space Station was a long distance from the solar system, and the first place that the Perseverance would perform a wormhole skip. It was quite ordinary to most people, but for Earthlings like Zhang Dingshan and Su San, it was a completely novel experience. The place was thousands of times larger than the Perseverance, a construct of all sorts of strange metals that looked like a giant beast brandishing its claws. Its flight machinery constantly adjusted its position ever so slightly, keeping it floating in one place. Behind Genma was a protective net made of countless flying machines. Even though they were quite a distance away, Zhang Dingshan could feel the shocking fluctuations of Explorer Realm star energy from out back. The Perseverance settled down on a giant dock, and beam after beam of light flashed below as students left the ship. Coming from all corners of the Empire, most students didn't need to go to the capital star. Over 20 of them stopped off at Genma and left the Perseverance, clearly in a more relaxed mood. One of them was Geraldine, who finally left Lu Yin's side. Glancing back at the spaceship, she saw Lu Yin waving to her and glared firmly before mumbling something under her breath. They clearly weren't pleasantries. From his perch up above, Lu Yin raised a brow. This brat needed a beating. Besides Geraldine and Veron, who were from the same school, Parley's planet wasn't far and he left as well. Surprisingly, even Silver got off at this stop, leaving Lu Yin deep in thought as he watched the youths back. That guy was unfathomable. Cooperation. They'd work out who'd played whom soon enough, but before that, he needed to understand Silver's backing. Lu Yin noticed Sigmund's figure in the sky before returning to his observation of the star charts. It was only in outer space that he could truly feel its boundless nature. He was confident in getting to the 5th star within the month, so how strong would he be then? Every additional star was double the former's power, and he had suppressed a Sentinel King Yu with 4. 5 could perhaps let him match Yu Academy's melders. Even Munor might not be a rival at that point. The station master of Genma was named Barudar, an explorer whose combat level had broken past 10,000. He had been stationed here for over 2 centuries and worked conscientiously the entire time. While someone of his status didn't need to oversee the wormhole personally, he had made sure to be its primary guardian for the past 200-odd years, and thus gained fame throughout the Great Yu Empire. Sigmund quickly traveled behind the station and glanced at the wormhole before looking at the protective net of warships packed densely around it. Barudar's own ship was at the very center, and the door creaked open to reveal a middle-aged man in combat armor. He appeared before Sigmund in one step. Greetings, General Sigmund. Sigmund respected this man quite a bit, so he smiled. Station Master Barudar, we haven't met in 13 years. How have you been? Barudar replied with a serious tone. Haven't noticed any enemy invasion in these 13 years. Barudar immediately gave a military salute. I'm a soldier of the Empire. It is my duty to protect the borders. You should be notified that there's a fringe planet called Earth that recently evolved. We have to trouble you to monitor it strictly, and dispatch people at the earliest opportunity to destroy the failed goods or the enemy may sneak in, Sigmund warned. Barudar grew apprehensive, the Neo-Human Alliance. Sigmund nodded and looked towards Earth. The zombies that fail to evolve cannot be discovered by the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if they take just one corpse king, it will spell trouble for the great U Empire. You must understand the importance of this matter. Barudar remained stern. I do. I'll send troops to Earth immediately. Also, don't harm the planet when you destroy the zombies. That planet belongs to the King Zishan now. Barudar acknowledged and left immediately. Not long after, the Perseverance launched off again and flew towards the wormhole behind the space station. The moment it entered the wormhole, everyone felt their body growing weightless. But in the next moment, everything returned to normal, and the only difference was the change in the surrounding stars. They had appeared in another system's space station, not needing to pause for even a moment. Susan was relieved. He had been afraid in the moment they had entered the wormhole, as that darkness of the depths was not one that everyone could bear to look at. The wormhole had allowed them to traverse a rather vast distance, and they had moved from the solar system into another weave altogether. The universe was divided as such. Galaxies were the smallest full units, followed by local clusters and superclusters, and finally a filament. Most great powers of the universe were measured in the number of filaments they controlled. Each one contained multiple superclusters and was vast beyond measure. The Great U Empire contained 13 in total, almost dividing the Frostwave weave into two halves. Above the filaments were the weaves. The entire outerverse contained 72 in total, of which the Frostwave weave was just one. They each averaged about 100 territories, and the Frostwave weave was above average at 125. The Great U Empire only occupied about 10 of it in total. The solar system was located in the fourth filament, and the Perseverance had just warped from the fourth to the third. They were headed to the capital star in the first filament, the center of the Great U Empire. The training area was much emptier after the departure of a batch of trainees, but Lu Yin still saw a few familiar faces when he headed to the facilities. Those faces avoided him immediately, but he didn't particularly care. He had no plan to live with them in harmony anyway. The Zishan kingship was bound to bring him trouble from the moment it had been granted to him, and he could already tell that he would be hated throughout the Great U Empire. But so what? It was a false identity anyway, and all he needed was the authority to influence some territory of the Great U Empire in the future. Of course, he didn't yet have that authority, but the kingship would help. The training facility was quite large and could simulate different environments and regiments. Lu Yin ambled towards the gravity region, which had 100 gravity rooms, a place where he could train his physical body. Each gravity room was large enough to accommodate multiple people training at the same time. Lu Yin found an empty room and increased the gravity to sixfold, warming up for a while before increasing it again. His body gradually felt heavier and the pressure on his organs grew stronger. His body was drenched by the time he reached 30x. This was the most that the average sentinel could survive. All right, time to train, he muttered, starting his normal regimen. It was a set of basic exercises that he'd used to toughen up his body so he could use the shockwave palm without using any star energy. Things like the shockwave palm and space runner palm might not be as effective as other battle techniques, but he didn't wish to give up on them either. In a situation where he had no access to star energy, they would be a lifeline. Outside the gravity room, student after student gazed in wonder at the figure posted on the console. Someone guessed 30 times normal. Who's training there? Could it be Munor or Yang Gang? Or Hugh Zioling? Or perhaps that one old soldier? There are melders among the soldiers too. It's most probably a soldier. They can't get enough star crystals, so they train physically instead. There are many sentinels with melder-level strength, but they're just trash, so what if their bodies are so strong they're just war slaves? Someone retorted. Not far away, several soldiers' expressions warped, but they didn't retort. They had all come from trial planets themselves, and it wasn't easy to even enter the Perseverance. Unfortunately, they weren't qualified for the Great U Empire to pay for formcast remodeling, so they truly were war slaves. That's enough. Why don't you just open the door if you want to know who's inside? Another student was impatient. Someone beside warned, there may be trouble if you interrupt someone else's training. 30 times normal gravity, it's very likely a melder. Do you think you can take it? That student's face changed, and he did not dare to proceed. The gravity training room adjacent to Lu Yin's opened to reveal Jenny Anna, who grew curious at the commotion and opened his door. However, her expression warped the moment she saw him, and after leveling an angry glare, she firmly slammed the door closed and left, leaving the surrounding students stunned. What happened? This was a question Lu Yin shared with the crowd. This woman had to be crazy to give him that sort of threatening expression. Didn't she know the Annas had a marriage agreement with the Zishan family? His guess wasn't wrong. Jenny was indeed aware. Tori had revealed it by accident, and while the agreement didn't mention any names, even a fool would know that the Zishan heir would only be married to the Anna heir. The Zishan family's prime was far more splendid than the Annas, so as long as the marriage was forced, Jenny herself would be the one wedded to Lu Yin. She didn't have a good impression of him to begin with, and when she contacted her family about it, their answer had frozen her heart. They would most likely go through with the agreement. The girl had felt like her entire life had dimmed down and come to the training room to vent her anger, but she'd bumped into that scoundrel once more. It felt like she'd stepped into dog poo. Ginny wasn't gone long before a joyous Lulu Mavis ran over, identifying Lu Yin's training room and jumping in without hesitation. Lu Yin was astonished. You're perfect. My hands are itchy, let's practice, she challenged. Curious about the Mavis family's battle techniques, he didn't reject her. Lulu had showcased terrifying strength and extreme speed in Beijing, and he wanted to know if it was innate or a battle technique he could copy in secret. The girl licked her lips in excitement. She had observed Lu Yin for a long time, and the defeat of even a freshly awakened Night King was no mean feat. Don't hold back. I want to experience what you learnt from that inheritance stone firsthand. Here I come. Lulu's body vanished as she finished talking even under 30 times normal gravity. Her speed was still so terrifying that she left behind phantoms that merged with the daylight. Fortunately, she wasn't beyond the grasp of the cosmic art, which revealed her snaking palm to Lu Yin immediately. When he stepped aside and allowed her hand to crash into the wall, the entire training room rumbled. Good, again. Lulu beamed with delight, rushing towards him once more. The increased gravity didn't seem to affect her at all. Lu Yin stared at her fist and raised his own, white and black alternating in the formation of the day-night punch. Bang. A shockwave rumbled out as both combatants took several steps back, the sheer volume of the impact shocking the students outside. Lulu herself was surprised. This is the technique you learnt from the inheritance stone. It's not much. Lu Yin clenched his own fist and stared at her in amazement. While the speed was a battle technique, her punch itself was not. She had relied on brute force to stop the day-night punch. Could that strength be the Mavis family's innate gift? Continue, Lulu barked, sweeping her legs towards Lu Yin, who stared at them while dodging. She disappeared the very next moment, starting to attack from all directions. Lu Yin couldn't learn King Yu's speed technique at all, but Lulu's display gave him some clues. His legs subconsciously started imitating her movements as he integrated things with the roving step, slightly improving his own speed. However, the Day-Night clan's battle techniques always had this unique rhythm that he simply couldn't learn outside of that inheritance. Stone imitation had its limits. Lulu backflipped and landed before staring at him in shock. That you were copying my white flash, weren't you? Lu Yin nodded, but it can't be emulated. She burst out in laughter. You're really imitating the white flash and even managed to copy it a little. Interesting, you're too interesting. Lu Yin was lost. Is that strange? She smiled. Of course it's strange. It's common knowledge that battle techniques cannot be imitated, and many different races' battle techniques require specific conditions to receive their inheritance that even powerful copying techniques cannot break. This is the fundamental reason why the great clans dominate the universe, but you actually managed to copy this a little. You're a strange fellow. Not only did you inherit one technique, but you copied the white flash too. So mysterious, haha. Lu Yin could not figure out why it was so amusing. Are you still fighting? Yes, continue. But 30 times gravity is too low. Can we raise it a little? She suggested cunningly. Lu Yin's brows raised. Sure, how much? Lulu thought about it before sticking out 4 fingers, prompting him to squint. 40 times. This was vicious. Even a sentinel from Yu Academy like Roz wouldn't be able to withstand that. Was this woman testing him? The gravity room was quickly adjusted to 40 times gravity, and Lu Yin immediately felt his body sink further. His legs felt like lead, while the terrifying pressure left him barely able to speak. This sort of gravity was meant only for melder bodies he could barely hold on. Lulu's expression turned uglier as well, but she stubbornly stared at Lu Yin and beckoned him over. He felt strange. Hey, aren't you having trouble with this too? She gritted her teeth. Of course not. Lu Yin was speechless. He could tell that this brat was holding on through will alone, but she acted as if she was all fine. At this point, the door to the gravity training room opened and Xia Luo walked in. He smiled. Can I join too? Lulu's lips curled. Don't throw away your reputation, Melder. Xia Luo laughed. I won't use battle techniques, nor will I initiate the attack. Whatever, it's just training anyway. Begin, Lu Yin shrugged. He and Lulu attacked the youth simultaneously, but Xia Luo dodged with 0 effort. 40 times gravity was nothing much to a Melder like him, and avoiding the dude's attacks was like a walk in the park. When their combined attacks hadn't even touched Xia Luo's clothes after trying for a while, Lulu grew worried. Hey, did you come here to mock us? Xia Luo raised one leg to block Lu Yin's skybeast claw, while he whipped the other out towards Lulu. I'll show mercy. Lulu snorted, then clenched her right fist so hard the air trembled. Lu Yin subconsciously stepped back just as a dull echo resounded on the spot, knocking Xia Luo back 1 step. The youth exclaimed, such strength. Lulu was pleased and she blew her fist. Then she leaned towards Xia Luo provocatively. If you want to fight, seal yourself and come back. All right, be right back. Xia Luo smiled and left the training room. The Perseverance passed through another wormhole to enter the second filament of the Great Yu Empire, now less than 10 days away from the capital star. Within the gravity training room, Lu Yin, Lulu, and Xia Luo sparred frequently, going through 100 bouts in 5 days. Lulu was a fighting maniac, sharing the violent tendencies of others with great strength. That was within Lu Yin's expectations, but he hadn't expected that Xia Luo would even be willing to seal himself in order to spar with them. The man with strange this sort of battle should have been useless to him, but Lu Yin felt quite comfortable in his presence. On the 6th day, another person joined them, Zhang Dingshan. He had been training in a distant gravity training room himself, but had come here after bumping into Lu Yin. Lu Yin had always known him to be a freak, but he still hadn't expected the man to be able to withstand 40 times gravity. He did not shrink back even if his skin was about to split or his vessels about to burst. This earthling without battle techniques could suppress school leaders like Parley, and was a realm breaker who could even match someone like Roz. Even Sigmund stated that this man was an exception that could join the 13 Imperial squadrons right away. Xia Luo admired Zhang Dingshan, and sometimes even shook off Lu Yin and Lulu to train the man. He slowly guided the Bladesage in developing a battle technique that truly fit him. 2 days later, another participant arrived, Sarozin. The monk scared Lulu into hiding behind Lu Yin. When he first appeared, a frightening exterior was a threat unto itself, and he had an aura of incongruity that ensured normal people wouldn't dare act against him. Sarozin could not withstand the high gravity, so he simply opened the door and took one step in. He placed his other foot in once he'd adapted, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Yin and the rest ended up fighting with the door half open, and combined with Sarazen's appearance, they attracted many onlookers every day. Su San had also come around, but Lu Yin forced him to fetch them water and refreshments. The man was all right with such a job, he was at least of some use this way. Quite a few students were creeped out by Lu Yin's training room as they passed by, shocked that people could battle under 40 times gravity. Even the elites of many institutions couldn't achieve such a feat. More students left the Perseverance as time went on, including Jurlane, Ballerer, Eddie, and Hayden at this point. Lu Yin recognized very few of the students left behind. Before Jurlane left, she looked for him and waved her fist. "You better watch out. I haven't repaid you for robbing me just yet. Want to try again?" Lu Yin was defiant. The girl was frightened and quickly ran away, but she tried to intimidate him once more before she left. "Don't belittle you, Academy. You won't be fighting sentinels anymore. You'll be facing melders. Just wait for my brother to crush you." Lu Yin laughed at first, but an introduction of Jurbok sprang to mind and his expression turned heavier. The man was one of U Academy's strongest students, and had even joined one of the 13 Imperial squadrons. Although his own status was rather high now, these kinds of people wouldn't necessarily defer to him. He had to work hard and become a melder to protect himself. As he was rushing back to the training room, Lu Yin came across Bai Zhu, who was staring into space alone. Her beauty with the stars in the background moved him. She seemed to be a glowing fairy, attracting fervent gazes from many of the students around her. Be it on Earth or in the wider universe, such looks would never go away. "What are you thinking about?" He walked over to her side. "Why don't you train with us? The universe is really too big and Earth is too insignificant. No wonder the planet can't hold on to its people," she answered indifferently. "Didn't you walk out yourself?" "Don't take things with Liu Sheaj too seriously." "Not him," she shook her head. "Huh, who else?" She turned to look at him. "Do you know who discovered King Yu?" "Bai Qian," he blurted out instantly. Bai Zhu's expression darkened. "That's right, Bai Qian. That's right, Bai Qian was the one to step onto Neptune and fetch the so-called corpse. This was the first person to come into contact with alien life, but there was no such name among the 7 sages. How was one of Earth's most elite astronauts simply gone? Lu Yin had always felt like there was something amiss. "Who is it? You share surnames. Is he related to you?" An expression of agony filled Bai Zhu's face. "She's my elder sister." "She's a woman." Lu Yin was stunned. Bai Zhu nodded, unable to help a smile as she watched Lu Yin's surprise. "Shocking, isn't it?" The media exploded with news of her reaching Neptune, but no one mentioned a hint of personal information, not even gender. "You always thought she was a dominant man like Zhang Dingshan, didn't you?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly and nodded. "You're right. So what happened to her?" "She left Earth." Bai Zhu looked down, her long hair covering her eyes as she explained gloomily. "Rainbows paled in comparison to my sister's face. She was a strategist like Zhuge, had the heart of an empress, and was a genius swordswoman. But she abandoned me, abandoned Earth, and went into the heavens alone. I'll probably never see her again." Into the heavens. How Lu Yin felt it was strange. When King Yu was first brought back, there was a message engraved on leather with him. We tried to decipher it for the longest time but could only make out 3 words. It was an invitation letter. It was this letter that opened her path to the heavens. She vanished soon after. She'd only just entered the realm of sky, a sentinel. So brave. An unknown invitation, and she stepped into the greater universe, without fear of being crushed by space and time. Lu Yin exclaimed in admiration. Bai Zhu gazed toward the dark universe and said longingly, "My sister would never do anything she wasn't confident in. Academics, sports, swordsmanship, or exploring the heavens, she was always outstanding. Even Zhang Dingshan and the rest had no choice but to accept it as well. No one could compare to her." Maybe Earth just couldn't satisfy her. Lu Yin could not help a laugh. This woman worshiper her sister too much. Perhaps Bai Kayan could excel on Earth, but the greater universe was boundless. Just like Balara or Parley, there were many different races of beings, and some were born sentinels or stronger. Normal humans couldn't compare to them at all. The Day-Night clan was already very terrifying, and the Night Kings were their rulers with frightening innate gifts. Any elite would be overshadowed by such freaks. He would use the unlimited possibilities of his die to compete with them, but what about Bai Kayan? Bai Zhu was right about something. She might not be able to meet Bai Kayan again in this life. Normal people couldn't even step into the boundless universe. A face that made rainbows seem pale in comparison. It was a pity that he couldn't catch that sight. "Oh, do you have a photo?" he asked, really wanting to take a look. "We weren't allowed photos." Bai Zhu shook her head, but then she glared at him like he was a thief. "What do you want?" "Just wanted to take a look, but it's all right. Come and train with us if you're free. It's easy to grow sick of things if you stay by yourself," Lu Yin commented and turned to leave. Bai Zhu recollected her thoughts and looked back at the darkness of space with a complicated expression. Earth was mysterious indeed. One King Yu and one trial had brought out so many monsters. Zhang Dingshan the Realmbreaker, Bai Zhu and Su San with innate gifts, Sarozin with incomparable willpower, Liu Xiaoji's silent endurance, and the perfect Bai Kayan. Lu Yin didn't know what these people would experience amongst the stars, but the future would be exciting yet. Oh, he could be considered an Earthling at this point. Was he a monster too? The perseverance grew quiet over the next few days as students left one after the other. Bai Zhu joined Lu Yin's training group, but just like Sarozin, she was unable to withstand the gravity. She helplessly followed the monk's method, her breathtaking beauty a stark contrast with his nightmare-inducing appearance. Lu Yin was left speechless in the face of these polar opposites at the exit of the training room. Su San noticed something strange in Bai Zhu's gaze and felt like the woman must have been pushed in some way. Why else would anyone follow that monk's torturous method to adapt to the gravity? Lu Yin completely adapted to the increased gravity during the 10 days, something that shocked Zia Luo. Even a newly advanced melder wouldn't adapt so quickly. Lulu had gotten used to it even earlier, but no one was amazed by the Mavis family's freakishness. In the meanwhile, Zhang Dingshan got to a point where he could move around without issue, while Sarozin had taken this time to advance one entire step. This was the only normal bit. It was ridiculous for Sentinels to adapt to 40x gravity in the first place. Surprisingly, Bai Zhu's progress was even faster. She had got to the same point herself. This gravity training room had already become famous on Perseverance, and even Sigmund had looked over at one point. Everyone there outside of Su San could defeat school leaders. It was hard not to attract attention. "Careful, I'm coming," Lulu barked, and her fist swept past Lu Yin's ears to hit the walls. She retracted her hand and looked discontentedly at him. "Hey, show some respect, I'm hitting you." Lu Yin said apologetically, "My bad, I was distracted. I just received a notice that students who succeeded in trial missions are to head to the capital star to be examined for recommendation into Astral 10. That doesn't concern me." Lulu rolled her eyes, and Zia Luo paid no attention either. It was only then that Lu Yin recalled that these two weren't simple. One was from the Mavis family, that was not one whit inferior to the Day-Night clan, and the other had shown his background by knowing and succeeding with the Day-Night inheritance stone. The Empire's recommendations likely meant nothing to them. Lu Yin nodded. "Everyone in the trial failed except me. No one can be nominated to participate in the 10th Academy's examination." "I don't need any recommendation, I can go there myself," Zhang Dingshan pipped. Lulu rolled her eyes. "Go yourself. You must be joking. You don't even know where the Astral Combat Academy's doors will open. You think anyone can get in? When Astral 10 arrives at the Frostwave Weave, only major powers like the Great Yu Empire will know its concrete position and have means to approach it. A normal person wouldn't see it even if they passed by." The Bladesid's gaze turned heavier as he gripped his blade. "You know about the Astral Combat Academy?" Lu Yin looked at Lulu. "Heard some seniors talking about it. Want to know more?" She smiled craftily, her gaze shifting as he nodded. "I can tell you, but you have to promise me something. Help me get something if you enter Astral 10. Hey, don't leave. It's not anything extraordinary or something. I just need you to fight someone. You should know that information about Astral Combat Academy is restricted. Even that General Sigmund might not know. No one will tell you except me." Zia Luo interrupted gently. "The Astral Combat Academy is an umbrella term for 10 institutions, the first 8 in the Innerverse. Astral 9 is in the endless weave of the Outerverse, while Astral 10 is going to appear here in the Frostwave Weave. Every academy is said to have supreme battle techniques inherited from ages past and is overseen by unequaled powerhouses. The academies also determine the top 100 youths across the universe, and then there's the true attraction of the legendary 3 realms and 6 Daos." Lulu clenched her jaw in fury, but everyone else focused on Zia Luo, 3 realms and 6 Daos. Legend goes that there are 9 trial zones passed on from ancient times, hiding supreme battle techniques. Longevity, strong blood vessels, unstoppable strength. Rumors say you can acquire all kinds of things there. But there is one thing we know for sure. Xia Luo's smile faded. Almost half of the 10 arbiters of the Universe Youth Council have walked through the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Lu Yin's expression changed as well. The 10 arbiters had taken the Universe Youth Council from an obscure organization to the behemoth it was today. These 10 devilish geniuses were the greatest prodigies of their generation. While he didn't know just how strong they were, a single one had destroyed a major organization that defied the Council's ruling. That power had been far stronger than the Great Yu Empire. The Universe Youth Council was originally responsible for the Outerverse competitions and rewarding or disciplining the younger generations, but ever since the 10 arbiters came into power, its influence had broadened greatly. Not only did they rule over the young, but they now had judicial authority and supervised the various academies. They had the authority to investigate, pass, and enforce laws on education, military, and prisons, empowering the younger generations greatly. The Universe Youth Council was thus also called the 10 Arbiters Council. Myra was a prime example of the terrifying prowess of this organization. Lu Yin had tried to get more information about the 10 arbiters, but there was very little he could glean about them. Those from the Outerverse simply couldn't learn about them. Lulu snorted. Some of those freaks have indeed stepped through the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but not all gained any technique from it. There is one certainty, though any student that dares enter that place comes out much stronger than before. The Astral Combat Academy is like the gate to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, which is why countless people are drawn towards it. Do you know who the 10 arbiters are? Lu Yin looked at Lulu. When she and Xia Luo looked back silently, he asked, "Don't know." Lulu shrugged with a negative. When Lu Yin turned to Xia Luo, the youth shook his head as well. "Don't ask me. No one here is qualified for such information. Even the Emperor might not know those 10 are way too high, and no media dares to even contact them." Disappointed, Lu Yin thought back to news broadcasts he'd seen before. The only images shown for rulings from the 10 arbiters were 10 silhouettes he really wasn't qualified to find out. The only person on the Perseverance who knew was Myra, but asking her would only garner ill will. It would show lofty ambition with little perspective. After the ship warped once more, a notice was transmitted throughout the ship that they were about to arrive at the Zenyu Star, the capital of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin looked out his window to see a mass of vehicles passing by. They were soon in sight of the massive celestial body, 3 rings of land circling around it constantly. It looked vast and magnificent, terrifying star energy ripples passing by on occasion. The spaceships around stretched into an unknown distance. There weren't many students left on the Perseverance at this point, only children of influential families like Roz and Hugh Zioling. Watching the capital approach, an excited Roz activated his gadget. "Senior, please, you have to avenge me. That is King Zishan. If we mess him up, we risk offending the entire Zishan faction. Have you forgotten about the 13th captain?" Roz was startled, but then he smiled. "That woman is just holding up the Zishan name. She might even thank us when he's dead." The person on the other end of the call took a while to respond. "All right, I can teach him a lesson, but it'll be embarrassing him at most. I can't help you kill him. That'll be courting death." Just before the Perseverance reached the capital star, dozens of royal courtiers gathered in the Great Yu Palace, watching an imposing figure respectfully. This was the undying Yushin, the man who had taken the weak Great Yu Empire into a powerful nation that spanned 13 filaments today. Even the Universe had heard of the Ironblood Emperor, a man who had reached the top 10 of the astral combat ranking in his youth and shaken the entire universe. Although conspiracies had pushed back his ambitious charge into the Universe, he had still built the Great Yu Empire up to its current state. As a hunter, he could live over 1,000 years, but his dignified figure was now only a shadow of in his prime. He was aging quickly. The Great Yu Empire had advanced technology, yet upheld ancient traditions. Ministers that represented the various territories had to stand respectfully, while the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons who had the highest authority stood in the front row. Compared to the uniformly dressed, dignified, and serene counselors, these captains were much stranger. Some were dressed bizarrely. There was one who was 2 meters tall, one with fiery red hair, and even one blind baldy. All sorts of people were present, making it look like a mob. Although they looked random, each of them were the greatest powers in the empire. There were 2 figures in front of even the captains. One was the second prince, Duke Yushin. His hands were in his pockets, and he seemed to be chewing on something absent-mindedly. The other seemed more alert to the situation, wearing a faint smile that concealed the imposing aura that flashed past his eyes on occasion. This man resembled the undying Yushin more than his brother, and was the crown prince of the Great Yu Empire, Doran Yushin. "That will be it on diplomacy with the Grand Top Weave. I want to bring up one other person, Lu Yin." The emperor started to speak, his dignified gaze sweeping across everyone present as a hint of exhaustion flashed past his eyes. The hearts of the courtiers jumped at the name. It had shocked the court when it first appeared. This name represented a clan that had once shocked them all. even if it had now declined the Zishan family. Crown Prince Doran Yushin had stepped forward and bowed. "Royal father, royal brother Lu Yin is going to arrive. Do you want your son to welcome him personally?" Undying Yushin shook his head. "I sent Bronson to welcome him. His identity should be sufficient to welcome him." "The first squadron deputy does have sufficient seniority," Doran agreed respectfully, returning to his spot. The second prince glanced at him and continued to chew with a displeased expression. The undying Yushin coughed several times. "Zishan and I called each other brothers in our youth, and it was with his help that I forged this great empire. His family might have perished today, but Lu Yin is the sole survivor. I've already given orders that he shall inherit the title of King Zishan. He can enjoy the honor and glory that comes with that title. You must all treat him like you treat the other royal children." "Yes, your majesty," all of them chorused. The undying Yushin nodded, then coughed a few more times. "Your majesty, this subject has a question that I am unsure whether to ask." An older man walked out. The emperor smiled. "All courtiers are free to speak in my presence. There was a marriage contract between the royal family and the Zishan family that is still unfulfilled. Will it be taking effect today?" All gazes fell upon the emperor, this time including some of the 13 imperial squadrons and the hitherto inattentive duke. The man's own eyes narrowed. This was a difficult question to answer. Denial would sully the Yushin name, but he couldn't acknowledge it either. There was only one unwedded princess in the royal family, 5th Princess Wendy Yushin, who wasn't yet 30. However, she was no ordinary princess tutored within the myriad swords peak of the Universe. She was ranked within the top 20 of the astral combat ranking. Few people across the Outerverse could match her, and she was the pride of the Frostwave Weave No, the entire Outerverse itself. She was considered the second coming of the Emperor's own talent, and even he couldn't compare to her in status. Regardless of willingness, he simply didn't have the ability to decide for her. The Emperor suddenly broke out into a fit of violent coughing, and a few doctors immediately rushed up and injected him with some medication. He spoke feebly when the fit subsided. "Suspend the court. We shall begin again when Lu Yin is here." The Perseverance slowly landed on the capital space station, and Lu Yin and the rest beamed down to the Zenu star. The planet was flourishing wherever one looked, the entire city linked with bridges and flying vehicles streaking across the skies. Their white trails were everywhere, an indication of the technology at play here. Lu Yin stretched as he felt the gravity of this new planet that was about the same as Earth. The air was much fresher, and the surging star energy all around far surpassed anything he'd ever felt back home. The Zenu star was tens of thousands of times larger than Earth, and he couldn't estimate its population or even the number of different races that lived here. Susan gazed in amazement at his surroundings, at this extraterrestrial civilization that had supervised Earth. There was nothing that Earth could compare to, be it in terms of science or cultivation. Zhang Dingshan, Bai Zhu, and Saruzin remained calm, as they had seen introductions to the various technologies in the library. On the contrary, the Zenu star's technology looked a little backward to what they'd read about. The Perseverance returned to tranquility, and the troops descended quickly, Sigmund, Shalash, and Tori among them. Myra had already departed earlier. Seeing the capital's guards suddenly surround them from the distance, Zhang Dingshan frowned as he felt something was wrong. These troops looked solemn, and some were even leaking bloodlust. As someone who had grown up in an army himself, he was very sensitive to this prelude to an attack. He warned the rest, careful. Lu Yin also felt something amiss in the wary gazes of the soldiers, and the area around the Perseverance was quickly sealed off. He noticed several invisible weapons locking onto them, especially Sigmund, whose expression turned heavy at the sight of a man descending from the distance. "Bronson, what is the meaning of this?" Everyone looked on at the man, feeling his powerful aura. This man was at least an explorer, able to move around freely in space. While the Emperor was a hunter, someone over 100,000 combat level, there were few like him across the Empire. Even cruisers 50000 or higher were rare, so explorers were quite powerful. Sigmund was an explorer, as were Shalash and Tori. Bronson retrieved an arrest warrant. "The Emperor has ordered your capture, Sigmund Mathers. Your crime is treason against the crown by collusion with outside powers." A commotion quickly broke out amongst Sigmund's shocked soldiers, with Lu Yin sharing their sentiment. Treason, that was a capital offense. Shalash and Tori looked at each other in confusion. As vice-captains from the 13 Imperial squadrons, they hadn't received any news about such a thing at all. This was obviously sealed off so Sigmund couldn't escape. The only one who could do such a thing was the undying Yushin himself. Did Sigmund really betray the Empire? Sigmund frowned and stared at the arrest warrant, color draining from his face as he recognized its authenticity. "Why? I didn't commit any treason. Why is His Majesty arresting me?" Bronson looked on coldly, waving for a squadron to capture the man. Sigmund didn't resist, only staring at him for an answer until he eventually stepped forward and said, 27 Corpse Kings escaped during Earth's evolution, and Barudar betrayed us and destroyed Genma Space Station." "What?" Sigmund's eyes shrank. Bronson activated his gadget, and a screen lit up to show Sigmund conversing with Barudar. You're the last person that met Barudar, and also the one in charge of Earth's trial. The Empire has reason to believe that you colluded external powers to steal those corpse kings. Bring him away. Sigmund's face turned ashen. While he was an explorer, he did not put up any resistance at all and allowed the troops to escort him away. Watching his arrest, everyone else remained silent. Even a general of the Empire, an actual explorer, could suffer such an end. Lu Yin stared at that despondent figure, recalling the moment that the man had declared him the King Zishan and assured that he could help with any trouble. Who would have thought things would change so greatly? Bronson nodded towards Shalash and Tori before walking directly to Lu Yin and bowing. The third seat of the 1st Imperial Squadron pays his respects to King Zishan. Lu Yin returned his gaze to Bronson, at ease. What about my friends? Lu Yin asked. Please rest assured, the Empire has made arrangements, Bronson replied. Lu Yin nodded and glanced at Zhang Dingshan's trio before having Susan follow him out with Bronson. Susan followed him like a mouse, frightened of letting him go too far. Feeling like things were getting boring, Lulu ran off by herself. Xia Luo also strolled through the area at leisure, with no one caring about him. Looking at Lu Yin's figure with envy, Roz followed Munor and Eddie away to the first ring, which contained Yu Academy. Hugh Zioling, Jenny Anna, and the other nobles were welcomed by their families and left. In the end, Zhang Dingshan's trio was brought to follow Roz's group to Yu Academy, where they would undergo formcast remodeling as a reward for their accomplishments during the trial. This normally wasn't a reward given out easily, but these three had displayed great talent and would be absorbed into the Empire as fresh blood. The Zenu Star space station was enormous, and after a while of walking, a flying vehicle stopped in front of Lu Yin, Your Majesty. Lu Yin and Susan boarded the vehicle while Bronson flew up by their side. The machine started with a low boom and quickly shot into the distance. Susan measured this machine curiously with his eyes, especially the screen which had already mapped out the route. It was on autopilot. General Bronson, can I ask you a question? Lu Yin asked. Bronson dispersed the airflow around them using star energy and replied, of course, Your Majesty. You mentioned 27 corpse kings earlier. What does that mean? Bronson's gaze trembled. The evolution of the planet, Your Majesty, was on birthed many strong cultivators, but it also gave rise to zombies. There is one type of zombie called the Corpse King that can swallow natural energy crystals to achieve great power. They have formed their own faction called the Neo-Human Alliance, posing as the future of humanity, but they are extremely dangerous. Lu Yin's gaze flashed as he thought of the long-haired zombie king and the one that Zhang Dingshan killed. Innate gifts were rare among humanity, but those things could achieve a similar effect by swallowing energy crystals. This meant the entire Neo-Human Alliance had innate gifts. It was no wonder that the Great Yu Empire was concerned. The escape of 27 of them from Earth's trial, is it a serious offense? Bronson only muttered 2 words, death sentence. Generally, they have to dispose of the zombies once the trial ends, precisely to prevent the Corpse Kings from being taken away by the Neo-Human Alliance, Bronson added. But Sigmund did not do so, and Barudar defected as well, so the Empire ruled that it was a case of collusion. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask further questions. The Mathers family were old Zishan subordinates, but he had just arrived at the capital and didn't have the clout here to help Sigmund. The man could only pray for himself. He thought of Silver, feeling sure that the youth was somehow related to this Neo-Human Alliance. Was he a Corpse King himself? He didn't feel like one. Silver had left at Genma Space Station, which made Barudar's defection all the more suspicious. However, he quickly dismissed it from his mind. Even if he knew the truth, he couldn't say anything. Sigmund hadn't been given a moment's chance to explain himself before he was judged to be guilty of treason. It might have had something to do with the Zishan family. This conspiracy was different from the probing of Roz. It had bloodlust that even explorers couldn't avoid. It took 2 hours of travel across the Zenu Star for Lu Yin to reach the royal palace. Every tower pierced of the center of the Empire's authority pierced into the skies, its dignified appearance stunning him even from miles away. Susan's lips trembled as he gazed into the distance to him. It seemed like this was a palace that had swallowed the heavens and was coming for him. There are 13 gates to the royal palace, guarded by each of the 13 imperial squadrons. The main gate is called the Grand Astral Gate, guarded by the 1st Squadron. His Imperial Majesty ordered me to bring you in through it, Bronson informed him deferentially. Lu Yin nodded and got off the vehicle, looking up at the palace that stretched into the skies and pulsed with so much star energy that onlookers shuddered. Susan had to remain behind at this point. He was not qualified to enter. The fact that he'd come so close was already a testament to Lu Yin's title. The royal palace was enormous, taking 20 minutes of travel from the Grand Astral Gate to arrive at the royal court. Lu Yin saw many peculiar details of the Empire's culture along the way, with carved columns and jade buildings illustrating countless stories. The technology clock seemed to wind back further as he traveled into the palace by the time he was at the court. He even suspected that he'd arrived in ancient times. Bronson bowed towards the royal court and gestured for Lu Yin to proceed, waiting outside himself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin sensed the enormous fluctuations of star energy all around him and walked in step by step. He came to a stop right outside. "Come in." The undying Yushin coughed twice before raising his head with a smile. All the courtiers within stood rooted in place seriously, with only the captains turning around to look outside with curious gazes. Lu Yin entered the royal court, feeling the world change with one step. Indescribable pressure descended from the sky, turning everything in sight in ashen gray while the ground buzzed him deaf. His eyes narrowed at this imposition of absolute powerhouses, watching the air twist as threads seemed to connect the heavens to the earth. His organs started to ache and his vision turned blurry, the star energy within refusing to budge. It was at this point that the courtiers turned to look at the doors, all sorts of expressions on their faces. Dignity, ridicule, pride. A native had shaken off his mortal coil and transformed into King Zishan, who existed above the masses. This was something they could not accept. The pressure came from all of them. It wasn't intentional, but simply a combination of their displeasure. The entire court wanted to throw him out. Lu Yin slowly felt dizzy and his fingers trembled, the figure of the emperor slowly vanishing in front of his eyes until he almost couldn't endure it anymore. He grunted and bit his tongue, tearing open the flesh of his palm with his nails until fresh blood dripped to the ground. It was this pain that awakened him, giving him the strength to raise a leg and step forward once more, entering the hall completely. The pressure suddenly disappeared like the tide, replaced with looks of amazement. It was no mean feat for a mere sentinel. Up at the front, the crown prince smiled, while the second prince's lips curled as well. The blind, bald man among the captains nodded imperceptibly, while the undying Yushin laughed from his position at the head of it all. "Come closer." Lu Yin huffed and raised his head to match the emperor's gaze with a solemn expression of his own. He stepped past each of the courtiers, then the captains, finally stopping at the same row as the princes. "Lu Yin pays his respects, Your Imperial Majesty." The undying Yushin smiled and was about to speak, but he coughed a few times and immediately drank some water. "Call me Royal Uncle." Lu Yin bowed. "Yes, Royal Uncle." The emperor nodded. "You have spent so many years outside, it must have been difficult." "Royal Brother, His Imperial Majesty has always remembered the Zishan family. Where have you been all these years? Why wasn't there any news? And who named you Lu Yin?" Doran had many questions. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The Great Yu Empire had been investigating him ever since his bloodline was verified, but inconceivably they couldn't find anything. They were the foremost power in the Frostwave Weave, but couldn't investigate a single individual's background. It left them quite curious about him. Lu Yin had already prepared his answer. "I'll be honest, I've lost my memory. The only thing I could remember was this name. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can feel free to search my mind." The crown prince hurriedly waved it off and laughed. "That is too much to ask for, Royal Brother. Your identity as the successor to the undying Yushin has been verified regardless of what happened earlier in your life. The Great Yu Empire will always be your strongest supporter." "The crown prince is right, little Yin. You can remain at ease in the empire and take over the Zishan crown, bring it to glory," the emperor said brightly. Lu Yin nodded and bowed. "Royal Father, have we settled Royal Brother's accommodations? If not, your son is willing to arrange them." The second prince spoke for the first time. The undying Yushin smiled. "Little Yin's accommodation need not be arranged by others. The Zishan residence is his home." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. "Your Imperial Majesty, no. The Zishan residence holds a lofty position within the capital. It is not only a representative of the Zishan title, but also the glory of the Great Yu Empire and His Majesty the Undying Zishan's achievements. Even if we give it to the new King Zishan, we should wait until he's matured. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider." Lu Yin felt the pushback rather bizarre. These people had to be mental. It was just a residence. Why did they have to debate it like it was a matter of life and death? The emperor seemed to agree, thumping against his throne in anger. "I have already given my word. Do you want me to go back on it? I have not passed yet. It isn't your turn to make my decisions. We plead for your Imperial Majesty's forgiveness." The courtiers paled. The princes similarly bowed. Lu Yin glanced around him and noticed that the few strange-looking people remained still. There was even a little girl. When he had first walked into the royal court, he had already noticed these strange people. There were a total of 7 of them. One was 2 meters tall and jet black from head to toe. The next had red hair and a stern face. The third emitted a frostiness all over, and there was a short, blind, bald person. Another wore a big white coat and looked like a scientist, while the next was excessively good-looking and seemed even more gentle than Xia Luo. Last was the petite little girl. A total of 7 people that had rather striking looks stood quite close to the front, behind only the crown prince and second prince. He guessed that these were captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, holding the most power here. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a pretty girl?" The delicate-looking girl glared at Lu Yin, who turned away speechlessly. Even if they didn't want to attract attention, these people would draw gazes anywhere. This was especially true of the bald man, whose horrific appearance was second only to Saruzan's. The dainty little girl saw Lu Yin turn away and was pleased. She proudly puffed up her chest and raised her head. "All right, the court is dismissed. I am tired. Crown Prince, Second Prince, Little Yin, stay behind." The emperor shook his hand lethargically. The courtiers withdrew quickly, and the girl glared at Lu Yin again before leaving herself. Lu Yin didn't care a little brat like that could be called a captain. The undying Yushin brought the trio into the palace's garden, where the air was fresh and there were many varieties of plants that Lu Yin had never seen. It was fortunate that he had lived in the greater universe before for a while, even in the Innerverse, so this wasn't too strange. Perhaps the emperor was getting older, but he dragged the trio over and started reminiscing about old times. He recalled past times as they toured the gardens, leaving Lu Yin quite helpless. He wasn't a Zishan in the first place. Why would he have the time to hear this old man's stories? But the emperor had already set his mind, and even the princes couldn't escape. They were forced to listen to his rambling for 3 whole hours. Lu Yin's legs were a little wobbly by the time the emperor grew tired and ended his stories. "Forgive me, I'm tired. When people get older, we like to recall the past," the man said with a smile and a shake of the head, pushing some food over. "Try these, they were some of Zishan's favorite snacks." Lu Yin nodded and tried them, finding them rather good. The emperor seemed like he wanted to say something, but it was only then that he noticed that Doran and Duke, "Oh, you two are still here, you can leave." "I want to speak to Little Yin alone." Lu Yin nearly spat out, feeling like he was being toyed with. He had listened for 3 whole hours, and the man didn't seem to bother with his own emotions at all. The 2 princes seemed used to it, giving their salutations before departing. Lu Yin could only humor him. Royal Uncle's power is at the peak of the universe. Living for another 10,000 years will be no problem. I know my own body well, you don't need to comfort me. The man chuckled, shaking his head. "I have seen everything related to Earth's trial. You're quite good to be able to defeat a Night King, even if newly awakened. Few can match you at the same level. There is a hint of the young Zishan in you." Lu Yin felt ashamed. King Yu was too strong. If not for the cooperation of the students, I would not be able to defeat him. The undying Yushin smiled. "Intelligence is ability as well. That final battle was under your control. The end where you forced a melder to attack for you was quite smart. It's the kind of cleverness that extends lives." Lu Yin did not speak. "I also understand about the matter on the spacecraft. Go settle it with a free heart. As long as I am on the throne, you'll be fine." The emperor suddenly changed topics. The undying Yushin nodded and retrieved a cosmic ring. "This is your first time on the capital star, and money is needed everywhere. Here is a crystal Mavis card and some star crystals. Use them freely." He looked inside the cosmic ring to find 20 cubes of star crystals. It wasn't much, but it certainly was significant to all sentinels. Wondering how much money was in the card, he left the garden under the guidance of a maid. Bronson was already waiting outside the garden and greeted him immediately. "Your Majesty." Lu Yin smiled. "This must be troublesome for you, General Bronson. Protecting your Majesty is only my responsibility. There is no need for you to be so courteous." Lu Yin nodded and walked out of the palace, with the explorer following behind at an exact 1-meter distance. He asked as he strolled along, "Oh, General, you mentioned you're the 3rd seat of the 1st Squadron. Could you explain the Imperial Squadrons to me?" Gladly, the man paused to collect his thoughts. "The 13 Imperial Squadrons correspond to the 13 gates of the Royal Palace. Any movement in or out must go through them. They are His Imperial Majesty's shields, and each captain is at least a cruiser. We are at the top of the Frostwave weave and known throughout the Outerverse, but more importantly, we correspond to the 13 filaments of the Great Yu Empire. We take care of almost half the administration across the empire. The lord of each filament is one of the captains." Lu Yin was shocked. "So the Imperial Squadrons are the rulers. His Majesty appointed the captains as the filament masters of the 13 filaments, and their left-hand deputies are the ones in charge of normal administration." Lu Yin now understood. No wonder the 13 Imperial Squadrons were the division of the empire with the most authority. Each captain was effectively a regional governor, and even had the authority to appoint or dismiss other administrators. The undying Yushin had shared his authority and controlled things from the source, saving himself trouble while not having to worry about rebellions. This sort of practice could be only in place if there was trust in the center, and it clearly showed how much confidence the emperor had in himself. Bronson also introduced the captains, but Lu Yin didn't react as he did not recognize any of them. It was only when he mentioned the 13th captain that he was shocked. "Living Zishan, where is she?" Bronson nodded. "She is currently in the 13th filament handling her duties. She will return shortly." Lu Yin's brows knitted together. "She's from my family." "No, Captain Ling is not a Zishan herself. As for her name, perhaps you should ask her yourself." Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. "Not from the Zishan family, but had the Zishan name. Where did this woman come from?" The undying Yushin had not mentioned it when they had met. Had he forgotten? Before he knew it, Lu Yin found himself at the Grand Astral Gate, where Crown Prince Doran smiled at him gently. He immediately walked over. "Why are you here, Your Highness? You couldn't have been waiting for me." Doran smiled. "Of course I was waiting, royal brother. This is your first time at the Capital Star, and I have nothing much to give, so here's a small welcome gift. I hope you like it." Doran laughed. "You are quite forward, brother. Right, the Zenu Star is quite big, and you might not be able to move about freely right now. I have arranged the latest model of transportation to be sent to you. It will be waiting outside the gate for your personal use." Lu Yin thanked him again, and after some pleasantries, Doran instructed Bronson to take good care of him. The captain of the 1st Imperial Squadron was the undying Yushin himself, while the left-hand deputy was the Crown Prince. The right-hand deputy was 2nd Prince Duke, while Bronson was their subordinate who sat just lower. Lu Yin looked at the cosmic ring after Doran left, shocked to find that he had been given a whopping 50 cubes of star crystals. This was even more than the Emperor. So generous, who knew if it was a bribe? He couldn't help but sigh. The Crown Prince is too kind, so humble and modest. No wonder he's the next emperor. Bronson's head was bent low, and he did not comment. Lu Yin walked 2 steps forward and suddenly recalled something, growing excited and clenching his fists as he walked out of the Grand Astral Gate with a strange smile. Susan was hiding at one side, watching a dazzling flying vehicle in the distance. Be it design or size, this one far surpassed the one they had flown in on, with a streamlined body and bold style that was every man's dream. He almost started drooling on the spot who knew who it belonged to. This was surely quite valuable. Moments later, Lu Yin walked out of the gate and waved to him before walking straight for that cool plane. He immediately ran over. "Boss, careful where you put your hands. This toy looks very expensive. Don't let others think we have ill designs over it." Lu Yin went silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Stop being an embarrassment. Come on." He opened the cabin door and sat within. Susan was stunned, then grew excited. "Boss, this is ours. You don't say." Feeling like this man was an embarrassment, Lu Yin decided to give him a tour to expand his knowledge and increase his worth. "Let's go to the 1st ring. Zhang Dingshan and the others are there." "What are they doing there, boss?" "U Academy, Formcast remodeling." "Let's go," Lu Yin said as he activated the vehicle. A strong jet of air set it off and it entered autopilot, following a predetermined path to the 1st ring. Bronson immediately stepped into the void and followed them. The Capital Star was surrounded by 3 rings of land, even the closest of which took 2 hours of travel to get to. Lu Yin was traveling in the newest model of plane in the Great Yu Empire, its speed even exceeding a limiteer's. From his perspective, the distance between the Capital Star and the 1st ring was an ocean's width. During his flight to the 1st ring, Lu Yin crossed only about a dozen other planes that were slower than his. Not just anyone could enter these restricted zones, they were military grounds, and the 1st ring was under U Academy's autonomous control. It was clear that this plane from the Crown Prince was specifically approved. It was unobstructed the entire way, not even having to stop at the flight platform as it flew directly toward the Formcast pool. "Boss, this is too cool. Look at all those people getting examined. They look like the Empire's officials, but even they need to stop for inspection while we can pass directly. This is a noble life." Susan was excited. Lu Yin got him to shut up and glanced at Bronson, who was floating nearby. He had appeared when they were approaching the flight platform, and all the soldiers and officers on it saluted him. Although he was the 3rd seat, his status was at least on par with the other vice-captains, not because he was an explorer, but purely owing to his status. Watching the man, Lu Yin's own thoughts ran wild. Home had asked him to inherit the Zishan status to infiltrate the Great Yu Empire. Did they also want him to join the 13 Imperial Squadrons? What about the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council? What did they want him to do? No one had contacted him yet. The 1st ring was about the same width as the Zenu Star, but its surface area was far greater. It had an unfinished vibe to it, with sand and dust pervading the air while the occasional tornado thundered across and left Susan pale. This was the location of U Academy, the training grounds for its elites and garrison for its troops. The plane flew along a predetermined route. There wasn't any danger at first, but 10 minutes or so into the journey, a roar shook the skies and tore open the earth and sky. A terrifying blast of air nearly overturned the plane, but Bronson was fortunately around to obstruct it. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a roar of an existence at the limiteer's level. Though it was not as unparalleled in power as an explorer, it could still cause his heart to tremble. Did U Academy elites frequently deal with limiteers? He thought of Roz and Eddie before shaking his head. That couldn't be the case. "Boss, I feel like the Zenu Star is safer." "Maybe we should head back," Susan spoke timidly, but Lu Yin ignored him. The sky started to darken an hour later, and a huge mountain range showed up on the horizon. Most eye-grabbing of all was the hollow in the center of a mountain, surrounded by some unknown transparent material. Countless soldiers were floating all around it, giving off a dense, imposing aura. This was U Academy's Formcast pool, the reservoir of Formcast models. The plane landed and was sent to parking, while Lu Yin pulled Susan along. This time, even he was stopped, Bronson's status wasn't enough to allow him in directly, and they had to present a certificate of clearance. This left him curious. Even you can't enter the academy as you please. U Academy is a top-tier institution reserved for the Empire's elite. Even His Imperial Majesty cannot meddle however he wishes. This was an order he'd sent down when he first assumed his position. Your Majesty, I cannot interfere in anything at this place unless your life is in danger. Please take care of yourself. Lu Yin nodded, unable to help but feel more respectful of the undying Yushin. He had given the younger generation liberty and freedom, but that was exactly what won him their hearts. As they neared the formcast pool, Lu Yin heard a soft howl of extreme pain. His expression changed, and he was about to charge in the moment he recognized its owner, but Bronson spoke up. Formcast remodeling is often a painful process, like the physical body being smashed into pieces and reorganized. It requires one's cells to be remade from the ground up, with even the blood being generated once more. An inability to endure it means failure, and failure means death. Lu Yin paused, then regained his calm and walked in. The pool was surrounded by countless troops, and under the protection of numerous experts of U Academy, with even explorers among their ranks. It consumed far too many resources. Zhang Dingshan only qualified for the process because he was a realm breaker, and had nothing to do with the man defeating school leaders. Entry to the pool was forbidden while it was in use, and Lu Yin saw Bai Zhu and Sarozin waiting outside as well. The former's gaze lit up when she saw him. How long has he been inside? He asked. Quite a few hours, she replied. He's been suffering like that for hours. Bai Zhu nodded, her own face a little pale already. However, Lu Yin was extremely impressed. Rebuilding one's physical body clearly required great suffering, and even a stone-cold soldier like Zhang Dingshan found it hard to bear. He glanced over at Sarozin, curious about how this monk would behave and whether he would scream. Damn it, where's that dog barking from? It's disturbing me. A rude voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yin looked over to see several youths whose clothes had been messed up from what he assumed to be training. They seemed to be U Academy elites, at least on Eddie's level. What are you looking at? Trash. Such a waste of the Empire's resources. If the pool was given to us, we'd have become melders long ago. Just a bunch of native nonsense. One of the youths was clearly in a bad mood, insulting Lu Yin with a provocative tone. A few others looked at Bai Zhu, and their eyes nearly popped out. The youth that had just cursed saw her as well, and his jaw dropped open in amazement. Bai Zhu was disgusted. If you want the resources, fight for them yourselves. We won this opportunity. Oh, sassy. All right, fight for it, you say. Let's see what ability you have. One of them was obviously very interested in Bai Zhu and took the initiative to stretch a hand towards her. He was trying to touch her face. Lu Yin frowned, but sensing the lack of bloodlust, he didn't act. Bai Zhu snorted and struck out with her fist. While the youth's expression was frivolous, he met the attack with a serious gaze. He knew that those who could join U Academy had some substance to them, and also understood the qualifications required for remodeling. His hand immediately formed a claw as he barked, Skybeast Claw. Bai Zhu's expression changed, but not into one of fear. She was much stronger than she had been on Earth, and the training on the Perseverance proved effective right now. Her body blinked away with the roving step, something Lu Yin had taught her. Having adapted to 40 times gravity much faster than Sarozin, her speed far surpassed the average sentinel. The attack crashed into the ground without much damage, while her hand pressed down on the youth's abdomen and a layer of ice extended across it. Frost, the youth was overwhelmed, retreating without a thought. The ice shattered with a bang, and a shadow flitted past the youth as another strike headed towards Bai Zhu. Despicable. Lu Yin's gaze focused, and he raised his own hand, which had a shocking 5 stars within. Bronson had almost intervened at the same time, but he stopped the moment Lu Yin struck out. The newcomer was clearly a melder, but he had sensed that Lu Yin's attack was actually stronger. 2 attacks streaked past Bai Zhu and collided with each other, a violent shockwave pushing her away in an instant. The other students and Sarozin soon followed, a vacuum popping in the emptied void as Lu Yin finally saw the stranger's face. He focused on the youth's vicious gaze. The target wasn't Bai Zhu, it was himself. Terrifying pressure crashed down as the melder tried to crush him with star energy alone, the weight of it all causing him to shiver, but the stars within his palm exploded in response. The first 3 withstood the opposing strike, the 4th changed the stranger's gaze and prompted a skybeast claw, while a growl in the 5th sent both parties flying backward. Bang! Shockwaves radiated in all directions, drawing the attention of the formcast pool's guards. Lu Yin retreated 5 steps, while the dumbstruck melder was pushed back 7. Bronson and the guards all watched on in shock. A sentinel had actually knocked back a melder. This wasn't simply a realm breaker. The other side was an elite of U Academy. Bai Zhu also looked at Lu Yin with surprise. He was even stronger than before. Tyson lost. The students from U Academy were stunned. How's that possible? He's one of the only melders in our branch. That kid's just a sentinel. Let's go again. The youth called. Tyson glared, dashing towards Lu Yin and attacking with a skybeast claw. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This attack was even stronger than Munor's. It seemed like this school truly was where the cream of the crop gathered. However, the five-star cosmic palm gave him confidence against anyone at or around his level, and he wouldn't back down. Just as the two were about to collide, a tremendous force swept through the area and rocked the people present. This was Melder energy just like Tyson's, but the sheer power left Lu Yin's hair standing on end. This was someone whom he was no match for. Tyson paused, turning pale by the time he even turned around to see the distant figure ambling over. Lu Yin followed his gaze to a man who looked even younger than his current opponent, but one look and he knew that this young Melder was the cause of that force just now. He was far more powerful than Tyson, to the point that even the cosmic palm was useless. He turned grim. This was the strongest Melder he'd met so far. Hall Master Tianming. Tyson looked horrified. Hall Master. Lu Yin was confused. He didn't know much about Yu Academy. Information about the school was restricted by the Empire. Zhurlane and the others hadn't divulged much either, just that the strongest youths in the Empire were gathered here. How exactly they were chosen and what sort of hierarchy the place followed was a total mystery. You're getting smarter, aren't you, Tyson? You even learned how to ambush people now. Want to try that on me? If you defeat me, I'll give you my spot. Tianming walked over and nodded amicably at Lu Yin. Hearing the cold voice of the Hall Master, Tyson's expression quickly changed. I didn't do it on purpose, Hall Master. I just saw. I saw what happened quite clearly. Your target wasn't the girl. What gives you the nerve to ambush the Kingzishan? This question did not get an answer. Sweat beaded on Tyson's forehead, but a wave of Tianming's hand sent out an invisible beast claw that smashed into his chest and sent him flying. Scram. The other youths quickly left as well, not daring to look back. The moment he saw Tianming attack, Lu Yin felt his heart leap. This was a skybeast claw that was different from Tyson's, practiced to the point that one didn't even need to shape their hand first. This was a master. Yu Academy is managed by its students. There are 5 halls located across the first ring, and this is one of the hall masters and thus one of the 5 strongest people in Yu Academy. His name is Tianming. Bronson softly whispered from behind. Who are the other 4? Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he remembered Zhurlane mentioning that her brother was an elite in Yu Academy as well. Was he a hall master too? Schutz, Zherbak, Logan, Hu Zhang, and Tianming. They are the 5 strongest youths in the Empire's current generation. Lu Yin nodded. In the meanwhile, Tianming finished Tyson off and turned towards him to apologize. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Are you all right, Your Majesty? You're being kind. We just had a bit of a scuffle, Lu Yin answered. Tianming wasn't just any other student of the academy, but someone with great power. Tianming sighed. There is an obvious difference between a scuffle and an ambush. There have been few talents in Yu Academy in the past few years, and there's been no lack of disgraceful people like him. I heard the people from the academy completely humiliated themselves in the trial on Earth. Apologies for the embarrassing display. Tianming laughed and exchanged some pleasantries with Bronson before glancing at Baizu. I apologize on behalf of all Yu Academy students. Miss, I saw everything on the cameras. I'm very sorry. Silent as always, Baizu simply nodded. Lu Yin was curious, Mr. Tianming. I recall that Yu Academy possesses 108 forms of the Skybeast Claw. May I know if I can learn it? Tianming nodded, of course. The moment you touched down onto the capital star, you became part of the academy. I give you permission to learn the first 5 forms. Lu Yin frowned, just the first 5. Tianming smiled. You might not know this, but the Skybeast Claw is the academy's ultimate battle technique and considered one of the best in the Empire. Most people can't begin to learn it. Even those who enter the academy need permission from a hall master to begin. Permission from one hall master can give you the right to 5, 3 to 10, and all 5 to 20 forms, so you had a rule like that. Lu Yin could do nothing about this. Sentinels usually only learn the first 5 forms. The technique isn't easy, and that is normally enough. Only Melders can go to 10, and the stronger ones 20. Tyson has had access to all 20 forms, but only managed to comprehend the 13th. There will be some time before he finishes this. Tianming explained everything slowly, seemingly in a good mood. Lu Yin recalled that Raz had learnt 5 forms. Munor probably knew 10, and Tyson knew 13. He's already learnt 7 from the former 2, but with 108 forms in total, he hadn't even gotten to a 10th of it yet. May I know how much you've learned already, Mr. Tianming? Baizu suddenly asked. Everyone's attention shifted to the hall master. Lu Yin was quite curious, too. The Skybeast Claw that Tianming had nonchalantly thrown out was far stronger than Tyson's. To be able to become a hall master and keep Tyson in line meant he was not someone to be trifled with. 43. Tianming smiled and their expressions changed. This was a terrifying number. He'd learnt nearly half of it. This explained the disparity in power. He continued, of the 5 hall masters, Logan's actually comprehended the most at 49. His Skybeast Claw is the strongest among us. What should I do if I want to learn the entirety of the Skybeast Claw? Lu Yin asked. Defeat any one of us, become a hall leader, and you get access to all of the academy's resources, Tianming said with a shrug and wave. All right, I've still got things to deal with, so I'll be off. Best of luck. Also, anyone who's done with their formcast remodeling needs to enter the academy. If you don't have any other choices, you can join my hall. I'll take care of you. We've been booked by the 13 squadrons. Can we still join the academy? Baizu inquired. Tianming smiled. Being in the 13 squadrons does not clash with Yu Academy. The academy is a place for learning. The army is where you apply that in combat. Zhang Dingshan's moans had dissipated by this point, and Baizu entered the formcast pool. She too cried out in agony, but her voice was much nicer to hear. Lu Yin started to get a little frustrated. Bronson, who's performing the remodeling for them? Is it a man or woman? Neither. They're enduring it on their own, Bronson answered nonchalantly. Lu Yin nodded. This was good. If there was a guy in there doing it for Baizu, he'd be annoyed. Baizu wasn't his lover, but he didn't want anyone taking advantage of her either. By the way, Saruzin, which squadrons want you guys? Lu Yin suddenly remembered the monk and asked. Saruzin looked up and said in a hoarse voice, Zhang Dingshan was taken by 5th, Baizu 6th. I'll join 11th, Lu Yin hummed. Bronson had told him before that the captain of the 5th squadron was called Huo Qingshan. He was the head of the Huo family in the Great Yu Empire and was Huo Xiaoling's father. That was the middle-aged man with fiery hair at the palace. The captain of the 6th was that little girl, and she was called Peach. The 11th squadron's captain was that blind, bald man known as the Blind Monk. It was normal that Huo Qingshan thought well of Zhang Dingshan, a realm breaker. It was also obvious why the Blind Monk had chosen Saruzin. Both of them were frightening people externally, and Sigmund had mentioned that Saruzin's perseverance had garnered someone's interest. But why did Peach choose Baizu? Lu Yin had a strong impression of that girl, but he quickly dismissed it as it had nothing to do with him. Since they were off Earth, these people would have to control their fates themselves. There was something that was a huge shame, though. The Astral Combat Academy was about to reach the Frostwave Weave. Zhang Dingshan needed to train again after formcast remodeling and would not be able to make it. Lu Yin bade Saruzin farewell, heading back to the capital star with Susan and Bronson. Everyone from Earth had their own fate to follow, and it wasn't his place to interfere. That being said, it wasn't like he could do anything anyway. Whether they would meet again depended on themselves. The trio traveled through the night to return to the Zhenyu star, and it was when he saw the Zishan residence in the distance that he realized why all the courtiers had been against him living in it back at the palace. The capital star's most grandiose structure was certainly the royal palace, having the tallest spires on the planet, but the Zishan residence was a close second. Bronson explained, when His Imperial Majesty became god-brother of King Zishan, he built the Zishan residence taller and turned it into a landmark second only to the palace. The Zishan family has disappeared for centuries, but the residence still remains and nobody is allowed inside. Lu Yin drew a deep breath. Let's go in. The capital star was bustling with activity even deep in the night, the lights shining as bright as day. For many, their nights were just beginning. Dozens of planes flew around leisurely on some hills not too far from the royal palace, to the tune of incessant cheering from a crowd of thousands. Raz, 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 the shouts filled the hills. Raz arrogantly glanced at a man nearby. This is the last round, Wukai. If you lose, you'll have to prostrate yourself every time you see me. Wukai gritted his teeth. I won't lose. Don't forget what you promised me. Raz said disdainfully, when have you ever won? But I'll keep my word. If you win, I'll get my father to plead on General Sigmund's behalf. But that won't be happening, haha. The cheers grew louder below. Elsewhere in a huge manor, Huo Xiaoling was helplessly being dragged around by a little girl. You promised me that you'd take me out to play. You can't go back on your word. She could only smile wryly. Yes, yes, Xiaoxio. I wasn't lying to you, so let go of me first. The little girl pouted. No, that's how you cheated me the last time. I can't run as fast as you. Huo Xiaoling sighed. The little girl laughed slyly. I'm actually helping you. Helping me? Huo Xiaoling was confused. The little girl smiled cheekily. Those idiots from the Fireforge planet keep pestering father to push the marriage forward. Let's run away. Huo Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Don't even dream about it, you cheeky little thing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're stupid. The little girl huffed and continued pouting. Elsewhere in a clamorous bar, a bunch of people were dancing passionately. A girl in revealing clothes and black boots was yelling in excitement, drinking and shouting on occasion. A depressed youth entered the bar and plopped down in front of the bar. I want something strong. A bright green spirit came out soon enough, and the man took one huge gulp before choking on it and coughing hard. To the man's embarrassment, many started mocking him, the girl in skimpy clothing in particular, and kept pointing at his nose while laughing. The man was furious. Shut up, you worms. In that one moment, the bar went completely quiet. Everyone froze and stared at the man, but not with anger. In their gazes was pity and a hint of respect. The man felt something off about the situation, but quickly ignored it. He was the strongest student in the Imperial Military Academy, Ian in terms of status. He was far above the kind of trash that lingered around in nightclubs. The girl in skimpy clothing slowly walked over to Ian with narrowed eyes. He only saw her pretty shoulder as she put an arm around him and got closer. Were you talking about me just now, kiddo? Ian frowned. He felt certain urges as he sniffed that enticing fragrance, but at the thought of the kind of person that would visit these types of places, he instantly felt repulsed. Get lost. The girl burst into laughter, quickly followed by the rest of the bar. Everyone was guffawing, including security, leaving Ian confused. What was going on? Someone scolding you, Miss Dana. The fact that there's someone with the courage to scold you is something to celebrate about. Let's drink to being called worms. Cheers. Everyone yelled. The bar suddenly got all excited, leaving Ian even more confounded. These people were crazy. Why were they happy to be cursed at? The girl called Dana was happy as well and kept slapping the bar. This is fun. How many years has it been since someone had the nerve to scold me? Great, I'll pay everyone's tab today. Enough of that. Ian fumed, but it was at that moment that a suffocating force descended on the place. The counter cracked as his gadget blew up, the pressure leaving him unable to even breathe. He stared at Dana in disbelief. That force had come from her. Nobody else reacted. He was the only one who felt that surge of strength. He couldn't even begin to fathom the level of strength she possessed. Was she a melder, a limiteer, or an explorer? Dana drew even closer. Know who I am, kiddo. It was only with blood dripping down the corner of his mouth that Ian realized he'd provoked someone powerful. I don't. Dana licked her lips as she burst into a seductive smile. I'm the daughter of the captain of the Ordnance Mercenaries. Ian was first confused at first, but his expression quickly changed. Everyone knew about the Ordnance Mercenaries amongst the higher echelons of the Great U Empire. It wasn't impressive at first glance, but the vice-captain of the group was Shalosh, the captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron. He was in trouble. A lot happened that night, but a lot could only happen at night. Zenyu Star's nightlife was quite luxurious. Those with money and power, the strong, those seeking thrills, criminals, and so on, numerous people went out and participated in the capital's glamorous nightlife. However, it was amidst this glamour that there was a darkness never to be illuminate, that of the Zishan residence. The residence was extremely vast and second only to the royal palace in height, casting a shadow of eternal darkness over the Zenyu Star. This was how things had been for the past few centuries, but that darkness suddenly lit up. The dark residence seemed to burst into daytime as Lu Yin stepped in, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. All attention was diverted from the plain contest in the hills as everyone glanced over, with the sole exception of Wukai Mathers. All he wanted to do was win this competition and get Sikar to plead on his father's behalf, and not even a fire in the royal palace would distract him from that goal. On the other hand, Raz cursed. Distracted by the residents, Wukai had been gone before he knew it. He'd lost the round. Within the Hu family, Hu Zioling was right about to take little Xiaoxiao out when she saw the Zishan residence light up. She was shocked as the image of a man appeared in her mind, as well as a dagger that had been placed at her throat. Lu Yin. The bar had been shrouded in the Zishan shadow, so the residence lighting up drew everyone's attention. Most of the patrons headed out and gazed up at the lofty building that wasn't far away. Isn't that the Zishan residence? It actually lit up. Does that mean someone from the Zishan family came back? I heard it's true. There's a young man whom His Imperial Majesty granted the title of King Zishan. Ian stared on frozen, Lu Yin's image appearing in his mind. That man had been able to rob him so easily, leaving him ridiculed by everyone in his academy. He'd been mocked as the weakest leader in the school's existence, all because of that bastard. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in such a difficult position as to come to a bar to get drunk. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have offended the Ordnance Mercenaries. It was all that despicable bastard. So how shall we deal with you scolding me, kiddo? Dana ignored the residents and focused her attention on Ian, who hung his head silently. She snickered. You're entering the Ordnance Mercenaries from today, and you'll be my personal servant. You'll cook and clean for me to make up for this. Ian opened his mouth with the intention to reject her, but in the face of danger, he could do nothing but agree. It wasn't like he could go back to school anyway. There was nothing left for him in that place than ridicule. Within the royal palace, the undying Yushin glanced at the distant Zishan residence with longing in his eyes. If you were still alive, brother, I'd charge into the Universe with you once more, and take my empire with me. The Zishan residence's ray opening resulted in happiness, sorrow, longing, and anger. None of these had nothing to do with Lu Yin for now, and he focused on his gadget. A stranger was contacting him. A familiar figure appeared on Lu Yin's screen when he answered the unknown call. Hey friend, hope you're doing well. How did you get my number? He was shocked. He never could have guessed that Silver would contact him, but fortunately he'd given Bronson a residence in the outer courtyards of the residence just to keep any secrets in check. Silver smiled. I can find out anything I wish to know. What do you want from me? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Silver laughed. I haven't seen you in quite some time. I missed you. Also, I wanted to give you a gift. Gift? Lu Yin asked, unconvinced. Silver sent over some location coordinates to his gadget. There are a few corpse kings hidden in these areas. Hearing this, his gaze sharpened. So you really are involved with the Neo-Human Alliance. I guess you were also the one behind Barudar. You almost killed Zhang Dingshan on Earth because he was about to shell the zombies and then took them away with you. Silver cupped his own ear, quieter, someone might hear you. I don't belong to the Neo-Human Alliance, I just happened to find out about it. Don't push the blame onto me. And why would you tell me? Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. I already said I was helping you. And I also told you that I wouldn't reciprocate in the future. Haha, how heartless of you. Even so, just take it as me being a good guy, Silver laughed. Lu Yin stared at the youth on the other side. Destroying the Neo-Human Alliance is an obligation of all mankind. I'll take care of those corpse kings, but I'm on your trail too. Don't try to escape once I find out where you are. I'll catch you and send you to the 13 Imperial squadrons. Silver's mouth twitched. Oh, then let's see just how capable you really are. Goodbye. He sided off, not wanting to think about it anymore. He only wanted two things right now: first, to enter the Youth Council, and second, Astral 10. Everything related to his title could wait. Looking outside, he turned off the light in his room. It was now time to roll his die again, another gamble to look forward to. After running some calculations, he knew that he had about 70 cubes of star crystals. This was an unprecedented wealth that could make for as many rolls, but he could only hold out for a maximum of 4 before the exhaustion kicked in and forced time off. All right, here it goes, he mumbled to himself, looking exactly like any other gambler. The die appeared within one palm, glowing brightly with hazy starlight. It was at this point that he tapped his head in annoyance. He'd forgotten that it could regenerate on its own even without star crystals. The time he'd taken to travel from Earth to the capital star was more than enough for the restoration, but it was too late for regrets. Looking at the die, he stretched a hand out to set it off. It spun rapidly and slowly came to a stop, ending up with a 2. Not bad, he mumbled to himself as the vortex formed before him, taking several items out of his cosmic ring and throwing them in. This included a few spare cosmic rings as well, and most of the materials obtained after disassembly were unfamiliar to him. He threw everything in repeatedly until it came out without a change, and the only thing he recognized was Imperial gold. He now had 3 small ingots in total, while not a large amount. The material was quite expensive. As for the rest, he just stowed it away on the assumption that it was quite valuable. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin had a varying yet small quantity of what he felt were good materials. He then took out a cube of star crystals to regenerate the die, and set it rolling once more. This time it stopped on 5 gift copy. He immediately felt an urge to rush out the door and copy someone's innate gift, but he quickly quashed the thought. Just who would he be able to find in 10 seconds? There wasn't anyone to sponge off. There were bound to be many cultivators with innate gifts on the capital star, but he didn't know any of them. Lu Yin's mouth twitched as he let the 10 seconds pass by, at which point the twitching suddenly grew worse. Wait a minute, how had he forgotten Susan? He was left speechless, unable to believe that he'd forgotten all about his own subordinate. Unfortunately, there was no point crying over spilt milk. He sighed to himself and fetched more star crystals, this time rolling a number which he hadn't so far. It was 6, which he quickly learned was possession. Before he could rejoice at this new roll, a terrifying suction emerged from within the die, extracting all of the star energy in his body in an instant. The star crystals from his cosmic ring were absorbed as well without even giving him a chance, transforming into star energy that disappeared into the die. A rift appeared in space right before him, but it disappeared in a second and everything returned to normal. What just happened? Lu Yin gasped, staring at the die that was dark as night. He'd clearly rolled possession, but nothing had happened. Why had his star energy disappeared? He suddenly had a realization and rushed to check his cosmic ring, being devastated to find out that his newfound wealth had now vanished as well. He cried out in agony, no, this is blatant theft. Of the 6 sides of the die, only the roll of 3 was still unknown to him. The other 4 sides didn't demand as many star crystals as possession, which only opened a small slit somewhere with 70 cubes, and he didn't even find out what it did. As he looked at his dark, glowless die, Lu Yin let out a sigh. The day had been ruined, he was out of star crystals and star energy, and all he could do was slowly wait to recover. What a bother. He lost any interest in continuing training for a day, and immediately went to bed, only growing more resolved to complete his plans. Many people didn't sleep that night, all wildly speculating about the light from the Zishan residence. When Lu Yin got up the next morning, he contacted Zhang Dingshan's trio and found that they were at Yu Academy. He only conversed casually. The road ahead was something they would have to travel themselves. Boss, someone wants to see you, Susan shouted from outside his room. Who is it? Lu Yin walked out. Some high-ranking army officer. He says he's a commander-in-chief named Long Chu. Lu Yin had Susan guide the guest into the lounge, soon meeting a formidable-looking middle-aged man who grew excited the moment they crossed gazes. The man bowed courteously. I am the commander-in-chief of the Third Ring, Long Chu, your majesty. Lu Yin stepped forward and pulled the man up. No need for formalities, commander. Please take a seat. Filled with emotion, Long Chu continued, Your Majesty, we have long awaited your return. Lu Yin's eyes darted across to Su San, signaling for him to leave. He then looked back. What do you mean by that, Commander? Just before Long Chu could open his mouth, he subconsciously looked around his surroundings. Lu Yin laughed. Bronson isn't here. Long Chu huffed and whispered, I used to be a subordinate of His Majesty the Undying Zishan, and many of us served him. But ever since the disappearance of the Zishan family, we were deployed to the Third Ring. I'd already given up all hope of seeing a successor in this lifetime. It was wonderful news to hear that his successor had showed up. The Third Ring? Lu Yin asked in confusion. Long Chu nodded and continued in a somewhat agonized tone. Ever since the disappearance of the Zishan family, the soldiers who served under them were deployed to the Third Ring. On the surface, we're the first line of defense for the capital star. In reality, it's just a place for youths of powerful families to frolic about. We veterans who served under His Majesty were thrown away like garbage. We're military men. We will not stand for such humiliation.